Chapter 1. The Campaign Against Dongjua. In the first year of Chuping, Dongjua faced the wrath of the coalition forces organized by Yuan Shao, suffering defeat and retreating along the way, only to be further vanquished by Sun Jian and subsequently taking refuge in Chang'an. By the 11th month of the first year of Yonghan, he proclaimed himself prime minister, conferred the title of Marquis of Mai, expanded his circle of trusted confidants, and summoned the three platforms. At that time, Sun Yu, the prefect of the palace, upon learning of Dongjua's rise to power, abandoned his official post and returned to his hometown, leading his clan to seek refuge in Jizhou. My dear brother, how foolish you are! Jizhou is under the jurisdiction of Yuan Shao. Although his troops are well-equipped and well-fed, he is far from being a wise ruler of this age. Aligning oneself with him is indeed a poor choice. The speaker was Sun Li, the younger brother of Sun Yu, a man not of this world, but a time traveler from 16 years prior. Once a mere employee in a publicly listed company, a science and engineering type who toiled daily for survival, Sun Li felt overwhelmed by the pressures of life, akin to a living corpse. One day, during a gathering with several colleagues, Sun Li, overwhelmed by uncertainty about the future, indulged for the first time and consumed 5 bottles of beer, leading him to sway and lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself to be a descendant of the Sun family in Yingchuan, a direct brother of the renowned Sun Yu, known for his exceptional talent. As a fervent admirer of the three kingdoms, upon hearing of Dongjua's self-appointment as prime minister, Sun Li wasted no time and pledged his allegiance to the formidable warlord Cao Cao, becoming one of his strategists. On this day, the 18 warlords united to restore the Han dynasty, pledging an oath of blood and gathering several 100,000 soldiers from across the Central Plains, vowing to confront the traitor Dongjua at the Tiger Trap Pass. At this moment, Sun Li lay within the tent, resting his head on the lap of Gan Mei. To his left, he beheld the chamber adorned with beams of sandalwood and illuminated by crystal and jade, with curtains of pearls and columns of gilded bronze. To his right, a 6-foot-wide bed of fragrant sandalwood was draped with a canopy of fine silk, embroidered with silver threads and begonia flowers, swaying gently as if caught in a dreamlike sea of clouds. Outside the tent stood a guard named Dian Wei, a man of impressive stature and exceptional strength, who had once lifted the standard of the Yamen single-handedly, earning Sun Li's trust and becoming a confidant. Sun Li felt elated, for after his transmigration, he had acquired a golden finger system that was truly a once-in-a-century phenomenon. As long as he remained lazy and indifferent, he could reap corresponding rewards. Whenever he harbored a thought, the familiar mechanical voice would resonate in his mind. View attributes. Sun Li commanded coolly. Current attributes of the host. Leadership 60, martial power 35, intelligence 80, politics 35, special skill. Hook and spear. First technique. In battle, martial power can randomly increase by 24. Ding! Automatically receiving the main quest. When Dongjua's army assaults the city, merely adopting an indifferent demeanor will grant you the right to summon a general once. To his astonishment, this system's reward was indeed remarkable. It seemed that leading a mundane life would be a challenging endeavor henceforth. With this thought, Sun Li's heart swelled with excitement. Just then, Dian Wei pushed aside the tent's entrance and approached Sun Li's bedside, kneeling and saying, "Strategist, there is urgent military news." Dian Wei's brow furrowed in concern, yet Sun Li remained utterly unperturbed, continuing to rest his head on Gan Mei's lap, eyes half closed in a drowsy daze. Dian Wei dared not act hastily, so he shifted his gaze to Gan Mei, who, understanding the situation, leaned down and gently nudged Sun Li's back with her delicate hands, whispering, "My lord, wake up." At her words, Sun Li stirred slightly, gradually opening his weary eyes, his lashes fluttering like the wings of a newly hatched bird. "What is it that causes such alarm?" Sun Li murmured softly. Dian Wei stepped closer, clasping his fists and reporting, "I report to the strategist. The vanguard general of the allied forces, Sun Jian, has been defeated by Hua Xiong at the Sisui Pass. He is now gathering the various warlords to discuss strategies, and the Lord summons you to attend." Listening to Dian Wei's report, Sun Li's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any trace of anxiety. It was well understood that Sun Jian's defeat would inevitably lead to a demoralization of the troops, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the enemy. Sun Li nodded, understood. He then summoned his maid to assist him in rising. Once he had donned his attire, Sun Li followed the others to meet Cao Cao. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Upon entering the central tent, all the generals bowed in unison. "Rise." Cao Cao waved his sleeve, speaking with an air of nonchalance. After everyone was seated, Cao Cao coughed lightly and addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, presently, Dongjua leads an army of 300,000 eastward as of today. He has captured the Sisui Pass, and the situation is perilous. Yuan Shao is currently convening all warlords to devise a strategy." As Cao Cao's words fell, he surveyed the expressions around him, noting a mix of fear, indignation, and resignation. Yet one individual maintained a demeanor of normalcy, prompting Cao Cao to feel some confusion. Thus, with a tone of cordiality, he inquired, "It seems that strategist Sun has his own insights. Why has Yuan Shao suddenly summoned the various warlords? Does he intend for our forces to march?" In response, Sun Li stepped forward and, with a slight bow, pondered for a moment before continuing. "Your Excellency is indeed astute." The two locked eyes, and Cao Cao felt a jolt of realization, sensing a hint of exasperation. The other generals exchanged glances, rolling their eyes and sighing. In their minds, Sun Li was merely an ordinary man, lacking in scholarly knowledge, yet he hailed from the illustrious Sun family, which had served in government for generations. Cao Cao's inquiry had been prompted by this very identity, as he had not anticipated Sun Li to offer any strategic counsel. The title of strategist was merely a nominal role. Cao Cao shook his head, but the next moment his expression froze. For a voice echoed in his mind. "These scoundrels! Hua Xiong has defeated Sun Jian, and the allied forces have lost the Sisui Pass. Yuan Shao's summoning of them is merely to push you all to the forefront. This is hardly a matter for speculation." Cao Cao was taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared at Sun Li, perplexed. "Strategist Sun, what did you just say?" At this, Sun Li appeared equally bewildered, for he had remained silent, not uttering a word. How could Cao Cao believe he had spoken? "I said nothing at all." Could it be that Cao Cao has developed a hearing problem? While Cao Cao suffered from headaches, he was not prone to hallucinations. Was he? The familiar voice resonated once more in Cao Cao's mind, and this time he was even more astonished, fixing his gaze intently on Sun Li, brow furrowed. At this moment, he was certain the voice he heard originated from Sun Li, yet he had not spoken aloud. Could it be his inner thoughts? By heavens, this Cao Cao fellow is staring at me. Could it be he is captivated by my striking appearance? Indeed, as Cao Cao gazed at Sun Li, he could hear his thoughts, an extraordinary phenomenon that tempered Cao Cao's irritation and piqued his curiosity. Chapter 2. Lu Fengxian of Wu Yuan. The two exchanged glances, and Cao Cao felt a jolt in his heart, a sense of helplessness washing over him. The other generals rolled their eyes and sighed in exasperation. In their minds, Sun Li was merely a commoner, lacking in knowledge, yet he belonged to the Sun family, known for generations of service in government. Cao Cao had just inquired of him precisely because of this background. He had no real expectations for Sun Li to offer any strategic insights. The title of strategist was merely a formality. Cao Cao shook his head, but the next moment his expression abruptly stiffened. Sun Li paused for a moment, his expression shifting through various emotions. "I fear Yuan Shao has no intention of allowing the Lord to advance." At this declaration, the civil and military officials present were taken aback. Who among them was unaware that Yuan Benshu had always valued his own safety and acted with selfish intentions? In matters of battle, Yuan Shao would surely shift the responsibility onto others, allowing himself to reap the benefits. Among the various warlords, only Cao Cao's faction could stand in opposition to Dongjua. Cao Cao, bewildered, calmly inquired, "What leads the strategist to such a conclusion?" Sun Li flicked his sleeve and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I report to the Lord that Yuan Shao's urgency to advance is motivated by only one goal, the Emperor in Chang'an. Yuan Shao's actions are merely aimed at seizing the opportunity to firmly control Emperor Xian, thereby using the Emperor to command the warlords and gain political leverage." As the assembly remained in a state of confusion, Sun Li succinctly articulated Yuan Bench's true intentions. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow, deeply astonished, and the gravity of his expression gradually eased. And what do you propose, strategist? If the Lord wishes to establish a foothold in this chaotic era, he must do so by leveraging the Emperor's authority. At this, Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling with agitation, struggling to regain his composure, pondering how fortuitous this was. In Cao Cao's eyes, the Emperor was already a prize within his grasp. Yet, due to the constraints of ethics and morality, he had only dared to contemplate action. Now, as the warlords contended for supremacy and the heroes vied for power, the Emperor was imprisoned in Shanganthus was the moment for Cao Cao to rescue him. From childhood, he had been taught that to attain one's desires, one must act like a wolf, seizing everything desired with sharp claws and teeth. This was the essence of survival. This was a legacy that was wild and brutal. It was even beyond the realm of objective analysis regarding the rightness or wrongness of such a legacy. For in the presence of the strong, there is no place for the weak. The world of humanity is similarly structured. There are only the strong and no weak. The strong are fierce lone wolves, the weak are lambs awaiting slaughter. The predation of wolves upon sheep is an immutable natural law of survival, a truth that cannot be altered. After a prolonged silence, Cao Cao collected his thoughts and finally nodded in agreement. The strategist's words ring true when the Son of Heaven is in peril. It is the duty of the ministers to come to his rescue without hesitation. General Cao Ren is commanded to assemble 300 elite cavalrymen and hasten with me to Chang'an for the rescue. It would be prudent for the strategist to accompany us. He understood that Sun Li was both wise and resourceful with his counsel at hand. He would find the task considerably less burdensome. I shall obey your orders. Without waiting for Sun Li's consent, Cao Ren declared with righteous fervor. Having spoken, Cao Cao turned his earnest gaze towards Sun Li, his tone sincere. And what of the strategist? Upon hearing this, Sun Li, who had been somewhat wavering moments before, now felt a surge of unwavering resolve. I shall obey your orders, Sun Li replied in a resonant voice, his demeanor utterly unassuming. Half a day later, outside Puyang, a formidable array of armored cavalry, exuding an air of majesty and power, their swords and blades glinting in the light, advanced with precision and speed. Cao Cao's chariot, shielded by this iron-clad escort, gradually made its way towards the city of Chang'an. General, it is said that this area is fraught with danger, and we may encounter unforeseen calamities. A guard, casting a fearful glance at the dark and foreboding forest surrounding them, appeared pale and gripped by an overwhelming dread, too afraid to contemplate the horrors that might lurk within. What is there to fear? Could it be that bandits are causing trouble? Cao Ren, weary in the saddle, shook his head in disbelief in his view. Bandits were akin to foolish jesters who, upon seeing his grand banner, would surely flee in terror. Suddenly, Cao Cao's chariot was jolted by an unseen force, coming to a screeching halt. What has happened? Remain calm. A sense of foreboding gripped Cao Ren's heart, plunging him into a state of utter chaos. The armored guards flanking the chariot widened their eyes in shock, and those still in a daze were struck down by a rain of arrows that emerged from the darkness. Cao Ren glanced back and beheld a throng of black-clad swordsmen brandishing blades, surging forth from the woods, intent on assailing the chariot. He instinctively reined in his steed, unsheathing his battle blade, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Warriors, protect our lord and prepare for battle. With a roar from Cao Ren, 30 armored soldiers steadfastly defended Cao Cao's chariot, while the remaining Wei soldiers, armed with long swords and battle axes, charged into the forest to confront the assailants. The weaknesses of the assassins were starkly revealed amidst the fray. Despite their numbers, they fought as disorganized rabble. The Wei soldiers gradually formed a long, serpentine line, inching forward, their blades poised to strike, systematically reaping the lives of their foes. Cao Ren led the charge, wielding a spear as he danced through the throngs of enemies with the grace of one admiring flowers or fish. Having cut through the enemy ranks, he pivoted his steed, wielding his whip with fervor, his armor now drenched in blood. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed ahead, as a contingent of Shiliang cavalry charged forth with thunderous speed. This bodes ill. Chao Ren felt an unsettling dread as he regained his senses. A lone rider surged ahead. Mere 10 paces away, this figure was striking, with a voice like rolling thunder, mounted on a valiant steed and wielding a Fangtian halberd, clearly aimed at him. In ancient warfare, there existed an unspoken rule. Nameless foes were not to be slain beneath one's blade. Both men gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions grave. Aware of the other's formidable prowess, it seemed a fierce battle was imminent, igniting their blood with fervor. Chao Ren ventured to inquire, "Who are you? State your name." The man, seemingly disinterested in idle chatter, merely snorted, "I am Elbu." This revelation was startling beyond measure. Who is Elbu? He is known as the mightiest general of the three kingdoms. To withstand 3 exchanges under the Fangtian halberd is the mark of a true warrior. To encounter him here was utterly unforeseen. Though fear gripped his heart, Chao Ren steeled himself and charged forth, spear in hand. With a furious shout, he propelled himself forward, his spear crossing in front of him as he prepared to engage in combat. Elbu, fully aware of the spear technique known as the turning horse spear, feigned a thrust to draw his opponent's attention before pivoting to muster all his strength for a decisive strike at his enemy's vulnerable point. Chapter 3. Chao Ren's battle against Lu Bu. Yet Lu Bu remained utterly unconcerned, dismissing Chao Ren as a mere trifling opponent. With a swift motion, he brandished his Fangtian Huaji. Striking fiercely toward Chao Ren, as the weapons clashed, a jolt coursed through Chao Ren's arm, leaving him momentarily numb and his complexion slightly pallid. The thought echoed in his mind. Lu Bu is not a foe easily vanquished. At that moment, Chao Ren recognized that he was not facing an ordinary warrior. Any lesser general would have surely perished or been gravely injured under such a lethal assault. Observing the struggle, Chao Hong realized that Chao Ren had lost his footing in the fight, and further engagement could prove fatal. Therefore, he brandished his spear and galloped forth to assist his comrade. Thus, the two continued their fierce battle for nearly 20 exchanges. Yet to everyone's astonishment, even the united might of the Chao brothers failed to gain any advantage, and they were soon forced to retreat. Lu Bu, in a moment of fervor, charged headlong into the ranks of the Chao army, causing chaos wherever he rode, leaving countless casualties in his wake. Witnessing Lu Bu's formidable prowess, Cao Cao had no choice but to order a retreat. The Chao forces suffered heavy losses under the relentless pursuit of the Shiliang cavalry. They had anticipated arriving ahead of Dong Zhuo's army to rescue the emperor, but unexpectedly encountered Lu Bu along the way, utterly thwarting Sun Yu's plans. Thus, the pressing matter now was to defeat Lu Bu and rid themselves of this troublesome adversary. The next day before dawn, Sun Yu donned his armor, hung his cold sword at his side, and led his trusted bodyguard, Dian Wei, into Cao Cao's residence. Once inside, he cautiously took a seat to Cao Cao's left. Signifying his rank, which was only subordinate to that of Cao Cao himself, the Cao Cao's most trusted generals, Xiahou Dun and Chao Ren, were also obliged to heed Sun Yu's commands. After all had settled, Cao Cao nodded slightly and remarked, "Gentlemen, Master Sun has stated that victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. None could have predicted that we would encounter Lu Bu's forces en route. Otherwise, we would have already rescued the emperor. Yet, I urge you all not to lose heart. One day we shall capture Lu Bu alive." "Understood," the assembly replied in unison. Cao Cao turned expectantly towards Sun Yu and inquired, "What do you propose we do to reclaim Yinzhou?" "Dian Wei, present our findings to the Lord." Sun Yu instructed that as he finished speaking, Dian Wei retrieved a massive wooden box from his shoulder. With a resounding crash, a map spanning over 2 zhang unfolded before them, intricately detailing various towns and villages. "Sir, what is this?" Cao Cao exclaimed, visibly excited, as were the other generals that in ancient times. Military maps were crucial strategic tools during campaigns. Yet most were rudimentary sketches. Now, however, a meticulously crafted military map lay before them, and even Cao Cao, a cunning warlord, could hardly contain his exhilaration. With purposeful strides, Sun Yu stepped onto the map, causing the faces of those present to contort in disbelief. As they yearned to admonish him, "Jiangcheng," Sun Yu pointed decisively at a specific location, asserting, "My lord, this place marks the boundary of Jin Commandery, forming a tripod with Dongye and Nanfan, which explains why Lu Bu cannot conquer these three counties. I concur with Master Sun's assessment. Xiahou Dun rose to affirm that if we wish to defeat Lu Bu, we must first secure Jiangqing. Cao Cao pondered for a moment before glancing at Chengyu, asking, Zhongde, how many troops does the enemy have stationed in Jiangqing? Reporting to the Lord, the enemy possesses 15,000 soldiers. Chengyu responded. Sun Yu nodded in satisfaction and declared, I implore you, my lord, to first divide our forces into 5 camps, each appointing a primary and secondary commander to direct the troops. Once we have reclaimed Yanzhou, those who have distinguished themselves in battle shall be rewarded, and the highest achiever may become the commander of the 3 armies. What? The commander of the 3 armies, at that moment, Cao Ren, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan, Cao Cao's most trusted generals, exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of surprise and anticipation. Even those typically unambitious, such as Eugene, Lu Jin, and Li Dian, revealed glimmers of excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although becoming the commander of the 3 armies would not confer titles or rewards, the chance to rise as the foremost general under Cao Cao was an alluring prospect for any warrior. Very well, we shall proceed as Master Sun advises. Cao Cao stroked his beard thoughtfully. After receiving Cao Cao's endorsement, Sun Yu turned to the assembled generals, smiling gently. In accordance with our Lord's command, let us divide the entire army into 5 camps. The second camp shall be led by Lu Jin, with Li Dian as his deputy. The third camp shall be under Cao Ren, with Cao Hong as his deputy. The fourth camp shall be commanded by Xiahou Yuan, with Cao Chun as his deputy. And the fifth camp shall be led by Eugene, with Xiahou Dun as his deputy. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Dun slammed his palm on the table, rising indignantly to protest. Does Master Sun look down upon me? Anticipating such a reaction, Sun Yu replied with a calm smile. General, you have misunderstood me. Although you are seasoned in battle, you are not suited to be a commander of an army. Otherwise, how could Lu Bu have advanced into Puyang with the forces at Dongjun? To this, Xiahou Dun shook his head, fixing his gaze upon Sun Yu. There will come a day when I prove to you, Master, that I, Xiahou Yuanrang, am more than capable of standing alone and surpassing the other commanders. And who, may I ask, will be the primary and secondary commanders of the first camp? At this moment, Chengyu inquired. Sun Yu's lips curled into a smile. The primary commander of the first camp shall undoubtedly be his lordship, with General Su Chu as the deputy. Secondly, given that the Yanzhou region is economically prosperous, it is home to numerous gentry. Among them, there will surely be those inclined to support us, as well as those who may side with Lu Bu. Thus, our immediate priority is to dispatch minor officials to forge alliances with these gentries. If we can secure their support, not only will we gain a reliable source of troops, but we will also acquire funds and provisions, making the conquest of Yanzhou a matter of little effort. Cao Cao expressed his concern, but what if these individuals choose to ally with Lu Bu? Sun Yu laughed heartily. Therefore, we must observe the situation as it unfolds, as Lu Bu's governance in Yanzhou will inevitably lead some gentry to switch allegiances. At that time, shall we not gain without any exertion? After the council concluded, Sun Yu departed, and the warriors who had previously harbored grievances against him now felt a surge of fervent resolve. Chapter 4. Chen Kun in 193 AD. Following the coup in Chang'an, where Dongzhuo was slain, chaos erupted in Guangzhou. After intense conflict, the nation fragmented into numerous war-torn regions. Yuan Shao seized control of the Ji, Qing, and Bing provinces, while Cao Cao occupied Yanzhou and Yuzhou. Han Sui and Ma Teng took hold of Liangzhou, and the likes of Gongsun Zan, Tao Qian, Liu Bei, and Lu Bu successively claimed Shuzhou. Yuan Shu established his base in the southern part of Yangzhou. Liu Biao took control of Jingzhou. Lu Zhang governed Yizhou, and Sun Ce held sway over the eastern part of Yangzhou, while Shi Xie ruled over Jiaozhou, Dai and Yuzhou. Amidst the mountains and forests, Chen Kun arrived at a secluded courtyard, holding a jug of wine. Upon seeing him, Guojia smiled and remarked, Brother Changwen, you have traveled 100 miles from Xuxin to Yangzhou. Could it be that you seek me for a drink? Chen Kun shook his head, responding coolly, Feng Xiao, you misjudged me that a few days ago. Lu Yuzhou sent a missive, summoning me to serve as the deputy to Yuzhou. Lu Yuzhou is a man devoted to the well-being of the populace and determined to restore the Han dynasty. I cannot refuse. Soon, I shall depart for Xiaopei to assume my post. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again. Regrettably, I have not had the chance to share a drink with Wenru and Jitsai. Brother Chongwen, are you truly going? Guojia's expression twitched with concern, as he recognized that Yuzhou was the stronghold of Yuan Shu. Though Yuan Shu ostensibly held the title of governor of Yangzhou, he had concentrated most of his forces within Runan to preserve his strength, that if Qin Kun chose to ally with Liu Bei at this juncture, it would be tantamount to courting death. After sipping a cup of wine, Qin Kun stated earnestly, "In these tumultuous times, with treacherous ministers wreaking havoc from within and warlords asserting independence from without, we cannot afford to remain idle any longer." Guojia shook his head in disappointment. Alas, Lu Xuanda is not the enlightened ruler of this age. Chun Kun set down his cup, gazing at Guojia in astonishment. Liu Bei is renowned for his benevolence and righteousness. How can he not be an enlightened ruler? Guojia pointed at the map of Shuzhou, asserting, "Not long ago, Cao Cao waged war on Shuzhou to avenge his father, causing various warlords to observe the situation cautiously and refrain from rash actions. Yet the weakest among them, Liu Bei, led 3,000 troops to Shuzhou to rescue Tao Qian. Though Liu Bei appears to embody righteousness, he is, in truth, seeking to seize this opportunity to gain power. His intention in recruiting you as deputy of Yuzhou is merely to garner the trust of the gentry. If I am not mistaken, he should have already formed alliances with them in Shuzhou. Brother Feng Xiao, I am fully aware of what you say. However, what can we do about it? If Liu Yuzhou aims to restore the Han dynasty, he must possess ambition. Otherwise, how could he hope to achieve anything? On the other side, as Ganmei was taking a brief respite in the mansion, she suddenly heard the sound of a pair of cloud-patterned boots scraping against the ground. And it seemed that the owner was about to appear before her. Startled, Ganmei hastily rose and glanced out the window, only to see Xuanli pushing open the front door and striding in. Under the sunlight, his tall and robust figure appeared even more striking, with an extraordinary countenance. His movements exuded an air of elegance and nobility, intermingled with a chilling, austere aura as Xuanli drew nearer. Ganmei's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to stride quickly to the entrance and respectfully bow. "This humble girl pays her respects to you, my lord." Xuanli helped Ganmei rise from the ground and then made his way to the inner chamber, where he sat down on the bed, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "How has your health been of late? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Ganmei nodded repeatedly, then playfully rebuked, "My lord, why did you not inform me of your visit today? I could have prepared a meal for you." Xuanli, taking her into his embrace, gently caressed her delicate hands and lowered his head to say, "It is I who have failed to appreciate your thoughtful intentions. As for lunch, I shall partake in it alongside you." Ganmei nodded in agreement and promptly instructed her attendants to ready the midday meal without delay. In a short while, a variety of delectable dishes, including fresh fruits, were prepared, and Ganmei led Xuanli to take their seats. She then commanded the servants to serve the hot dishes and warm wine, as the bustling attendants brought forth an almond tofu dish, a pot of Crucian carp soup, a bowl of dongpa pork, and a small plate of stir-fried vegetables. Although the dishes were simple, they were prepared with great care, their vibrant colors and rich aromas making one's mouth water. The two began to sample the fare. Ganmei scooped a spoonful of fish soup and offered it to Xuanli. "My lord, do try this fish soup. It is simply exquisite." This soup was crafted by frying a fresh Crucian carp until golden brown, accompanied by fresh cabbage and tofu, seasoned with secret spices, and then simmered in a small pot for an hour. The resulting soup was milky white and fragrant. Xuanli teased, "Is that so? Is this Crucian carp soup truly as delicious as you claim?" He felt that, despite having selected the finest chef and tasted countless delicacies from across the land, a bowl of Crucian carp soup was hardly remarkable. Yet, after tasting it, he realized he had erred in his earlier judgment. He had never encountered such exquisite fish soup before. Unbeknownst to him, he had already consumed 2 large bowls. Subsequently, Xuanli devoured the remaining food on the table with remarkable speed. Ganmei, being a refined lady, despite eating heartily, maintained an elegant demeanor. Xuanli gazed at Ganmei with affectionate tenderness, a look of indulgence gracing his features, that he lifted the soup bowl before him, stirring it with a spoon, gently blowing to cool it before offering a small spoonful to Ganmei's lips. "This soup is nourishing. You have been overexerting yourself lately. Please rest after you finish it." His final words sent a flutter through Ganmei's heart, yet she dared not reveal a smile, merely nodding shyly and sipping the soup with her eyes slightly squinted. Once they had finished, the two rinsed their mouths and, attended by the servants, lay down on the bed for a quiet rest. Perhaps due to the weight of his duties, it wasn't too long before Xuanli's breathing grew steady, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Ganmei tucked herself under the covers, turning her back to Xuanli, allowing his gentle breath to caress her soft back. Throughout the night, Xuanli held Ganmei tightly, fearing she might slip away from him. This gesture made Ganmei acutely aware that Xuanli's affection for her was genuine and not mere illusion. His tone had been so tender, as if he had lowered himself to the status of a common husband feeding his wife. Moreover, he had attentively wiped the remnants of food from the corners of her mouth, savored tea, and enjoyed music, his eyes betraying an undeniable fondness. Such tender affection was something she had never before experienced from Xuanli. The vast room was enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of nights filled with torment and unendurable suffering. Chapter 5. The Midday Meal. Yet this man beside her was a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating her path and providing warmth. These moments were what the servants anticipated, yet dared not hope for. Thus, Ganmei nestled in Xuanli's embrace, lost in thoughts of a beautiful future, unable to suppress a smile, and gradually succumbing to drowsiness. That night was the most peaceful and reassuring she had experienced since entering the palace, and it was not until the voice of the duty attendant echoed from outside that she slowly opened her eyes. Rubbing her weary eyes, she noticed Xuanli, his back to her, adjusting his attire. Lazily, she spoke, "My lord, you are awake." Seeing Ganmei about to rise, Xuanli swiftly placed a hand on her shoulder, leaning close to her ear, whispering, "You worked hard last night. Sleep a little longer." Soon after, several attendants presented Xuanli's clothing, bowing as they entered the main hall. Ganmei, not daring to take advantage of her favored status to disrupt ancestral customs, smiled brightly as she dressed herself properly and respectfully said, "My lord, I cannot indulge my whims. Allow me to assist you in changing your attire." Xuanli pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, pointing to the ceremonial robe held by the attendant. "Very well, then you may assist me." Ganmei carefully took the garment, following the attendant's instructions, methodically helping Xuanli change. The resplendent robe was adorned with a majestic dragon motif, vividly depicted on the chest, while the hem was lined with intricate, swirling patterns known as water feet. Above the water feet, waves rolled, with mountains and treasures depicted atop them, collectively referred to as sea and river. This not only symbolized endless auspiciousness, but also represented the unity of mountains and rivers, and a lasting peace throughout the ages. The craftsmanship of the robe was exquisite, with unparalleled attention to detail. For a moment, Ganmei was entranced, and it was only when an attendant cleared his throat that she remembered to place the crown upon her head. "This humble girl bids you farewell, my lord." Once everything was properly donned, Ganmei performed a formal bow and knelt in homage. Xuanli gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly, "Wait for me in the back garden after I conclude my discussions," with a flourish of his robe. He departed the mansion that a few young attendants led Ganmei to a pavilion in the garden, where Xuanli stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently upon a young man before him. Praising, Su, who has chosen exceptionally well. "I find their spirits even more admirable than those of the guards in the main hall." I Holin quickly chimed in. "If that is your command, who would dare to neglect their duties?" With a cold snort, Xuanli turned, his brows furrowing. "I do not know how others behave, but I am aware that you do. After the discussions concluded, I instructed you to summon Ganmei. It has been an hour. Where is she? Why has she not arrived?" Li Holin's expression tightened, stammering, "My lord, you may not be aware." "My lord, Miss Ganmei has arrived." That a young attendant rushed to the pavilion steps, kneeling and stammering, "My lord, Miss Ganmei is here." Li Holin kicked the attendant, scolding sharply, "Fool, I entrusted you with this task, and you have failed that if you delay any longer, my lord may very well flay you alive." Xuanli cast a disdainful glance at the two and chose to ignore them. Upon seeing Ganmei bowing, he pulled her to his side, gently stroking her forehead. "I have already told you, you need not bow." Ganmei shyly nodded in response, while the attending maids, noticing the intimate interaction between Xuanli and Ganmei, discreetly lowered their heads. Xuanli then took Ganmei's hand, leading her into the pavilion to sit down, pointing to the individuals before them. "Behold, these are my most capable generals. Each of them is an exceptional warrior. And recently, with little to occupy my time, I thought to learn from them. Observing Xuanli's resolute demeanor, Ganmei softly cautioned, "My lord, while practicing may strengthen the body, there is always a risk of injury in martial pursuits. Given your high status, what would happen should you sustain an injury?" Xuanli straightened Ganmei's posture, smiling as he asked, "Are you truly worried about me?" Ganmei's lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering as she replied, "My lord, feel free to practice that if any mishap occurs, I shall take care of you." Sun Li smiled gently as he tenderly pinched Ganmei's chin, subsequently gesturing with a wave of his hand to indicate that the two should form a pair and begin their sparring. The onlookers obediently complied, stabilizing their stances as they placed their arms over one another, engaging in a spirited tussle. Coming from a noble background, Ganmei had never witnessed such a brawl. Upon seeing one of the participants fall heavily to the ground, she instinctively curled up in Sun Li's embrace. However, after stealing a few glances, she quickly discerned the underlying truth. The group, fearing embarrassment before Sun Li, were holding back during their duel, resorting to superficial moves without employing their true skills. Such petty stratagems were evident even to her, a woman. How could they possibly deceive Sun Li? His brow furrowed in seriousness as he rolled up his sleeves and sternly addressed those beneath the pavilion. "You shall be held accountable for your leniency." At these words, all present became alert, no longer daring to slacken their efforts. The consequences of wrongdoing could range from corporal punishment to execution, a matter not to be trifled with. When Gan Ning looked up again, indeed Sun Li's declaration spurred the combatants below to intensify their efforts, with some already bleeding from their lips. Others were even grappling on the ground, rolling and entangled, although Sun Li had ordered soft earth to be laid beneath them. The impact of their falls was still quite painful. They could only emit pained cries to alleviate their bodily suffering. Now these are truly men of flesh and blood, Sun Li thought to himself. His spirits lifted as he praised the valiant warriors below. However, it was a different story for Ganmei, who found herself in a state of heightened tension amidst the bloody spectacle. As the two combatants continued their fierce exchange, one of them exerted force with his foot, sending a stone hurtling towards his opponent. Yet, transforming his fist into an open palm, he struck with such force that the stone veered off course. Heading directly towards Sun Li, and Ganmei, a cacophony of startled shouts erupted, urging Sun Li to evade. But it was Ganmei who, with remarkable quickness, stepped forward, disregarding everything else, placing her arm protectively in front of him. Her expression a mix of terror and determination in that critical moment. A burly man leapt into action, positioning himself before them, drawing his sword, and with a swift motion, severed the stone just as it was about to strike Ganmei. With the threat neutralized, Ganmei's legs turned to jelly, her body softening as she fell into Sun Li's arms. Anxiously, he inquired, "Are you injured?" Ganmei, collapsing in his embrace, was too terrified to utter a word. Yet, she caught sight of the man who had just saved her, noting his robust frame, the definition of his arms, and his long, furrowed brow, his eyes deep and hollow like a tranquil pool. Suddenly, she turned, using Sun Li's arm for support to rise, shaking her head and saying, "I am unharmed, but may I ask if you are hurt, my lord?" Her expression was one of concern for him rather than herself. However, the next moment, Sun Li took her hand, his tone gentle as he said, "Why so foolish? If you had harmed yourself in protecting me, how could I find peace? You are held in the highest regard by the Lord. Your health is of utmost importance. How could I compare myself to you?" Li Holin rushed over, scanning Sun Li for injuries, expressing relief upon finding him unharmed. "I was most alarmed, my lord." The burly man, who had nearly caused disaster with his misstep, was already kneeling, admitting his fault. Sun Li, with a calm demeanor, reassured him, "With you here, I am in good hands." After stating this, he said no more, neither pursuing the matter further, nor commanding him to rise. At that moment, Sun Li grasped Ganmei's hand, feeling its coldness, and asked with concern, "Why is your hand so cold? Are you unwell?" Ganmei replied, "My lord, I may have just been startled. A brief rest will suffice to remedy it." Sun Li turned to address the crowd, his tone steady. "Who was responsible for the earlier incident? Step forward and reveal your name." The guards, filled with eagerness, promptly announced, "My lord, I am Shin Yenji." Sun Li nodded in satisfaction and immediately appointed him as a first-class guard at his side, rewarding him with 300 taels of gold and 150 acres of arable land. Having concluded the matter, Sun Li supported Gan Mei's arm, his voice firm. "I shall escort you home myself." Gan Mei was about to firmly decline, but before she could protest, Sun Li unexpectedly lifted her into his arms in front of everyone. Did I end this situation? She could only wrap one arm gently around his neck, her other hand awkwardly resting on her chest. The attendants following them dared not raise their heads, while only Xin Yinji stole glances from behind. Gan Mei's face flushed a deep crimson as she leaned against Sun Li's chest, shyly murmuring, "My lord, this is rather improper, is it not? Might it invite gossip?" Sun Li snorted coldly, a menacing aura surrounding him. "Who dares? There will be no mercy." Throughout the journey, Gan Mei found it difficult to speak, burying her small head into Sun Li's embrace. Occasionally, she could hear his labored breaths and the sound of their silver ornaments clashing, which somewhat alleviated her tension. That as they passed by attendants, they instinctively lowered their work and bowed to pay their respects to Sun Li, glancing at Gan Mei in his arms without daring to look directly. Afterward, they could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Gan Mei, filled with trepidation, contemplated how to persuade Sun Li to set her down. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Sun Li preemptively asked, "What fragrance do you wear? It is quite enchanting." Gan Mei playfully replied, "My lord, you jest that I spent the night attending to duties in the manor and am now accompanying you. When would I have time to apply perfume?" Sun Li raised his hand slightly, cautious of any misstep on her part, and then smiled. "You possess an ethereal beauty, unlike any worldly woman, in my eyes. Even the finest jade pales in comparison." Upon hearing this, Gan Mei blushed and smiled, leaning further into Sun Li's embrace. Her hair danced in the breeze, brushing against his robes, and they were so close that Gan Mei could feel the rhythm of Sun Li's heartbeat. The servants within the manor, upon seeing Sun Li, instinctively set down their tasks and bowed in greeting. Sun Li acknowledged them with a nod, then carried Gan Mei into the main hall, finally setting her down. He carefully laid her on the bed, treating her as though she were a precious treasure. While outside, the attendants entered the hall, dutifully attending to their duties. As Sun Li turned, he noticed a maid whose attire was slightly different. His gaze momentarily pausing. "You are dressed quite handsomely, unlike the others. Are you serving closely beside Lady Gan?" Mingyu was taken aback, quickly lowering her head and nodding nervously. Sun Li, observing her bashfulness, bade her to raise her head, and she slowly complied. "Having been in your master's service for so long, you have become even more radiant," he complimented with a smile. However, his attention soon shifted to another maid kneeling at the far end. "You, what are you eating?" Upon uttering these words, a palpable tension gripped the atmosphere, thick with impending dread as the crowd collectively held their breath. All eyes turned to Ling Long, who had been deliberately hiding her face but could still be seen with remnants of rose-colored pastries at the corners of her mouth. Ling Long, trembling, swallowed her mouthful, coughed a few times, and stammered, "My lord, having never encountered Sun Li before," she was momentarily struck speechless. Yet, Mingyu interjected indignantly, "My lord, Ling Long is most likely devouring the rose pastries gifted by Lady Gan." Sun Li raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Oh, you servants dare consume Lady Gan's offerings." Sensing Sun Li's rising ire, Gan Mei gently tugged at his sleeve. "My lord, please do not be angry. I rewarded her." Mingyu, with a sarcastic tone, added, "It is hardly a gift from the lady. It is clearly a case of her gluttony. This is not the first time I've caught her." She further accused Ling Long of lamenting her own misfortune and claiming that if she were with Lady Gan, she would not have to endure such troubles. Gan Mei interrupted, frowning, "Mingyu, did my lord ask you to speak? What nonsense are you fabricating?" "It is nothing." Sun Li waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze back to Gan Mei, intertwining their fingers. "Even I am reluctant to see you suffer, yet this maid dares to point fingers at you. That shows a blatant disregard for me." That he then patted Gan Mei's shoulder. "With me here. Let me handle this matter." Sun Li turned his formidable gaze upon Ling Long, delivering a cold command. "Take her away and administer 50 strokes." Thus, amidst Ling Long's desperate wails, she was dragged away by 2 attendants. "These past days, it is I who have allowed you to be bullied. The master has become quite serious. I, the concubine, do not feel wronged." That as Gan Mei spoke, she instinctively glanced outside. That it was now noon, the perfect time for Xun Li to dine. and she wished to invite him to share a meal. Xuanli leaned close to Gan Mei's delicate cheek and reassured her, saying, I have some matters left to attend to. Once I have dealt with them, I shall return to keep you company. As soon as he finished speaking, he departed amidst a chorus of respectful farewells. After Xuanli had gone, the servants once again knelt before Gan Mei. However, rather than congratulating her, it was more a celebration of their own good fortune. As the saying goes, one person ascends, and the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. With their master now favored, none would dare offend them in the future within these halls. Gan Mei presented a few pieces of fine silver as rewards to her servants and instructed Mingyu to attend to her closely. Yet as soon as the curtains of the chamber fell, Gan Mei's expression changed abruptly. I have repeatedly advised you to act with caution before the master. Why do you persist in disregarding my words? Sitting upon the bed, she caressed the pillow, sighing, though Ling Long has shown me disrespect. You could have dismissed her privately. Why bring this matter before the master? I have only recently gained his favor, and now, dining and sharing his bed. What will others think of me? Mingyu, seemingly unfazed, quickly knelt beside Gan Mei and began to massage her legs, cheerfully saying, Madam, why are you so apprehensive? You are now the master's favored one. Who would dare to spread rumors? Gan Mei suddenly recalled Xuanli's words from earlier. With me around, you need not worry that I end the afternoon. Madame Wu and Madame Sun, accompanied by a throng of servants, visited Gan Mei's residence to extend their congratulations. Even the pregnant Madame Li made her first appearance in the main hall to show goodwill towards Gan Mei. The four ladies, seated according to their rank, engaged in casual conversation, while outside, the servants busily transported discarded items away. The maidens tidied the courtyard, replacing old furnishings and removing objects unbefitting Gan Mei's status. Some valuable items were also brought in, which Gan Mei wished to decline, but the messenger returned with the news that it was Xuanli's directive. Thus, she reluctantly accepted that on this day, numerous servants meticulously prepared a banquet to celebrate the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Among Xuanli's wives, aside from Madame Li, who was pregnant, and Madame Zhang, who had suffered an unfortunate fall, the remaining ladies were all present at the table. Many of the ladies had adorned themselves in splendid attire. Fearful of incurring Xuanli's displeasure, the table was laden with an extravagant array of delicacies: Longjing bamboo fungus, phoenix tail fish fins, red plum pearl fragrance, kung pao wild rabbit, bean flour buns, milk dumplings, double flying auspicious dragons, stir-fried field frogs, coriander stuffed squabs, 8 treasure wild duck, Buddha's hand golden rolls, stir-fried squid shreds, golden silk crispy sparrows, auspicious rolls, embroidered ball dried scallops, and stir-fried pearl chicken, totaling 23 exquisite dishes. Fine wines and fresh fruits were also abundantly available. Merely gazing upon the spread was enough to dazzle the senses, let alone tasting the flavors of the dishes. At the high dais of the main hall stood a 9-dragon longevity banquet table, beside which sat Gan Mei, dressed in a pink robe. The shawl and sleeves were of stone blue, adorned with gold and mink trim, while the shoulders and hem were similarly embellished, featuring intricate embroidery of 9 golden dragons interspersed with colorful clouds, and a bright yellow ribbon cascading from the back of the collar, embellished with appropriate jewels. Xuanli occasionally engaged Gan Mei in conversation, sharing trivial family matters that in contrast. Madame Sun's attire was rather plain, consisting of a simple light purple cloud-patterned gown, with minimal gold and silver adornments. Madame Wu, cradling her son Yongqing, stepped forward and knelt at the center of the hall, saying, Your servant wishes to pay respects to the master. Yongqing was clad in a tiny red belly band, his small hands and feet exposed, looking exceedingly adorable. Yet, weariness seemed to have overtaken him, and his eyes were tightly shut. The ladies, upon seeing him, rushed forward to offer praises, though the sincerity of their compliments remained uncertain. Observing this, Xuanli approached with a broad smile, delighting in Yongqing's charming appearance. Noticing the exquisite craftsmanship of the little belly band, he pondered for a moment before inquiring. The embroidery on this belly band is remarkable. The needlework is tucked away in the seams, ensuring it does not harm the child's delicate skin while also exuding a certain elegance. Such skill cannot have originated from the embroidery room, can it? Madame Wu bent down and addressed Madame Sun, saying, Indeed, master, this is the handiwork of Madame Sunday with her deft and loving touch. Madame Sun had devoted herself to Yongqing. Xuanli nodded, turning to Madame Sun to commend. Your talents are truly admirable. I am in awe. Your servant dares not claim such merit. It was merely a small gesture of affection, Madame Sun replied, her cheeks flushed with modesty. Madame Wu continued, Sister, you are too humble. 3 days and nights of sewing hardly amounts to a mere token. As she spoke, she gently patted Yongqing's back, cradling him softly, yet Yongqing remained fast asleep, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding music and chatter. At this age, a child would typically not sleep so soundly, especially amid such noise, yet he lay there in a peculiar slumber. Xuanli observed closely and noticed Yongqing's face was flushed. He swiftly took Yongqing from Madame Wu's arms, gently placing his hand on the child's forehead, only to feel an intense heat radiating from him that he immediately questioned, why is he so feverish? How have you cared for him, mother? Startled, Madame Wu rushed to Xuanli's side, almost spilling the hot soup beside her. She quickly placed her hand upon Yongqing's forehead and limbs, then pressed her palm to his chest to check his heartbeat, noticing it was alarmingly weak. This sent Madame Wu into a panic as she exclaimed, how could this happen? Just this morning, Yongqing was perfectly well. Xuanli, enraged, exclaimed, why do you speak in riddles? What is truly happening? The sudden anger caused Madame Wu to falter, her voice trembling as she stammered, Master, the young master has a blackened tongue, a fever, and has lost consciousness. He is also experiencing severe convulsions. It appears he has suffered from food poisoning. The revelation sent shockwaves through those present, with Ganmei demanding urgently. Yongqing's meals were all tasted by the servants, and he was never alone. How could he possibly be poisoned? Xuanli, furious, pressed for the nature of the poison. Yet Leaf Tianshi, the physician, could not immediately provide an answer, requesting permission from Xuanli to take Yongqing to a side hall for examination. Several young servants followed closely, assisting Leaf Tianshi, and to avoid any delay in preparing the medicine, they brought the cooking stove along. Thus, everyone anxiously awaited in the courtyard while Xuanli nervously rubbed a black-brown bracelet in his hands, his mind racing in turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, a commotion arose from within the hall as Leaf Tianshi emerged briskly, carrying a sandalwood tray covered with a black cloth, leaving everyone wondering what lay beneath. That he knelt before Xuanli and slowly reported, Master, most of the toxins within the young master have been expelled, but some have already penetrated deep into his organs and cannot be eradicated. To know, how could this be? Madame Wu, who had been weeping since Yongqing's entrance into the hall, could no longer contain her emotions upon hearing Leaf Tianshi's words and rushed towards the side hall, crying out, I must see Yongqing. Seeing her reckless behavior, Leaf Tianshi quickly cautioned, Madam, do not panic. Although the toxins have not been entirely cleared, children's blood circulates rapidly. It is likely he will recover shortly. Currently, Physician Zhang is administering acupuncture. If you disrupt him, it could hinder the treatment, which would not be wise. Acupuncture. Madame Wu's mind sank, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, her body weakened, collapsing onto the ground. The maid, witnessing this, rushed forward in an attempt to assist her, only to be unexpectedly pushed away by Madame W. In a flurry, she crawled to Sun Li's feet, clutching at his trousers, her voice tinged with grievance. My lord, Yongqing has fallen victim to treachery and has suffered from this poison. I implore you to seek justice for your concubine. We must apprehend the vile wretch who poisoned him and mete out severe punishment. Seeing the situation escalate, Ganmei called for her attendants to escort Madame Wu to her seat, urging her not to lose her composure before Sun Li. After a prolonged silence, Sun Li's brows furrowed, his voice icy as he inquired, what poison has plagued the young master? Yi Tianshi narrowed his eyes, slowly raising his gaze as he replied candidly, My lord, the young master has been afflicted by the deadly poison known as... As these words left his lips, a wave of shock rippled through the assembly, with groups forming to whisper amongst themselves. The so-called poison is derived from a bird known to bear toxins. Legend has it that the feathers or droppings of this bird, when placed in wine, render it lethally poisonous. That it is said that the jinn is a mythical raptor, larger than an eagle, with a loud and mournful cry, its plumage a deep purple-black, a long neck, and a crimson beak. Its feathers are toxic due to its consumption of various poisons. It is said that merely soaking its feathers in wine transforms it into wine, which is highly lethal and nearly incurable. Sun Li gestured for silence, halting the murmurs, and then posed the question, from whence does this poison originate? Yi Tianxia promptly revealed a red pouch embroidered by Lady Sun, which lay beneath a black cloth on the sandalwood table. Just as Sun Li reached to touch it, Yi Tianxia quickly interjected, "My lord, you must not handle this item. It may pose a grave danger to your life." Below, Lady Sun beheld the gift she had presented, now displayed as evidence before Sun Li, and a sense of unease began to blossom within her. Before Lady Sun could ponder further, Yi Tianxia continued, "My lord, this pouch has been soaked in the feathers of the Jin bird. The liquid is colorless and odorless, which amplifies its lethality, making it difficult to detect. Earlier, Madame Wu mentioned that she took the young master to play in the garden around noon, when the sun was high. The Jin poison, evaporating with the moisture, permeated the fabric. Furthermore, as children have delicate skin and tend to sweat easily, the pouch became damp, allowing the poison to seep into the young master's body, resulting in his affliction." Upon hearing this, the attendees were left in stunned silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Sun Li instructed that the young master be well cared for. Then, in a fit of rage, declared, "Such meticulous plotting! Is this not an attempt to end the young master's life?" With that, Qin Sun cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the already rattled Lady Sunday. After a moment of calm contemplation, Sun Li spoke gravely. "This pouch, did it originate from your hands?" Lady Sun, her expression vacant, felt her heart race with tumultuous emotions, unsure of how to respond to the sudden turn of events. Yet, knowing she could not evade the inquiry, she hastily approached Sun Li, kneeling before him and exclaiming, "My lord, this pouch was indeed crafted by my hand, but I assure you, I had no part in the poison. I truly know nothing." As her words echoed, Madame Wu stormed over, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Lady Sun. "What treachery lies in your heart?" "Lady Sun? Indeed, I spoke harshly that day. Yet my lord has already punished me. I had thought your gift of the pouch to Yongsheng was a gesture of reconciliation. Who would have imagined your heart was so callous as to wish him dead?" Madame Wu's indignation intensified, and she raised her hand as if to strike Lady Sun, but was halted mid-motion by Gan Mei, who grasped her wrist in an effort to quell her anger. "Madame Wu, the lord has yet to speak. Do you not consider your words? Do you dismiss the lord's authority?" With a forceful pull, Madame Wu broke free, pointing an accusing finger at Gan Mei. "You are close with Lady Sun. How can we trust that you are not complicit in this poisoning?" From his elevated position, Sun Li's face flushed with anger as he slammed a hand onto the armrest, directing his ire at Madame Wu. "Enough. I have yet to speak. So why do you chatter incessantly?" Madame Wu immediately silenced herself, retreating to her seat, her face a mask of grievance as she muttered, "My lord, you must stand for me." At that moment, Gan Mei knelt beside the weeping Lady Sun, offering comfort while glancing up at Sun Li with pleading eyes. "My lord, if Lady Sun were truly responsible, would she dare act so brazenly? If her culpability were to be revealed, would she not be burning herself?" Lady Zhao also knelt, echoing Gan Mei's sentiments. "My lord, what Lady Gan says is indeed valid. Lady Sun bears no offspring. Why would she harm the child over a mere word from Madame Wu? Is that not self-defeating?" Sun Li surveyed the tear-streaked face of Lady Sun, resembling a weeping pear blossom, and after a moment of thought, he posed a measured inquiry. "Do not feel aggrieved that if this affair is not of your doing, I shall ensure your innocence is restored. However, you must clarify, if this pouch was indeed crafted by your hand, did it pass through the hands of others?" Gan Mei gently patted Lady Sun's back to ease her, whispering encouragement. "Sister, speak of whatever comes to mind. The Lord will stand for you." Lady Sun wiped her tears, her thoughts muddled and blank, unable to recall events from half a month past. "And my lord, I truly cannot remember, yet I swear this is not my doing." Lady Zhao quickly chimed in, "My lord, this pouch is a testament to Lady Sun's dedication. Each time I visited, she labored tirelessly, stitching and mending day and night. Tell me, what kind-hearted person would harm the young master?" Upon hearing this, Gan Mei retorted coldly, "Are you suggesting that the pouch has only ever been in Lady Sun's possession?" Lady Zhao stammered, clearly realizing her misstep. Sun Li sighed deeply, continuing his inquiry. "In recent days, has anyone entered or exited your chamber?" Lady Sun shook her head. "My lord, during this time, only Lady Gan and Lady Zhao have frequented my side. No one else has been seen." Sun Li scratched his head, contemplating a different approach to his investigation, then turned his gaze to his loyal guard, Dianwei. At once, escort all of Lady Sun's attendants to the dungeon. I wish to extract the truth from their lips. Gan Mei, alarmed, stepped forward. My lord, does that imply you suspect my sister? At this juncture, Lady Zhao leaned slightly forward, her eyes glinting with a cunning light as she spoke slowly. Lady Gan. The lord has no choice but to act thus. Under duress, false confessions are unavoidable. Yet, this situation cannot be without reason. With the young master in a state of unconsciousness, and Madame Wu's maternal instincts aflame. The pouch originating from Lady Sun warrants scrutiny. To uncover the truth and clear Madame Wu's name, we must pry useful information from these attendants. Just then, a maid named Hu Pe, who served closely with Lady Sun, knelt and proclaimed, My lord, to affirm my lady's innocence, I am willing to enter the dungeon. Lady Zhao echoed this sentiment. If Hu Pe, as Lady Sun's personal maid, is willing to endure interrogation in the dungeon, it would surely confirm Lady Sun's innocence. Madame Wu mused, recognizing the maid's audacity in voluntarily seeking imprisonment. Such loyalty to Lady Sun was evident. Therefore, little information could be gleaned from her. Casting her gaze elsewhere, Madame Wu zeroed in on another maid, who trembled and dared not raise her head. The maid seemed suspicious. Perhaps she can reveal something. Sun Li nodded in agreement. The speaker was Wang Shi, Sun Li's newly acquired concubine, who fixed her cold gaze on the maid and cleared her throat. Lady Sun's high standing meant her personal attendants would fear the dungeons. Thus, it would be prudent to employ others without prior acquaintance to execute the interrogation. If they were to endure severe punishment and still remain silent, only then could their words be trusted. That A.S. anticipated, the young maid could no longer contain herself. She suddenly dropped to her knees, bowing deeply, her forehead striking the ground until it bled. That my lord, spare me. I can no longer conceal the truth. I will confess everything. Confess. What will you confess? What do you mean? Lady Sun raised her head, shock evident on her face as she gazed at Jing Mo. Jing Mo turned to Lady Sun, bowing 3 times before her, tears brimming in her eyes. My lady, with the young master in such a state, I dare not withhold the truth any longer. Since you have committed such a heartless act, do not blame me for my disloyalty. Lady Sun felt as though struck by lightning. Jing Mo's unwavering demeanor left her speechless, her face contorting as she croaked out. What do you mean by that? Jing Mo, having fallen silent, knelt once more before Sun Li, saying, My lord, Lady Sun frequently criticizes Lady Wu, feigning friendship while secretly mocking her behind her back. I have advised my young master to treat others with kindness. Yet as she spoke, Jing Mo raised her sleeve and began to weep softly. Beneath her garment, the pale skin bore the marks of a beating with a wrought tan, an alarming sight that evoked sympathy from all present. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Jing Mo's face, she continued, My master remains obstinate, brooding over this matter. Consequently, she crafted a belly band for the young master and secretly procured poison for nefarious purposes. In Chapter 10, The Poisoning, Part 2. As for my master's intention behind acquiring the poison, I am at a loss. Lady Zhao, eyes closed, shook her head and coldly scoffed. You may not know, but my lord and I are well aware. Suddenly opening her eyes, she pointed at Lady Wu below, mockingly exclaiming, Lady Wu, I never imagined you to be so ruthless, not even sparing the young master. Upon seeing the perpetrator of her son's harm before her, Lady Sun wept even more bitterly, her heart wrenched as she cried, My lord, did you hear that? Now, with witnesses and evidence at hand, what excuse can she possibly muster? My lord, such a venomous woman cannot be allowed to remain. Gan Mei felt an ominous shift. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Lady Sunday. Fear and dread gripped her as she was drenched in sweat, a cold breeze passing through, turning her face ashen. Her close maid, Hu Pe, stepped forward and sternly questioned Jing Mo. As the lady's personal maid, it is my duty to handle such matters. Why would they be entrusted to you? Would the lady trust such a grave task to a clumsy fool like you? Moreover, the lady has always treated others kindly. Those who serve in this household can attest to that if you doubt it, summon them for confrontation, and the truth will be revealed. Believe it or not. But I know that betraying the lady will leave me with no path to survival. Death is preferable. Jing Mo declared before suddenly rising and charging toward the nearby large incense burner. The onlookers were taken aback. How dare she act so recklessly before Sun Li? Sun Li waved his hand and sighed. Enough, disperse. What occurred today must not be spoken of outside these walls. Anyone who dares to leak even a whisper will not find mercy. Gan Mei had intended to plead for Lady Sun. But Lady Zhao grasped her wrist, shaking her head in disapproval. As night enveloped the scene. Gan Mei gazed at the retreating figure of Sun Li, her heart heavy with disappointment. Did I end the year 195 AD? The second year of Xingping, on the 1st of May, Cao Cao's gathering of civil and military officials reconvened at the residence to discuss state affairs. This time, the seating arrangement had been altered, with Guojia from Yingchuan positioned beneath Chengyu, yet no objections arose from the civil and military ranks below. Chengyu rose to speak. My lord, according to reports from scouts, chaos reigns in Yuzhou. Lu Yu has fallen at the hands of Gongsun Zan, and Xinyu Fu and others are mustering troops to engage in battle. Yuan Shao's forces are recruiting extensively in Jizhou and Bingzhou, clashing at Baoqiu, while Gongsun Zan has retreated to Yijing to hold his ground. As soon as he finished, Cao Ren anxiously inquired, My lord, when shall we march? My lord, I request to join the battle. The military leaders, including Xiahou Yuan, Eugene, and Lu Jin, all stepped forward to offer their services. Cao Cao remained silent, turning to Sun Li, who was in quiet conversation with Guojia, leaving Chengyu at a loss for how to proceed. Noticing Cao Cao's gaze upon him, Sun Li smiled and said, My lord, I was just discussing troop deployment with Mr. Guo. What? Deploying troops? Chengyu mused inwardly. I just heard you two discussing dinner plans and leisure outings. When did troop deployment come into the conversation? This is utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes lit up. I believe now is the perfect time to march. What is your opinion, sir? 3 days later, Sun Li provided Cao Cao with a definitive response, confidently stating, In 3 days, my lord can dispatch 5 divisions of troops along 3 routes to launch a major offensive against Yenzhou. The 1st Division, led by General Cao Ren, will depart in 3 days to attack Dingtao and slay Wu Zi to aid Yinjun, thus claiming the first victory. The 2nd Division will be commanded by the gifted General Miao Cai, departing in 4 days towards Zhui to eliminate Bu's generals, Shui Lan and Li Feng, cutting off their retreat. Xiahou Yuan inquired, Oh, why are the 2 divisions departing on different days? Does the gentleman not know that speed is of the essence in warfare? If the 1st Division is discovered by the enemy, it would adversely affect the 2nd Division. At that moment, Guojia stood up, declaring, This plan has been thoroughly considered by myself, and R.Xun.as you are all aware. Bu is fierce yet indecisive. His subordinate Qingong has not yet earned his trust. Thus, let us exhaust his forces through their assistance, enticing their main force to engage ours. We will then set an ambush en route to defeat them. And the recovery of Yenzhou will be within our grasp. I see. The 2 divisions must seize the enemy-occupied cities before Bu's forces arrive, then defend those strongholds. I shall obey. Cao Ren and Xiahou Yuan. The 2 commanders responded in unison. Sun Li continued, The 3rd Division will depart 6 days hence for Domyan to vanquish Bu and reclaim Yenzhou. This battle is to be won. Defeat is not an option. Fight! 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 The 3 months of training had ignited the fervor of the warriors beneath, their spirits soaring with the prospect of battle. Under Sun Li's meticulous planning, they prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Bu's forces and reclaim Yenzhou. How could they not give their all? My lord, Sun Li glanced thoughtfully at Cao Cao, saying, I shall accompany the army with my family, stationed in Qinlu. I anticipate this conflict will conclude within a month. So I kindly ask my lord to prepare the promised gold and silver. Instantly, Cao Cao's lips twitched violently. That was a staggering amount of provisions. 100,000 stones of grain, according to current market prices. Acquiring 5,000 stones would cost 5 to 600 gold, making a total of 100,000 stones, an astonishing 5 to 6,000 gold. With a forced smile, Cao Cao replied, Rest assured. I will fulfill my promise to you. But for now, I ask all generals to return to camp to prepare their troops for deployment. Chengyu, please stay behind. The rest may withdraw. Understood. The assembly respectfully bowed before gradually dispersing, including Sun Li, Guojia, and their trusted aides. Only after everyone had left did Chengyu, filled with trepidation, voice his concern. My lord, is there still something unresolved? Zhongda, as you just heard, Sun Li has requested 100,000 stones of grain. This is no small sum, and given our current situation, I simply cannot provide it, Cheng Yu exclaimed incredulously. Are you truly considering acquiescing to him? Chapter 11, The Battle of Dingtao. Indeed, I have agreed to his request, Cao Cao nodded. My lord, such a massive military fund cannot be sourced from ordinary noble families. However, I have heard that when the princes were buried, they were accompanied by vast amounts of gold and jewels. When Dong Zhuo excavated Wenling, nearly 100 carts of treasure were unearthed, a fortune beyond measure. What? Tomb raiding? Cao Cao's eyes widened in disbelief. Cheng Yu, resigned, nodded. My lord, in times of chaos, lives are expendable. This course of action is for the sake of the common folk. We must borrow a bit from our ancestors. Thus, I implore you to prioritize the greater good. After much hesitation, Cao Cao finally resolved, Zhongda, relay my orders to assemble a team of tomb raiders to retrieve wealth. But they must not disturb the remains of the ancestors. Anyone who defies this command shall face military law. Understood. Cheng Yu replied respectfully, with the military operation to attack Yinzhou confirmed and supplies prepared. Cao Cao felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Yet the shadow of war lingered heavily on his mind. This battle for Yinzhou was crucial. He could not afford another failure, should he falter this time. It would spell the end of his rise to power. The following day, soldiers from 5 camps were prepared well before dawn, ready for battle. At Ti Chao Ren's command, the troops set forth in waves, marching resolutely towards their respective objectives. Cao Cao surveyed the map, inquiring, Mr. Sun, what is our purpose in heading to Dongyan? Beima, Puyang, Jui, Dingtao, Dongyan. These cities are all under Elbu's control, forming a defensive line centered around Wanqing, Dongye, and Nanfan. This strategy must undoubtedly be the brainchild of Chen Gong. Otherwise, how could the mere commoner Elbu possess such cunning? However, on the other hand, this move spreads our forces too thin. Moreover, Elbu has not dispatched any prominent generals to establish a stronghold, which leaves us with a fighting chance that we might seize this opportunity to win over the gentry of Yinzhou and execute a counter-surround, catching them off guard. Yet before that, we must tire Elbu, this fierce tiger, compelling him to exhaust his resources during his march, that a man of Elbu's arrogant disposition, lacking in strategy, would surely harbor animosity if he were to realize that we are leading him by the nose all along. When our grand army reaches Dongyan, Elbu, the ferocious tiger, will inevitably be provoked to the utmost, thus luring him in a battle to at that moment. We can set an ambush along the way and defeat him, making the reclamation of Yinzhou a matter of mere convenience. I see. Such talent you possess, sir. I am in profound admiration. Sun Li steadied his thoughts and spoke solemnly. In truth, Elbu is quite manageable. If it comes to a duel between warriors, it is likely that no one in the world could rival Elbu. Hence, my suggestion is that if Elbu is determined to break through, we could create an opening on the Western Front during the clash of armies, allowing him to retreat toward Shuzhou. What did you just say? This statement left Cao Cao utterly astounded, with even Guojia and Cheng Yu feeling a chill run down their spines. Yet, contrary to their apprehensions, Sun Li relaxed his brow, his expression calming somewhat, that if that is the case, then surely Tao Qian of Shuzhou will not remain idle. That my lord, consider this. If Tao Qian were to perish, would not Yuan Shu from Huainan march his forces to seize Shuzhou? Furthermore, Sun Ce from Jiangdong is also eyeing Xiapi, and he has dispatched generals Gan Ning and Zhou Tai to occupy Xiakou, casting their sights on Jing and Xiang counties. But who could have foreseen that the gentry of Shuzhou had already established private ties with Liu Bei, should the lord of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, meet his end? They would undoubtedly support Liu Bei's ascension. Liu Bei is known for his benevolence and kindness towards the populace, and he commands a righteous army, having earned the gratitude of the people of Shuzhou. Thus, his advance into Shuzhou to become the governor is an unavoidable reality. Furthermore, Elbu is not one to be content with the status quo. Upon arriving in Shuzhou, he will surely change masters within half a year. By then, our eastern campaign against Shuzhou will be far easier than allowing Liu Bei to defend it. Sun Li stroked his chin, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Cao Cao exclaimed in disbelief, urgently questioning, how can this be possible? Liu Bei is already the governor of Yuzhou. How could he still advance into Shuzhou? Moreover, if El Bu were to flee to Shuzhou, he would be a mere guest in another's home. How could he turn against them? How certain are you of this? Sun Li shook his head with a smile. My lord, this is not a matter of certainty. It is simply the truth that I can assure you that within a month, Tao Qian will undoubtedly perish at that time. Mi Zhu will invite Liu Bei to lead his forces to Shuzhou. The HMM, in response to Sun Li's confidence. Cao Cao merely nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 days later, Cao Ren led the first wave of troops, totaling 30,000, to commence the battle in Jin. Cao Ren, astute and resourceful, with his valiant soldiers, swiftly captured 3 cities within a day, seizing half of the territory. His forces advancing towards Tao City, nearly encircling it, that El Bu had no time to notify Qinggong and was compelled to make a unilateral decision, marching his troops towards Jin. After several days of fierce battle, Dingtao City ultimately fell to the Chao army, with the head of the city as commander displayed atop the city gate. Chao Hong followed closely behind Cao Ren, his face etched with fury, inquiring, Brother, we have occupied Dingtao City for 2 days. Why has El Bu's army not arrived? Could it be that Sun Li miscalculated? Does El Bu's army truly intend to abandon Dingtao City? Cao Ren uncertainly shook his head. I cannot say for sure. Sun Li's prediction should be accurate, right? After all, our Lord holds him in high regard. Chao Hong stepped forward, clenching his fists. It is precisely the Lord's excessive trust in him that is troubling. All military decisions have been left to his sole discretion, and even during this grand battle, he has established the strategies, disregarding the importance of you and me, his brothers, that if El Bu's army fails to show today, I shall personally behead this Sun Li. Cao Ren shared Chao Hong's dissatisfaction with Sun Li. Had it not been for Cao Cao's appreciation of Sun Li's talents, he would have already dealt with him. Just then, a cloud of smoke and dust billowed from the southwest. A multitude of iron cavalry bearing down upon the city, their momentum as unstoppable as a swarm of locusts. Chapter 12. The fall of Zhu, the banner emblazoned with El's character broke through the haze. Stirring upon the grasslands, that El Bu, mounted on his steed Red Hair, could not have anticipated that under the leadership of Cao Ren and Chao Hong, the Chao army would sweep through his rear stronghold. Dingtao City. This news rapidly spread across the plains, and upon hearing it, El Bu was left in utter shock, nearly losing grip of his Fangdianhua halberd. What? The Chao army has suddenly appeared on the plains? They have swept aside the defenders of Dingtao City. The head of the city's commander has been severed and hung at the city gate. The series of incredulous tidings continued to flood in, and they recognized that the winds of change were upon them. El Bu, all alone, stood valiantly beneath the city gate, raising his Fangdianhua halberd in a fit of rage. Chao thief, how dare you attack my city while my forces remain unprepared? If you possess the courage, dare to emerge from the city and face me in combat. Cao Ren scoffed. El Bu, once you were a mighty general who instilled fear in Luoyang, yet you murdered your adoptive father Ding Yuan for the sake of a single horse. Truly a disgrace for our kind. Now, while we press our campaign against Yanzhou, you resort to sneaking an attack on my forces. A cowardly act indeed. That El Bu, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury that he had placed all his hopes on the 20,000 troops stationed at Jiyue. Believing that if Li Feng were to return with those soldiers, victory would surely belong to them. The sudden incursion of the Chao army into Dingtao City must have been an opportunistic strike. As long as his reinforcements arrived, a splendid turnaround was entirely feasible. Yet, El Bu's thoughts were nothing but a jest. The 20,000 soldiers led by Li Feng and Zhang Lan were embroiled in bloody combat, utterly unable to lend El Bu assistance. What awaited El Bu was not the return of his army, but a more profound despair that, of course, El Bu was still unaware of the situation unfolding with Li Feng. General, at that moment, Zhang Liao hastily rode up from the rear, his face betraying his deep concern and anxiety. That El Bu turned in confusion. When Yuan, what brings you here? Did I not assign you to escort supplies? In truth, El Bu had already surmised the gravity of the situation. Zhang Liao's urgent arrival signified that something significant had transpired. Perhaps Li Feng's forces had suffered total annihilation, which would be catastrophic. The very thought of a defeat on the front line sent El Bu's heart racing, his expression growing increasingly anxious. General. Observing the change in El Bu's demeanor, Zhang Liao understood his worries. That he clasped his hands and reported, I have just received word from the rear. Li Qian has rallied the local gentry of Cheng County and, in tandem with Chao Army General Xiahou Yuan, is mounting a fierce assault on Jue. Elbu cast a furious glance at Chao Ren atop the city wall before turning away. Relay my command to the troops. The entire army must immediately return to Jue for reinforcement. I can only hope that Li Feng and Xuelan can hold out for a while longer, not disappointing my expectations until my arrival. Indeed, distance is now our greatest obstacle. However, it must be noted that Li Feng and Xuelan command 20,000 troops. In addition to 15,000 infantry, they have 5,000 cavalry from Xiliang. These are the elite forces under Elbu's command, having followed him through countless campaigns and achieving remarkable victories. Surely, they cannot falter so easily. Nevertheless, Elbu's army had marched tirelessly from Qinlu to Dingtao City, covering hundreds of miles, and now they were weary and worn. Chao Ren atop the city wall let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, Sun Li is truly a man of foresight. Barring any unforeseen events, Elbu must be leading his forces towards Jue by the time they arrive. General Xiahou will likely have taken Jue, leaving Elbu with no means to advance or retreat. Chao Hong, however, could not remain still. What shall we do now, brother? Are we to remain at the city gate indefinitely? Chao Ren shook his head, producing a silk pouch from within his robes, smiling. This is a clever stratagem that Sun Li entrusted to me before we set forth. We shall open it after Elbu's forces retreat from Dingtao City. It contains our detailed battle plans for the next phase of our campaign, that in swift succession. Chao Ren unsealed the pouch, gazing at the rows of inscribed characters. An overwhelming sense of awe washed over him. The powers of Sun Li were truly beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Suddenly, with a flourish of his robe, Chao Ren solemnly addressed Chao Hong. Chao Hong, heed my command. You are to promptly organize an army of 10,000 troops and march to Dongjun by tomorrow. The local magnate, the Tian family of Puyang, has defected, and it is imperative that you reclaim all of Dongjun. What? You wish to send me? Chao Hong responded, somewhat bewildered. This is the intention of Master Sun. I shall lead the remaining forces to garrison Jin to prevent the Elbu army from supporting Dongjun. Should you succeed in capturing Dongjun, the Elbu faction will suffer a crippling blow. At that point, who could possibly contend with us brothers for the title of the foremost general? Understood. Chao Hong replied with a salute, that in a mere 5 days, the Elbu faction's hold on Dingtao fell. While the defending forces in Jue were embroiled in bloody combat, losing all contact with Dongjun in the Elbu encampment. Within the central tent, the commanders sat dejectedly, devoid of any fighting spirit. What awaited them was not hope, but a deeper despair. The distance from Jue to Elbu's position was not great, yet the bloodied cavalry of Xiliang fled in disarray towards the Elbu camp. They were the remnants returning from the battlefield of Jue. With 20,000 troops, it was impossible for Xiahou Yuan's forces to annihilate them entirely. Even if they were akin to 20,000 pigs, it would take 10 days to catch them all. Moreover, these soldiers were mounted on swift steeds, making their escape not particularly surprising. As long as they were not pursued by the iron cavalry of Chao, they would not be overtaken. Furthermore, the fleeing soldiers were equipped with long spears, swords, and steeds, ensuring they would not starve on their journey. After seizing food from the passing populace, they endured a grueling trek before finally returning to their homeland. Chen Gong surveyed the battle reports submitted by various camps. His brow furrowed in concern. It is chaos. Absolute chaos. How dare they turn against us at this juncture? Zhang Miao exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Once, the gentry of Yinzhou welcomed Elbu into the city, and he treated them favorably. Yet now, so many have defected to By mid-May. As Sun Li had foreseen, the governor of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, indeed passed away from illness in the dilapidated town of Xiaopei. Chapter 13. Liu Bei takes command of Shuzhou. Within a crumbling abode hung the plaque of the provincial governor of Yuzhou. Liu Bei sat in the main seat, his countenance dimmed. Gentlemen, I have just received news that Shuzhou's governor, Tao Qian, has died. Yuan Shu has led his army to the gates of Xiaopei, and Sun Ce has raised troops to attack Guangling. Now, Yuan Long and Zizhong have sent word, urging me to lead an army to Donghai County and assume the title of Shuzhou governor. What are your thoughts on this matter? Among the assembly, Guan Yu seemed to grasp a lifeline, speaking eagerly. Elder brother, previously, Tao Qian summoned you thrice to oversee military and political affairs in Shuzhou. Yet you declined each time. Now that he has passed, if we can secure Shuzhou, the revival of the Han dynasty is within reach. Elder brother, what the second brother says is correct. This is the perfect opportunity for us to take Shuzhou. If we let this chance slip by, it may never return. Zhang Fei chimed in excitedly. Witnessing this, Chen Kun rose to offer counsel. My lord, in my opinion, Yuan Shu currently controls a significant portion of Runan. Boasting a formidable army, that if we advance eastward to Shuzhou now, we will inevitably clash with him. Given our current strength, we are no match for Yuan Shu. Furthermore, with Cao Cao and Elbu engaged in battle around Yenzhou, should either side falter, they will likely retreat to Shuzhou. Our immediate priority should be to train our troops, consolidate our military supplies, and reclaim Yuzhou. However, Liu Bei resolutely countered. That is out of the question. The people of Shuzhou have suffered greatly since the onset of chaos. We cannot betray Tao Qian's trust any longer. After the turmoil in Shuzhou, Xiahou Yuan successfully captured Jiyue, nearly annihilating the defending forces. Under Chen Gong's advisement, Elbu dared not delay further, rapidly gathering the remaining troops and heading towards Dongyan. A day later, at Dongyan, 50 miles southwest, within the command tent of the Chao army, Chen Yu reported respectfully, My lord, the latest battle report indicates that Jin has been reclaimed by General Chao Run, and General Chao Hong leads 10,000 elite soldiers towards Dongjun. It is expected that the Tian family will assist in the recovery of Dongjun. And Jiyue has fallen under General Xiahou Yuan's control, with all resisting defenders eradicated. Thus, our three armies have successfully completed the encirclement of Elbu's forces. Cao Cao called out to Sun Li. The morale of Elbu's troops has shattered. Our next plan is to annihilate the remaining forces of Elbu. Sun Li sipped his tea before rising, speaking calmly. My lord, we are currently situated in Chang'e, approximately 45 miles from Dongyan. Therefore, I urge you to dispatch scouts to gather intelligence that if Elbu and Chen Gong are seen in conjunction, we should send out the vanguard to challenge them. Of course, our goal is not to completely eradicate Elbu, but rather to drive him into the city of Shuzhou. Liu Bei has now taken control of Shuzhou, overseeing all military and political matters within the city. Yuan Shu and Sun Su are also contending for Guangling and Xiapi. If we allow Elbu into Shuzhou now, it will only prolong the formation of a dominant power in Shuzhou. Cao Cao nodded in agreement, then surveyed the assembly. Who among you dares to lead troops in a battle? Xiahou Dun glanced around, finally steeling his resolve and stepping forward. I humbly request to lead 5,000 troops to confront Elbu. Though Sun Li understood that Xiahou Dun was no match for Elbu, he placed his hopes on him and instructed, General Xiahou, your aim in this engagement with Elbu is to retreat, not to achieve victory. Simply draw Elbu's army towards the vicinity of Jingxing, and I shall set an ambush there. If Elbu retreats, you will have rendered a great service. Understood. Xiahou Dun accepted the command without further ado, knowing that how well he performed in this battle would be crucial to securing the position of foremost general. Since the arrangements have been made, I bid the generals to return to their camps and prepare for battle. Cao Cao declared, fully aware that with Chen Gong absent from Elbu's side, the latter lacked strategic counsel. Even the 2,000 elite soldiers from Jiyue had perished. What could possibly prevent the collapse of morale? It was likely that internal dissent had already begun to fester within Elbu's camp, ready to strike at any moment, which would undoubtedly aid Cao Cao in his forthcoming governance of the grasslands. After the generals withdrew, Cao Cao privately retained Sun Li and Guijia. Cao Cao met Sun Li's gaze, his voice grave. Master Sun, this battle is of paramount importance, determining whether we can reclaim the city of Yenzhou. Should we achieve a resounding victory, we can return to Chenlu. However, if we fail, our chances of rising again will be extinguished, and you may find service with other lords. The thought of his carefully cultivated domain being destroyed in an instant sent a shiver through Cao Cao. My lord, there is no need for concern, that we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this battle. Sun Li had already devised countless strategies for this engagement. Even if some errors were to occur, they would not significantly alter the overall outcome. After all, who could have anticipated that Sun Li was a time traveler, possessing intricate knowledge of the entire Three Kingdoms saga? In his previous life, Cao Cao had successfully captured Yenzhou without Sun Li's assistance. Now, With Sun Li's backing, seizing Yinzhou would be a mere formality. Sun Li gathered his thoughts and inquired, "My lord, what course of action do you propose for the learned men of Yinzhou?" Alas, Cao Cao sighed heavily, lacking the courage to face what lay ahead. Cao Cao was acutely aware that the chaos within the Han dynasty stemmed from the gentry's dominance, causing immense suffering among the populace. Yet to rise, he must rely on the influence of these very clans. Sun Li's expression grew grave. If the underlying issues are not resolved, the common people will never find peace, and the regime we painstakingly establish will ultimately collapse. Will all our efforts then be for naught? Cao Cao's demeanor turned serious. Master Sun, we must not act in haste regarding this matter. Sun Li chose not to elaborate further, as he understood the formidable resistance they would face from the gentry. The following day, a martial competition commenced under the watchful eyes of the masses. The first duel featured two generals from Cao Cao's ranks, Xiahou Dun and Lujie In the expansive square. The two stood face to face, silently exchanging glances over several rounds. Lu Jin wielded a massive, snow-white longsword, draped in silver armor, his imposing figure radiating an aura of ironclad resolve. Xiahou Dun brandished a spear, his armor billowing with a gust of grace. Chapter 14. The Duel. Are you ready? I can hardly wait to engage you in a breathtaking battle. Lu Jin lowered his voice and remarked, "It seems you possess great confidence in victory." To this, Xiahou Dun responded with a tone of indifference, though his eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. The two slowly commenced their battle. Initially, their movements were languid, as if they were indulging in a playful game. Then, in an instant, their actions transformed into a flurry of rapid strikes. Leveraging his experience, Lu Jin swiftly sidestepped Xiahou Dun's initial assault. Unfazed, Xiahou Dun immediately concealed himself behind Lu Jin, brandishing his dagger and spear, poised to deliver a lethal blow. However, Lu Jin refused to be relegated to a defensive stance like Xiahou Dun. With a graceful flick of his long sword, he adeptly evaded Xiahou Dun's attacks through a combination of agility and precision, simultaneously employing his skills to slice at Xiahou Dun's body time and again. Yet Xiahou Dun did not surrender entirely. His fluid footwork and cat-like agility provided him with robust support as he adapted to the rhythm of the battle. As the conflict intensified, both warriors grew increasingly focused. They alternated between offense and defense, occasionally exposing vulnerabilities, captivating the soldiers around them. The spectators found themselves irresistibly drawn into the atmosphere of combat, as if they were participants themselves. Their emotions fluctuating between exhilaration and contemplative silence. That as time passed, Xiahou Dun began to feel fatigue and the toll on his body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jin unleashed a ferocious strike with his sword, revealing a moment of lethal intent. While an ordinary person might have collapsed in agony, Xiahou Dun displayed superhuman skill and resolve. Not only did he evade the sword's assault, but he also retaliated instantly, plunging his weapon deep into Lu Jin's chest. This brief breakthrough astonished all present, for they understood that the outcome hinged on this moment. Yet, Lu Jin was not engulfed by despair. He held his head high, gritting his teeth against Xiahou Dun's dagger strikes, countering with his own techniques. The crowd was left in awe of their combat prowess, as both warrior spirits ignited, seemingly proving to all that belief renders the impossible achievable. Xiahou Dun continued to employ his unique attacking style, while Lu Jin patiently awaited his opponent's misstep. Ultimately, Xiahou Dun's attack went awry, and Lu Jin seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The sword danced with an unexpected elegance, while the dagger darted with astonishing swiftness, their blades gleaming with an otherworldly light, resembling divine weapons. That moment, the clash of dagger and sword resulted in an unforeseen collision, followed by an extraordinary explosion. The soldiers gasped in astonishment, erupting in a thunderous applause. Both warriors retreated, their weapons rendered unusable. In the center of the battlefield, Sun Li could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Generals, we are witnessing a magnificent duel. Your skills and courage have forged a remarkable bond among us." Then, Xiahou Dun knelt, his voice heavy with exhaustion. After such a grueling contest, he lacked the strength to stand. And amidst the blood that covered him, he lamented, "I have lost." Lu Jin slowly crouched down, setting aside his sword, and he retrieved a cloth to wipe the blood from his body, despite having just concluded a fierce battle. There was no trace of bitterness between them. On the contrary, a profound mutual understanding and sympathy had blossomed. Ultimately, the two stood upright, united in the center of the battlefield, raising their hands in celebration of victory before all the soldiers present. Following this confrontation, they transformed into the best of friends, reminiscing about their splendid battle experience while reflecting on the deeper stories and meanings of life. It seemed as though the fight was merely a testament to their worth. For the true essence lay not in victory or defeat, but in the almost equal relationship they had forged with their adversary. As the duel resumed, a scout galloped to Cao Cao's side. Breathless, and reported, "My lord, I have just received news that the vanguard of Elbu's forces has arrived at Dongnian, with Chen Gong and Zhang Miao leading their army closely behind. They are expected to enter the city today." Sun Li, without hesitation, advised, "My lord, we must not allow Elbu's forces any respite, for it would prove detrimental to our army." Cao Cao, pondering the matter briefly, commanded, "Xiahou Dun, heed my orders. Lead 2,000 troops to Dongnian to challenge them, ensuring Elbu's forces are drawn toward Jingxing. At that moment, I will have Lu Jin and Yu Jin set an ambush there. If we achieve victory, you shall receive the honor." "Yes," Xiahou Dun replied eagerly. Once Xiahou Dun departed, Cao Cao continued, "Lu Jin, Yu Jin, Dian Wei, you three shall command 20,000 elite troops to Yinzhou. When Elbu's forces venture out of the city, you will advance to Jingxing and annihilate the enemy there. Reclaiming Yinzhou is within our grasp." "Understood." The three generals bowed in acknowledgement. Soon, 20,000 elite troops assembled in an orderly and solemn manner at the eastern city gates training ground. With a command from Lu Jin, the army marched toward Jingxing, exuding an air of authority. After half a day's march, the majority of Chao's forces reached the vicinity of Jingxing. Lu Jin reined in his horse before Cao Cao's carriage and respectfully stated, "My lord, we have arrived at Jingxing. What shall be our next course of action?" Cao Cao lifted the carriage curtain and replied gravely, "This area is narrow and elongated, making it conducive for ambushes. Chen Gong will undoubtedly notice, so I implore you to lead the army to defeat Elbu. That if we can eliminate Elbu's main forces, capturing Yinzhou will be effortless. Quickly position your troops on the hillside and lay sulfur and nitrate along the enemy's likely path. Once Elbu's army crosses this point, let the arrows serve as the signal to launch a full-scale assault, but remember, do not directly engage Elbu." "Understood." Cao Cao then called for Eugene. "Wenze, you shall personally lead 5,000 troops to ambush the southern region of Anlin. When Elbu's forces retreat, you will charge forth and cut off his escape route, aside from Elbu. The rest may be slain." Sun Li expressed satisfaction with Cao Cao's strategy, saying, "My lord, Elbu commands two fierce generals, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, both of whom possess unparalleled bravery. During the battle, it would be best to capture them. I could attempt to persuade them to serve you." Upon hearing this, some officers present glared at Sun Li with deep resentment. They had invested immense effort to vie for the position of the foremost general, and the prospect of other martial leaders competing for that title only compounded their challenges. Cao Cao, however, trusted Sun Li's words, recognizing that Elbu's formidable generals would be invaluable if they could be subdued. It would be akin to having an army of 100,000 at one's disposal. Thus, Cao Cao drew his Qinggang sword and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, whoever can capture Zhang Liao and Gao Shun alive shall be rewarded with 5,000 taels of gold and 50 fine horses, and will achieve great merit in the battle to reclaim Yinzhou." As night fell, Xiahou Dun personally led his troops to the base of Dongnian, where hundreds of catapults stood in formation, ready to unleash their thunderous roar. Zhang Liao, Chen Gong, Gao Shun, and others ascended the city walls, their soldiers with strong bows and crossbows aimed at the enemy below. Elbu, who had just lain down, was roused by his soldiers and, in a hurry, donned his armor, joining the others atop the walls to survey the army just 100 paces away. Amidst the rising tension, Xiahou Dun brandished a heavy broadsword, charging into the fray, proclaiming, "Chen Gong, Zhang Miao, our lord has treated you generously, yet you betray him and assist the tyrant, seizing our empty city for yourselves, that if you wish to live, quickly open the city gates. I may spare your lives." No one responded from the city tower, prompting Xiahou Dun to continue his taunts. "Elbu, are you not known as the world's mightiest warrior? Why do you not dare to open the gates and face me? Do you wish to be a coward? Once my lord arrives at Chenlu, I shall raise your treacherous kin. Furious, El Bu snapped, turning to Zhang Liao. When Yuan, bring me my Fong Tianji and red hair. I will personally slay this insolent brat. Otherwise, my heart will remain unappeased. Since Xiao Chao has already led his troops to Chenlu, I shall present Xiahou Dun's head to him. Zhang Liao attempted to dissuade El Bu, but seeing the bloodlust in his eyes, he realized El Bu was resolute in his vow to not return until he had slain his enemy, that he descended the city tower, bringing out red hair and his halberd. While the defenders prepared for battle, warriors, follow me into battle. With El Bu's command, countless iron cavalry unleashed a terrifying aura upon the land. Despite their exhaustion from recent bloodshed, they became invigorated under El Bu's leadership. Their spirits soaring to El Bu. Xiahou Dun is here. Come and meet your demise. Xiahou Dun appeared outwardly calm, but within, a surge of dread and fear welled up that El Bu's prowess was widely acknowledged throughout the three kingdoms. None could match him, that El Bu raised his halberd and sneered, "You ruffian, did you not claim you wished to fight me to the death? Then come forth, retreat." In the next moment, Xiahou Dun raised his arm and called out, prompting the cavalry behind him to collectively turn their horses around and retreat towards the rear. Aside from his fear of El Bu, he was also considering the safety of his soldiers. After all, the 5,000 troops under his command were utterly insignificant in the face of El Bu's Shiliang iron cavalry. "Lord, the enemy is retreating. We should withdraw as well," Zhang Liao urged as he rode forward. "No. Follow me in a battle and annihilate the enemy." El Bu thundered in fury that he was convinced that Xiahou Dun's retreat led directly to Ji and that there were no main forces behind him, making their destruction a simple task. That on the city walls, Zhang Miao, Su Si, and others watched the scene with mocking expressions. Zhang Chao chuckled, saying, "Brother, it seems that Xiahou Dun is merely a figure of empty reputation. He was just boasting, but the moment Lord Wen appeared, he was so frightened that he lost his nerve and dared not challenge him. It appears that Cao Cao is destined for defeat in this battle." "You speak true. In the end, Cao Cao will surely be like a stray dog." Zhang Miao waved his hand dismissively and added, "Dongyan is a crucial military stronghold for our army. Its treacherous terrain is designed to prevent them from retreating to Shuzhou or Yuzhou. Yet I never anticipated that Cao Cao would be so reckless as to send a simpleton with 5,000 troops to attack, that he truly does not deserve the title of governor of Yinzhou." "Wait, what did you just say? 5,000 troops?" Chun Gong exclaimed in shock, his mind reeling and cold sweat breaking out on his back. Cao Cao is a formidable figure of his time. How could he possibly be unaware of the number of troops stationed at Dongyan? Either there is an ambush ahead, or he intends to delay El Bu while personally leading his main army to attack Chenlu. Regardless of which is true, if successful, it would deliver a devastating blow to El Bu's faction. In his anxiety, Chen Gong commanded, "Generals, quickly gather your troops and follow me out of the city, that if Cao Cao has not personally led his army, we should seize the opportunity to reclaim Ji. If he has truly set an ambush, then we must support our lord. Should anything happen to him, those present will have no way to escape." Understood. Thus, a pursuit ensued, with Xiahou Dun leading his troops in a desperate flight to draw El Bu's forces away. Their soldiers, having rested, were not overly fatigued. Although El Bu's army consisted of iron cavalry, they were already weary, and aside from catching a few isolated soldiers from Chao's ranks, they gained little advantage as night fell. Chun Gong's anxiety deepened. Upon entering Jingxing, they faced treacherous mountain paths stretching for hundreds of miles. Zhang Chao casually remarked, "Ahead lies the narrow pass that if Lord Wen blindly pursues, he may fall into Chao's trap." Chun Gong decisively ordered, "Sound the retreat." Instantly, a resounding call echoed across the plains, but the shouts and roars of the soldiers drowned it out. Zhang Liao reined in his horse, gazing anxiously at the mountainous terrain. "My lord, this landscape is perilous and ripe for ambush that in my humble opinion, we should refrain from chasing. Let us wait for the main forces of Gongtai to arrive." El Bu's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "No, I will not withdraw until Xiahou Dun is slain today. If Cao Cao arrives, it will be perfect. I shall take his head to show the world. My lord." Zhang Liao, filled with rage, was convinced this was a ruse by Cao Cao. Allowing their troops to advance would only lead to their demise, as the two argued. Xiahou Dun had already led his troops into the mountain paths. Cao Cao smiled with satisfaction. Elbu has indeed fallen into our trap. Prepare the troops for battle and cut off the enemy's retreat. Chapter 16. The great defeat of Elbu, Sun Li turned to Dian Wei beside him and said, Dian Wei, when the battle begins, you shall confront Elbu that I wish to see just how formidable the world's greatest warrior truly is. This way, when I encounter Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others in the future, I will have a clear understanding. As Sun Li anticipated, Zhang Liao ultimately could not dissuade but Elbu charged into the mountain path like a tiger descending from the mountain, followed closely by his personal guards, seeing that the majority of the enemy had entered the mountain pass. Lu Jin bellowed in fury, lighting torches on both sides of the mountain. What followed was a barrage of arrows that descended upon Elbu's army like stars, filling the air with smoke and fire. Not good. There are ambushers. Retreat. Voices of panic erupted from Elbu's ranks, plunging the soldiers into chaos as arrows rained down upon them. That the commander of the three armies, Elbu, remained calm, ordering, relay my command. The rear guard shall become the front guard, and we will exit the valley. However, before they could retreat, Chao's soldiers surged down from both sides, crashing into the already disordered ranks of Elbu's army. The clash of battle cries and wails resonated. The fighting had barely begun, yet it already reached a fever pitch. Dian Wei charged down from the left slope, wielding his dual halberds from behind. Su Chu shouted loudly, General Dian Wei, Elbu possesses great strength that I nearly lost to him in a 30-round duel. Let us follow Sun's advice and join forces against him. Perhaps we can bring him down together. No need. I shall face him alone in an instant. Dian Wei had reached the foot of the slope, confronting Elbu's death warriors. With fierce determination in his eyes, Dian Wei bellowed kill. His gleaming halberd swung mercilessly at the enemies, cleaving through them as if they were mere tofu. The next moment, countless foes lay sprawled in pools of blood. Dian Wei did not halt his advance, charging like a ferocious tiger through the enemy lines until he soon found Elbu's standard. Elbu gripped the reins of his steed, the red hair snorting loudly, and coldly remarked, You are a warrior under Cao Cao. Dian Wei stood firm, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, and replied grimly, I am Dian Wei, commander of the Tiger Guards under Sun Li. Elbu's gaze flickered with disdain as he nonchalantly replied, Oh, it is an honor for you to die beneath my halberd. Come, prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Dian Wei charged forward to Elbu, having faced numerous generals, possessed a clear understanding of their collective strength. Thus, even in battle, he did not dare to underestimate his opponents. He loosened his grip on the reins, allowing his steed to gallop forth, trampling through the fallen corpses. That Elbu wielded his halberd with ease, as if riding with a brush, creating no sense of overwhelming pressure. Yet Dian Wei, perceiving the gravity of the situation, tightened his grip on his halberds, crossing them defensively before attempting to counterattack with his momentum. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed across the heavens, sparks scattering in all directions. In that instant, Elbu's terrifying combat prowess was revealed. The force of his strike left Dian Wei's arms numb, and even his steed came to an abrupt halt. What tremendous strength! Dian Wei exclaimed inwardly, realizing that Elbu was indeed not a foe one could easily overcome. Remarkable, you managed to withstand my previous blow. Amidst the chaos, Xiahou Dun suddenly charged back with his troops, catching the enemy off guard. Seizing the opportunity while Dian Wei and Elbu clashed fiercely, Xiahou Dun shouted, Relay my command. All troops must immediately locate Zhang Liao's battle standard. We must capture him alive today. Simultaneously, generals like Lu Jin, Eugene, Li Jian, and Chao Ren led their personal guards into the fray. As more and more soldiers from Chao's army joined the battle, Elbu's forces found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Although Zhang Liao fought valiantly, facing 100 foes single-handedly, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Gradually, Zhang Liao began to tire, hoping that Elbu would soon dispatch Dian Wei and return to assist him. However, to his surprise, he found himself encircled by 4 or 5 enemy standards before he even realized it. When he finally took stock of his surroundings, he discovered that only a little over 100 of his men remained, surrounded by thousands of foes, with the enemy's flags looming ominously before him. Zhang Liao, allow me, Xiahou Yuanrang, to be your opponent. At that moment, Xiahou Dun burst forth from the throng, his face alight with excitement. However, the likes of Eugene and Lejean were less than pleased. After all, Xiahou Dun had successfully drawn El Bu's forces away and achieved a significant feat if he were to capture Zhang Liao alive. He would undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost general, and they would hardly accept that. What? Zhang Liao exclaimed in bewilderment. Why is everyone coming for me? Outside the mountain path, the troops led by Qin Gong had also arrived. Yet upon hearing the earth-shattering cries of battle within, none dared to venture into the fray. They were acutely aware that the number of Chao's soldiers inside was unknown, and feared that should they enter, they would surely meet a grave fate. Just as Qin Gong found himself in a quandary, Gao Shun unsheathed his sword and approached him, urgently stating, "I implore you, sir, to issue a command at once, allowing us to charge into the valley to rescue the general, that if anything were to happen to him, we too would fall victim to Cao Cao's wrath, for we are indeed traitors." Qin Gong nodded, recognizing the validity of Gao Shun's words, and thus commanded, "General Gao Shun, you shall lead 5,000 elite soldiers at the forefront. Your sole objective is to rescue Fengxian. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Zhang Chao and Zhang Miao, you two shall follow closely with your respective troops, and once Gao Shun has rescued Fengxian, you must hold off the enemy forces that you command," with the orders given. Gao Shun selected 5,000 of the most valiant soldiers and surged into the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, Dian Wei found himself increasingly overwhelmed. His combat experience paled in comparison to El Bu's. Though his strength was formidable, he ultimately stood at a different tier. The waning power left him in a constant state of peril. That in this critical moment, Su Chu galloped forth. "General Dian Wei, you should withdraw and rest. Allow me to face him." And no sooner had he spoken than a cloud of dust billowed from the rear of Chao's army, as a cavalry unit of 5,000 elite soldiers charged boldly into the ranks, swiftly tearing a gap through the enemy lines, causing surrounding Chao soldiers to fall. To El Bu brandished his halberd, effortlessly repelling Su Chu, and bellowed, "Relay the order. All troops must immediately retreat towards the gap at the rear. Do not engage in a fierce battle with Chao's forces." That moment, El Bu did not follow the retreat. Instead, he galloped toward the direction where Zhang Liao was besieged. He had been momentarily delayed by the fierce Dian Wei. Otherwise, he would have already come to Zhang Liao's aid. The banners had confirmed that Zhang Liao was indeed encircled by several of Chao's generals. Nevertheless, El Bu charged forward with unwavering resolve, his brow furrowed with fury. For Zhang Liao was his trusted subordinate. How could he abandon him? "Do not fear, Wen Yuan. El Bu comes to assist you." El Bu's roar echoed mightily. Dian Wei and Su Chu also rushed to join him. Within the entire Chao army, it was only these two who could temporarily withstand El Bu's onslaught. "The general has come to our rescue. Let us withdraw." In the next moment, Zhang Liao raised his weapon with fervor, his gaze resolutely fixed on El Bu. "Retreat. The entire army withdraw from the mountain path." El Bu turned his steed, red hair, leading all the soldiers toward the valley's exit. Atop the hill, Cao Cao took a few steps forward, his eyes fixed on the mountain path, involuntarily inhaling deeply. Beside him, Cheng Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "My lord," relying on the firelight, the troops that just surged from the valley numbered only 4,000 or 5,000, and they were all infantry. How dare they charge against our army? The front line. Cao Cao continued, "If I am not mistaken, the leading general should be Gao Shun. He commands elite infantry." Sun Yu stroked his chin, speaking gravely. "Recall that after Yuan Benshu conquered Jizhou, the great General Chu Yi under Han Fu formed an elite vanguard, renowned as the bane of cavalry, even defeating Gongsun Zan's most elite white horse Isong. This vanguard is no less formidable than that. Regrettably, we lack trained archers. Otherwise, they would return empty-handed. The front line, the front line." Cao Cao lamented. "If I had a regiment, we could surely vanquish the Shiliang cavalry. Do not rush." Sun Yu smiled. "Currently, El Bu's 2,000 troops are reduced to a mere few hundred after the recent skirmish. Even with El Bu's valor, he cannot possibly overcome the combined might of Su Chu and Dian Wei." Within the mountain path, upon witnessing El Bu break through the encirclement, Zhang Liao felt a wave of relief wash over him, discarding his weapon onto the ground. The surrounding soldiers followed suit, casting aside their arms and ceasing futile resistance. Xiahou Dun, pointing his long blade at Zhang Liao, commanded his soldiers. Remove his armor and bind him. Present him before our lord. Zilwan, you shall continue the pursuit of El Bu after El Bu's escape. He could only lead the remaining troops back to Pengcheng, totaling merely 8,000 soldiers that end the central tent of Chao's army. Cao Cao raised a cup of wine, proclaiming, "Today, we have annihilated the remaining forces of El Bu's army. All generals have made significant contributions. Yet this is not the time for celebration that El Bu still possesses 8,000 soldiers and 3 months' worth of provisions. Should he fortify himself in Pengcheng, it would be highly disadvantageous for us. Relay the order. All camps shall rest for a day and immediately proceed to recover the various counties of Yenzhou that I, alongside Mr. Sun, shall prepare a banquet in Chenlu to celebrate your victories. And we shall discuss rewards upon your triumphant return." This subordinate obeys. The generals below all rose to acknowledge. Then Cao Cao solemnly inquired, "Mr. Sun, although we have captured Zhang Liao alive, he swears to resist. What should we do?" Sun Yu nodded calmly. "My lord need not worry. Before the army returns to Chenlu, I will certainly persuade Zhang Liao to join our ranks. However, in the meantime, I urge you to prioritize the military and political affairs of the various counties. The paralyzed internal administration must be set in motion, that I suggest appointing Zhonda to lead the effort in stabilizing the internal affairs and restoring production." Indeed, Cao Cao nodded affirmatively. Upon returning home, Sun Yu was greeted by the vibrant spring scene. He took a deep breath, steeling himself as he slowly pushed open the palace doors under the escort of his guards. The sight that greeted him left him momentarily bewildered, his body trembling with astonishment. Before him lay a vast residence, with a grand bathing pool several feet long and wide, from which wafts of steam rose. The gentle breeze stirred the delicate fabrics, resembling a dreamlike sea of clouds. Surrounding the pool were exquisite decorations of gold and sandalwood. To the left, the sleeping chamber featured beams of cloud-top sandalwood, with crystal lamps illuminating the space. To the right, the fragrant wooden bed was draped with exquisite silks, adorned with intricate embroidery of sea peach blossoms. Within the hall, an array of musical instruments was meticulously arranged, numbering no less than 10 varieties, with a dozen musicians kneeling in trepidation. Yet, what captivated Sun Yu's attention most were the 40 or so enchanting women, positioned less than 3 feet from the bed. They hailed from the western regions, draped in sheer, light purple veils that enveloped their forms, shrouding their faces and figures in an air of mystery. For them, the identity of their ruler mattered little. What truly mattered was seizing the opportunity to ascend in status. This was the ultimate truth. Sun Yu inhaled deeply, his throat constricted as he swallowed hard. This was the zenith of life. Beside him, a trembling attendant dropped to his knees, too frightened to breathe. Sun Yu gazed at the array of alluring, blossoming beauties, his blood racing with excitement. He approached the bed with an air of authority, and with a flourish of his robes, took his seat with immense dignity. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the exquisite women kneeling before him, each bearing a hint of seduction and shyness. "My lord," they murmured. Sun Yu had never encountered such a scene before. These women would be the envy of modern-day celebrities, kneeling before him, each more passionate than the last. It seemed that fate had finally smiled upon him, allowing him to traverse into this otherworldly realm to revel in the pleasures of life. Tonight, it seemed his very being would not withstand the onslaught of temptation. As the women called out to him in sweet, bashful tones, Sun Yu shivered involuntarily. "My lord, are you unwell? Perhaps you have caught a chill. I shall fetch a physician at once." The attendant sensed Sun Yu's unusual demeanor, a chill creeping down his spine. He was, after all, the second in command of the current Chao Wei faction. Any misstep in service could cost him his life in an instant. "Hold on, I am quite fine. Aside from these maidens, the rest may leave. No one is to enter without my command." As night fell, the pressing matters could wait until tomorrow. Once the others had retreated, Sun Yu's fervent gaze flitted back and forth, suddenly landing on the woman at the far left of the first row, igniting a spark in his heart. She possessed an oval face, irresistibly charming, with every smile and frown capable of ensnaring souls. Her alluring figure left Sun Yu utterly spellbound. Such beauty, in any era, would surely be a source of turmoil. Logically, a beauty of this caliber should only exist in dreams, especially with such an enchanting form that could only be described as divine. Since Sun Yu had aided Cao Cao in nearly clearing the obstacle that was El Bu, And with Elbu now a mere shadow of his former self, it was only fitting that he indulge in the pleasures of life. You shall remain. The rest may withdraw. Sun Li's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of unparalleled calmness. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. The other women slightly inclined their bodies, their eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. They had once again missed an opportunity to be favored by Sun Li. What puzzled them was why he had chosen Li Ying to AT that moment. As Li Ying met Sun Li's gaze, she felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, akin to that of a deity descending to the mortal realm. Soon after, Sun Li, with an impassive demeanor, let his sturdy hand glide slowly over Li Ying's skin, which was as pure as jade. The sensation was utterly exquisite. As the pressure intensified, Li Ying became deeply immersed in the moment. Her eyes tightly shut. She felt every part of her body relax thoroughly, a blush beginning to bloom on her cheeks. However, a hint of unease lingered in her heart. Why had Sun Li chosen her amidst the throng of women? You are truly breathtaking. It brings me great joy. Sun Li's voice trembled, overwhelmed with nervousness, unsure of what to say next. Thank you, my lord. Li Ying thought she had misheard him in her past experiences of serving others. Any slight misalignment of words would earn her reproach or reprimand. Yet now, Sun Li had praised her beauty. Observing Sun Li's dazed expression, Li Ying found him rather endearing. With a hearty laugh, Sun Li embraced Li Ying, drawing her close to savor the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Just as Li Ying opened her mouth to speak, Sun Li captured her lips with his. She widened her eyes in shock, remaining dazed for quite some time. Nevertheless, the sensation of being in a blissful reverie made her head spin in his previous life. Sun Li had been a mere impoverished man. Now, a woman of unparalleled beauty lay entranced in his embrace. And he could no longer restrain himself that he began to freely explore Li Ying's form, indulging in the softness of her body. That Li Ying wished to articulate her thoughts, but felt a wave of tingling numbness sweep over her, rendering her powerless. That on a grand, opulent couch, the atmosphere was charged with budding intimacy. Outside the hall, the maidservants listened intently, overhearing the sounds of Li Ying's soft moans. The young maid believed Li Ying had failed in her duties and incurred Sun Li's wrath, while the older maid simply smiled coyly, whispering to her companions. The following day, under the attentive service of his retinue, Sun Li donned his official robes and adorned his head with the ceremonial cap before departing his residence. Accompanied by a throng of attendants, under the escort of officials, Sun Li's entourage made its way to the military camp, exuding an aura of immense authority as he took his seat at the head of the assembly. Civil and military officials stood in orderly ranks below him. After navigating through a series of intricate procedures, Yinzhou welcomed its new ruler. Cao Cao, leading an army of 50,000, had swiftly traversed a distance of 1,000 miles to vanquish Elbu. In such a brief span of time, Cao Cao had defeated Elbu's faction and reclaimed 5 counties in Yinzhou in this short time frame. Others might not even manage to finish a meal. Yet Cao Cao accomplished so much. It was utterly astonishing. They marveled inwardly at Cao Cao's prowess, which seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals. Faced with such a formidable presence, who would dare to show disrespect? Moreover, after decades in office, they understood that Cao Cao's apparent leniency was merely a facade, a test in truth. As the saying goes, to know one's heart is to deliberately assign heavy responsibilities. Stand at attention. Cao Cao commanded, observing the throng of ministers bowing before him. This feeling of being above thousands left him somewhat elated. Every order he issued, every action he took, would influence the workings of the Cao Wei faction. Cao Cao was confident that under his sagacious and valiant leadership, his amassed power would surely flourish, establishing the most illustrious dynasty in history. Your Majesty, Cheng Yu was the first to step forward, positioning himself in the center of the hall. What is the matter? Cao Cao inquired. My lord, the recent campaign against Elbu has consumed a year's worth of our military supplies, and now local finances are in deficit. I recommend that your Majesty reduce fiscal expenditures and implement frugal policies. As soon as Cheng Yu finished speaking, the assembly of civil and military officials collectively gasped, their expressions tightening as they turned to Cao Cao in unison. They recalled that since the establishment of the Great Zhou, every emperor had been tyrannical and incompetent, driven by selfish desires to extort wealth from the populace through heavy taxation in the court. Military salaries were withheld, and official stipends were slashed, leading to an increasingly austere existence for the officials. Now, upon hearing Cheng Yu propose a reduction in fiscal expenditures, the officials' faces darkened with indignation as they glared at Cheng Yu. Cao Cao, seated in his chair, merely cast a fleeting glance over the changing expressions of his ministers, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Cheng Yu's suggestion. Reducing fiscal expenditures would inevitably lead to a significant decrease in the stipends of officials and soldiers. Moreover, it would also curtail the expenses and offerings to the Chao family. At present, he possessed numerous concubines, each one more beautiful than the last, and maintaining these ladies required substantial funds. Thus, Cheng Yu's proposal to cut expenses was immensely disconcerting to him. Although the suggestion was made with the future of the Chao army in mind, Cao Cao was not particularly pleased with the suggested approach. Reducing fiscal expenditures is merely a temporary measure. Is there truly no one among the assembled ministers who can devise a means to increase revenue? Chapter 19. Land Consolidation. Cao slammed his palm against the armrest, directing a more penetrating gaze at Cheng Yu. The other officials trembled, immediately silencing themselves, nervously glancing around, fearful of incurring Cao Cao's wrath and facing dire consequences. Please forgive me, my lord. The Han dynasty's rule is riddled with wounds, fragmented and in tatters. If we were to increase taxes, it may provoke civil unrest. Cheng Yu, realizing he had angered Cao Cao, hastily offered an explanation. Chenin, you oversee the financial accounts and are well versed in these matters. Do you have a strategy to propose? Cao Cao called out directly, spotting the ministers bowing their heads. Chenin was the first to respond. After the previous fiscal officer, Lu Xian, was punished for embezzlement and corruption, Cao Cao appointed Chen in as the new financial officer. Chenin, hailing from Jianglin County, had served as the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion. Later promoted to the deputy minister of the cabinet, and now held the position of financial officer under Cao Cao. In just 4 years, he had risen to the rank of Minister of Revenue. Showcasing his exceptional abilities and strategic insight, my lord, based on my understanding, our military possesses a registered total of 145,000 hectares of land, yet the registered amount has inexplicably decreased by 40,000 hectares. A full third. Chenin glanced at Cao Cao, and then at the surrounding officials, his gaze firm. The root of our financial woes lies in the severe land consolidation that has seeped into our very bones. His statement caused an immediate stir among the civil and military officials, their expressions transforming in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Chenin would so boldly address the issue of land consolidation at the very first court assembly. Presently, officials of above 8th rank regarded Chenin with admiration. Since the Qin dynasty, feudal society had developed over thousands of years, and the inherent flaws of the feudal dynasty had gradually become apparent. The power of landlords and wealthy gentry had swelled excessively, as they amassed vast fortunes while continually consolidating the dwindling lands of the common folk. This land was seized by the gentry and landlords, resulting in the creation of numerous displaced peasants while diminishing the empire's tax revenues. Additionally, the imperial tax system offered substantial exemptions to royal family members, vassal kings, nobles, and gentry, often collecting nothing at all. For those commoners devoid of land, they faced not only the burden of corresponding taxes, but also head taxes and corvée labor. Thus, throughout history, no matter how benevolent the rulers' policies of light taxation and reduced levies, the results were invariably meager. Ultimately, the benefits that reached the ordinary farmers were scant indeed. Cao Cao was well aware of these circumstances and had gleaned further truths from the mouths of the displaced and bandits. While Cao Cao understood the myriad flaws within the agricultural tax policies and land regulations, he was not in a hurry to rectify these issues that he recognized that his newly established power was still fragile, lacking a solid foundation and currently surrounded by internal and external strife, with a dearth of loyal and trustworthy ministers. Moreover, the matter of land consolidation involved a vast array of powerful classes that if he were to uproot it entirely, not only would he face opposition from the vassal kings, but the court ministers themselves would number over 8/10 in complicity. Additionally, the landlords and wealthy gentry would prove to be a tenacious scourge. In addressing this matter, any misstep could undermine the very foundation of the state, plunging the empire into chaos. Therefore, Cao Cao believed this issue required careful deliberation and could not be handled recklessly. As Cao Cao surveyed the assembly of officials before him, their faces were ashen, their eyes darting anxiously around the hall, that a cold smile crept into his heart for the most prominent gentry and aristocrats. The esteemed Zhongwu family stood beneath the platform that Tio proposed land reform was undoubtedly to disrupt the status quo and encroach upon their interests. Cao Cao could easily envision the multitude that would rise in opposition should he acquiesce to Chun An's suggestions. Therefore, he pondered what strategies ought to be employed regarding the issue of land annexation. Although Cao Cao was not yet inclined to pierce this veil of uncertainty, the mere mention of the topic compelled him to pursue Chun An's thoughts further. On one hand, he was eager to ascertain whether Chun An possessed any viable solutions, anticipating that he could shoulder the weighty responsibility of advancing land reform in the future, that on the other hand, he resolved to use this opportunity to suppress the audacious arrogance of these ministers, ensuring they understood that every action they took was meticulously monitored by him. Indeed, when Cao Cao inquired whether Chun An had devised any countermeasures, the officials immediately directed their frigid gazes toward him. Their ire now aimed squarely at Chun, and they dared not express their grievances or anger toward Cao Cao, directing their resentment instead at Chun An for daring to speak so openly of the matter. Historically, land annexation has always posed a challenge for sovereigns throughout the ages. Yet, despite its perennial existence, all rulers have chosen to remain silent. Even those learned individuals within the court, upon discovering flaws in land policies, would hesitate to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, the humble offspring of the lower classes found themselves utterly powerless against the entrenched interests that had flourished for centuries. Thus, while land annexation has been a persistent issue across dynasties, the ruling powers have consistently failed to rectify this flaw. My lord, Chun An began, the severity of the land annexation issue is exacerbated by the interference of eunuchs and treacherous ministers, relying on their positions in the court and the emperor's favor. They have acted with impunity, seizing the lands from the hands of the common people, that I must accuse one individual here. The esteemed scholar Yang Ting. He has violated national law, illegally appropriating land and oppressing the populace. As Chun An continued, his tone shifted, each word striking like a sharp dagger aimed at Yang Ting's heart. While Yang Ting was momentarily stunned, Chun An produced a document from his sleeve, handing it to an attendant to deliver to Cao Cao's desk. This document meticulously detailed Yang Ting's numerous offenses and the staggering amount of land he had annexed. It was only at this juncture that the officials in attendance began to realize Chun An's true intentions. His aim was not merely to address land annexation, but to seize this opportunity to bring down Yang Ting. Land annexation was merely a means to incite Cao Cao's wrath and deliver a fatal blow to Yang Ting. Ultimately, Chun An's motives were straightforward. He sought to eliminate the political obstacles in his path while Cao Cao remained unaware of the current situation. Chapter 20. The Downfall of Yang Ting. If Chun An could successfully bring Yang Ting down, his adversaries within the political arena would suffer a significant blow. Consequently, the officials responsible for finances would become the cornerstone of Cao Cao's reliance. Moreover, as the overseer of military finances, Chun An held a pivotal position within the Cao Wei faction. My lord, I implore you to issue an immediate order to punish the chief culprit, Yang Ting. My lord, I am wronged. I have never engaged in such actions. This is slander. In a state of utter panic, Yang Ting rushed into the hall, prostrating himself before Cao Cao. Cao Cao, well aware of the corruption among officials, understood the need to balance their powers. Even though he found the situation intolerable, what appeared to be a straightforward accusation against a treacherous minister had transformed into a struggle for dominance among the officials. While Chun An and the other ministers seemed to unite against Yang Ting, they were, in fact, attempting to gradually consume the power structure in place. Should this transpire, Cao Cao would inevitably find himself constrained by the very officials he sought to control, a scenario he could not abide. He would not become a captive like Emperor Xian of Han, nor would he allow the hard-earned foundations of Cao Wei to dissolve into meaninglessness. With a swift motion, Cao Cao cast the incriminating evidence before Yang Ting, demanding, "Look here, it explicitly details your crimes. What do you have to say in your defense?" Trembling, Yang Ting picked up the document, glancing at it briefly before succumbing to panic as a chill ran down his spine. Upon recognizing the tangible evidence against him, he collapsed to the floor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. My lord, spare me. It is the folly of an old minister. At this moment, Yang Ting found himself unable to defend his actions. resorting to repeated blows before Cao Cao, pleading for mercy. You conspired with your cohorts, harmed the loyal, annexed thousands of acres of fertile land, and embezzled millions. Should you not be executed, how could the populace find peace or my wrath be assuaged? Cao Cao's eyes widened, his icy gaze fixed upon Yang Ting, a wave of coldness enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Despite his dissatisfaction with the political strife among the officials, the desire to eliminate Yang Ting now surged within him. The litany of Yang Ting's offenses was indeed lengthy, painting him as an irredeemable traitor. One could only wonder why the emperor had ever retained such a wretch, even if Cao Cao chose not to execute him. He could not afford to keep someone like Yang Ting in such a critical position, glancing at the jubilant ministers in the hall and then back at the prostrated Yang Ting. Cao Cao's expression shifted dramatically, yet he was acutely aware that during the prosperous times of the Han Dynasty, the national treasury held only a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, dwindling to mere thousands in times of crisis. Yet among the court's civil and military officials, each was immensely wealthy, rivaling nations in their fortunes. My lord, spare me, Yang Ting cried, fully cognizant of the precariousness of his situation, recognizing that only Cao Cao could save him. With a deep sigh, Cao Cao's words resonated through the hall, causing an immediate tension to envelop the gathering, transforming even breathing into a luxury. Yang Ting bowed his head, consumed by dread for his fate, his fortunes crumbling under Cao Cao's fierce demeanor, that he feared that at any moment, Cao Cao might act upon Chun An's suggestion and extinguish his life as easily as one might crush an ant. As Cao Cao turned to face him, he saw Yang Ting's eyes shut tight, tears streaming down his face. The weight of his life and death, along with his honor and disgrace, rested entirely in Cao Cao's hands. Even if Cao Cao were to strike him down, Yang Ting would have no recourse to AT that moment. Despair washed over Yang Ting, his countenance becoming ashen, and he crumpled to the ground, his heartbeat echoing in the oppressive silence. Meanwhile, Cao Cao clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, the pressure causing his nails to dig painfully into his flesh. Yet despite this, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Bring Yang Ting down, imprison him in the dungeons under strict surveillance. No one is to approach without my command, Cao Cao ordered to his surprise. He found himself unable to deliver the fatal blow to Yang Ting. Just then, General Chaoren stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yang Ting. My lord, Yang Ting is the adopted son of the eunuch Zhang, skilled in martial arts that I fear the prison may not be sufficient to contain him. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I request permission to disable his martial capabilities before confining him. Upon hearing that his martial skills would be stripped away, Yang Ting's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with resentment and hatred. Should his abilities be nullified, he would never regain his position in the court. Cao Cao replied coldly, not giving it much thought. My lord, you truly are ruthless. You've just reclaimed Yinzhou and already seek to punish an old minister. Yang Ting retorted, his eyes flashing with malice as he glared at Cao Cao. My lord, be cautious. At Yang Ting's threat, the ministers erupted in chaos, while Chaoren swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Cao Cao. You audacious rogue, daring to act so brazenly before the Lord. With a cold smirk, Chaoren advanced toward Yang Ting as the ministers scattered in fear, the guards standing by hesitantly, unsure of their course of action. However, Yang Ting's agile movements were rendered ineffective against Chaoren's prowess, and within moments, he found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, Chaoren subdued him, leaving Yang Ting disheveled and collapsed on the floor. My lord, I have rendered Yang Ting incapable of further combat and await your orders. Chaoren brushed off the dust from his attire and knelt before Cao Cao, his expression somber as he spoke. Take him away and carry out the utmost punishment. Cao Cao, equally incensed by the audacity of the reckless Yang Ting, ordered his execution by Ling Qi. Upon witnessing Cao Cao's fury, 2 imperial guards promptly removed Yang Ting from the scene. Chapter 21. The clash in the court the officials present could not conceal their terror and unease. The mere thought of Cao Cao's wrath sent their hearts racing, amplifying their anxiety. My lord, the criminal Yang Ting has committed an unforgivable sin by daring to attempt an assassination in the court. I suggest we execute his entire clan, Chen boldly proposed as he stepped forward. We concur, the other officials echoed without hesitation, stepping forth to voice their agreement. This incident provided these officials with a rare opportunity to significantly diminish Yang Ting and his faction's influence. Enough! The matter of Yang Ting's corruption and rebellion shall be handled by the Court of Justice. Ensure that within 3 days, all assets embezzled by Yang Ting are confiscated without fail. Observing that Cao Cao did not intend to implicate other officials in the Yang Ting case, Chen felt a measure of relief and stepped forward to continue. My lord, I dare to impeach the censor, Dou Shui, and 15 other ministers. They have abused their power, colluded with factions, and created chaos. A hint of a cold smile flickered in Chun An's eyes as he presented the evidence. Please, my lord, review this that it contains the incriminating evidence against these 15 ministers, detailing when and where they engaged in bribery and the amounts involved. I have dispatched individuals to their residences and recovered a total of 4,500,000 taels of gold and silver. Chen An's words struck the assembly like a bolt from the blue, leaving the officials wide-eyed in shock, particularly the 15 implicated. They stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend the enormity of their predicament, instinctively sensing their doom. This is outrageous. This is sheer lawlessness. After perusing the details of the evidence, a wave of murderous intent emanated from Cao Cao. Consequently, the implicated officials faced not only a significant personnel upheaval, but also a bloody storm. Let this case be handled by Cheng Yu, with the authority to execute first and report later. Any involved personnel, be they royal relatives or noble officials, shall be apprehended without exception. Cao Cao issued his orders with unyielding resolve. Understood, Cheng Yu replied. Accepting the command this moment. 2 hours had passed since the deliberations began. Weary, Cao Cao returned to his chambers. After escorting Cao Cao out of the Grand Hall, the civil and military officials gradually rose and dispersed. Some close allies began to converse in hushed tones about the day's events. Just as certain officials exited the main hall, they were swiftly detained by the waiting aristocracy. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other ministers, who reacted with a myriad of thoughts. Upon returning to the palace, Cao Cao ordered the preparation of lunch and summoned Qinji to accompany him. After their meal, Cao Cao took Qinji for a stroll in the imperial garden. In the afternoon, he summoned Cheng Yu and the Right Minister of Justice, Li Jianan. What progress has been made in confiscating Yang Ting's embezzled assets? Cao Cao inquired after sipping his tea. My lord, I have dispatched individuals to thoroughly search all properties owned by Yang Ting. The total findings amount to 5 million taels of gold and 48 million taels of silver, along with various jewels and valuables. Cheng Yu reported, taking a deep breath as he presented the evidence, silently marveling at Yang Ting's vast fortune accumulated over decades of service. The embezzlement by the 6 ministries paled in comparison to this staggering amount. Cao Cao, while enraged, could not help but feel a sense of delight at the discovery of over 50 million taels of wealth from just Yang Ting alone, which would significantly bolster the treasury. His subsequent reforms would now have ample financial support. However, his anger was directed at Yang Ting's insatiable greed. Initially, Cao Cao contemplated sparing him and relegating him to commoner status, but upon seeing the extent of Yang Ting's corruption, he felt no remorse for the decision to execute him. And what of the other officials? How much wealth have they been found with? Cao Cao continued that my lord, a total of 15 officials were implicated in the bribery scandal, with 6 from the Ministry of Revenue, 3 from the Ministry of Works, 2 from the Ministry of War, and 4 from the Ministry of Rights, amounting to 480,000 taels of gold and silver confiscated. As Cao Cao's expression darkened, Cheng Yu cautiously asked, My lord, what should be done with the confiscated gold and silver? Cao Cao coldly raised his head and replied, All confiscated gold and silver shall be deposited into the state treasury, while the valuables shall enter the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the daily expenses of officials. Understood. Cheng Yu acknowledged, but before he could withdraw, Cao Cao called out, Wait, I hope that the newly appointed officials will take this as a cautionary tale. I do not wish to see any more instances of corruption. Cao Cao's gaze turned steely, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Before Cheng Yu and Li Jianan departed, he issued a stern warning. I shall not fail to meet your expectations, my lord. Cheng Yu, thoroughly intimidated by Cao Cao's imposing presence, broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. The underlying message in Cao Cao's words was unmistakable. Should they fail to replenish the state treasury with the wealth they had amassed during their tenure, their fate would mirror that of the corrupt officials. From that moment on, all officials were firmly under Cao Cao's control. Additionally, he replaced the chief eunuch with his trusted confidant, Zhang Yong, and appointed Cao Run to oversee military mobilization. After a period of transition and adjustment, Cao Cao adeptly maneuvered this vast apparatus, achieving complete control over the various departments. The following day, as civil and military officials stood in the hall, they immediately bowed in reverence when Cao Cao took his seat. "My lord, please rise." Cao Cao, seated with an air of authority, surveyed the assembly. At the forefront stood the newly appointed Chief Minister Sun Jin, whose fatigue was evident despite his efforts to appear alert. Chapter 22. Fortifying the Treasury. Cao Cao instituted a stringent policy for court meetings, mandating that all officials of the fourth rank and above rise by the second watch, don their official robes, and traverse a significant portion of Yinzhou City to attend the council. Soldiers were deployed to maintain order during this process. Any official who coughed, spat, or left early would be duly noted by the guards and subject to repercussions. Accustomed to a modern 9-to-5 lifestyle, Sun Li found it challenging to adapt to this rigorous routine. Consequently, Cao Cao resolved to address the officials, declaring, "I hereby announce that the morning council will commence an hour later. Officials need only rise at the hour of the rabbit and arrive by the hour of the dragon." The moment Cao Cao's words left his lips, expressions of delight spread across the officials' faces. Yet none dared to be the first to express gratitude, instinctively focusing their gaze on the officials from the Ministry of Rights. The timing of morning councils had been a long-established tradition, and although there had been complaints throughout history, no ruler had dared to alter this custom. Now, even though Cao Cao intended to push the schedule back, the officials from the Ministry of Rights were unlikely to support such a change. As expected, the Minister of Rights pondered for a moment before resolutely standing up that "My lord, the timing of the morning council is an ancient practice. Altering it would be improper, so I beseech you to reconsider." The Minister of Rights, Zhang Zhen, was the first to oppose Cao Cao's decision to postpone the morning assembly. However, as the Prime Minister of the realm, with Emperor Xian merely a puppet in his hands, Cao Cao's authority eclipsed that of a mere Minister of Rights. With a single reprimand, he instilled fear in Zhang Zhen, who dared not voice further objections. "Ministers, thank you for your understanding." With the matter settled, the officials bowed in unison. The Minister of Justice, Yuan Tianlin, stepped forward and respectfully stated, "My lord, the Ministry of Justice has completed the interrogations of all officials involved in the bribery case, and we now possess irrefutable evidence. The confiscated gold and silver have been deposited into the state treasury, and the valuables have been allocated to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for record-keeping. All corrupt officials will face severe punishment according to the law and be executed without delay." Cao Cao perused the incriminating evidence, upon which were the seals of the implicated officials. Without a trace of mercy, he declared, according to the iron laws of the Han Dynasty, those guilty of embezzling 5,000 taels of silver shall be dismissed and prosecuted. For those who exceed 10,000 taels, the penalty is death. The 15 officials involved in this case have embezzled bribes amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels. To execute them 100 times would be no overreach. Thus, Cao Cao, unencumbered by any reservations, commanded the Ministry of Justice to impose the utmost penalties that ASU command. With Cao Cao's edict, Yuan Tianlin was granted the authority to unleash a massacre. Immediately, Su Jinlin, the Minister of Works, stepped forward and reported, "My lord, I have just received a secret communication indicating that the Grand Canal between the capital and Hangzhou is severely blocked, obstructing river transport. I beseech your majesty to issue a decree to allocate funds and increase laborers to clear the canal and restore the livelihood of the people." This issue jolted Cao Cao's attention, that he examined the memorial presented by Su Jinlin, which meticulously detailed the problem and proposed a series of solutions. Setting the memorial down, Cao Cao furrowed his brow and inquired, "How much labor and financial resources do you estimate will be needed to clear the canal?" "My lord," Su Jinlin replied with conviction, along with several officials, "I have calculated that clearing the transport route will require 5 million taels of silver and 150,000 laborers." "And how long will this endeavor take?" Cao Cao pressed further. "Your Majesty," Su Jinlin responded, "if labor is abundant, funds are in place, and management is efficient, with no unforeseen errors, it would take merely 3 months. Upon completion, we can ensure that the Grand Canal will not suffer from silt blockage for a decade." Cao Cao acknowledged the importance of the Grand Canal as a vital conduit for economic trade between the North and South. Essential for the stability of the state, that he readily endorsed Su Jinlin's plan. The Ministry of Revenue was instructed to allocate 5 million taels of silver from the Treasury for the Ministry of Works. With all expenditures meticulously documented for later review, as for the required labor, the bandits and brigands from Jiangxi and Hebei, who had been eradicated or captured, would serve as workers to clear the canal. Furthermore, they were to be informed that if they diligently performed their tasks within the stipulated time, they would receive a special pardon, their previous offenses expunged, and they would be reinstated as commoners with land allocations. The only wealth that the crumbling Han dynasty had bequeathed to Cao Cao was this pool of free labor. With a bit of guidance, they could be organized into a formidable workforce for this grand project. The number of bandits and brigands in Jiangxi and Hebei was indeed staggering. Exceeding 300,000, to eliminate such a vast number would be a tragic waste. Confining them would demand excessive manpower, financial resources, and materials, an unwise endeavor. Thus, the current need for manpower to repair the Grand Canal was a perfect opportunity to utilize these resources effectively. Understood. Minister of Revenue Chen promptly accepted the decree. At present, the Ministry of Justice had confiscated over 50 million taels of silver from Yang Ting and the other 15 corrupt officials, thereby replenishing the state treasury several hundredfold. Consequently, the treasury was now brimming with tens of millions of taels. Moreover, clearing the Grand Canal would benefit both the nation and its people, costing only 5 million taels. Merely a drop in the bucket for the Ministry of Revenue. Had this request been made prior, when the Ministry's accounts reflected only several 100,000 taels, the officials would have vehemently opposed such a substantial expenditure for the canal. Through Cao Cao's resolute stance against corrupt officials, Chen could not help but feel a growing respect for him. Cao Cao's ability to effortlessly defeat who showcased his astute strategies and cunning. What had appeared to be a political struggle between the 6 ministries and the cabinet had ultimately led to the downfall of the cabinet's chief scholar, Yang Ting. Yet, neither the officials from the 6 ministries nor those from the cabinet had gained any tangible benefits. Rather, they had contributed millions of taels to the state treasury, alleviating the fiscal troubles of Cao Wei. Contemplating this, Chen began to suspect that Sun Li might be orchestrating these events behind the scenes. This maneuver could simultaneously weaken the power of both the 6 ministries and the cabinet while enriching the treasury. A dual victory indeed. Meanwhile, discussions continued. Upon seeing Su Jinlin enter the assembly, Sun Jin respectfully presented, "My lord, here is the list of candidates for supplementary officials that the cabinet has drafted that I kindly request your review." Cao Cao was not yet well acquainted with these civil and military officials, and the names on the memorial were unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, he held no objections to the cabinet's proposed list, recognizing that those featured therein understood well that the higher they ascended, the greater the risk of a fall. Although aged, Sun Jin was esteemed and ambitious, unwilling to relinquish his position as the cabinet's chief minister. Likewise, Li Changyang and Wang Shen, the deputy chief ministers, were equally ambitious, seeking to become pillars of Cao Wei and gain greater influence. The other officials from the 6 ministries eyed the vacant positions with covetous gazes, hoping for a chance to soar. The redistribution of officials shall proceed as per the cabinet's proposal. This matter must be expedited. Cao Cao declared, setting aside the memorial, unwilling to further entangle himself in such trivialities that he asked the leader of the Cao Wei faction. He deemed these minor affairs beneath his attention, for he understood that the fate of the nation was paramount. What could surpass its importance? As long as the longevity of the state could be secured, the opinions of historians were inconsequential. They were destined for future generations, that it was likely that centuries hence, the common people would scarcely recall the existence of this court. Yet they would undoubtedly extol Cao Cao's remarkable achievements and unparalleled legacy, my lord. Regarding the troops currently engaged in pacifying the bandits in Jiangxi and Shanxi, shall they fall under the direct command of the 5 armies' command? Sun Jin inquired once more. Military authority was of utmost significance. Neither the Minister of War nor the Cabinet's chief minister would dare act recklessly without consulting Cao Cao's judgment before making any arrangements. The troops of Cao Wei, aside from the elite Tiger and Leopard cavalry commanded personally by Su Chu, were under the direct command of the 5 armies' command, yet the military power remained firmly in Cao Cao's grasp. A bandit army had been established in Shanxi, independent of the regular military structure, with weapons, provisions, and supplies all centrally managed and distributed. Thus, neither the Ministry of War nor the cabinet would dare make hasty decisions without first obtaining Cao Cao's directive. Under my command, the bandit army shall be placed under the unified authority of General Xiahou Dun, while the 5 armies command will not directly engage in military operations. Before Sun Jin could respond, Cao Cao continued, Xiahou Dun has served by my side for many years, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and extraordinary valor, that I hereby appoint him as General of Jiaoyi. The position of General of Jiaoyi held great prestige, and Cao Cao's intention was clear: to elevate Xiahou Dun's status and cultivate a loyal advisor for future court matters. Observing Cao Cao's arrangements, Sun Jin could not concur, voicing, "My lord, while General Xiahou is indeed loyal and valiant, without the constraints of the 5 armies command, there exists a degree of risk, does it not? Are you questioning my decree?" Cao Cao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Jin, his tone laced with sarcasm. Cao Cao understood well the concerns that plagued Sun Jin, namely, the potential for military insurrection should a general wield significant power. However, the very concern that troubled Sun Jin was precisely what reassured Cao Cao, for he knew Xiahou Dun's loyalty to be absolute. Even if all military might were entrusted to Xiahou Dun, Cao Cao harbored no fears of betrayal. As the adage goes, trust those you employ. Do not employ those you distrust. In Cao Cao's perspective, a harmonious equilibrium between civil and military powers is imperative, and certain necessary checks and balances are indispensable. Naturally, such thoughts could not be openly articulated in the imperial court. The officials present, upon receiving Cao Cao's orders, broke into a cold sweat, collectively sensing that the Cao Wei faction was brewing a tempest beneath the surface, that in the days to come, the civil officials would no longer wield absolute authority. The era of military commanders had dawned. Once the morning court session concluded, with a call from the chief eunuch, the civil and military officials departed in succession. The cabinet members returned to the Wenyuan Pavilion to attend to governmental affairs, where they meticulously reviewed the memorials submitted by the officials of the 6 ministries. They were required to mark any amendments and suggestions in an orderly fashion, known as drafts, to be later submitted for Cao Cao's approval. In this manner, both major and minor matters were handled by the cabinet, significantly alleviating Cao Cao's administrative burdens. Typically, Cao Cao would only need to endorse the cabinet's recommendations regarding the majority of memorials. Only in cases of disagreement between the cabinet and himself would the final decision adhere to Cao Cao's directives. Thus, Cao Cao's daily workload was considerably reduced, allowing him to allocate more time to other affairs. Similarly, the officials of the 6 ministries returned to their respective offices to implement Cao Cao's instructions. As the ministers gradually dispersed, several eunuchs stationed outside approached the Minister of Works and the Minister of War. "Gentlemen Su and Wang, the Lord has summoned you to his residence," said the chief eunuch Zhang Yong with utmost reverence. "Oh, may I inquire, Master Zhang, if the Lord has summoned us for any urgent matters?" Upon hearing the call from the Lord's personal eunuch, Su Jinlin, the Minister of Works, and Wang Yi, the Minister of War, immediately halted their steps and inquired of Zhang Yong. "Such matters concerning the Lord are not for a mere servant to question. You shall understand upon your arrival," Zhang Yong replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. "Very well, then let us trouble Master Zhang to lead the way." Although the civil officials held the eunuchs in disdain, Zhang Yong was an exception. Not only was he the Lord's personal ceremonial eunuch, but he also held the position of chief eunuch. Thus, even the Minister of Works and Minister of War treated him with utmost politeness, refraining from any semblance of disrespect. Soon, under Zhang Yong's guidance, the 2 ministers entered the warm pavilion. This marked the first occasion where Cao Cao simultaneously summoned the 2 military ministers, coupled with Cao Cao's assertive demeanor in the court. A sense of unease enveloped Su Jinlin and Wang Yi. Observing their anxious expressions and evasive gazes, Cao Cao set aside the memorial in his hand, instructed a maid to prepare a cup of tea, and then spoke. "There is no need for you both to be so tense. I have summoned you merely to inquire about certain matters. Let us converse over tea." With that, the 2 ministers felt a wave of relief and simultaneously expressed their gratitude. "We thank you, my lord." Cao Cao took a gentle sip of tea before addressing the main topic. "I have called you here to discuss the matter of dredging the Grand Canal from Beijing to Hangzhou." Su Jinlin, as the Minister of Works, I wish to hear your detailed plan. Upon hearing the Lord's inquiry, Su Jinlin's heart quivered. He promptly set down his teacup, organized his thoughts, and then presented the devised plan. My lord, the Ministry of Works plans to commence operations simultaneously in 5 regions. The capital, Shaanxi, Hebei, Zhejiang, and Shandong, that we shall dredge the waterways, clear the silt, and reconnect the 5 major river systems, the Yangtze, Yellow, Hai, Huai, and Xintang rivers. The Lord has ordered the Ministry of Revenue to allocate 5 million taels of silver and 30,000 laborers for this endeavor. I shall ensure that the mission is accomplished within the stipulated time to restore the river transport between the north and south. And who will oversee this dredging operation? Cao Cao inquired casually. My lord, given the paramount importance of this project, I shall personally oversee the operations on the front lines, Su Jinlin replied. Cao Cao, upon hearing this response, expressed his indignation. While the dredging of the canal is indeed crucial, must a high-ranking official, such as yourself, personally direct the operations on-site? Seeing Cao Cao's countenance darken, Su Jinlin hastily replied, My lord, the manpower, financial resources, and materials required for this dredging operation are unprecedented. Only with my presence can I ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Cao Cao's anger gradually subsided as he understood the underlying rationale. Having a high-ranking official present was primarily to intimidate the subordinates and prevent embezzlement of the allocated funds, thus ensuring the success of the canal dredging. Listen well. Cao Cao stated coldly, upon hearing these words. Su Jinlin and Wang Yi sprang from their seats, kneeling on the ground, awaiting Cao Cao's commands. The funds allocated for the dredging of the canal shall be escorted by the Imperial Guards, and an additional battalion shall be dispatched to ensure the safety of the construction sites. Furthermore, keep a close watch. Should anyone dare to misappropriate the 5 million taels of silver, regardless of their status, be they royal kin or high-ranking ministers, they shall face execution without exception. Thank you, my lord, Su Jinlin immediately responded, bowing in reverence. With Cao Cao's approval, Su Jinlin could confidently delegate certain affairs to his subordinates, alleviating the need for him to travel thousands of miles to the south. After all, as the Minister of Works, he had many significant matters to attend to in the court. Subsequently, Cao Cao did not allow the 2 ministers to depart. Instead, he continued to discuss another pressing issue. Our dynasty's territory is vast, fertile, and abundant in waterways. Yet these waterways frequently suffer from silt blockages that I require the Ministry of Works to devise a comprehensive solution to eradicate this issue entirely. My lord, to thoroughly resolve this situation, we could plant trees with robust root systems in the upper reaches, construct sturdy embankments where the waterways converge, and excavate branch channels in the lower reaches. However, I must caution you that the manpower, resources, and finances required for such an undertaking would amount to astronomical figures, making it impossible to complete in a short time. That is of no concern. I have decided to allocate 350,000 taels of special silver annually from the Ministry of Revenue to fully support the construction of water stations, roads, and hydraulic facilities, Cao Cao declared with a solemn voice. My lord, can the Ministry of Revenue provide such a substantial sum? Su Jinlin inquired, his expression grave and his tone cautious. The Treasury's annual revenue barely reached 15 million taels, while the total expenditure often surpassed 18 million taels, leading to a chronic fiscal deficit before the year concluded. Thus, Cao Cao's intention to allocate 350,000 taels annually for various projects seemed quite audacious, justifying Su Jinlin's skepticism. Rest assured, my words are not mere theatrics. Cao Cao perceived Su Jinlin's disbelief but remained unperturbed, responding calmly. In the 5th year of Jianan, under the counsel of Sun Yu, I initiated the Battle of Guandu. Utilizing a scheme of discord, Sun Yu persuaded Su Yu, a strategist by Yuan Shao's side, to defect, allowing us to incinerate Yuan Shao's supplies and achieve victory against his formidable forces that I in the subsequent years. I vanquished Yuan Shao's 3 sons, ultimately unifying the north. Following several years, seizing the opportunity presented by Liu Biao's demise and the instability in Jingzhou, I led my forces southward to conquer Jingzhou. Liu Cong surrendered, while Liu Bei, who had taken refuge in Jingzhou, fled to Jiangling, only to be defeated by my forces en route. That I in the 16th year of Jianan, I led a coalition of civil and military officials to vanquish Ma Chao and Han Sui in Guangzhou, subsequently commanding Xiahou Yuan to the west, eradicating Han Sui and Song Jian's factions, thus thus incorporating Liangzhou into our dominion and further consolidating the north that I am the 16th year of Jianan. Lu Zhang invited Liu Bei to enter Yizhou, enabling him to gradually seize control of Liu Zhang's territory. During the Battle of Fancheng, Guan Yu was slain by the Eastern Wu's El Meng, prompting Liu Bei to launch the Battle of Yiling, where Eastern Wu's General Lu Sun employed fire tactics, decimating Liu Bei's forces, ultimately retreating to Baidi City, in the second year of Zhongwu. In the fourth month of summer, Liu Bei passed away at Baidi City at the age of 62. In the second year of Zhongwu, in May, Liu Shan ascended the throne in Chengdu. Following his ascension, Liu Shan, under Zhuge Liang's counsel, declared a general amnesty, altering the era name to Jianqing, marking the onset of the Shu Han era under the rule of the Shu's latter sovereign. According to the late Emperor Liu Bei's edict, the Chancellor Zhuge Liang governed, and even Emperor Liu Shan had to defer to him that at this juncture, Zhuge Liang wielded unparalleled authority within the Shu state. Shortly after Liu Bei's demise, Sun Yu was demoted for advising against Cao Cao's campaign against Shu, thus heeding Sima Yi's counsel to dispatch 5 armies to attack the strategic stronghold of Chengdu. Liu Shan, having just ascended amidst such a grand-scale conflict, found himself in a state of panic. Moreover, with such a significant war unfolding, Zhuge Liang had yet to attend court, leaving Liu Shan unable to remain composed. He turned to Li Yin and inquired, "Li Yin, does the Chancellor possess knowledge of these military affairs?" Perceiving Liu Shan's anxious demeanor, Li Yin promptly responded, "Your Majesty, I informed the Chancellor as soon as the enemy approached Shu territory." "Then why has he not convened to discuss state matters?" Liu Shan pressed. "Your Majesty, the Chancellor is unwell for reasons unknown." Li Yin replied that Li Yin spoke in a calm tone, as soon as his words fell. A flicker of helplessness flashed across Liu Shan's eyes, that he gazed at the civil and military officials below the stage and anxiously inquired, "My esteemed ministers, do you have any strategies to repel the enemy?" The gathered officials exchanged glances, sighing and shaking their heads, indicating their own powerlessness. However, at that moment, Ma Su stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, with the Chancellor present, the invading forces can certainly be repelled, and the Shu Han will be safeguarded. Yet, why has the Chancellor not come to court to discuss state affairs?" Ma Su took a deep breath and explained, "Your Majesty, based on my understanding of the Chancellor, if he claims to be ill and does not attend court, it is precisely because he is contemplating strategies to repel the enemy." Upon hearing this, Liu Shan felt as though a drowning child had grasped a lifeline. His previously anxious heart found temporary solace. "If that is the case, I shall inquire with the Chancellor about his strategies to repel the enemy." With that, Liu Shan, accompanied by a group of officials, proceeded to the rear garden. At that moment, Zhuge Liang appeared to be leisurely strolling by the lakeside. Yet in truth, he was deeply engrossed in devising plans to fend off the enemy. Upon spotting Zhuge Liang, Liu Shan hastened towards him and said, "Father Xiang, how fares your health?" Zhuge Liang, responding to his voice, slowly turned and slightly bowed to Liu Shan, saying, "Your Majesty, I have shown disrespect. I hope you will forgive me." Liu Shan bore no ill will, but rather looked at Zhuge Liang with a gentle expression, saying, "Father Xiang, you are still here admiring the fish and flowers, while the entire court is watching you." Zhuge Liang smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Your Majesty, I am not merely admiring the fish, but contemplating the movements of Chao's troops." Liu Shan sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Father Xiang, you need not continue observing. I must inform you that 4 enemy forces are currently advancing." Zhuge Liang countered, "Can your Majesty specify which 4 forces they are?" Liu Shan paused for a moment. Then, after some contemplation, replied, "The first is the barbarian King Ke Bai Neng. The second is the N King Meng Hua. The third is the defector Meng De. And the fourth is the Wei General Chao Jin." Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction, expressing a hint of surprise. "Your Majesty's ability to articulate the enemy's situation is indeed commendable." Liu Shan, feeling quite proud, smiled and said, "Then, Father Xiang, what strategies do you propose for repelling the enemy? The 4 armies have already penetrated deep into our Shu territory, and the situation is exceedingly perilous." Zhuge Liang led Liu Shan into a pavilion and, pointing at the map on the table, spoke calmly, "Your Majesty, although these 4 enemy forces appear formidable, they are, in fact, not to be feared." Upon hearing this, Liu Shan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy as he remarked, "Indeed, You speak the truth, my minister. The Chancellor surely possesses strategies to repel the enemy. Zhuge Liang continued, for the route through Shiping Pass. Your Majesty need only dispatch General Ma Chao to defend it. Ma Chao is held in high esteem among the Chong people, known as the Divine Might General. With him present, the barbarian King Ko Baineng will surely hesitate to attack recklessly. For the second route, the M.N. King Menghua, who is targeting our southern four counties, Your Majesty should send Wei Yin with a contingent of troops to create a feint, causing the M.N. people, who are naturally suspicious in battle, to think twice before advancing. Although there are 150,000 elite troops in the route through Yongping Pass, General Chao Jin is merely a figurehead. During a previous campaign against Eastern Wu, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Sun. That I have already dispatched General Zhao Yun to fortify Yongping and confront Chao Jin. Aware of Zhao Yun's renown, Chao Jin will be reluctant to launch a blind assault. In time, as provisions dwindle, he will inevitably retreat to AS from Mengde. While he appears to have surrendered to Wei, I know that his surrender was under duress, that he has long been self-reliant in the Xinjiang area, often disregarding Wei's commands that if Shu does not perish, Cao Cao would likely tolerate him. But should Shu fall, Mengde would face certain death. Moreover, Mengde once shared a deep bond with Li Yin during their time in Hanzhou. So I have requested Li Yin to compose a letter to him, appealing to his emotions and reason. Upon receiving it, Mengde will likely feign illness and remain inactive, rendering this rout of enemy troops inconsequential. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I have also stationed Generals Zhang Bao and Guan Xing with 50,000 troops at critical locations, ready to provide assistance if necessary. Lu Shan, utterly astonished, could not help but exclaim, Father Xiang, you are truly a divine being, effortlessly devising a plan to deal with these 4 enemy forces. Upon hearing this, Ma Su cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this strategy to repel the enemy must be conducted in secrecy. The Chancellor's feigned illness and absence from court are precisely to avoid leaking this information. I hope Your Majesty will not hold it against him. The current state of Shuhan is far less glorious than before the Battle of Yuling, and some officials may harbor treasonous thoughts that if Zhuge Liang were to publicly announce these strategies in court, they could easily be exploited by unscrupulous individuals, posing a significant threat to Shuhan. Lu Shan, realizing this, said, I have truly misjudged Father Xiang. However, at that moment, Zhuge Liang's eyes darted nervously, and Lu Shan, noticing this, inquired with curiosity, Does Father Xiang have any other concerns? Zhuge Liang, looking troubled, replied, Your Majesty, while I was observing the fish, I indeed harbored worries that I see the fish on the surface of the water, yet I cannot discern the malevolent fish lurking beneath. What do you mean? Lu Shan asked. Zhuge Liang immediately responded, I fear there may be another enemy force on the way. Can you guess who it might be? Ma Su candidly stated, Eastern Wu's Sun Quan. Sun Quan. Upon hearing Ma Su's words, Lu Shan was taken aback, exclaiming, Father Xiang, did we not just restore relations with him? Why would they attack our Shu territory? At that moment, Lu Shan felt dazed, instinctively looking toward Zhuge Liang for clarification. Zhuge Liang explained, Your Majesty, after the Battle of Yuling, Sun Quan restored the Wushu alliance due to the pressing circumstances, as Chao's army was then advancing on Jingzhou. However, the situation has changed that if Cao Cao promises Sun Quan a share of Shu territory after the war, can Sun Quan truly uphold the alliance? Cao Cao, a formidable warlord of extraordinary intelligence, has many strategists by his side. With the 3 factions of Wei, Shu, and Wu in a delicate balance, if Cao cannot stabilize Sun Quan, would he dare to launch an offensive against Shu? If my conjecture is correct, a Wei envoy has likely already made his way to Eastern Wu. Then, what strategy do you propose, Father Xiang? Lu Shan asked. Zhuge Liang, remaining composed, replied, The immediate course of action should be to send an envoy to Eastern Wu without delay. To clarify the stakes involved, Lu Shan suddenly appeared lost in thought and asked, Father Xiang, who do you intend to send as the envoy to Eastern Wu? Zhuge Liang smiled gently and said, Your Majesty, I have already considered an individual. His abilities are on par with Lu Sun, and he has accompanied me for many years, often displaying extraordinary wisdom. He will undoubtedly succeed in this mission. As Zhuge Liang finished speaking, Ma Su stepped forward and respectfully stated, Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as the envoy to Eastern Wu. Even if this mission does not succeed, I shall ensure that I uphold your dignity and maintain my own honor." Hearing this, Zhuge Liang exchanged a meaningful glance with Ma Liang and replied, "Yu Chong, I entrust this task to you that I in Ingenious City." Chapter 26. Eastern Wu, my lord. The Wei envoy has been waiting at the post station for over 10 days now and is growing increasingly impatient, urging me daily to arrange a meeting with you, hoping you will make a decisive decision to mobilize troops against Shu. Sun Quan sighed, furrowing his brow, and replied, "You may return and inform the Wei envoy that I am unwell and unable to meet with them. They should wait at the post station." Zhang Zhao suddenly interjected, "May I ask, my lord, what are you waiting for?" Sun Quan snorted coldly and said, "Did Cao Cao not say that he has dispatched 5 armies to attack Shu? I wish to see how the situation with those 4 armies unfolds before making a decision." Zhang Zhao, in a state of alarm, quickly urged, "My lord, I suggest we tentatively agree to Cao Cao's conditions for mobilizing against Shu. However, we should refrain from setting a definite date for their advance, thus avoiding offending Cao Wei while still honoring the Wu-Shu alliance, that if Cao Cao's 4 armies truly achieve swift victories and conquer Shu, we in Eastern Wu can seize the opportunity to claim a share of Shu territory." Just as Sun Quan was deep in thought, a minister entered and bowed, saying, "I bring word from the Wei envoy to your majesty. He stated that if he cannot meet with you today, it will mean that Eastern Wu has declared enmity with Cao Wei, and he will return to Suchong to report." Sun Quan felt a shiver run through him. His heart racing, after taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Summon the Wei envoy to the hall." However, as Sun Quan walked halfway, a minister approached him, holding a letter, and said, "My lord, the Shu envoy Ma Su has come at the behest of Chancellor Zhuge Liang to pay a visit." Sun Quan questioned, "If the envoy has arrived, I should have received the correspondence 5 days ago." The minister replied respectfully, "My lord, this time Ma Su came with great urgency, so the letter from Shu was sent along with him." After Sun Quan received the letter, he opened it and glanced over it before passing it to Zhang Zhao, who was beside him. "Zibu, you should take a look as well." Zhang Zhao took it and, after a cursory examination, remarked, "My lord, this document is penned by Zhuge Liang himself. I recognize his handwriting." Sun Quan, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Only a few of us know about the Wei envoy coming to Wu. Not even Zhuge Jin is aware. How then does Zhuge Liang know? Could it be that he truly possesses prophetic insight? Just now, I noticed that Zhuge Liang explicitly stated his strategies for repelling the 4 invading armies, indicating that he is already well prepared and has laid plans in advance." Zhang Zhao spoke loudly, "My lord, although Zhuge Liang is indeed clever and resourceful, he often feigns confusion to mislead the enemy. Perhaps this letter is merely a ruse to create doubt that I advise that you first meet with the Shu envoy Ma Su to discern the truth. How shall we test this?" Zhang Zhao smirked slightly and replied, "My lord, you could set up a large cauldron outside the Great Hall, fill it with oil, and bring it to a boil. Then, select our elite soldiers to stand ready with swords inside the hall, and summon Ma Su to see how he responds. That if Ma Su's words are vague, it would reveal that Zhuge Liang is merely attempting to sow confusion and bluff. My lord could then summon the Wei envoy and, before his eyes, throw Ma Su into the boiling oil, thus demonstrating our intent to attack Shu to Cao Cao. Conversely, we could execute the Wei envoy in front of the Shu envoy, thereby indicating that the alliance between Wu and Shu is unbreakable. That is a splendid idea. Let us proceed with it." Moments later, Sun Quan summoned Ma Su to the Great Hall. Upon receiving the summons, Ma Su resolutely approached the hall and halted less than 10 paces from Sun Quan. Clasping his hands in salute, "I, Ma Su, a military advisor of Shu, pay my respects to your majesty, King of Wu." Zhang Zhao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "As an envoy, why do you not kneel before our lord?" Ma Su retorted coldly, "How could a messenger from a great nation bow to the ruler of a lesser one?" His words transformed the atmosphere into one of tension and dread. Sun Quan set aside the document in his hand and addressed Ma Su. "Ma Su, have you come to Wu to emulate Li Sheng and speak fancifully with your silver tongue? Let me tell you, I have always detested eloquent speakers. Guards, take him away and execute him." Suddenly, Ma Su burst into laughter. "Wait, I do not require your tainting of my honor. I shall willingly descend into the cauldron myself. It is said that the East Wu is filled with wise men. Yet it seems you fear a mere scholar." With that, Ma Su turned to leave the hall. Sun Quan called out, "Why should I fear you, a mere commoner?" Ma Su replied, "If your majesty does not fear me, then why do you not dare to hear my words?" Sun Quan raised an eyebrow, disdainfully stating, "Do you think I am unaware? You merely wish to act as Zhuge Liang as spokesperson, persuading me to ally against Chao's forces and rescue Shu from peril." Ma Su smiled mysteriously. "Not at all. I have come not to save Shu, but to rescue Wu." "Rescue Wu?" Sun Quan laughed heartily. "That is utterly ridiculous. It is Shu Han that is besieged, not East Wu." Ma Su queried, "My lord, since you are familiar with the story of Li Sheng, are you not aware of the tale of Bien Ke and Du Quan?" In Bien Ke's eyes, the ailing Du Quan was oblivious to the root of his illness. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan felt a tremor in his heart, that he gestured for the guards to withdraw. "In that case, continue speaking, that if what you say does not align with my thoughts, I shall willingly descend into the cauldron." Ma Su steadied himself and clasped his hands in respect. "My lord, you are a wise ruler of this era, and my Lord Chancellor is also a remarkable figure of our time. Should we ally, peace would surely reign across the land, that if Wu and Shu regard each other as enemies, it would be a case of the lips perish and the teeth are cold. Similarly, while Shu possesses mountainous fortifications, Wu has the three rivers as strongholds, allowing us to occupy an invulnerable position that if your majesty insists on heeding the trifling benefits offered by the Chao Wei envoy and attacking Shu Han. I ask you, if Shu Han falls, how long can East Wu stand against Chao Wei? Eventually, we would also be consumed by Chao Wei. Conversely, if Shu repels the 4 armies dispatched by Cao Cao, will my lord still trust me as an ally? If Chao Wei were to attack Wu, would my lord deploy troops to aid me? By that time, Wu and Shu would surely turn against each other, embroiling us in a struggle where the Chao Wei would simply watch from the sidelines, benefiting from our conflict. Seeing that the civil and military officials below were whispering among themselves, Ma Su sighed. "Very well. If your majesty insists on aiding the bandits against Shu, then I shall willingly descend into the cauldron, preserving my dignity as a minister." Suddenly, Sun Quan said, "Hold on, sir." Upon finishing, he descended from his throne, praising, "Your eloquence is indeed commendable. Let us discuss this further in the rear hall." Chapter 27. Strategies for repelling the enemy. Ma Su turned around, bowing respectfully, and stated earnestly, "My lord, such a large cauldron of oil cannot go to waste." Sun Quan, feigning ignorance, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ma Su smiled and replied, "My lord, since I have not been granted the fortune to enter the cauldron, I beseech you to throw the Wei envoy into it to demonstrate your intent to ally with Shu against Chao Wei." Sun Quan paused, then slowly said, "Convey orders for the Wei envoy to meet point 3 days later." Sun Quan and Zhang Zhao stood within the Great Hall, awaiting the latest battle reports. Shortly thereafter, Zhuge Jin entered, clasping his hands in salute to Sun Quan. "I report to your majesty that, according to our scouts, all 4 armies sent by Cao Cao to attack Shu have been successfully repelled by Zhuge Liang's strategies." Sun Quan was taken aback, but maintained his composure, asking, "Pray tell, how did Zhuge Liang manage to repel them?" At that moment, Sun Quan seemed lost in thought. For him, Shu's victory meant that East Wu would remain at odds with Chao Wei for the foreseeable future. Zhuge Jin continued, "The barbarian king Kobai, upon encountering the Shu general Ma Chao after deploying his troops from the West Ping Pass, retreated without a fight. The barbarian king Ming raised an army against the 4 southern prefectures of Shu. But Wei Yin employed a ruse, leading Meng Huo to suffer heavy losses, and in a state of confusion, he was further attacked by the Shu forces during the night. Meng De fell ill midway through his campaign, unable to advance any further. After Cao Cao's forces emerged from the Yangping Pass and Zhao Zilong defended key positions, they were ultimately forced to retreat when their supplies ran low. Cao Cao is no match for Zhuge Liang." Zhang Zhao sighed. "This is not the first time Zhuge Liang has defeated Cao Cao. Since Zhuge Liang emerged from seclusion, he led his troops to a significant victory against Xiahou Dun and Li Dian at Xinya. During the Battle of Changbampo, Zhuge Liang anticipated the enemy's moves, sending Guan Yu to Jiangxia to request aid from Lu Qiu as expected, when the Shu forces were cornered by Cao Cao. Guan Yu led the naval forces of Jingzhou to their rescue, saving their lives. "My lord, if you had not thrown the Wei envoy into the cauldron, we might have fostered enmity with Shu." Zhang Zhao sighed in relief. Yet Sun Quan remained troubled, frowning and lamenting. "If we do not foster enmity with Shu, we will with Wei. This time, we have deceived Cao Cao and secured 100,000 measures of grain. We have not dispatched troops, yet we have caused significant losses to Cao Wei. How could Cao Cao not harbor resentment towards us? I fear that if Wei fails to conquer Shu, they may retaliate against us in East Wu. Zhang Zhao chuckled. My lord need not worry that we have aided Shu Han in their time of need, and if Cao Cao rashly attacks our Jiangdong, Shu Han may send troops to support us. Sun Quan nodded. In these years, whether in war or peace, my decisions have depended on our national strength. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we gain the support of others. With that, Sun Quan turned to Zhuge Jin, saying, Ziyu, convey orders to Lu Sun in Jingzhou and Han Dang in Hefei, instructing them to rigorously train the troops and remain vigilant against Cao Cao's advance. Understood. Zhou. Ma Su entered a room with an excited expression. Addressing Zhuge Liang, Chancellor, according to our scouts, the 4 armies sent by Wei to attack Shu have all retreated. Based on the battle reports, we have annihilated 50,000 of Cao's troops, seizing countless provisions and military equipment, all without sending a single soldier from East Wu. Zhuge Liang smiled warmly, placing a hand on his shoulder. You, Yongchang, are the chief architect of our victory against Cao Wei. I must express my gratitude. The Chancellor is too kind. I have received your teachings for many years and dare not claim credit if gratitude is due. It is to the valiant soldiers on the front lines who fought bravely, without whom we could not have achieved peace for our Shu nation. Zhuge Liang shifted the conversation, asking, Yongchang, do you know whose idea it was to launch Cao Cao as 5-pronged attack on Shu? Ma Su replied solemnly, in response to the Chancellor, I have heard through unofficial channels that it was a man named Sima Yi who advised Cao Cao. Sima Yi? Zhuge Liang mused. Sima Yi, styled Zhongda. Nearly 50 years of age, holds the position of Right Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He has always been a civil servant and has not held significant positions or commanded troops before Cao Cao rose to prominence. So his military acumen remains unknown. Zhuge Liang's brow furrowed in concern. However, given the strategy he has offered to Cao Cao, he will inevitably become one of the key ministers in governance. Do keep a close watch on him in the future. Understood. I am the city of Xuchang. Cao Cao sat upon the Grand Hall, gazing down at the assembly of civil officials and military generals, and spoke with indignation. Our 4-pronged campaign against Shu has returned in vain, merely exhausting our resources. What do you attribute this defeat to? As Cao Cao's words fell, Cao Zhen stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, the failure of our forces to breach the Shu defenses lies with Sun Quan, that he professed to support our campaign, yet covertly allied with Shu. Most grievously, he dared to execute our envoy in public view. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. Cao Cao nodded in agreement and turned to Hua Xian, inquiring, What is the progress of the naval vessels I entrusted you to oversee? Hua Xian promptly stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect, and replied, Your Majesty, we have completed the construction of 3,000 warships, with 100,000 naval soldiers currently training around Dongting Lake. Additionally, we possess 10 dragon boats, each exceeding 20 zhang in length, capable of carrying 2,000 troops. Cao Cao nodded once more and then looked towards Cao Xiu, asking, How goes the procurement of provisions and arms? Cao Xiu replied straightforwardly, Your Majesty, we have successfully gathered 150,000 shur of grain, of which 50,000 shur have already been transported to the Hefei region, and the arms are also fully prepared. Satisfied with the readiness of military might, provisions, and ships, Cao Cao rose and proclaimed loudly, Dispatch an edict. Assemble an army of 300,000 by autumn to launch an offensive against Eastern Wu, and we shall not return until we have conquered Jingxiang. As Cao Cao's voice echoed, Sun Li stepped forward to interject. Your Majesty, this is a grave error. Currently, Wu and Shu are embroiled in conflict. An unprovoked attack on Wu will undoubtedly give Shu an opportunity to exploit our vulnerabilities, placing us in a precarious position. Cao Cao recognized Sun Li's broader perspective, yet he had lost his composure, consumed by a desire for vengeance against Wu. There is no need for further debate. If we can swiftly capture Jianya, Shu will not dare to act rashly, especially after their crushing defeat at Yiling, which has decimated their elite forces. How could they dare to threaten our borders? Sun Li continued, cupping his hands. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang is exceedingly wise and possesses formidable strategies. We must not underestimate him. Furthermore, Shu still has a contingent of 100,000 elite troops in Hanzhou. which lies less than 300 li from Chang'an. Should they launch a surprise attack while our forces are engaged in the east, our position will become exceedingly perilous. I implore you to reconsider. Chao Zhen then stepped forward with disdain, addressing Sun Li. Master Sun, are you truly so fearful of the Shu army? Your demeanor suggests you have been cowed by Zhuge Liang. Have you not bested him numerous times in the past? His words incited a wave of laughter throughout the hall. Sun Li, remaining composed, responded, I do not fear Zhuge Liang. However, I do not underestimate him either. To launch a blind assault on Eastern Wu would be akin to the disastrous fate of Liu Bei in years past. At this, Cao Cao's anger flared. Sun Li, if you intend to sow discord among my ranks, do not blame me for enforcing military discipline. Hearing this, Sun Li had no choice but to withdraw from the hall. Chao Zhen, brimming with confidence, remarked, Your Majesty, though I could not achieve merit in the campaign against Shu, I humbly request your permission to redeem myself in the campaign against Wu. Cao Xiu echoed his sentiment. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the vanguard against Wu. Should I fail, I shall accept the consequences that I am heartened to see such ambition and resolve, Cao Cao replied, yet his gaze shifted to Sima Yi, who remained silent, that he inquired, Zhongda, why do you remain mute? Upon hearing Cao Cao's question, Sima Yi immediately stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, I bear guilt. Cao Cao scoffed knowingly. What guilt could you possibly hold? Sima Yi lowered his head, responding, The previous 5 campaigns against Shu were orchestrated by me, and it is regrettable that they returned without success. Though your Majesty does not hold me accountable. How can I find solace? Cao Cao sighed. The failure of the Shu campaign rests with Sun Quan. You need not blame yourself. However, Sima Yi suddenly interjected. Yet, I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. What transgression have you committed? Cao Cao questioned, perplexed. Sima Yi replied, I have a sentiment to express. Should I remain silent, there would be no fault. Yet if I speak, your Majesty will assuredly impose punishment. Cao Cao, growing impatient, urged, If that is the case, then speak. After surveying the room, Sima Yi clasped his hands. I share Master Sun's view, urging your Majesty not to wage war against Wu. Given our failure against Shu, would it not be prudent for us to avoid provoking Wu? I believe that without a rift in the Shu-Wu alliance, we stand little chance of success in either campaign. Cao Cao, suppressing his rage, retorted, Then what do you propose we do? Sima Yi promptly suggested, I advise your Majesty to consolidate and cultivate the land for 10 years. After a decade, the Wei state will grow stronger. And in that time, Wu and Shu will likely fracture. Zhuge Liang may initiate an assault on Jingzhou, or Sun Quan may seek to conquer Yizhou. At that point, your Majesty can seize the opportunity to strike decisively. Cao Cao, incensed, shouted, Wait 10 years. Do you believe I can afford to wait that long? Moreover, if within a decade Wu and Shu do not fracture, but instead unite against Wei, will we not lose our chance? His resolve to attack Wu was unwavering. He declared, I shall not hold you accountable, Sima Yi, but you need not voice further opinions. Depart now, for I must deliberate on military matters that I ask you command. Sima Yi replied with a bow. Upon returning to his residence, Sima Zhao lamented, Father, why do you advise against the Emperor's campaign? Sima Yi replied solemnly, If I do not counsel him, he would surely hold me culpable. What? Do you truly believe this campaign against Wu will falter? Sima Zhao asked incredulously. It is destined to fail at this moment. The ambition of the Emperor mirrors that of Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Lu Sun in their prime. Cao Zhen and Cao Xiu cannot measure up to them, and Zhuge Liang will likely dispatch a general from the west to strike at Chang'an while the Emperor is preoccupied with Wu. The outcome is all too predictable that in such circumstances, I would be damned whether I spoke or remained silent. Since the blame is unavoidable, it is better to confront it directly to avoid accusations of treachery from Cao Zhen and Cao Xiu. After a moment of contemplation, Sima Zhao hesitantly asked, Father, could this minor transgression today spare us from greater calamities in the future? I hold your wisdom in the highest regard. Sima Yi replied, filled with indignation. You see now, the Emperor still harbors suspicions towards me, favoring those of the Cao clan in his campaigns that Sima Yi had predicted, just as Cao Cao embarked on his campaign. Zhuge Liang dispatched General Zhao Yun to launch a direct assault on Chang'an from Yangping Pass, while Lu Sun led an army against Cao Zhen at Depot. Cao Cao suffered considerable losses, nearly facing annihilation, to be by the end of the 26th year of Jianan. Having lived a few years longer than in history, Cao Cao still failed to unify the realm. Now, he lay in a stupor upon his bed, despondent and unresponsive. Even as renowned physicians were summoned to treat his ailment, they found themselves at a loss. After several days of struggle upon his sickbed, the once mighty warlord, Cao Cao, like Liu Bei before him, died unfulfilled, having abandoned his lofty ambitions at the age of 70. Following Cao Cao's demise, his son Cao Pai ascended to the throne, and with the support of Hua Exun, Cao Xiu, and others, he declared himself emperor in Yi City, renaming the 26th year of Jianan to the first year of Yinkong. Upon his coronation, the realm donned mourning attire, and the populace donned white to honor the late Wei king. The Grand General Xiahou Dun, Cao Ren, and Zhang Liao bore the coffin out to prevent an opportunistic strike from Shu Han and Eastern Wu. Under Sun Li's guidance, they dispatched General Lu Jin and Zhang He to guard against Wu, while Generals Li Jian and Su Chu were tasked with watching over Shu Han. Recently enthroned, Cao Pai found himself overwhelmed by the sudden weight of supreme power, feeling both exhilarated and anxious. He was determined to fulfill his father's unfinished quest for unification, a daunting task that consumed his every thought. Upon assuming office, Cao Pai appointed Xiahou Dun as Grand General, Sun Li as Minister of Justice, Jia Su as Grand Commandant, and Hua Xin as Chancellor, promoting other civil and military officials accordingly. One day, Cao Pai summoned Sun Li as his first audience. This meeting held great significance. Sun Li, recognizing the importance, hurried to Cao Pai's residence. "That I pay my respects to your majesty," he said, kneeling. "Rise," Cao Pai commanded, gesturing with his hand. "Thank you, your majesty," Sun Li replied, standing and brushing off the dust from his robes. "Sun Li, I have just ascended the throne, and our state has recently suffered a grievous defeat at Guangling, leaving us considerably weakened. Do you have any strategies to propose?" Cao Pai inquired. Sun Li replied with clarity, "Your majesty, should you wish to seize the initiative amidst the tripartite struggle, there are 3 matters you must address in the next 2 years. What 3 matters? Cao Pai, in a state of bewilderment, inquired with a furrowed brow. He regarded Sun Li with considerable esteem, for ever since his father had appointed Sun Li as his military strategist, the Cao Wei faction had managed to maintain a certain advantage amidst the tripartite struggle. Had it not been for Sun Li's counsel to Cao Cao, one might surmise that Cao Cao's life would have been imperiled during the Battle of Chibi. Sun Li, with a solemn demeanor, addressed him, "May I report to your majesty, the first course of action is to establish a ceasefire. Our dynasty has endured years of warfare, leaving our soldiers weary and our horses exhausted. Thus, we should allocate 2 years to restore the morale of our troops. The second matter pertains to land reclamation. Much of the northern territories remain desolate and uninhabited. In my humble opinion, we ought to dispatch a general to lead the elderly and weak forces to cultivate the unclaimed lands in the north. Those who volunteer shall be rewarded with provisions and livestock. The harvest of the first year shall belong to them, while in the second year, the spoils shall be exchanged for military grain at a ratio of 3 to 7. The third issue is the welfare of the populace. Our military's hold over the Xiliang region remains tenuous, compounded by the perennial strife that leaves the land barren. Therefore, we must decree that our station troops are not to requisition grain from the local populace. Any who dare take even a grain from the commoners shall face execution. Furthermore, we should redirect provisions from our granaries to assist the victims of famine in this region, which embodies the principle of nurturing the populace." After Sun Li concluded, Cao Pai pondered for a considerable time before resolutely declaring, "Let Sun Li's words be recorded and submitted to the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works for Action." Although Cao Pai held Sun Li in high regard, he, like his father Cao Cao, aspired to achieve unification within his lifetime. Thus, during his reign, Cao Pai was diligent and industrious, later implementing policies to enrich the nation and strengthen its military. However, years of direct involvement took a toll on his health, culminating in a pulmonary ailment. That be why the first month of the 7th year of Huangchu, Cao Pai returned to the palace in Luoyang. Gravely ill, and in the final stages of his life, he commanded General Chen Kun, General Cao Zhen, and General Cao Xiu to jointly assist the heir, Cao Rui. Following the defeat at Guangling, the Wei army was severely weakened, and the nation's strength suffered greatly. Although one defeat might be bearable, decades of continuous warfare had drained the Chao Wei faction. To maintain an absolute advantage in the forthcoming conflicts, the optimal strategy was to recuperate and restore. Since its inception, the Chao Wei faction had consistently enjoyed a significant geographical advantage, possessing vital towns in the Central Plains such as Xuchang, Chang'an, and Yi City. These towns were economically prosperous and densely populated, providing a continuous supply of grain, manpower, and military equipment to Chao Wei. The saying goes, victory and defeat are common occurrences in the military, yet one must acknowledge that the self-recovery capability of the Chao Wei faction undoubtedly surpassed that of Eastern Wu and Shu Han. Considering the Shu Han faction, the Battle of Yiling not only failed to yield wealth, land, or population gain, but also resulted in the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops, with grain and military supplies utterly devastated. From a resource perspective, every war waged after Liu Bei's conquest of Hanzhong yielded no direct economic benefit. The casualties and heavy taxation resulting from the conflicts rendered Shu Han incapable of swiftly restoring its national strength. Conversely, some had begun to lose hope in the Han dynasty, seeking to escape turmoil by adopting a life of ease. It can be said that every major military action undertaken by Shu Han since the Battle of Hanzhong only further weakened its position. Even with Zhuge Liang's wisdom and diligence in governance, the current state of Shu Han was precarious. Faced with severe internal and external threats, without proactive cooperation, even Zhuge Liang's immense talents could not salvage Shu Han. As for Eastern Wu, it was indeed a fertile land rich in rice and fish, with a fortified nation and prosperous people, boasting elite troops and valiant generals, especially during the time of the late Prime Minister Sun Jian and his son Sun Ce. The formidable Sun Wentai captured over 30 counties in Jiangdong with merely a few thousand troops, thereby establishing the Eastern Wu regime. Following Sun Ce's legacy, Sun Quan expanded Eastern Wu's territory with his skilled generals and elite soldiers. However, after the death of the Eastern overlord Sun Ce, Jiangdong seemed to settle into a tranquil state under Sun Quan's governance. Sun Quan believed he could rely on the natural defenses of the Yangtze River to repel any invading foe, a notion that proved naive. Under Sun Li's command, Eastern Wu suffered significant setbacks. Subsequently, Sun Quan opted for a moderate approach, merely adopting a defensive stance without any proactive campaigns against the Central Plains. He believed that while Shu Han and Chao Wei were embroiled in conflict, Eastern Wu could seize the opportunity to benefit. This very philosophy of moderation rendered Eastern Wu's naval forces indeed invincible in the world. Yet its infantry and cavalry could not compare with those of Chao Wei and Shu Han. On this day, in the Grand Hall, Zhuge Liang presented a memorial to Liu Shan, seeking to formally commence his northern expedition. However, upon reading Zhuge Liang's missive, Liu Shan furrowed his brow and questioned, "Your Excellency, having just subdued Menghua and stabilized the southern frontier, how can I find peace of mind in sending troops north?" Zhuge Liang replied calmly, "Your Majesty, the reason I ventured south was indeed to prepare for the northern expedition. With the southern front secure, we have no cause for concern. If we do not seize the opportunity to march north and reclaim the Central Plains now, when shall we?" As Zhuge Liang concluded, Li Yin stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "Chancellor, your ambition is admirable. However, the strength of Chao Wei is formidable. To conquer them will not be an easy task. Our Shu territory, a land of abundance, is fortified by mountains and rivers. Even without a northern campaign, we can maintain our position. Why must you expose yourself to such peril?" Zhuge Liang countered, "I must respectfully disagree. Although the Shu territory is vast, it is but a corner of the world. If we merely entrench ourselves here, we may endure for 10 or 20 years, but what of 50 years hence? If the Shu territory could ensure eternal peace, why did the founding emperor Liu Bang venture forth to reclaim the Central Plains 400 years ago? Chapter 30, Vanguard Zhao Yun. The founding emperor possessed a far-reaching vision. He understood that if he did not march north to reclaim the Central Plains, others would inevitably seek to attack him. One cannot seek merely to preserve oneself. Only through proactive endeavors can one achieve great undertakings. After a sigh of resignation, Li Yin withdrew, and Li Hua stepped forth, saying, "Your Majesty, I have observed the celestial signs. The royal aura in the north is currently strong, and it may not be favorable for us." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang scoffed, saying, "I too have observed the celestial signs and understand that the ways of heaven are ever-changing. How can we be so rigid? After bowing to Lu Shan, Zhuge Liang continued, Your Majesty, once I raise my army, I shall first establish camp in Hanzhong, taking a commanding position to survey Luoyang. Once the situation is clarified, I shall lead the forces northward to seize the two capitals that if I cannot secure victory, I am willing to accept the consequences of the law. Lu Shan, without hesitation, rose and declared, Let it be known. I appoint Zhuge Liang as the Grand Commander of the Northern Expedition, concurrently holding the titles of Chancellor, Governor of Yizhou, and Marquis of Wuxiang. Choose a date to commence the campaign against Xiao Wei. By your command, the officers of Shu shall be selected solely by the Chancellor. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly and turned to face the ministers and generals in the hall, his demeanor calm and composed. All commanders, heed my orders. General Guanxing shall serve as the left guard, General Zhang Bao as the right guard. Wei Yin shall be the general of Jinbei, and Ma Dai the general of Pingbei. Ma Su shall be the general of Anyuan, Li Hui the general of Anhan, Liao Hua the deputy general of the vanguard, Wang Ping the general of Bai, Yuanlin the vanguard general, Wu Yi the left general, Gao Xiang the right general, Deng Ji the supervising commander, and Ding Xian and Lu Min shall serve as the left and right guards. Dui shall be the chief military advisor, Yin Yin the assistant military advisor, Fan Qi the chief scribe of the army, and Fan Jian the military secretary to AT this moment. Zhao Yun gazed at Zhuge Liang, perplexed, and asked, Why does the chancellor not employ me? Zhao Yun. Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow, stepping forward with a pained expression, saying, Zilong, you have surpassed 50 years of age. Just days ago, Ma Chao passed away, leaving only you among the 5 tiger generals of the late emperor that I cannot bear to send you in a battle. It is best you remain in Chengdu. Zhao Yun suddenly leaned forward, coldly laughing at Zhuge Liang. Since I followed the late emperor, I have always been at the forefront of battles, and now with 4 of the 5 tiger generals deceased, I feel a profound emptiness that if the chancellor does not allow me to take the vanguard today, I shall dash my head against this pillar. Reflecting upon the life experiences of Zhao Yun, his first battle commenced under the command of Gongsun Zan, where he faced off against one of the 4 pillars of Hebei, Wenchou. Their fierce confrontation spanned hundreds of rounds, leaving neither side victorious. Upon recognizing the worthy leader Liu Bei, Zhao Yun's inaugural significant engagement was the rescue of Su Zhou from siege. Leading fewer than 3,000 cavalry, he courageously charged against Cao Cao's formidable force of 50,000, compelling Cao Cao to retreat into a defensive position. Subsequently, he achieved a spectacular victory at the Golden Gate and White Pagoda Formation, repelling the combined might of Xiahou Dun and Li Jian outside the city of Xiaopei. During the Battle of Changpa, he single-handedly charged into the ranks of Cao Cao's overwhelming army of 500,000, cutting a swath through the enemy and slaying 51 of Cao Cao's generals. Had it not been for Zhang Liao and Chao Ren's timely intervention, even Su Huang, one of the 5 tiger generals, might have succumbed to Zhao Yun's blade. Later, in the engagement at Guiyang, Zhao Yun swiftly defeated the defending General Chen Ying in 3 exchanges, and during the campaign in Sichuan, he relentlessly carved a path of triumph, establishing a formidable reputation. Now, in the Northern Expedition, it was incomprehensible for Zhao Yun to be overlooked by Zhuge Liang. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuge Liang solemnly commanded, Zilong, heed my orders that I appoint you as the vanguard general, leading 20,000 elite troops, with 10 deputies, that I accept the command. Zhao Yun replied in affirmation, after pacifying the southern territories. Zhuge Liang, in gratitude for Liu Bei's aspirations for the Han dynasty and his entrusted legacy, mobilized the Shu forces from Qishan, commencing the first northern expedition. The mere movement of the Shu army sent ripples of unease throughout the realm. In Yi City, Chao Rui sat upon his throne, calmly announcing, Esteemed ministers, reports from the border indicate that Zhuge Liang has assembled 350,000 Shu troops for the northern expedition, now encamped around Hanzhong, with their sights set on the 2 capitals. Vanguard Zhao Yun has already led his forces into Wei territory. How shall we respond? Chao Jin stepped forward, casting a grave gaze upon Chao Rui, stating, Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang's forces are stationed at Hanzhong merely to observe our movements, that I advise that we instruct the governors of each prefecture to fortify the border cities, maintaining a defensive posture. And once the morale of the Shu army wanes, we shall dispatch a general to confront Zhao Yun. Chao Rui, in a somber tone, remarked. Zhao Yun is one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu, renowned for his unparalleled bravery. Who would dare to face him? As Chao Rui's words faded, Xiahou Ba stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with the Shu army. I beseech you to grant me the forces of the Guanzhong army to confront Zhao Yun, avenging my family's grievances. Xiahou Ba's martial prowess was not on par with his father, Xiahou Yuan, one of the earliest generals to follow Cao Cao on his campaigns, whose achievements were numerous. Following Cao Cao's capture of Tongguan, Xiahou Yuan was dispatched to lead 30,000 elite troops to defend Dingjun Mountain. Dingjun Mountain was a strategic stronghold in Hanzhong, thus Liu Bei surrounded it with a massive army. The vanguard general of the Shu army, Huang Zhong, launched a fierce assault on Dingjun Mountain. Without reinforcements, Xiahou Yuan valiantly held the fort with his 30,000 troops for over a month. However, among the assembly, one individual could no longer contain himself. Governor Wang Lang hurriedly approached the throne, anxiously stating, Your Majesty, while Xiahou's ambitions are commendable, he lacks battlefield experience and is unlikely to match Zhao Yun. Furthermore, with Zhuge Liang behind him, I recommend that General Cao Zhen lead the charge, supported by Grand Minister Cao Xiu, to command the national army against the enemy. Cao Zhen, upon hearing this, instinctively gasped. The bravado he had exhibited moments ago evaporated, leaving him resembling a wounded lamb. Yet Xiahou Ba retorted with disdain, saying, Wang Lang, I have studied military strategy since childhood. How dare you belittle my youth? Are you perhaps in league with Zhuge Liang, aiming to act as his informant? Wang Lang chuckled lightly in response. Your words betray your anxiety. Such impatience is a grave tactical error. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Xiahou Ba, indignant, declared, Your Majesty, if I cannot capture Zhuge Liang alive, I vow not to return to court. Cao Zhen surveyed the room. Then, trembling, rose to say, Your Majesty, General Xiahou is the loyal and valiant son-in-law of the late emperor. If he is sent to confront Zhao Yun, it will surely elevate the prestige of our Wei dynasty. After much deliberation, Chao Rui finally spoke. General Xiahou, I appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Western Expedition, commanding 200,000 troops against Zhao Yun. You must capture Zhuge Liang alive to honor the spirit of the late emperor. I accept the decree, Xiahou Ba responded passionately, while Wang Lang gazed at Chao Rui in astonishment, shaking his head in resignation to this moment. Zhuge Liang's Northern Expedition Army had reached Hanzhong that as Zhuge Liang traveled midway. He came upon a site laden with jars and containers, prompting him to halt the carriage and disembark for inspection. He turned to Ma Su and inquired, What is the meaning of this? Ma Su explained, reporting to the Chancellor, the military records indicate that 3 days ago, an envoy from Wu arrived here, sent by Sun Quan to deliver 100 jars of fine wine and 100 excellent horses as a gesture of encouragement. Additionally, he conveyed Sun Quan's wishes for your victorious campaign and success in the Northern Expedition. Zhuge Liang nodded thoughtfully and softly replied, Very well. Let us have these items collected to do you comprehend the implications of Sun Quan's message. Standing beside Zhuge Liang, Wei Yin interjected. Sun Quan intends to imply that he is fully aware of our movements, thus placing these gifts along our path 3 days prior. Upon Wei Yan's conclusion, Ma Su added, As for the well-wishing for our victory, it is likely insincere that he neither desires to see our northern expedition succeed nor wishes for our utter defeat. Rather, he hopes to witness both Shu Han and Chao Wei suffer mutual destruction. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly and said, Your observations are astute. Let us allow Sun Quan to await the outcome. Just as Zhuge Liang was about to return to the carriage, a scout's voice echoed from afar. Report. The scout hastened to Zhuge Liang, dismounting swiftly to bow and announce. Reporting to the Chancellor, Our vanguard has reached the fork in the road, and General Zhao requests that we advance down that route. Show me the map, Zhuge Liang commanded. Examining the expansive map, Ma Su stated softly, Currently, we have 2 main routes for advancing into the Central Plains. The right path leads through Xiegu, while the left path traverses Qishan. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Liang's thoughts were abruptly redirected, and he declared, Send my orders forth. The army shall split into 2 divisions, one taking the Xiegu path as a feigned assault on Meixian, while the other will proceed through Qishan, advancing towards Longyu. Once firmly established, we shall determine the moment to strike at Chang'an. Understood, Ma Su replied that at this juncture, however, Wei Yin scrutinized the map, pondering aloud. Why does the Chancellor not consider a third route? There is no third route out of Hanzhong, Ma Su replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Wei Yin, his lips curling into a slight smile, explained, although the map shows none, there exists one beyond it. Pointing to the location on the map he referred to, he continued, Chancellor, if you would grant me 5,000 elite troops, I could lead an assault through the Qinling Mountains, traversing Zhu Valley directly towards Chang'an. Within 10 days, I could assuredly seize the city. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang resolutely shook his head, stating, the terrain around the Qinling is treacherous. Should we be discovered by the enemy, we would inevitably fall into a deadly encirclement. And our forces would perish in the valley. No, Chao Rui would never anticipate our army crossing the Qinling. The more perilous the path, the more advantageous it becomes. Chancellor, I need only 5,000 elite troops to strike unexpectedly at the gates of Chang'an. A surprise attack will surely triumph over sheer numbers, that if we follow your proposed route through Qishan, it will take months to reach Chang'an. Along the way, we would encounter numerous Wei encampments. To eliminate them all would entail heavy casualties and prolonged delays. When shall we ever breach the Central Plains? Zhuge Liang sighed. The northern expedition is a matter of great significance. We cannot afford to take risks that My army must advance along the flat road from Longyu, establishing a firm foothold. Although this approach may not yield swift victory, it ensures we will not face utter defeat. But Chancellor, Wei Yin protested. There is no need for further discourse. My mind is made up. Send my orders for all troops to proceed along the routes I have just specified, Zhuge Liang asserted firmly, turning away to return to his carriage. Wei Yin remained rooted in place, sighing in discontent. This moment presents a rare opportunity for us to assault Chang'an. It is disheartening to see the Chancellor so cautious that Ma Su smiled slightly, saying, Wei Yin, do you not understand the Chancellor's nature? He has never acted recklessly in his life, which is precisely why he has achieved countless victories in battle. Yet Wei Yin scoffed, his gaze shifting. Do not forget that the essence of military strategy lies in the element of surprise, that if one is too cautious, how can one unleash a surprise attack? As twilight descended, Zhuge Liang's central camp was fully established. Seated in a chair, he perused documents when Ma Su reporting to the Chancellor, our spies have relayed intelligence that Chao Rui has appointed Xiahou Ba as the Grand Commander of the Western Expedition, dispatching the Xiliang army against us. Zhuge Liang regarded Ma Su calmly, stating, this individual is merely a figurehead, far inferior to his father Xiahou Yuan, and thus poses no real threat. It is said that Sima he has been assigned by Chao Rui to serve in Luoyang as the Grand Commander of Yongliang. What? Yongliang is a strategic choke point guarding Chang'an. Could it be that my plans for advancing have been discerned by Chao Rui? Zhuge Liang's heart raced, and his brow furrowed, displaying his displeasure that Ma Su, however, remarked nonchalantly, I do not think so, that if Chao Rui were to recognize your strategy, he would undoubtedly reinforce Yongliang. However, reports indicate that the garrison in Yongliang consists of merely 10,000 troops, with no reinforcements dispatched from elsewhere. And these troops are solely infantry, capable only of passive defense. Zhuge Liang, however, furrowed his brow and remarked, Sima is unlike any other. This man is ruthless and cunning, possessing wisdom that rivals that of the erstwhile Cao Cao. With him stationed in Yongliang, it is akin to having an army of 100,000 at our gates that it appears that breaching Yongliang will not be an easy task. Ma Su, feeling a pang of anxiety, inquired then, based on the Prime Minister's assessment, should our forces alter our strategy of advance, eliminate him? Zhuge Liang coldly replied. Does the Prime Minister intend to send an assassin? Ma Su asked in confusion. Yet, Zhuge Liang suddenly burst into laughter, saying, why send an assassin to take a life? Sometimes, mere rumors can serve as a weapon, killing without shedding blood. Chao Jun and Chao Xiu are already suspicious of Sima Yi. Indeed, otherwise Sima Yi would not have been relegated to the border town by the two of them. At that moment, far away in Yongliang, Sima Yi was observing the soldiers' drills within the camp. As he beheld the troops before him, a radiant smile graced his face. Sima Zhao, are these soldiers all newly recruited? He asked. Yes, father. How many troops do we have now? According to today's statistics, we have already amassed 10,000 soldiers. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi's smile faded, and he spoke with gravity. Within 2 months, we must expand to 30,000 troops. Zhuge Liang has already left Han territory, and I suspect he will march from Qishan directly towards Chang'an. Yongliang is a strategic stronghold leading to Chang'an. A great battle is inevitable. Sima Yi was acutely aware of Zhuge Liang's strategic acumen. He understood that Zhuge Liang never took unnecessary risks, but advanced cautiously and steadily. Given that Yongliang is a military strongpoint guarding Chang'an, Zhuge Liang would undoubtedly seek to seize it. Sima Zhao's expression darkened as he questioned, "Father, according to the scouts, Zhuge Liang's army is advancing through Xie Valley, preparing to attack Meicheng, and there has been no sign of the Shu army in the direction of Qishan." Sima Yi scoffed. Zhuge Liang is no ordinary person that a skilled general can conceal an army of thousands in plain sight. The entry of the Shu army into Xie Valley is merely a ruse to lure our imperial forces at that time. The Shu army will surely emerge from Qishan and directly target Yongliang, thereby threatening Chang'an. But what if the Shu army does not emerge from Qishan? Father, without imperial consent, you have recruited thousands of soldiers in Yongliang. How shall we explain this to the court, if this matter is leaked? The least we face is impeachment from Cao Zhen. At worst, Father, you could face imprisonment. That would be better for us to submit a memorial to the court and report this situation. Sima Zhao squinted and inquired. Sima Yi shot him a glare and stated plainly, "You know the prevailing atmosphere at court. Once our memorial is submitted, His Majesty will surely summon the ministers for discussion. That be why the time the deliberation concludes. Zhuge Liang will likely have already advanced towards Yongliang. With the mere 10,000 troops we have, how can we withstand him? But Father, if the court investigates and charges you with unauthorized military expansion, we would be in grave trouble." Sima Yi, upon hearing this, closed his eyes and sighed. "As the governor of Yongliang, I bear the heavy responsibility of defending the city. That if I were to lose it, which sin weighs heavier, losing the city or expanding our forces?" The following day, Sima Yi sought out Zhang Shiping, the wealthiest gentry in Yongliang. This man was renowned for his opulence, possessing thousands of acres of farmland and an immeasurable fortune. Just a casual contribution of several thousand gold would enable Sima Yi to further recruit troops. With provisions, wealth, and manpower, Sima Yi would indeed become a veritable chieftain, effortlessly repelling Zhuge Liang's advances. The two walked along the road. After a moment of silence, Sima Yi cleared his throat and broke the stillness. "May I inquire, Brother Zhang, how fares your business lately?" This single query sent Zhang Shiping's heart into a tumult, making it difficult for him to regain his composure. Could it be that Sima Yi sought to request funds again? As a powerful figure in Yongliang, Sima Yi needed substantial financial backing to assemble a formidable force of thousands in these tumultuous times. Merchant Zhang Shiping sought protection and was obliged to pay for safety, regardless of his willingness to part with such funds. "Thanks to Brother Zhongda's blessings, my business is thriving, earning gold daily." Under Sima Yi's imposing presence, Zhang Shiping dared not utter a single falsehood. That he was, after all, merely a merchant, and as the saying goes, merchants do not engage in politics. Their nature is to seek profit, prioritizing gain above all else. Hearing Zhang Shiping's confident reply, Sima Yi could not help but chuckle, for both were seasoned veterans, well aware of each other's intentions. "Since that is the case, I have a favor to ask of you, brother." With that, Sima Yi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhang Shiping. "There is no need for such formalities. Your matters are my matters. That if I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to say so." At these words, Zhang Shiping's smile instantly faltered, his tone betraying a hint of difficulty. "Surely you jest? Does Sima Yi truly seek to borrow money again?" Noting that Sima Yi bore no hint of jest, Zhang Shiping's heart began to race. Sima Yi often made exorbitant demands, routinely asking for tens of thousands of taels. It was uncertain whether he would escalate his request this time. "Brother, are you not aware that the Shu army is causing chaos, threatening our borders? I wish to raise a force in Yongliang to safeguard the capital and quell the rebels. Therefore, I require your assistance in providing some funds to procure weapons and stockpile provisions. When victory is achieved, I shall repay you double." Upon hearing Sima Yi's proposal, Zhang Shiping nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat emotional. "What you say is indeed true. However, how much silver will be needed to raise a righteous army?" At this moment, there was a hint of resignation in Zhang Shiping's tone, as if he were awakening from a dream that in his understanding, any peasant uprising would ultimately end in failure, just as Zhang Jiao's rebellion had. The warlords, each with their own forces, would undoubtedly rush to attack. Sima Yi's request for silver to establish an army was merely a means to gain a position of authority and expand his own power amidst the chaos. Sima Yi furrowed his brow, sighed deeply, and suppressing his emotions, replied in a low voice, "I wish to recruit 20,000 soldiers in Zhuojuan, forge 20,000 suits of armor, and stockpile provisions for 100 days, which will require a total of 300,000 taels of silver." To this declaration, Zhang Shiping's expression immediately changed, and he gasped in shock. 300,000 taels of silver. You old scoundrel, are you really asking for that much? In Wei, a common farmer's annual income barely amounted to 30 taels of silver. Wealthy merchants like Zhang Shiping typically earned 4,000 to 5,000 taels a year. 300,000 taels represented 6 or 7 years of hard-earned income. Realizing this, Zhang Shiping instinctively glanced at Sima Yi, studying his expression. To his surprise, Sima Yi merely sighed, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Yet in his gaze, there was an unmistakable aura of imperial authority that sent a chill down Zhang Shiping's spine. He thought to himself, should he incur Sima Yi's displeasure at this critical juncture, all the silver he had previously spent would be in vain. Although anxious, he knew he must remain composed. Zhang Shiping steadied himself, contemplating for a while, and finally, with great reluctance, said, "Brother Zhongda, your selfless dedication to the Wei kingdom is commendable. I shall send 300,000 taels of silver to your residence by tomorrow. Is this truly the case?" Upon hearing Zhang Shiping's promise, Sima Yi was genuinely taken aback. Though Zhang Shiping's features were somewhat contorted, he remained composed, repeatedly gesturing in affirmation. "Heaven is my witness. Every word I speak is true." Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang's strategy was quietly unfolding. In the city of Chang'an, Cao Xiu held a document in his hand. Reading aloud, "The imperial grandson Cao Rui lacks virtue and audaciously usurps power, going against the will of the late emperor. As the governor appointed by the late emperor, I raise my forces to quell the rebels, that I implore the soldiers and people to recognize the reality and pledge allegiance to the new sovereign, lest they suffer calamity. Your Majesty, listen to this. Sima Yi is plotting rebellion." Cao Rui pondered for a moment before responding. "Uncle, you once said that Sima Yi is a man of strategy. Could such an overt proclamation truly come from him? Is this not Zhuge Liang's scheme to sow discord? Moreover, Sima Yi only commands a few thousand troops in Yongliang. Would he dare to declare himself? Your Majesty's considerations are astute, yet what if Sima Yi is secretly recruiting soldiers?" Cao Rui clenched his fists and slammed the table, stating, "If Sima Yi dares, without my edict, he would not have the audacity to secretly recruit soldiers." Cao Xiu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have just received a confidential report stating that Sima Yi has already recruited 10,000 soldiers in Yongliang and is training them day and night in the martial arena, forming a certain level of combat capability. This is a matter of exterminating families. How dare Sima Yi not report this? The crux lies here. Why does Sima Yi not report? Now that Zhuge Liang's army has entered our territory. If Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang were to conspire together." Before Cao Xiu could finish, Cao Rui abruptly interrupted. "Issue my command. Immediately summon 20,000 tiger guards that I shall personally go to Yongliang and hold Sima Yi accountable." As you command. 3 days later, Sima Yi met with Zhang Shiping once more. This time, Zhang Shiping arrived with dozens of attendants carrying several large chests filled with gold and silver treasures to Sima Yi's residence. Villagers quickly gather at the city gate. "Brother Zhongda, the emperor has arrived. Should we not hasten to the city gate to welcome him?" At that moment, every household began to strike their bronze gongs and make their way toward the city gates. Hearing this, Sima Yi and Zhang Shiping were momentarily taken aback. How had the emperor arrived in Yongliang? Shouldn't the court's foremost concern be addressing Zhuge Liang's northern expedition? Yet, despite the oddity of the situation, Sima Yi, the Grand General of Yongliang, and Zhang Shiping, a prominent figure, understood that it was their duty to welcome His Majesty. As the two approached the city gates, their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape. Before them marched a formidable array of armored soldiers, exuding an air of authority and might, their swords and blades glinting under the sun. This elite infantry advanced in perfect unison, got a cavalryman at the front row directly up to Sima Yi, pulling on the reins and dismounting. "You are Sima?" the soldier remarked, his tone laced with disdain upon observing Sima Yi's impoverished appearance. Sima Yi, witnessing the court's grand display of force, lowered his demeanor, answering with utmost humility, "I am indeed Sima Yi, the Grand General of Yongliang. May I inquire the purpose of His Majesty's visit?" "The Emperor will arrive shortly. He has sent me to ask if you are recruiting soldiers and expanding your military in Yongliang." At these words, Sima Yi was struck with profound shock, nearly losing his footing. Who had leaked such sensitive information? How had the court learned of his military recruitment and expansion plans? However, recognizing that this was not the time for concealment, he spoke candidly. "Yes, do you dare defy the Emperor's decree? That would cost you your head. It seems you no longer wish to live." The soldier continued, "In that case, please accompany me to meet His Majesty. I advise against fleeing. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences that in a short while." Sima Yi and Sima Zhao arrived at Chao Rui's grand encampment. Before Sima Yi could enter the central military tent, Cao Xiu abruptly stood and declared, "Your Majesty, the Tiger Ben army has secured all strategic passes, and we have laid an ambush of 100 axe-wielding men beyond the camp." Chao Rui, however, remained unfazed, saying, "They have come with only the two of them. If he truly intended to rebel, why has he not fled by now? Instead, he dares to come alone. Is this not a death wish?" Cao Xiu, with a glint of malice in his eyes, retorted, "Your Majesty, I believe that if there is solid evidence of Sima Yi recruiting soldiers, military law should be enforced." After a prolonged silence, Sima Yi and Sima Zhao slowly entered the central military tent, stopping 5 paces from Chao Rui, then kneeling to bow their heads, saying, "I, Sima Yi, pay my respects to Your Majesty." Chao Rui fixed his gaze on Sima Yi and inquired, "Sima Yi, I have heard that you are recruiting soldiers in Yongliang. Is this true?" Sima Yi replied calmly, "In response to Your Majesty, I have indeed recruited troops. How many soldiers? 30,500. Sima Yi, how dare you take such liberties without my permission?" Maintaining his composure, Sima Yi responded, "In response to Your Majesty, I have been granted heavenly favor to govern Yongliang. However, upon my arrival, I found the troops to be few and dispirited. Should Zhuge Liang advance from Qishan, I would surely be unable to withstand him. Therefore, I would rather bear the blame of defeat than fail to recruit soldiers to confront him." Chao Rui stared intently at Sima Yi. "Why did you not report this to me? What are your true intentions?" Sima Yi's voice deepened. "Your Majesty, I have my reasons that are difficult to express, that if I were to submit a memorial, I fear Your Majesty would not grant approval. Even if you were to approve, it would likely take at least 3 months, by which time Zhuge Liang may have already approached Yongliang. Hence, I opted for action before reporting, and I humbly request Your Majesty's punishment." Cao Xiu pointed an accusing finger at Sima Yi, fuming, "You claim you recruited soldiers to counter the Shu army, yet Zhuge Liang is advancing from the Shigu path, and no Shu forces have been detected from the direction of Qishan." Sima Yi suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with intensity. "General of Cavalry, the Shigu path is merely Zhuge Liang's feint to the east, while the Qishan direction is where the main offensive of the Shu army is directed, heading straight for Chang'an." Cao Xiu dismissed him with disdain. "What if Zhuge Liang does not advance from Qishan? What punishment shall you face then?" As soon as Cao Xiu finished speaking, Sima Yi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Then let them take my head." At Sima Yi's proclamation, everyone present was taken aback, and Chao Rui's mind wavered, unsure whether to believe Sima Yi's words. Cao Xiu continued, "Currently, rumors abound in Luoyang, claiming you wish to recruit soldiers in Yongliang to establish your own kingdom. At this moment, Sima Yi's gaze faltered, and his body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and addressed Chao Rui. "Your Majesty, this is Zhuge Liang's scheme to sow discord that I have received great favor from the late emperor. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, I could never harbor the ambition of usurping the throne. I implore Your Majesty to see clearly that as Sima Yi finished speaking, Sima Zhao, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Your Majesty, my father's loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon. When I heard of Your Majesty's arrival with the Tiger Ben army, I urged my father to seek refuge. Yet he drew his sword in anger, declaring that if I dared betray the late emperor, he would immediately slay me and present my head to Your Majesty as a form of penance. I beseech your majesty to deliberate carefully. Chao Rui lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before glancing at Chao Xiao, who signaled for Chao Rui to execute Sima Yi to eliminate future troubles. However, Chao Rui proclaimed, Sima Yi, I shall spare your life, considering your past associations with the late emperor and Huangzu. However, you are to be stripped of all your official titles and returned to your hometown, remaining there without my decree. Upon hearing Chao Rui's words, Sima Yi's countenance changed drastically. Yet he instinctively bowed and said, I thank your majesty for your mercy. Chapter 34. Dismissal. Sima, you are to surrender all the soldiers you have recruited and the military power in your hands to Chao Xiao and remain here to defend Yongliang. Chao Xiao, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth in reluctant acquiescence, replying, I obey the order. On the road, Sima Yi sat in a carriage, with his son Sima Zhao following closely behind. Father, are you truly planning to retire to your hometown? Sima Zhao said, filled with reluctance that he had not anticipated that his efforts for the Great Way would ultimately lead to such emptiness. Why not? To be born and die here, to live in peace until old age, is also a rare blessing, Sima Yi replied. Sima Zhao sighed, Father, you have poured decades of effort into this, and now it is all lost. Are you truly at peace with this? Hearing this, Sima Yi's anger surged. It is already fortunate that we can return alive. I, Sima Yi, do not dare to ask for more. Father, Chao Xiao, Chao Jun, and others cannot possibly match Zhuge Liang. Yongliang and Qishan will surely fall to the Shu army. Sima Zhao lamented. Sima Yi snorted coldly, his spirit becoming disoriented. You speak wisely, yet since His Majesty has decreed that Chao Xiao shall defend Yongliang, we can only proceed step by step. 3 days later. In Luoyang, Chao Rui slammed the memorial in his hand onto the ground with great force, his anger boiling over. Look at this. Look. These are all reports of defeat. Xiahou claimed he would capture Zhuge Liang alive. Yet what has resulted? Not only has he lost soldiers and generals, but he himself has been captured by Zhao Yun. The prestige of our nation and military has been lost consecutively. Where is my face? Moreover, the Shu army has feigned movements around the Shigu Path, while Zhuge Liang leads his forces out of Qishan, crossing the Weishui. They are now pressing straight towards Chang'an, and the garrison commander Jiang Wei has surrendered to Shu. Nan'an, Meicheng, Shanggui, and Tianshui have all fallen into Zhuge Liang's hands. The Grand General Chao Xiao has even abandoned the city, leading the remnants of his troops in a desperate flight. At this rate, in a few months, I shall be the ruler of a fallen nation. Observing Chao Rui's distraught demeanor, Wang Lang stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, I have long maintained that Xiahou is no match for Zhuge Liang. To withstand the Shu army's advance and defeat Zhuge Liang, it is imperative that Grand General Chao Jin takes command. Wang Lang's words sent a chill through Chao Jin, who quickly stood and said, Your Majesty, I am lacking in talent and unworthy of such a great responsibility. Zhuge Liang is astute and resourceful. I am not his opponent. Chao Rui, unable to contain his frustration, said, Uncle, the late emperor entrusted the future to you. The calamity of our nation is imminent. How can you remain indifferent? Wang Lang continued to stoke the flames. The Grand General is a minister of the state. Given the current crisis, there can be no further excuses. If the Grand General does not decline, I am willing to accompany him in the campaign against Zhuge Liang. Chao Jin realized he could no longer refuse and steeled himself, saying, If the elder can provide assistance, I shall take the role of military strategist. Yet Chao Rui, deep in thought, remarked, Dear Minister, you are already 76 years old. How can I bear to send you to the battlefield again? Hearing Chao Rui's words, Wang Lang expressed his gratitude. Your Majesty, though I may be advanced in age, my aspirations remain youthful. People say Zhuge Liang is nearly supernatural. I do not believe in such superstitions that I have long wished to capture this demon and confront Zhuge Liang on the battlefield to see who is truly superior. Ultimately, Chao Rui made up his mind. Standing resolutely, I appoint Chao Jin as the Grand General and Wang Lang as military strategist, mobilizing 200,000 troops to confront Zhuge Liang, that I accept the decree. The following day, the armies of Shu and Wei positioned themselves for battle. The tension palpable as combat seemed imminent. Observing the formation of the Shu army, Wang Lang could not help but exclaim, Indeed, Zhuge Liang lives up to his reputation. His array conceals numerous intricate strategies. Chao Jun, seated upon his chariot, allowed a flicker of anticipation to cross his lips. What strategies does the strategist propose? Fully aware that this skirmish was merely the prelude to a far bloodier conflict with the merciless Shu forces, Wang Lang replied nonchalantly, I have heard that Zhuge Liang is eloquent and persuasive. Pray, summon him forth so that I, Wang Lang, might first berate him before the armies, thereby diminishing the Shu army's fervor, after which you may engage them in battle. Chao Jun chuckled and said, Let us proceed as the strategist suggests. Summon him forth. Soon after, Zhuge Liang arrived at the front lines, accompanied by a four-wheeled cart, while Wang Lang, escorted by guards, approached slowly. Zhuge Liang spoke with a calm demeanor. Could it be that you are Wang Situ? Wang Lang, revealing a hint of mockery, clasped his hands and replied, I am Wang Lang, long acquainted with your esteemed name. It is a fortunate encounter that I have heard you proclaim yourself as one who understands the will of heaven. Why then do you raise such an unjust and unwarranted army? Zhuge Liang, with a serene smile, responded, I am commanded to quell rebels. What is unjust about that? Little did he know that the will of heaven had shifted. The Han dynasty's fate had waned, and it is only natural that the virtuous replace the unworthy. Since the reign of Emperor Huan, there has been chaos. The Yellow Turbans revolted, followed by Dong Zhuo's tyranny, leading to widespread suffering among the people. Yet my illustrious ancestor, Emperor Wu, followed the heavenly mandate, purging the realm and restoring peace. You often liken yourself to Guanzhong and Lui. Why then do you defy the heavenly will and engage in such treachery? Presently, our Wei forces number in the millions with thousands of generals, and our iron cavalry could easily pacify Qishan, that if you truly possess insight, it would be wiser to cast aside your armor and pledge allegiance to Wei. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang laughed heartily before countering. I had expected an elder of the Han to articulate profound discourses before the armies, yet instead, you utter words devoid of loyalty and filial piety. Utterly intolerable. Allow me to speak. Let the three armies listen carefully. You, Wang Lang, have received the grace of the Han dynasty and the emperor's favor that I end this time of peril for the Han, instead of serving the emperor with utmost loyalty. You have instead turned against him, aiding the oppressors that if you harbor even a shred of conscience, you should eliminate the traitors and restore the Han in honor of the late emperor's spirit. Yet now, before the armies, what face do you have to recklessly claim knowledge of fate? What face will you present to the 24 late emperors in the underworld? After Zhuge Liang's words, Wang Lang's countenance abruptly changed. He clutched his chest, suddenly blinded, and spat blood before tumbling heavily from his mount. Chao Jun, witnessing this, was alarmed and promptly ordered for Wang Lang to be taken back to the camp, while the army slowly retreated into their encampment. Once at Wang Lang's bedside, Chao Jun anxiously inquired, What has become of Lord Wang? The physician, bowing respectfully, replied, To the Grand Commander, Lord Wang has passed away. Chapter 35. The Death of Wang Lang. Chao Jun stood frozen, staring blankly, his mind racing with disbelief that he muttered in horror, Zhuge Liang is indeed a fiend. With merely his silver tongue, he has slain my strategist. Wang Lang held a position among the three dukes. How shall I explain his death to his majesty? The vice commander interjected respectfully, Grand Commander, since Lord Wang's fall, the morale of our troops has plummeted. I fear Zhuge Liang may seize this opportunity to attack our camp. We must remain vigilant. Recognizing the validity of his vice commander's words, Chao Jun paced the room in contemplation before declaring, Let us use Wang Lang's death as bait to draw the Shu army into an assault. When they arrive, I shall ensure they leave no survivors. This may present the finest opportunity to secure victory. The Shu army's main camp. Jiang Wei approached Zhuge Liang with a salute, saying, I am Jiang Wei, here to pay my respects to the Chancellor. Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Wei, the Wei army has arrayed along the Wei River, and for the moment, we cannot breach their defenses that is a local of Tianhua. I wish to hear your insights on the terrain. Jiang Wei promptly replied, I report to the Chancellor that during this season, the Wei River is unpredictable. A mere downpour upstream can cause a surge downstream, rendering our cavalry unable to cross. Zhuge Liang sighed. Thus, if we were to attack recklessly, the Wei forces would surely ambush us during our advance. Indeed, the swift river poses a significant risk, and crossing blindly could lead to unnecessary losses. allowing the Wei army to seize the initiative. Jiang Wei hesitated before saying, "What the chancellor says is indeed correct, yet I have devised a plan." Zhuge Liang encouraged him. "Do share your thoughts." Jiang Wei continued. "When I observed the enemy's camp earlier, I noted that the entire Wei army was in mourning. Who has died?" Zhuge Liang inquired. "It is the strategist Wang Lang." "What? Wang Lang is dead. This is unexpected." Zhuge Liang replied. Ma Su added, "The chancellor's scathing rebuke before the two armies was truly historic." However, Jiang Wei expressed doubt. "What troubles me is that, as a three-duke and Chaozhen strategist, Wang Lang's death should have remained a secret to prevent panic among the troops. Why then does Chaozhen publicly mourn him?" Zhuge Liang's gaze shifted to Jiang Wei, and with a mere glance, he discerned the young man's exceptional insight. Your perception is indeed remarkable." Ma Su, catching on, speculated, "Could it be that Chaozhen wishes to use Wang Lang's death as a ploy to lure our forces into an ambush?" Jiang Wei affirmed, "Indeed, this is surely Chaozhen's cunning scheme." Zhuge Liang replied calmly, "Consider this further. If Chaozhen's intention is to lure us into an ambush, where would the Wei army's hidden troops be positioned? You are well acquainted with this terrain. Please share your thoughts." Jiang Wei swiftly approached the map and pointed decisively, stating, "If the Wei army were to set a trap, the ambushers would undoubtedly be stationed near Fish Mountain." "Very well, since Chaozhen seeks to draw us in, we shall turn his scheme against him." In the capital, Chao Rui stood in the hall, arms crossed, his expression grim as he spoke. "Chaozhen has fallen victim to Zhuge Liang's treachery, with our forces suffering significant losses. Now, he has requested reinforcements. More concerning, Wang Lang was publicly berated to death by Zhuge Liang. Our army is in disarray, and the court is in turmoil. Chancellor Zhong Xin has petitioned to lead the imperial forces personally. What do you think? Might I be so bold, Your Majesty, to inquire how confident you are in defeating Zhuge Liang, should you lead the charge?" Chao Rui sighed heavily, responding, "I am no military strategist. Thus I cannot hope to contend with Zhuge Liang. Your Majesty, such self-awareness is commendable, yet you still lack knowledge of your capable advisors. Speak freely, Chancellor." The Chancellor knelt and said, "Your Majesty, Chaozhen is no match for Zhuge Liang. Should you rely on him to fend off the Shu forces, I fear our dynasty will surely fall. I am willing to sacrifice my life to recommend one man. Should you reinstate him, Zhuge Liang will be defeated." "Who is this person?" Chao Rui inquired eagerly. "That he is a venerable elder of Wei, one whom Zhuge Liang fears above all others. Zhuge Liang has spread rumors of his treachery, seeking to eliminate him, so that he may advance with the Shu army unopposed." Upon hearing this, Chao Rui rose slowly, saying, "You speak of Sima? Indeed, Your Majesty, at present, he is the only one capable of standing against Zhuge Liang. Have you forgotten that only Sima foresaw Zhuge Liang's advance from Qishan and thus gathered troops in Yongliang to resist the Shu army? Though Su Li is indeed talented, he is yet to provide any plans for Your Majesty. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty must rely solely on Sima." Chao Rui sighed in self-reproach. "Alas, I have been misled by slander and wronged Sima. My regret is beyond remedy that I end the Shu army's main camp." Jiang Wei remarked, "Chancellor, since our campaign began, we have enjoyed a string of victories that I have never felt such elation as I do today." Wei Yin immediately added, "Chancellor, the Wei forces in the Central Plains are now paralyzed with fear. Why not seize this opportunity to divide our forces and capture Chang'an and Luoyang?" Zhuge Liang's face lit up with a smile as he responded, "Let us not rush. Allow our army to rest for a few days to replenish our supplies. Afterward, Zilong will lead 100,000 troops to attack Chang'an, while Wei Yin commands 50,000 to seize Luoyang. And I shall follow with the main force that if all goes well, we could establish our dominance in the Central Plains within 6 months." At that moment, Ma Su entered the tent and saluted. "I report to the Chancellor that Li Yan's son, Li Feng, has been dispatched from Chengdu to meet you, claiming he has urgent news. Could it be that Sun Quan has betrayed us and is marching against Shu? Quickly, let him in." Zhuge Liang's countenance suddenly changed dramatically. His greatest concern was that Sun Quan from the east would take advantage of the Shu army's northward expedition to harass their rear, which would certainly lead to the failure of their grand campaign. As soon as he laid eyes on Li Feng, he urgently inquired, "Li Feng, has Eastern Wu already launched an attack? How many troops do they have?" And where are they stationed now? Is the commanding officer Lu Sun or someone else? Seeing Zhuge Liang's anxious demeanor, Li Feng hastily clasped his hands in salute and replied, I report to the Prime Minister that it is not Eastern Wu that has mobilized against Shu. But I have come at my father's behest to deliver a confidential letter to you. Chapter 36. Meng Da's rebellion. Zhuge Liang let out a long sigh of relief. So it is not Eastern Wu that is making a move. Where is that letter? No sooner had Zhuge Liang finished speaking than Li Feng produced a letter from his bosom, handing it to Ma Su, who then passed it on to Zhuge Liang. Upon opening the letter, Zhuge Liang initially frowned in concern, but suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Li Feng, your father has achieved a great feat this time. Ma Su, seeing this, curiously asked, May I inquire what has transpired? Prime Minister, could you share it with us? Zhuge Liang, unable to contain his excitement, said, I never expected that under Li Yan's persuasion, Meng Da would actually rebel. He is now willing to lead an army of 120,000 from Xincheng to pledge allegiance to our dynasty, and he requests that I set a date for him to capture Luoyang and to seize the Wei Emperor Chao Rui alive as an offering. The letter further stated that the main Wei forces were currently engaged in battle elsewhere, leaving only the Imperial Guard to defend Luoyang, numbering merely around 10,000, that if they could take advantage of this opportunity, Meng Da would certainly be able to breach the city before the Wei troops could return for reinforcement. Danem Asu solemnly remarked, Prime Minister, can this matter truly be trusted? What if it is Meng Da's treachery? Zhuge Liang firmly countered, this matter is certainly credible. Remember, Meng Da surrender to Chao Wei was out of necessity, especially after Chao Pai's death. He has frequently been suspected by Chao Jun and Chao Xiu. Fearing for his own life, he must harbor rebellious intentions. Now that our northern campaign is achieving victory after victory, this is the perfect opportunity for Meng Da to redeem himself, that if Meng Da does not act now. When will he? Upon hearing this, Ma Su smiled broadly. If this is indeed the case, then Xincheng is less than 100 miles from Luoyang, that if Meng Da truly rises up, he can strike when they least expect it, and Chao Wei will undoubtedly be caught off guard. Zhuge Liang mused, if Meng Da aids our forces, then the conquest of the Central Plains will become exceedingly easy, leading to the downfall of Chao Wei and the rise of Shu Han. Li Feng, if we can indeed capture Luoyang, your father's merits will shine through the ages. Etching his name in history, Danem Su, draft a confidential letter instructing Meng Da to lead the troops from Xincheng to attack Luoyang on the 9th day of this month. On that same day, I shall lead our army to capture Chang'an. Zhuge Liang paused for a moment, then chuckled. Never mind, I shall write this letter myself. Generals, you may return to your camps for now, and promptly prepare your arms, standing by for orders that at this moment. Sima Yi sat in the hall, strumming his, when Sima Shi slowly entered, bowing slightly as he spoke. Father, the Duke of Xiaohou has been defeated and captured by the Shu army, and Chao Jun has lost ground. Most of the important military strongholds in Xianyang have fallen into Zhuge Liang's hands. Do you think the court will be forced to relocate? Sima Shi observed Sima Yi, who remained silent and continued to play. Before sighing, Your Majesty has been misled by slanderous advice, abandoning the virtuous for the treacherous. Both Grand Commander Chao Jun and Grand Marshal Chao Xiu have suffered repeated defeats. If this continues, I fear our dynasty will not endure much longer and will face extinction. Father, will you truly not submit a memorial? Sima Yi looked up at Sima Shi and slowly asked, Do you recognize this tune? This melody is high mountains and flowing water. Are you, father, yearning for a kindred spirit? Alas, the current emperor is not your kindred spirit, but rather your adversary. Sima Yi coldly replied. Often, an adversary is merely a kindred spirit, without profound understanding. How can one speak of enmity? Are the jujubes in the grove ripe? They should be by now. Sima Yi murmured, Did I end that case? Go fetch some jujubes. I wish to taste them. Sima Shi slowly walked toward the door, but suddenly turned back, saying, Father, are you perhaps awaiting an edict from the court? Sima Shi's words caused Sima Yi's expression to change abruptly. Though he said nothing further at that moment, Sima Zhao hurriedly entered, saying anxiously, Father, the imperial envoy dispatched by His Majesty has arrived and brings the emperor's edict. Who is the envoy? Sima Yi inquired. His expression grave, that is the prime minister of the court. Hua Xun arrived at Sima Yi's residence with the imperial edict. Sima Yi dared not refuse it. He quickly brought Sima Shi and Sima Zhao outside. Kneeling on the ground, Hua Exan took out the sacred decree, slowly unfolding it and reading aloud, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Sima, he has been wronged by slander, and it is my fault. The great enemy is at our borders, and the court is in peril. Only you, my minister, can bear this heavy responsibility, driving away the enemy and safeguarding the nation, restoring peace to our way. Therefore, I hereby appoint Sima I as the Grand Marshal and General of the Cavalry, commanding the various troops of the Central Plains. Thus it is decreed that I humbly accept the decree." Sima I replied calmly. After handing the decree to Sima I, Hua Exan softly said, "Brother Zhongda, the esteemed elder Zhong has put the lives of his entire family. 53 individuals at stake to ensure your emergence, and I have similarly risked the lives of my 47 family members. Together, that makes 100 lives." Sima I was taken aback, responding with agitation, "Prime Minister Hua. Some say I, Sima I, am a wolf in sheep's clothing, endangering even my own life. How could I possibly bear the weight of 100 lives?" Hua Exan simply smiled and replied, "Zhongda, why be so hard on yourself?" "I apologize." Upon hearing this, Sima I rose and said, "Prime Minister Hua, the military situation is urgent, and I cannot entertain you with tea. You must return to Luoyang immediately to inform His Majesty that I will be heading to the general's residence in Wanqing to take up my post." The following day, Sima I arrived at the general's residence in Wanqing. All the generals of Wei were summoned to report to Sima I. General Wu Qing of Hongqing arrived with 35,000 infantry to await orders. General Song Liwu of Weiqing came with 20,000 cavalry to report. Governor Shun I of Weiqing approached, saying, "Brother Song Zhongda, I have a significant achievement to report. May I present it for your consideration?" Sima I looked up at the man, his eyes lighting up with a long-lost smile as he said, "When did you arrive, brother? I have kept you waiting." Shun I glanced around at the surrounding military leaders, and Sima I immediately understood his intent, commanding, "Everyone, withdraw." Understood. Once the generals had retreated, Shun I found a position to sit down, and Sima I sat across from him. Shun Yi's expression quickly turned tense as he said, "Zhongda, I have heard that you have been reinstated by His Majesty. Congratulations. May I ask, after achieving success, do you not fear being demoted back to your hometown?" Chapter 37. Taking command in a crisis, Sima I replied coldly, "My neck is flesh and blood. Of course I fear. Then why do you still choose to emerge?" "My dear brother, I, Sima I, am ambitious for fame and fortune, yearning for great achievements that I find it difficult to endure. Dreaming of competing with Zhuge Liang." Sima I suddenly burst into laughter. Shun I nodded, maintaining a smile. "Brother Zhongda, the fate of our Wei dynasty now rests in your hands at this moment. You have two choices." Sima I, intrigued, asked, "Oh, please share your thoughts. I am eager to hear." Shun I spoke solemnly. "The first option is to guard yourself with mercenaries, watching as Emperor Chao Rue is captured, allowing Wei to fall, and you may then take this opportunity to establish yourself as king, commanding armies to seize the world for your own ambitions." Sima I abruptly waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "Wait, what did you just say?" "The emperor has been captured." "Then please tell me the second option." Shun I continued, "The second option is to rescue the emperor, protect the court, and fight valiantly against the Shu army. After defeating the Shu forces, Brother Zhongda, you will again face slander and schemes from Chao Zhen and other nobles." Sima I nodded, affirming, "In that case, I, Sima I, choose the second option. What great achievement were you about to mention?" Shun Yi's face lit up with joy as he said, "Brother Zhongda, you may not be aware, but Mengda has turned against Wei. Soon, he will heed Zhuge Liang's advice and lead an army of 120,000 from Xincheng to attack Luoyang, seizing the emperor to present to Zhuge Liang. Xincheng is not far from Luoyang. Mengda will surely succeed." Sima I was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he asked, "How do you know of this, brother?" Shun I explained, "Mengda's strategist Li Nan is my old friend, that he intercepted the letter Mengda wrote to Zhuge Liang and shared it with me." Sima I, somewhat skeptical, returned to his seat in the hall, his expression rigid as he said, "If Mengda attacks Luoyang and Zhuge Liang assaults Chang'an without your warning, Chao Wei would likely face annihilation." Shun I urged impatiently, "Brother Zhongda, since that is the case, please give the order to swiftly send troops to Luoyang to rescue the emperor." Sima I shook his head and remarked, "The journey ahead is long and arduous. I fear we may already be too late. What shall we do? He candidly stated, the only course of action now is to refrain from reporting to the court to avoid alarming Meng De. I shall personally lead a cavalry unit to hasten to Xinqing under the cover of night to capture the treacherous General Meng De Shen Yi. Perceiving the underlying scheme, could not help but laugh, saying, Meng De, you intend to use the emperor as bait to ensnare the thief and achieve glory. Moments later, Sima Yi led 30,000 cavalry forth from Wanqing towards Xinqing. Half a day later, Sima Yi asked how much farther to Xinqing. Shen Yi pointed ahead, stating, Zhongde, look, Xinqing is just up ahead. Sima Yi gazed ahead, delighting in the revelation. It appears Meng De is not on guard. Our forces have arrived at just the right moment. Father, came the voice of Sima Shi from afar. At that moment, Sima Shi rode forth on horseback to report, Father, we have captured the messenger sent by Zhuge Liang to Xinqing. Bring him forward, Sima Yi commanded sternly. Soon, 2 soldiers escorted a messenger before Sima Yi. Observing him, Sima Yi inquired nonchalantly, Do you recognize me? The messenger, already terrified, trembled as he replied, No, I do not. Sima Yi straightened his posture and declared, I am Sima Yi, the general of the cavalry. Upon realizing who he was, the messenger exclaimed in astonishment, But you are 100 miles away in Wanqing. Sima Yi smiled and said, Since my arrival, listen well. If you speak the truth, not only shall I spare your life, but I will also ensure your fame and fortune. The messenger, quaking in fear, said, Zhuge Liang dispatched me to deliver a letter to General Meng De in Xinqing. But unfortunately, I was captured by your forces. That I beg you, great general, have mercy and spare my life. And where is the letter? Sima Yi demanded. The messenger, flustered, hastily produced the letter and handed it to Sima Shi. Then knelt on the ground, not daring to look at Sima Yi. After receiving the letter, Sima Shi unfolded it and read aloud, To General Meng De, greetings. Recent reports indicate that the Wei state has once again appointed Sima Yi, a cunning and intelligent man, skilled in warfare, that if word of this leaks, he will undoubtedly mobilize his troops for a night raid, that I urge you, General, to mobilize early and depart Xinqing, so that we may join forces and seize Luoyang. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi sighed. It seems Zhuge Liang anticipated this. Had we arrived even half an hour later, all would have been lost. Take this man away and await my verification. Sima Yi turned and, speaking softly to Shen Yi, said, Shen Yi, to capture the thief, we must first seize the king, that I intend to send a bold and meticulous individual as an envoy to visit Meng De, claiming that Sima Yi has been ordered to Luoyang to pay respects to the emperor. Passing through this area with only 2 sons and a few guards, enticing him to meet outside the city point 3 days later, Sima Yi and Shen Yi arrived in Luoyang, with Shen Yi carrying a sandalwood box. Upon learning of Sima Yi's audience, Chao Rui came forth to greet him, accompanied by Chao Jun and Chao Xiu. Minister Sima Yi pays his respects to your majesty, Sima Yi proclaimed as he approached Chao Rui. Chao Rui, overflowing with joy, assisted Sima Yi to his feet, saying, Zhongde, my beloved minister, please rise. I have awaited your return like a parched land longs for rain. Chao Rui's gaze fell upon the box in Shen Yi's hands, and he inquired, Zhongde, what is this? Sima Yi immediately replied, Your Majesty, within this box lies the head of the treacherous General Meng De. Chao Rui was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. What has transpired? Has Meng De rebelled? Sima Yi cast a glance at Chao Jun behind Chao Rui, then steadied himself and said, Your Majesty, Meng De was in secret correspondence with Zhuge Liang, preparing to mobilize 12,000 troops from Xinqing to attack Luoyang and capture you to present to Zhuge Liang. Upon receiving Shen Yi's urgent report, I hastened to Xinqing and apprehended the traitor Meng De. Having said this, Sima Yi took the letter from Shen Yi and handed it to Chao Rui, stating, Your Majesty, this is a correspondence from Zhuge Liang to Meng De. Chao Rui scanned the letter and exclaimed, Heavens! Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished at Meng Da's hands. Minister, you have achieved a remarkable feat so soon after your appointment. You are indeed a benefactor of the empire. At this moment, Chao Jun suddenly interjected, Congratulations, Your Majesty. With Zhongde here, the forces of Zhuge Liang must surely falter. Chao Xiu also chimed in. Not only is Zhongde a masterful strategist, but his unwavering loyalty is as bright as the sun and moon, destined to be recorded in history. Sima Yi humbly replied. The credit for capturing the traitor Meng De belongs to Wei Xingtai's governor, Shen Yi. With that, Chao Rui declared, "Hear this. I appoint Shen Yi as the inspector of Jizhou and bestow upon him the title of Marquis of Wanqing." Minister gratefully accepts the decree. Shen Yi replied as he knelt in gratitude. Then, Chao Rui took the imperial sword from a eunuch and presented it to Sima Yi, saying, "I entrust you with all the military forces of the two capitals. I command you to lead all troops against Zhuge Liang, that I in the future, should any urgent matters arise, you need not report to me. You may act decisively and report after the fact." Sima Yi knelt to accept the imperial sword. Bowing his head, Minister acknowledges the decree. Thereafter, Sima Yi led the combined forces of the two capitals, totaling 300,000, to confront Zhuge Liang. Within the main military camp, numerous generals gathered. Leaning back in his chair, Sima Yi stated, "Since the onset of the Shu army's incursions, we have faced a series of victories. General Xiahou has suffered a defeat, followed by General Chao Xiu, and then General Chao Jin has faced 3 losses. Over these 3 battles, the court has lost hundreds of thousands of troops and lost 17 or 18 cities. More critically, the Shu army is now just 300 miles from Luoyang, causing widespread panic within the capital. The court has even considered relocating the capital. Thus, the current situation is exceedingly dire for our forces. However, I, Sima Yi, can assure all present generals that the Wei army's defeats will cease here, and the tide of the Shu army's failure shall commence." As Sima Yi finished speaking, a general from the audience declared, "Had the Grand General taken command earlier, Zhuge Liang would not have dared to be so audacious. We could have surely crushed the Shu army." Yet, Zhang He, seated to Sima Yi's right, raised his hand and countered, "Your words are misguided, General. Without the defeats of Xiahou, Chao Jun, and Chao Xiu, we would not have achieved our future victories. Their losses drained the Shu army of considerable resources, horses, and supplies, while more importantly, they bought us time. They have now penetrated over 500 miles into Wei territory for more than 3 months. Their forces have been weakened and are now like a bowstring that has lost its tension. Moreover, the Shu army supplies are dwindling, and each grain and arrow must be transported from Hanzhong, 500 miles away. This gives us the advantage of time and terrain, which will be decisive in our victory." After Zhang Yi spoke, Sima Yi smiled and remarked, "If I were Zhuge Liang, I would send a surprise force into Zawugu, traverse the Qinling, and strike directly at Chang'an." Su Huang could not help but exclaim, "If Zhuge Liang were to employ such tactics, then half of the Central Plains would surely belong to the Shu army." Sima Yi sighed, "Alas, Zhuge Liang is cautious in warfare. Thus, he can only advance steadily, taking one step at a time, seeking not swift victory, but rather to avoid defeat. May I ask, Grand General, how shall we deploy our forces to resist the Shu army?" Sima Yi gazed at the map, contemplating for a long while before slowly responding. "To the south of Longxi, on the Shu army's flank, lies a place called Jieting, which guards the crucial throat of Hanzhong and is the essential route for the Shu army to transport supplies. If we can capture Jieting, we will cut off the Shu army's supply line. Within 3 days, they will be unable to sustain themselves and will surely retreat, that if Zhuge Liang does not order a withdrawal. We will then distribute our forces at various strategic points, holding our ground without engaging. Within a month, tens of thousands of Shu troops in Longxi will perish from starvation." Sima Yi concluded. Su Huang remarked, "Had the late emperor employed Zhong Da's counsel earlier, perhaps the world would have been pacified long ago." Zhang Yi stood up, clasping his hands in salute. "Grand General, I am willing to lead 30,000 troops to capture Jieting." Sima Yi immediately replied, "This mission is indeed suited for you, General. Please lead 30,000 troops to Jieting, and I will follow with the main army." Understood. I in the Shu army's camp. Urgent footsteps echoed outside, and a soldier rushed in, bowing and reporting, "I report to the Chancellor. Chao Rui has reinstated Sima Yi, appointing him as the Grand General of the West, with command over all Wei forces in the Central Plains." Another soldier entered, reporting, "Chancellor, the defeated soldiers from Shangyong have come to report that Sima Yi has already learned of Meng Da's rebellion and has executed him. The 12,000 troops from Xinqing have now surrendered to Sima Yi. I report to the Chancellor. Sima Yi has appointed Zhang He and Su Huang as his left and right vanguard generals, gathering a total of 400,000 troops, now advancing westward." Upon hearing the soldiers' reports, Zhuge Liang felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Rendered speechless, he slumped into his chair, and after a long pause, finally uttered, Meng Da's rebellion was not secretive, and his slow reaction has led to this calamity. Sima Yi is cunning and intelligent, exceedingly skilled in warfare. He is indeed my formidable adversary. Now, I ask you all, where do you believe Sima Yi will strike first? Where shall we defend? After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, he raised his head and noticed that the generals were all silent, a stark contrast to their initial enthusiasm. After pondering for a moment, Zhuge Liang could not help but exclaim, Jieting! Sima Yi will undoubtedly lead his troops to seize Jieting, cutting off our vital supply route. Which of you generals is capable of commanding the defense of Jieting? As soon as Zhuge Liang's words fell, all the generals rose to their feet, but it was Ma Su who spoke first. My lord, I am willing to lead a contingent to defend Jieting against the forces of Chao. Zhuge Liang, taken aback, felt his thoughts become disarrayed. He stood up and said, You must understand, Yu Chang, although Jieting is small, it is of utmost importance to our army that if we lose it, our grand strategy will be in jeopardy. Dame Su, maintaining his composure, replied, My lord, I am willing to sign a military pledge. Should Jieting fall, I will accept the consequences under military law. Zhuge Liang descended from the podium and solemnly stated, You must realize that Jieting lacks fortifications. It is easy to attack yet difficult to defend. A moment's negligence could lead to total annihilation of our forces. Yet, Ma Su remained unfazed and asserted, I have studied military strategy since childhood, and under the tutelage of my esteemed teacher for many years. How could I possibly fail to defend a mere Jieting? Zhuge Liang, filled with exasperation, responded, Sima Yi's talents are no less than those of the Cao Cao of yore, and Zhang He is a renowned general of this era. You may not be their match. Zhang He was exceptionally skilled in combat, having fought alongside Yuan Shao in numerous campaigns, known as one of the four pillars of Hebei. After the Battle of Guandu, he surrendered to Cao Cao and became one of his 5 generals, achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Ma Su smiled faintly and said, My lord, even if Sima Yi and Zhang He were to rise from their graves, I would not be afraid. I implore you to grant me this command. Chapter 39. Ma Su requests command. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang glanced left and right, hesitating. Observing this, Ma Su knelt and proclaimed, My ancestors of the Ma clan were loyal ministers of the Han. That I in the face of war, I am prepared to die for my country, wrapped in my horse's hide, earning glory for 1,000 years. My lord, I have long sought the opportunity to lead troops into battle. I beseech you to grant me the chance to honor my ancestors. At that moment, Zhao Yun spoke up, saying, My lord, I see that Ma Su's desire to serve the country is fervent. Please grant him this opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhuge Liang finally said, In that case, I will provide you with 20,000 elite troops and an additional general to assist you. Thank you, my lord, Ma Su replied, visibly excited. Zhuge Liang surveyed the gathered generals and declared, Wang Ping, I appoint you as the deputy general to assist Ma Su in defending Jieting. That I accept the order. Wang Ping replied. Zhuge Liang continued, Wang Ping, Ma Su is highly intelligent, while you are known for your caution. You two can support each other to achieve great accomplishments. Remember, once the army reaches Jieting, you must camp at the 5 Roads Junction to prevent the Wei army from advancing. After setting up camp, immediately draft a terrain map of 4 to 8 paths for my review that if you can delay the Wei forces at Jieting for a month, it will be the first great achievement in our quest for Chang'an. Understood, Ma Su and Wang Ping replied in unison, exchanging a glance before departing the tent to gather troops in preparation for the journey to Jieting. Zhuge Liang, watching Ma Su's departing figure, felt a lingering unease. He turned to Gao Xiang and said, Jieting lies northeast near a city called Lilu. You will lead 20,000 troops there to garrison that if any crisis befalls Jieting, you are to come to their aid. Understood, Gao Xiang replied. Zhuge Liang then approached Wei Yin, expressing his concerns. Wen Chang, I still harbor some doubts. Zhao Yun smiled gently, looking at Zhuge Liang. My lord, why are you so anxious today? I have fought alongside you for over 20 years and have never seen you so troubled. Zhuge Liang responded, I have never faced Sima Yi in battle, but for a long time, he has remained in the shadows while I stand in the light, that he knows me well, yet I know little of him. Zilong, you and Deng Ji shall each lead a force as a feint. Should you encounter Sima Yi's army, the decision to fight or not is yours. Just ensure that Sima Yi is filled with dread. The following day, Ma Su and Wang Ping arrived at Jieting. Wang Ping halted his horse, pointing ahead with excitement. "General, there lies Jieting." Ma Su, with a smile on his face, but unwavering determination in his gaze, remarked, "The Lord is overly cautious. A mere pass like Jieting is not difficult to hold for a month." Wang Ping, however, expressed his apprehensions. "Regardless, it is my humble opinion that we should heed the Lord's command and camp at the Five Roads Junction. Moreover, we should send additional soldiers to prepare stones and logs for a prolonged defense." A Su shook his head, speaking arrogantly. "No, camping at the junction offers no stronghold. Should the Wei army seize the heights, our soldiers would be in peril." "What do you suggest, then?" Wang Ping inquired. A Su pointed to a nearby hill, saying, "There is a mountain nearby, densely wooded, an advantageous position bestowed by heaven that I believe we should camp atop that hill." Wang Ping, taken aback, cautiously responded, "General, that is a solitary mountain, isolated on all sides, that if the Wei army attacks, we would be surrounded with no retreat." And Su laughed heartily. "Your words are misguided, General. Sun Tzu's Art of War states, to hold the high ground is to see below. The momentum is like a breaking bamboo. Our forces will occupy the mountain, while the Wei army remains below, that if they dare to assault, we need only unleash a hail of arrows and roll stones down to ensure their total defeat." Wang Ping countered, "But what if the Wei army surrounds us without attacking? Days later, our supplies will run dry, leading us to defeat without a fight." Ma Su chuckled. Sun Tzu also said, "Place the enemy in a position of despair. You have led troops for many years. Surely you understand this principle. Once our supplies dwindle, the soldiers will fight valiantly, 1 against 100. How can we not prevail?" Wang Ping, urgently attempting to dissuade him, insisted, "General, not all strategies are infallible. Have I not accompanied the Lord in countless battles? Whenever the Lord faced uncertainty, he often sought my counsel. Do you intend to defy my command?" Wang Ping, left with no choice, could only bow and say, "I accept the order." A Su responded nonchalantly, "That is correct. Relay my command for the army to ascend the mountain and set up camp immediately." Wang Ping looked at Ma Su with a hint of sarcasm, his lips curling with resentment. "General, my intent was for you to lead 20,000 troops atop the mountain, while I would command 5,000 soldiers to establish a camp below, creating a supportive position. Should the Wei army attack, we could provide mutual assistance." A Su replied coldly, "Then you may take your troops down the mountain to establish your camp. Once I have repelled the Wei army, you shall not claim any credit before the Lord." Sima Zhao, under Sima Yi's orders, returned from reconnaissance, and, upon entering the main camp, expressed his joy. "Father, step back that I end the army. There are only soldiers, not father and son." Reporting to the esteemed commander, "I was tasked with investigating Jieting and discovered that the Shu army has already occupied the vital pass." Sima Yi sighed heavily and said solemnly, "Zhuge Liang is indeed a master tactician, surpassing me by far. It seems I am outmatched, and heaven has not granted me the opportunity to achieve glory." Sima Zhao, smiling casually, replied, "Why be so despondent, esteemed commander? I believe Jieting is easily within our grasp." Sima Yi suddenly raised his head, eyes wide in disbelief. "Sima Zhao, you have only recently joined the ranks. Why speak so boldly?" Chapter 40. Divergence. Sima Zhao bowed. Reporting to the esteemed commander, "I have closely observed the Shu camp at the Five Roads Junction. There is only a single military camp, housing merely 5,000 troops, while the main Shu camp is stationed on the Rocky Mountain to the east of Jieting. With a full-scale assault from our forces, we shall surely seize it." Sima Yi, exasperated, retorted, "The Shu army occupies the high ground, overlooking all sides. Our forces would be at a disadvantage, resulting in tremendous casualties to capture Jieting." Sima Zhao, however, smiled triumphantly and continued, "I circled the mountain and discovered it to be a solitary hill. Though high, it is isolated and defenseless. Once encircled, they would be trapped with no escape. Moreover, the hill is far from the river, making water access extremely difficult. Even if there is a spring on the mountain, it would not suffice for the army's needs. Consider, esteemed commander, if we cut off their water supply, how long could they endure?" "Take me to observe," Sima Yi said, straining to rise from his seat. Sima Zhao, exasperated, replied, "Esteemed commander, do you not trust me?" Sima Yi unhesitatingly declared, "It is not that I do not trust you, Sima Zhao, but rather that I place greater faith in my own eyes. Have you thoroughly investigated this situation? Sima Zhao, somewhat irritated, replied, My son, I stand merely an arrow's distance from the Shu army camp, and I see it clearly. Only then did Sima irresolutely command, dispatch orders immediately for the entire army to strike camp and advance westward, surrounding the garrison at Jieting with the swiftness of lightning. Understood, Sima Zhao said, bowing before turning to depart. After a considerable time, Sima Yi and Sima Zhao, accompanied by a dozen guards, reached a high vantage point. Breathless, Sima Yi gazed incredulously at the Shu army encampment before him, exclaiming, The Shu forces are indeed stationed on the mountain. This is truly a divine opportunity for me to achieve merit. Who commands the troops? It is Ma Su, the younger brother of Ma Liang. That it is said he has followed Zhuge Liang for many years and possesses profound knowledge of military strategy, Sima Zhao informed him. Sima Yi, fixated, remarked, Sima Yi, trust no one but assess actions alone. From the arrangement of Ma Su's formation, it appears he is merely a figurehead. How could Zhuge Liang dare to appoint such a man as a general and entrust him with the crucial task of guarding Jieting? Defeat is inevitable. Are there any other Shu troops nearby? Sima Zhao replied with clarity. 10 miles away lies the encampment of the Shu General Wang Ping, with but 5,000 troops. Sima Yi steadied himself and instructed. Send word for Zhang, he to lead 10,000 troops to attack Wang Ping's encampment, while I command the main force to surround the mountain. Inform the generals that they need only encircle and not engage. Merely cutting off their water supply, beating drums to create chaos and disturb the morale of the Shu army. As you command that in 5 days, the Shu forces will surely fall into disarray as they concentrate their strength to assault the mountain. The following day, the Wei army launched a harassment campaign against Ma Su's forces that a deputy general remarked, Look, we are surrounded by the Wei army. It appears they have a full 100,000 troops. Unfazed, Ma Su scoffed. Is it merely 100,000 troops that frightens you? When I followed the chancellor to the Battle of Red Cliffs, even Cao Cao's army of 800,000 was not unassailable. Let them beat their drums down in the valley. When the enemy shows signs of fatigue, we shall charge forth with the vigor of a mountain crashing down, ensuring not a single soldier from Chao's army remains. After a brief pause, he continued, Who commands the Chao army? The deputy general responded, reporting to the general from the enemy's shouts. It seems to be Sima Yi, the grand commander of Chao Wei. Su's heart quivered at this news. And he declared, Sima Yi, the grand commander of Chao Wei, how could he be here so easily? It must be that the enemy is merely using his name to intimidate us. Relay my orders. We shall hold our ground and not engage. In the Shu army's central camp, Zhuge Liang sat restlessly with a document in hand. His brow furrowed. He turned to Jiang Wei and inquired, Boya, has Wei Yin arrived at Yangping Pass? Jiang Wei promptly turned to face Zhuge Liang, bowing as he replied, My lord, a scout has just reported that he is on his way. Zhuge Liang stroked his graying beard, shaking his head in exasperation. Why has there been no news from Ma Su these past few days? There is no encampment at Jieting. Wang Ping and Ma Su will need time to establish their camp upon arrival, but I believe they will surely send word to you once they are settled. Jiang Wei explained. Just then, 2 soldiers entered, reporting, We bring news from General Wang Ping. Zhuge Liang's eyes brightened. Hurry. Let me see. Jiang Wei retrieved a map from the soldiers and placed it before Zhuge Liang. His anxiety mounting, Zhuge Liang unfolded the map, studying it with great intensity. However, upon merely glancing at it, his expression abruptly changed, and he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Ma Su is incompetent. He has led our army into a dire predicament. My lord, what has happened? Jiang Wei, sensing impending doom, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow, his countenance betraying trepidation. Zhuge Liang's features contorted in distress, his lips twitching violently. Ma Su has foolishly established the main camp atop a solitary mountain, believing he could strike from a position of advantage against the advancing enemy. Look at the map drawn by Wang Ping. This mountain is far from any water source, should the Wei army attack. They need only to encircle and not engage, cutting off our water supply. Within 2 days, our army will surely descend into chaos. In such a scenario, we will undoubtedly lose Jieting. Seeing this, Jiang Wei could only bow and say, My lord, I am willing to lead a contingent to defend Jieting and rescue Ma Su. Zhuge Liang shook his head, sighing, There is no time, that we are a full 200 miles from Jieting. Jiang Wei immediately issued 3 military orders. First, command Guanxing and Zhongbao to each lead 3,000 troops along the Wugong path, that if they encounter the enemy, they must not engage. They should merely beat drums and shout. And once the enemy retreats, they should proceed directly to Yangping Pass to assist Wei Yin. Second, instruct Zhang Yi to repair the Sword Gate Road, preparing for the 3 armies to retreat to Hanzhou. Third, summon General Zilong back to camp immediately. His current situation is exceedingly perilous. Understood. Jiang Wei promptly bowed and accepted the orders. Wait, repeat that for me. Jiang Wei turned once more, stating, First, command Guanxing and Zhongbao to each lead 3,000 troops along the Wugong path. If they encounter the enemy, they must not engage. They should merely beat drums and shout, and once the enemy retreats, they should proceed directly to Yangping Pass to assist General Wei Yin. Second, instruct Zhang Yi to repair the Sword Gate Road, preparing for the 3 armies to retreat to Hanzhou. Third, summon General Zilong back to camp immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Wei recite his orders verbatim, Zhuge Liang exhaled slowly in relief. Yet Jiang Wei questioned, My lord, is the situation truly as grave as you suggest? If our grand army were to retreat, then our northern expedition would indeed come to naught. Zhuge Liang spoke solemnly. I fear that the situation may worsen. If my troops can retreat safely, it would be a blessing. You must relay my orders swiftly. Understood. Jiang Wei cupped his hands and hurriedly exited. Zhuge Liang collapsed into his chair, casting another glance at the map, and could not help but sigh heavenward. Your Majesty, I have misjudged men, and thus have wrought a grave error. Our northern expedition has failed that I end the sweltering heat of July. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth, and the wild grasses by the roadside seemed as if they might ignite. The air was thick with oppressive heat, rendering breathing laborious. The troops stationed on the solitary mountain were drenched in sweat. Each soldier listlessly collapsed on the ground. That moment, Masu led a squad of guards past, and upon witnessing this scene, could not contain his fury. What has happened? Get up quickly. Seeing this, the deputy commander rushed forward to report. General, there is no water source on the mountain, and all camps have run dry. The men are parched, and a Sioux replied angrily. How can this be? The height of the mountain is matched by the height of the water. The deputy commander, exhausted and panting, responded, General, that may be true in the south, but our northern region is naturally arid, and this mountain is strewn with rocks. We truly cannot find a water source. With these words, Masu felt a twinge of panic that he paused and commanded, Relay my orders to immediately prevent the troops from rushing down the mountain for water. The deputy commander immediately replied, General, I have already sent men to attempt it. But as soon as our soldiers reached the middle of the mountain, they were driven back by a hail of arrows from the Chao army. Our losses have been severe, a Sioux bellowed. Then we must charge. However, the soldiers guarding the city walls suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising from the mountain, accompanied by the clamor of battle. The guards, in a state of panic, shouted, General, it's bad. The Wei army is beginning their assault. At this moment, in the rear, Sun Li was also advancing with his troops towards the central plains. He keenly understood that he had fallen out of favor with Chao Rui and now awaited a pivotal opportunity. The death of Chao Rui, the ascension of Chao Feng, and the coup d'etat instigated by Sima Yi. After which he would seize the moment to control Sima Yi and capture the ultimate power point 3 days later. Jiang Wei entered the main camp with heavy steps, approaching Zhuge Liang with a gloomy countenance. Unsure of how to begin, perceptive as ever, Zhuge Liang had anticipated the unfolding of events and, with a furrowed brow, said, Bo Yu, speak. Jiang Wei then lifted his head and solemnly declared, Indeed, the situation has unfolded as the Prime Minister predicted. Sima Yi has personally led 150,000 Wei troops to Jieting. They are attacking from 3 fronts. Zhang He is besieging Jieting, Su Huang is fiercely assaulting Yangping Pass, and Sima Zhao is encircling Zhao Yun. Currently, both sides are locked in fierce combat, and the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 42. The fall of Jieting. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang lowered his head, exhibiting a demeanor of helplessness, and sighed, Bo Yu, the outcome is already clear. You must immediately send orders for the military and civilians of Nannan Tianshui, and ending to migrate to Hanzhong under the cover of night, and gather 5,000 elite troops to depart with me at dawn. Jiang Wei hesitated. Prime Minister, the soldiers in the camp have already been ordered out, and there are fewer than 5,000 left. Zhuge Liang was taken aback. How many remain? Perhaps 3,000. Zhuge Liang, irritated, shook his head weakly. In that case, summon them all. We shall head to Xiqing. What, Xiqing? Prime Minister, that is merely a small county. Why must we go there? Jiang Wei's eyes widened, perplexed by Zhuge Liang's intentions. Yet his primary concern was Zhuge Liang's safety, for Xiqing, with its population of only 10,000, had weak defenses and was easily assailable. Moreover, Zhuge Liang was only bringing 3,000 troops. If they encountered the Wei army besieging the city, the consequences would be dire. Zhuge Liang, with a half-smile, gazed at Jiang Wei and explained, Our supply lines have been severed. Before we can return south, Hanzhong's provisions are insufficient. We have only the 10,000 dan of grain in Xiqing that must be transported. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's expression changed, and before Zhuge Liang could finish, he interjected, But Prime Minister, Xiqing is small and dilapidated. If the Wei army pursues us, we cannot hold it. You are vital to the safety of Shuhan. How can you put yourself in danger? It would be better for you to retreat to Hanzhong while I lead the troops to Xiqing to oversee the grain. Zhuge Liang, however, responded with firm conviction. His Majesty entrusted the entire army to my command. If the army is not returned, how can I, as the commander of the three armies, withdraw first? This is absolutely out of the question. Prime Minister, Jiang Wei continued to plead. Zhuge Liang's eyes flashed with cold determination as he asserted, Bo Yu, act in accordance with my orders. Jiang Wei hesitated, instinctively looking towards Zhuge Liang. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuge Liang preempted him. Go now, quickly relay the orders. Any delay increases our peril. Understood. 2 days later, Zhuge Liang and Jiang Wei led their troops to Xiqing to commence the transportation of grain. The scene was one of frenetic activity, with soldiers tirelessly loading the grain onto carts. Observing this, Zhuge Liang suddenly addressed Jiang Wei. Bo Yu, gather the townsfolk that if we cannot transport the grain out of the city before nightfall, the northern expedition will be unable to return to Shu. Yet a sudden shout from afar interrupted their conversation. Zhuge Liang looked up to see a scout riding rapidly towards them. He reined in his horse, dismounted, and urgently reported, Prime Minister, grave news. The Wei army is advancing and has already reached within 20 miles of the eastern city. Zhuge Liang inquired gravely, How many troops do they have? Who leads them? The soldier, in a state of panic, replied, The dust rises endlessly. I cannot see the end. There are at least several tens of thousands. And the banner of the leading general bears the name Sima. Jiang Wei interjected. Sima? Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and asked, How many troops do we currently have in the city? We brought 3,000, but most have already exited the city to transport grain, that we now have fewer than 1,000 remaining. Prime Minister, we must retreat swiftly. Zhuge Liang understood that the situation was untenable and could only sigh in resignation. Sima, he must have elite cavalry with him. How can we outrun them? Moreover, there is still so much grain in the city. Jiang Wei could only helplessly respond. Prime Minister, the walls of Xiqing are barely 3 feet high, with our fewer than 1,000 troops. How can we defend it? Zhuge Liang took a deep breath to calm his rising anxiety and, after careful consideration, issued his command. Immediately relay the order to hide all our battle flags. Open all city gates, and have 3 to 5 soldiers at each gate masquerade as townsfolk cleaning the streets that no one is to enter or exit freely, and any violators will be executed. Prime Minister, Jiang Wei was taken aback, his grip on his sword faltering. Where is my guqin? It is on the cart. Fetch it immediately and place it on the city gate tower. Zhuge Liang stated decisively. Understood. Half an hour later, Sima led his army to within mere miles of Xiqing. At this moment, Zhuge Liang remained composed, sitting alone atop the city tower, plucking the strings of his guqin. Sima, approaching with his guards to within 100 meters of the city wall, paused to listen to Zhuge Liang's music, his eyes narrowing in delight. After a considerable time, Sima Zhao could not help but remark, General, this Xiqing appears to be an empty city. However, Sima suddenly opened his eyes wide and resolutely commanded, Relay orders. The rear army shall become the vanguard. Retreat. Sima Zhao was taken aback. displaying a look of disbelief. "General, the grain is within the city. Why must we retreat?" To Sima Zhao, Xiqing was merely a small county. With tens of thousands of troops under his command, a swift charge could easily capture Xiqing and seize Zhuge Liang. Yet Sima Yi, observing Zhuge Liang playing his guqin atop the city wall, shouted, "Zhuge Liang has laid an ambush within the city. If we do not retreat now, when will we?" Sima Yi spoke loudly, intending for Zhuge Liang to hear, for he had long since deduced that there were no hidden troops within the city. He merely needed to give the order, and his army could storm the city and capture Zhuge Liang. However, Sima Yi was acutely aware that if Zhuge Liang perished at his hands, then no one in Shu Han would rival him again. The fall of Shu Han would mean the end of his position as a great general, and he might even face the dire fate of extermination. Sima Zhao, however, quietly urged, "General, Xiqing is but a tiny place. Even if there are ambushes, they cannot be many. Please, give the order for me to lead the troops into the city." Sima Yi replied, "There may not be many ambushers in the city, but what of those on the mountains outside? Zhuge Liang is ever cautious and never takes reckless risks. Relay the command. The army must retreat quickly. If we delay, the ambushers on the mountain will strike." Sima Zhao, left with no choice, could only shout to the soldiers behind him, "Retreat." Upon witnessing the retreat of the Chao army, a deputy commander ascended the city tower. Disbelief etched on his face as he approached Zhuge Liang and bowed deeply. "Prime Minister, Sima Yi has retreated." Zhuge Liang uttered little, merely continuing to play his lute. Yet, suddenly a string snapped, causing his pupils to constrict sharply as he lamented. "Heaven, grant me your protection." In Chapter 43, The Empty City Stratagem, a deputy general could not help but inquire, "Prime Minister, how could a mere tune you played frighten off Sima Yi and his vast army of over 100,000? Zhuge Liang sighed. "Sima Yi is aware of my cautious nature. I have never resorted to risks. Upon seeing the city gates wide open and me alone strumming my lute, he believed there must be hidden troops within. Alas, Prime Minister, had you played a wrong note just now, they would have surged in and razed this city to the ground." Zhuge Liang closed his eyes, tears welling up, and said, "Sima Yi, indeed a connoisseur of music." "A connoisseur? Were I in Sima Yi's position, I would never have retreated. This place is unsuitable for delay. Gather provisions and depart swiftly as you command." Within the Wei army's camp, Sima Yi sat silently in contemplation. His gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought at that moment. Sima Zhao entered and saluted, reporting to the Grand Commander, "We have captured a woodcutter from outside the city. Upon interrogation, I learned." Noticing Sima Zhao's hesitation, Sima Yi gestured for him to take a seat. Once seated, Sima Yi slowly inquired, "What have you learned?" Sima Zhao, visibly troubled, replied, "Inside the western city, there are only Zhuge Liang and a mere 1,000 or 2,000 old and frail soldiers that we have fallen for his ruse. After our withdrawal, Zhuge Liang took the supplies from the city and set off toward Hanzhong. Zhuge Liang, a mere 1,000 or 2,000 old and frail soldiers. My son, Zhuge Liang is a master of strategy. I am no match for him." Sima Zhao comforted, "Father, there is no need for sorrow. These matters are dictated by fate." Sima Yi solemnly responded, "What troubles me is fate itself. Why does heaven not assist me?" In the Shu army's camp, Wei Yin exclaimed, "Prime Minister, your ability to anticipate the enemy is truly remarkable. I have just ordered the troops to prepare logs and thunderstones, and Su Huang has arrived with 30,000 cavalry. Our forces unleashed a volley of arrows, killing thousands of the enemy on the spot. Reports from scouts indicated that Su Huang was struck by several arrows and fell in battle. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang remained despondent, burdened by the responsibility of the loss at Jieting. Had it not been for his misjudgment in personnel, the current predicament could have been avoided." Zhuge Liang somberly stated, "Wenchang, your efforts have been commendable. Were it not for your defense of Yangping Pass, how could our army have safely returned to Shu? I wonder how Zilong and the others are faring." Just then, the voice of a guard rang out. "Prime Minister, General Zhao has returned to the camp." Zhao Yun strode in with resolute steps. Observing the bloodstains covering Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang hurriedly asked, "Zilong, are you wounded? Is it serious?" Zhao Yun smiled faintly, "Prime Minister, do not worry. The blood upon me is that of the Wei army," that a deputy general interjected. "Prime Minister, You may not be aware, but General Zilong ordered me to lead the troops in retreat while he valiantly held back the pursuing Wei forces, slaying 3 enemy generals in succession, which deterred their advance. Prime Minister, our army has not lost a single man or horse, nor any weapons. Zhuge Liang was greatly astonished and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Zilong, for saving our army from peril. Bring forth a reward of 500 pieces of gold and 10,000 bolts of silk for General Zilong. Zhao Yun immediately replied, Prime Minister, the army has not suffered any losses. I have no face to accept such rewards that if you insist on bestowing a reward upon me, it would signify a lack of clarity in rewards and punishments. Please store the gold and silk in the treasury to be given to other generals later. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in the eyes of those present, and Zhuge Liang lamented. The late emperor often praised Zilong's loyalty and bravery. Today, I see that Zilong is not only loyal and brave, but also possesses a noble spirit. At that moment, the guard again reported loudly, Ma Su, General Wang Ping has returned to the camp. Zhuge Liang's heart suddenly surged with tumultuous emotions, and he suppressed his fury, instructing, summon Wang Ping to see me. Soon, Wang Ping entered the tent with heavy steps, filled with regret and self-reproach. Upon reaching Zhuge Liang, he knelt without hesitation and saluted, I pay my respects to the Prime Minister. Zhuge Liang regarded Wang Ping with a furrowed brow. Shaking his head and hesitantly said, Wang Ping, I entrusted you to assist Ma Su due to your cautious nature. Yet, why did you not advise him regarding the encampment? Wang Ping, equally helpless, replied, reporting to the Prime Minister. I repeatedly urged the army to camp at the 5 routes confluence, but he grew furious and refused later. When the Wei army besieged the mountain, I led the troops to charge multiple times, but our forces were outnumbered. I beseeched the Prime Minister to punish me. Zhuge Liang sighed deeply and said solemnly, You may leave for now. Summon Ma Su. When Ma Su was brought forth, Zhuge Liang's emotions were a tangled mix. He sighed, You Yongchang have read extensively on military strategy since childhood and are well-versed in tactics that I have repeatedly warned you that jitting is the foundation of our forces. Yet upon arriving at the battlefield, you became arrogant and dismissive of Wang Ping's counsel, leading to the loss of jitting and plunging our army into an irretrievable situation. Speak, what punishment do you think you deserve? As Zhuge Liang's words fell, Ma Su slowly straightened his posture, weeping profusely. Prime Minister, the loss of jitting is solely my fault that I once established a military oath and willingly accept the law's punishment. Seeing this, Zhao Yun could not help but speak up. Prime Minister, though Ma Su has made a mistake, considering his 20 years of service under the late emperor and yourself, I believe we should show mercy and allow him to redeem himself. However, as Zhao Yun's words faded, Wang Ping suddenly knelt once more, speaking with a firm tone. Prime Minister, Ma Su must not be easily forgiven, that if so, how can the morale of our hundreds of thousands of troops be maintained? It relies on clear rewards and punishments that if a military oath is established but not enforced, who will uphold military orders in the future? Prime Minister, if you let him off, what will become of military authority? Wei Yin, torn between worry and doubt, added, Prime Minister, the world is still in turmoil, and Shuhan is narrow and sparsely populated. Strategists are already few in number. Ma Su has been diligent in his duties and is well-versed in military strategy. The defeat at Jitting was due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Not solely Ma Su's fault that as Wei Yin finished speaking, the other military officials knelt and clasped their hands, pleading, Prime Minister, please show mercy and spare Ma Su's life. Ma Su drew a deep breath, his gaze fierce. I am unworthy of your nurturing, Prime Minister, and I owe my fallen brothers at Jitting my deepest apologies that I, Ma Su, am incompetent, having failed to live up to your teachings. And I am unworthy of the burden. Even if I were to die 1,000 times, it would not suffice to atone for my sins. Please, Prime Minister, carry out the military law and execute me as an example to others. Zhuge Liang hesitated repeatedly, slowly picking up the death warrant from the table, then casting it to the ground, speaking insincerely, Bring forth Ma Su and execute him at noon. Prime Minister. The other military officials knelt, continually pleading with Zhuge Liang. 2 guards entered the tent and led Ma Su outside. After a while, Ma Su changed into common clothes and stood before the camp gate. Chapter 44, Ma Su faces justice. Wei Yin took a cup of wine from the guards and handed it to Ma Su. Frowning, Yongchong, upon drinking this cup of wine, your journey shall commence. Then Ma Su accepted it and gulped it down. Laughing heartily, Ma Su, while alive, cannot join you in vanquishing the traitors. In death, I shall bless the soldiers of Shu, cutting through thorns and brambles, achieving victory without fail. When the generals achieve great accomplishments in the north, I, Ma Su, shall surely rejoice in the underworld. Turning suddenly, he faced Zhuge Liang in the tent and said loudly, Prime Minister, I take my leave. 3 days later, Zhuge Liang personally penned a memorial to be delivered to Lu Shan in Chengdu. Upon opening it, Lu Shan read, I am but a mediocre talent, unable to clarify laws and principles, and my fear led to the loss at Jieting. All fault lies with me, that I have failed in my duties, misjudged people, and contemplated matters in darkness. The responsibility is inescapable. I beseech your majesty to dismiss me from my post to uphold the imperial authority, that I kneel and await heaven's decree. Lu Shan, upon reading this, sighed heavily and asked the eunuch beside him, Has Li Yin arrived? The eunuch promptly bowed and respectfully replied, Reporting to your majesty, the Minister of Works is waiting outside. Quickly summon him, as you command. Soon, Li Yin entered briskly and respectfully stated, Your Majesty, I am here at your command. Lu Shan descended from the throne, speaking urgently, My dear minister, please rise that I have just received the Prime Minister's letter of self-reproach. He requests to be relieved of his duties. Li Yin, in your opinion, what should be done about this matter? Li Yin replied leisurely, I am uncertain what your majesty intends. Lu Shan sighed, I am in a quandary. If I dismiss the Prime Minister, who in the realm can shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Yet if I do not dismiss him, how can justice be served? These laws were established by the Prime Minister himself. And following this failure in the northern campaign, all the ministers in the court are in a state of panic. What should I do? Li Yin glanced at Lu Shan and said, Your Majesty, I believe the Prime Minister's position must not be dismissed, for there is no one in our dynasty who can replace him. However, given the failure of the northern campaign, punishment is necessary. Why not adopt a middle course? Perhaps demote him to Right General, allowing him to continue managing state affairs and military matters. Lu Shan, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim with great delight, Your words align perfectly with my intentions. My dear minister, let it be decreed that we shall proceed as you have suggested, that I end the city of Luoyang. Chao Rui, seated upon the dragon throne, expressed his profound joy, saying, My esteemed minister, your remarkable achievements in this grand victory are truly commendable. Your efforts have been nothing short of arduous. Sima Yi, ever humble, refrained from boasting and modestly replied, I am grateful to your majesty, but the credit belongs entirely to the valiant soldiers of the front lines. Chao Rui waved his hand with a light chuckle, saying, Both our founding ancestor and the late emperor have remarked that among the ministers, you alone possess the most profound understanding of military strategy. This victory is a testament to the late emperor's discernment in recognizing talent. Sima Yi quickly concurred. Indeed, the late emperor was exceptionally wise. Without his guidance and your majesty's benevolence and authority, such a triumph would have been unattainable. Chao Rui then picked up a document from his desk and handed it to Sima Yi, saying, My dear minister, take a look at this. Upon receiving it, Sima Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as if frozen in a cinematic still. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, Your majesty's grace is beyond what I can merit. Chao Rui replied nonchalantly, You see, this edict was penned 3 days ago, promoting you to the rank of Grand Marshal and granting you command of the cavalry general. But guess what? I cannot fathom. I beseech your majesty to clarify. Sima Yi responded casually. Chao Rui turned his back, speaking gravely. Many officials in the court have petitioned, accusing you of deliberately allowing Zhuge Liang to escape unharmed, retreating safely to Hanzhou. Sima Yi, upon hearing this, quickly replied, I must inform your majesty that I believe there were ambushed troops within the city. This is my fault. Chao Rui lightly coughed and continued. There are also ministers who claim that you, Sima Yi, intentionally let Zhuge Liang go in order to ally with Shu Han, so that should our Wei state face defeat, you might find refuge there. Hearing this, Sima Yi felt a chill down his spine and hastily knelt before the throne. Trembling with fear, I assure your majesty, This is utterly unfounded. Yet Chao Rui remained silent, continuing with his own thoughts. Some have proposed to impeach you, alleging that during Meng Da's rebellion, you wished to observe the outcome, and when Luoyang fell to Shu Han, you would seize the opportunity to declare yourself emperor and dominate the realm. Sima Yi trembled violently, terror-stricken, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely untrue. I sincerely implore your Majesty to investigate this matter." Seeing his distress, Chao Rui quickly assisted Sima Yi to his feet, saying, "Fear not, my dear minister. I do not believe these slanders that I would rather die than doubt you. You have just rendered great service to our Wei state. How could I possibly lack faith in you? Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." Sima Yi repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Chao Rui clenched his teeth, troubled, and said, "My dear minister, the officials in the court are clamoring for me to punish you. What shall I do?" Sima Yi nodded, speechless, and replied, "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I beseech you to strip me of all military authority and dismiss me from all positions." Sima Yi understood that the very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. And now, in order to preserve his life, relinquishing military power and rank seemed a small price to pay. Chao Rui symbolically grasped Sima Yi's hand and comforted him. "My dear minister, in my desire to cherish and protect you, I must temporarily relieve you of your military command. Take this time to rest. Do not lead troops for the moment." Sima Yi, in a fervent tone, implored, "Your Majesty's mercy in sparing my life is a tremendous blessing. I humbly request to return to my hometown of Wansheng and spend my remaining days in the mountains." After a moment of contemplation, Chao Rui resolutely declared, "My dear minister, I have decided to keep you in the capital. I shall bestow upon you a grand residence, far larger than your old home in Wansheng." Though Chao Rui turned his back to Sima Yi, the latter, understanding the implications, clasped his hands and replied, "I shall obey your Majesty's wishes." In the still of night, Sima Yi played the guqin in his residence, when Sima Zhao rushed in, breathless. "Father, the Tiger Bend guards surround us. We are under house arrest." Sima Yi was taken aback, yet maintained an air of calm. "Jingzhu, is there still soup left? Please serve a bowl for Zhao." Chapter 45. House arrest. Sima Zhao, exasperated, retorted, "Father, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? I cannot believe that your Majesty would treat you thus. Do you know, Zhuge Liang suffered a defeat at Hanzhong, yet Lu Shan merely stripped him of his position, not his military command. He still retains full authority over the military and political affairs of Shu. And you repelled the invading army and yet have been dismissed from your position, confined to this estate." Sima Yi bowed his head and replied solemnly, "This is not the fault of your Majesty. It is my own for allowing Zhuge Liang to escape at Xiqing." Sima Zhao struck the ground in frustration, losing his composure. Chao Jin suffered a defeat and disgraced the nation, yet he remains a general. Chao Xiu lost numerous troops and surrendered key territories, yet your Majesty has held no one accountable. What is your Majesty truly intending? Silence. Sima Yi interjected, raising his gaze. "Father, the sovereign is foolish and easily swayed by treacherous counsel. If you do not swiftly withdraw from court affairs, you will undoubtedly perish at the hands of treachery." As soon as Sima Zhao's words fell, Sima Yi struck him forcefully across the face, declaring, "Unworthy son, heed my words. Should you utter another treasonous sentiment, I shall deliver you to the throne for punishment." Sima Zhao, astonished, looked at his father. "Father, you have never struck me before at that moment." Jingzhu stepped forward, attempting to assist Sima Zhao, but he angrily shoved her aside, causing her to fall. Sima Yi rushed to her side, concerned. "Jingzhu, are you unharmed? Is your injury severe?" Jingzhu replied, "Master, I am well. It is your pain that weighs heavily. Young master, you may not yet be aware, but master has not left the house for 3 days, merely sitting in silence. Today, I was finally permitted to bring a bowl of soup." After hearing this, Sima Zhao knelt in remorse, while Sima Yi spoke softly. "Zhao, given the current situation, what can I, your father, do? I can only resign myself to fate." With that, Sima Yi helped Jingzhu to rise and walked toward the inner chambers. However, midway, he turned and called out, "Mark my words, one day the court shall seek me again." Yet contrary to Sima Yi's prophecy, the Grand General Chao Xiu fell victim to the treachery of the governor of Panyang. Zhou Feng, suffering successive defeats at Shitting, ultimately meeting his demise in battle. In desperation, Chao Rui called upon Sima Yi. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Sima Yi bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Rise, my dear minister. Please take a seat that I thank your majesty for the honor. My dear minister. Chao Xiu has fallen in battle, and our naval forces have suffered significant losses that I am contemplating leading an expedition myself. Commanding 500,000 troops against Eastern Wu, Chao Rui proclaimed with determination. Sima Yi inquired, "Your majesty truly intends to attack Eastern Wu?" Chao Rui hesitated, hesitatingly replying, "I merely mentioned it to gauge your opinion." Sima Yi smiled faintly. "So, your majesty does not plan to attack Eastern Wu?" Chao Rui laughed awkwardly. "One must always deliberate thoroughly." Sima Yi seized the opportunity. "Your majesty speaks wisely. All matters require careful consideration. Permit me to speak candidly. Eastern Wu, under Lu Sun, is not our greatest threat. Our true peril lies with Zhuge Liang of Shuhan." Chao Rui's smile vanished, his expression turning serious as he acknowledged, "You speak truthfully, my dear minister. Reports from scouts indicate that since Zhuge Liang's northern campaign ended in failure, he has retreated to Hanzhong, diligently reorganizing his troops and stockpiling resources." Sima Yi offered a slight smile. "Your majesty. Zhuge Liang's ambition for another northern campaign remains unquenched. He will inevitably lead the forces of Shu to sweep through Wei." Chao Rui, taken aback, was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "My dear minister. Between Wu and Shu, whom should I regard as our primary adversary? What strategy should we employ? I humbly request your guidance." Sima Yi sighed. "Your majesty, I dare not presume to instruct, but I can only speak the truth. As I mentioned earlier, Shu Han is our mortal enemy. The court should fortify the southeast and refrain from conflict, reallocating our main forces to the Central Plains, ready to confront Zhuge Liang. The Central Plains span over 2,000 miles, with Chencang being the most critical point that must be heavily guarded." Chao Rui questioned, "My dear minister, why is Chencang so vital? Should it not be Yi City or the Runan region?" Sima Yi answered calmly, "Your majesty, Chencang guards the throat of the Central Plains, a crucial battleground for both sides. Over 400 years ago, Han Xian famously advanced through Chencang, which is where he launched his troops." Upon hearing Sima Yi's words, Chao Rui made up his mind. "My dear minister, I have resolved to allocate you 200,000 troops, appointing you once again as the Grand General of Yongliang, while also overseeing the defense of Chencang." Sima Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and after steadying his thoughts, he half-heartedly replied, "Your majesty, I am now aged and ailing, though I am willing to serve in battle. My years weigh heavily upon me. After the autumn chill, I have suffered from a lung ailment, coughing blood daily. Just the other day on the Jade Street, I nearly collapsed without the support of the palace attendants." Chao Rui, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the inner servant, who sighed helplessly. With a tone of indifference, Chao Rui remarked, "In that case, I beseech you, my esteemed minister, to recommend a candidate for me." Sima Yi promptly responded, "It shall be General Chao Jin." Chao Rui lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh as he replied, "Three Uncle is competent in governance, but as for commanding troops in battle, I shall not shy away from the truth. He is a defeated general. Far from being a match for Zhuge Liang, my minister, please put forth another recommendation. The eldest son of the general, the future General Chao Shuang." Again Chao Rui sighed softly, exclaiming, Too inexperienced, he is still wet behind the ears." Sima Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the resentment within him, and said to Chao Rui in a solemn tone, "Fear not. Through tempering on the battlefield, he may become as seasoned as Chao Jin. As the saying goes, indigo blue is derived from the indigo plant, yet surpasses it in hue." Upon hearing Sima Yi's words, Chao Rui's countenance darkened, and he gazed at Sima Yi, saying, "Zhongda, after years of commanding troops, do you truly believe there are no capable generals in your mind?" Sima Yi jested, "Your majesty, you overstate that in my lifetime, I have commanded armies for merely 2,000 days. My years of idleness add up to over 20. Chao Rui retorted with a cold smile, "Yet, my minister, while you may have been idle, your mind is ever active. Furthermore, your discerning talents and the loyal officials you have cultivated are well known in court. When you lead your troops in a battle, The warriors under your command fight valiantly for you, thus ensuring your victories. Sima Yi waved his hand, stating plainly, Your Majesty speaks too highly. The soldiers do not fight for me. They fight for you, moreover. I am not invincible. In the battle at Xiqing, I fell victim to Zhuge Liang's ruse of an empty city. Reflecting on it now, I am still filled with shame. Chao Rui shook his head slightly. Such a trivial matter, my minister. Why not think otherwise? Who in the world could force Zhuge Liang to retreat so thoroughly, compelling him to flee with over 1,000 old and weak individuals to Xiqing? Sima Yi lowered his head and spoke. Your Majesty is wise that a flicker of urgency appeared in Chao Rui's eyes. My minister, this matter pales in comparison to your numerous achievements. It is truly but a drop in the ocean. Is it truly but a drop in the ocean? Chao Rui resolutely declared. It is indeed but a drop in the ocean. I shall never hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi could not help but feel a glimmer of tears welling up in his eyes. Exclaiming, I thank your Majesty. You do not hold it against me, yet I still must reckon with myself. I am indeed ashamed. Chao Rui now struggled to contain his emotions, and with a stern voice. He said, Zhongda, with the army before us, why do you not recommend a capable general for the court? Sima Yi hesitated for a long while, then slowly raised his head and said, General Hao Zhao can undertake this great responsibility. Hao Zhao. This man has fought on the battlefield since childhood, experienced in warfare, calm in the face of adversity, and unlike the boastful Chao Jin, he is humble and avoids seeking glory for himself. Although Chao Rui was filled with righteous indignation, the priority now was to defend against Xu Han. After weighing the pros and cons, Chao Rui firmly declared, I appoint Hao Zhao as the general of the West for the campaign. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The following morning, Sima Yi was alone by the river, fishing, when Sima Zhao hurriedly approached him. Sima Yi turned and said, Speak your mind, then leave me to my fishing. Sima Zhao, anxious, inquired, Father, it is rumored in court that His Majesty has granted you 200,000 elite troops to lead an expedition against Yongliang. Yet you have feigned illness to decline. Do you not wish to emerge from the shadows? Sima Yi gazed at his fishing rod and replied coolly, The time is not ripe. The matter of overseeing Yongliang harbor's hidden intricacies. His Majesty has appointed me as the Grand Commander of Yongliang while placing Chao Jin in command of all troops as general, which means he is my superior. Sima Zhao paused for a moment, then carefully stated, His Majesty has tasked you with dealing with Zhuge Liang while allowing Chao Jin to contend with you that if victorious, all the glory will go to Chao Jin. If defeated, all the blame will rest upon you. It is good that you understand. No need to voice it, Sima Yi replied, as he forcefully cast his fishing rod, reeling in a carp that in Qingdu. Wei Yin followed closely behind Zhuge Liang to report. I informed the Prime Minister that over the past 6 months, Shu has recruited an additional 150,000 soldiers, while Hanzhong has expanded its forces by an additional 120,000. Furthermore, we have procured 20,000 war horses, and the supplies and weapons are being replenished in each camp. Zhuge Liang responded slowly, All newly acquired cavalry shall be under your command, Wei Yin, and the provisions and armaments shall also be supplied by your troops. Wei Yin could not contain his delight, eagerly bowing and declaring, I thank the Prime Minister. With a warm smile, Zhuge Liang replied, Wenchong, have you forgotten? I am no longer the Prime Minister, merely the acting Prime Minister. Wei Yin awkwardly stated, It matters not. In my eyes, no one can replace the Prime Minister. Standing beside them, the Chief Quartermaster Fang Yin cupped his hands and said, I report to the Prime Minister that this autumn, the harvest across Shu has been abundant, yielding a 20 to 30% increase compared to previous years. The Minister of Works, Li Yin, has ordered me to send 500,000 stones of grain to Zigidin for future contingencies. Zhuge Liang, upon hearing this, expressed mild surprise. Oh, what contingencies do you foresee? Fang Yin respectfully replied, If the Prime Minister were to launch a northern expedition, would it not be prudent to prepare provisions in advance? Zhuge Liang's face lit up with joy as a long-lost smile graced his features. After suffering defeat in his first northern campaign, Zhuge Liang returned to Hanzhong and began implementing policies to enrich the nation and strengthen the military. If the power of Shu could be significantly enhanced, it would present the perfect opportunity for a northern expedition. Indeed, the diligent efforts of the civil and military officials in court are truly a blessing for Shu Han. Zhuge Liang remarked, then suddenly inquired, Wenchang, what is the current status of the conflict between Wei and Wu? Are there any recent military reports? Wei Yin hurriedly replied, I report to the Prime Minister that news has arrived from Fancheng. The Wei Grand Commander Cao Xiu fell victim to Zhou Feng's feigned surrender, suffering a great defeat at Shitting in the north of the river, leading to the near-total loss of Wei's naval forces. Cao Xiu perished in shame. Zhuge Liang, upon hearing this, chuckled. If that is truly the case, then it shall be a fortunate event for Shu Han. Yet I wonder how accurate this information is. Wei Yin responded, Prime Minister, I believe this is undoubtedly true, as I have just received military reports indicating that Wei is mobilizing troops in the Central Plains and tightening defenses. Consider, why would Cao Rui mobilize troops and strengthen defenses? It is because he fears Your Excellency may take advantage of Wei's defeat to launch a northern expedition. Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, Is Cao Jin still in charge of the military affairs in Yongliang? Wei Yin confirmed, Indeed, but there is another Wei general named Hao Zhao. Cao Rui has now appointed him as the general of the West, stationed at Qinsong. This man, styled Bodeo, hails from Taiyuan and is in his 30s that in his youth. He served under Su Huang, later joining Sima Yi in campaigns. Prime Minister, if our army wishes to launch a northern expedition, do you intend to advance from Qinsong? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang lifted his gaze to Wei Yin and sighed, then slowly rose, sorrowfully stating, I truly miss the days of Jingzhou. Had Jingzhou still been under our control, our northern expedition could have advanced with both ships and troops, reaching the gates of Xuchang in mere days, with provisions, armaments, and soldiers flowing continuously. Now that we have lost Jingzhou, each time our northern expedition sets forth from Shu, we must traverse the treacherous paths of Shu and cross the perilous Qin Mountains. The effort far outweighs the outcome, and with a single misstep, the tide may turn against us. The last northern expedition faltered due to delays, resulting in our loss at Jieting, and we ultimately fell short of success. You may now withdraw. I need to draft a memorial for His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin and Fang Yin could only bow and take their leave. Subsequently, Zhuge Liang picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote, The late emperor feared that the traitors of Han could not coexist, and that the imperial legacy could not rest in peace. Thus entrusted me with the task of rooting out the traitors. With the late emperor's wisdom and my humble capabilities, I understand that to attack Cao Wei is to weaken the strong enemy. But if we do not confront the traitors, the imperial legacy shall surely decline, and it is better to fight than to wait for doom. Chapter 47. The Passing of Zhao Yun. Rather than succumb, it is better to strive against them, that I have received orders. Yet I cannot find rest. My meals lack flavor, that I deeply understand that a northern expedition must first conquer the south, as evidenced by the crossing of the Lu River in May, penetrating the desolate lands to secure our rear. This moment, night has fallen, and Zhuge Liang continues to revise the memorial address to Lu Shan. Just then, he glanced outside to see someone standing at the door and softly inquired, Who is outside? I am Jiang Wei Dada. It is Buyue. Come in. Upon entering, Jiang Wei suddenly knelt before Zhuge Liang, suppressing his tears as he spoke. Prime Minister, General Zilong has passed away. Zhuge Liang, upon hearing this, let the brush fall from his hand in disbelief, standing up in shock as he stammered, What did you say? What has happened to Zilong? Half an hour ago, General Zilong passed away at his residence. Zhuge Liang's tears began to flow like a torrential downpour, and he lamented, Heaven has severed an arm from me. All 5 of the late emperor's tiger generals are now gone. Zhuge Liang could not help but reminisce about the life he had shared with Zhao Yun. Ever since Zhuge Liang joined the Shu Han, the most loyal and respected general under his command was none other than Zhao Yun. In those early days of warfare, both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei paid little heed to Zhuge Liang's military orders. Yet Zhao Yun consistently obeyed his commands without question. Ultimately, the burning of Xinye resulted in the annihilation of Xiaoba and Li Dian's forces, leaving no survivors. After the conclusion of the Battle of Red Cliffs, Zhuge Liang dispatched Zhao Yun to provide support at Heluku. When seizing Guiyang, Zhuge Liang employed a ruse to grant Zhao Yun the opportunity to lead an assault on Guiyang County. During the campaign in Hanzhou, Zhao Yun served as the vanguard general under Zhuge Liang's command that in the decisive battle at Wuzhong Plains against Cao Wei. Zhuge Liang personally sent Zhao Yun to launch a direct attack on the Cao Wei encampment. ultimately enabling Liu Bei to conquer 30 counties in Hanzhong, thereby securing half of the realm. Now, with Zhao Yun's passing, having been Zhuge Liang's most esteemed warrior and rare confidant, the blow to Zhuge Liang at this moment was undoubtedly immense. Zhuge Liang approached the stage and inquired, "General Zilong, did you leave any final words before your demise?" Jiang Wei, weeping profusely, replied, "The old General Zilong had no final words before he passed. He merely shouted thrice, 'Northward expedition! Northward expedition! Northward expedition!'" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. For Zhao Yun, like Zhuge Liang himself, had harbored the greatest aspiration throughout his life to achieve victory in the northern campaigns and revive the Shuhan. Observing this, Jiang Wei could only say, "Prime Minister, I await your command outside." The following day, in the Grand Hall, after Lu Shan read Zhuge Liang's memorial, his expression turned grave. Zhuge Liang spoke solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Grand General Cao Xiu has just suffered a crushing defeat at Shitting, resulting in heavy losses for Wei, and the court is in turmoil, causing alarm among the three armies. This moment presents a prime opportunity for our forces to launch a northern expedition." Lu Shan paused, then replied gravely, "The old General Zilong has just passed. Our nation has lost a pillar, and our military has lost a commander. While I grieve, I fear that this may spell peril for the northern campaign." Zhuge Liang shook his head, saying, "Your Majesty need not worry that I have observed the celestial signs. The imperial energy is shifting southward, and the Big Dipper appears dim, indicating that now is the right moment for our army to attack Wei." Lu Shan shrugged and then asked, "Prime Minister, I have a word to speak that I hope you will not take offense. Since the founding of our state, the Wei army has never dared to invade us. However, you have frequently launched attacks against Xiao Wei that if you were not to mobilize the army, wouldn't Tishu Wei and Wu coexist peacefully? Wouldn't that be a time of tranquility?" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but chuckle. "Forgive my boldness, Your Majesty, but how old are you this year?" "I am 17, Your Majesty. In your youth, you are the youngest sovereign among the three kingdoms of Shu, Wei, and Wu. There are still many years ahead." "But do you know how old I am?" Lu Shan pondered and replied, "You must be nearly 50. I am 52. If I wish for comfort, I could easily refrain from attacking Xiao Wei, leading a peaceful life, attending court daily, relying on the natural defenses of Shu to remain secure for 20 years. But what of 20 years hence? Xiao Wei will surely mobilize against Shuwy then. I will have passed, yet you will only be 37. Those who remain in a corner cannot endure long. One must either advance or face annihilation. The reason I persistently advocate for the northern campaigns is to secure the Central Plains and bring peace to the realm within my lifetime, so that you may enjoy the fruits of a grand enterprise." After listening, Lu Shan nodded, appearing to have attained clarity. "However, Prime Minister, you mentioned that the success or failure of the northern expedition is beyond my foresight. Is that not to know the impossibility and yet strive for it? Rather than sit idly by and wait for demise, it is better to take action." In Luocheng, an attendant respectfully addressed Xiao Jin. "General, you have arrived. His Majesty has awaited you for some time." Xiao Jin, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Did His Majesty summon Sima Yi a few days ago?" "Is that true? Indeed, I also heard that His Majesty summoned Sima Yi, who was allowed to sit in the Emperor's presence. Such great authority he wields. It is quite a spectacle." "Yes," the attendant could only respond nervously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin's expression darkened, and as he walked, he abruptly halted. The attendant, flustered, asked, "What is it, General? Why have you stopped? His Majesty has been waiting for you in the hall." Xiao Jin snorted coldly and blurted out, "What right does Sima Yi have to ride in the Emperor's chariot? While I, Xiao Jin, am the Emperor's uncle and the Prime Minister, commanding the armies of Wei, am I to walk from the southern gate all the way here in humiliation?" Xiao Jin was well aware that his strategizing was indeed inferior to Sima Yi's, and he had suffered defeats at Zhuge Liang's hands. However, he was still a member of the Chao clan, a fact that could not be altered. The attendant quickly bowed and said, "I hope the general will temper his anger. After all, you are the Prime Minister. Your heart must be broad that do not hold grudges against those of lower rank. It is better to quickly meet with His Majesty to avoid incurring his ire." The attendant understood that Xiao Zhen's anger was genuine, yet he harbored a profound fear of Qiao Rui, for Cao Zhen had attained his position as general largely due to his royal lineage. Should he provoke the emperor's wrath, he might find himself in dire straits. Cao Zhen, with a grave expression, gritted his teeth and angrily strode towards the grand hall that at this moment, Cao Rui stood with a stern demeanor. Hands clasped behind his back, pacing within the hall, while documents lay scattered on the ground. Chapter 48. Cao Zhen. Upon entering the grand hall, Cao Zhen immediately approached Cao Rui, kneeling on the ground, and with trepidation declared, "Your servant greets your majesty. Long live the emperor." Upon seeing Cao Zhen arrive, Cao Rui halted his pacing and spoke with a stern tone. "Cao Zhen, I have already appointed you as the commander of Yongliang. Yet it has been a month since the order was issued, and you have yet to make any move that you intend to defy my command." Cao Zhen shook his head and replied with a smile, "I hope your majesty will be lenient. It is not that I do not wish to take up the post, but rather that I have been delayed by some trivial matters at home, which has prevented me from proceeding to Yongliang, that I asked for a few days' grace." Cao Rui turned away and asked sharply, "Oh, trivial matters. Is it about taking a consort?" "Cao Zhen, are you not aware that Zhuge Liang has already swallowed the troops in Hanzhong and is eyeing the Central Plains? You dare let personal matters hinder national affairs. It seems you do not wish to retain your position as general." Saying this, Cao Rui threw a memorial from the desk at Cao Zhen and, filled with righteous indignation, continued, "At present, Zhuge Liang has launched a second northern expedition. His forces have crossed our borders and are advancing toward Qinsong. What more do you have to say?" Cao Zhen gazed incredulously at the contents of the memorial and involuntarily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang has truly lost his mind. He was already dismissed from his position after the defeat at Jieting." Cao Rui slammed his palm heavily on the table and retorted angrily, "Cao Zhen, what does Zhuge Liang's defeat at Jieting have to do with you? It was Sima Yi who commanded the troops at the front and defeated the Shu army, ensuring the safety of our Wei state. While all you do is insist on promoting the Chao clan's relatives. But which of them has achieved merit on the battlefield? Either they have died in combat or fled in disgrace. At this rate, I fear Zhuge Liang will soon invade Luoyang, and I shall become a ruler of a fallen state." With a sigh, Cao Rui looked at Cao Zhen and said solemnly, "Third uncle, I understand that Yongliang is far from the capital and the living conditions are not as favorable as in the capital, which is why you have been reluctant to take up your post. If that is the case, then I shall fulfill your wish. You shall resign as general, and I have decided to appoint Sima Yi as the commander of Yongliang." To at this pronouncement, Cao Zhen's mind was thrown into disarray. After placing the memorial down, he anxiously clasped his hands and implored, "Your Majesty, you must not do this. I have recognized my error. Upon returning, I will immediately prepare to travel to Yongliang and take up my duties. I shall fight against Zhuge Liang, even at the cost of my life, to achieve merit for Wei." Cao Rui replied, "I will grant you 10 days to proceed to Yongliang, that if you suffer defeat against Zhuge Liang again, do not return. Simply die to appease the spirit of the late emperor." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhen felt a tremor in his heart, but could only stiffen his resolve and respond, "Your servant obeys." Cao Rui closed his eyes and coldly stated, "And this time, take your son Cao Shuang with you. He is no longer a child. It is time for him to experience battle and earn merit for the court." Cao Zhen's lips twitched slightly, unable to continue speaking. Qinsong. Zhuge Liang led 300,000 Shu troops from Hanzhong Strait towards Qinsong. Currently, the vanguard army led by Jiang Wei was fiercely assaulting the defenses of Qinsong. 10,000 Shu soldiers, clad in armor and wielding battle blades, launched a relentless attack on the city, while the archers of the Wei army on the walls continuously drew their bows and shot arrows, providing formidable resistance to the advancing Shu troops, resulting in significant casualties. Zhuge Liang and his generals stood atop a high ground observing the offensive, and none among them could escape the frown of concern. Sighing deeply, Zhuge Liang pointed to the distance and inquired, "Wenchang, is that Wei general atop the walls of Qinsong none other than Hao Zhao?" Wei Yin immediately replied, "My lord, this man is Hao Zhao. After our army besieged Qinsong, he fought valiantly without retreating. Our vanguard has attempted to scale the walls over a dozen times, yet each time we were repelled by the enemy. Our losses are severe." Zhuge Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "Hao Zhao truly deserves the title of a formidable general. Look, our forces are fiercely assaulting the walls, Yet the Wei soldiers atop are engaged in a bloody battle. However, this man issues no orders. He simply strolls behind the defenders, and those Wei soldiers fight with reckless abandon. With him guarding Chengsang, our army finds it difficult to advance a single step. Observing this, Wei Yin touched the sword at his waist, filled with anger, and declared, "My lord, I am willing to lead the troops to attack the city. Within 3 days, I will certainly capture Chengsang and slay the Wei general Hao Zhao." Zhuge Liang sternly replied, "Wenchang, you are the commander of the 3 armies. A mere city like Chengsang does not require your personal involvement. Moreover, your troops are the elite of our Shu, and they should not be easily dispatched to battle unless absolutely necessary. Since the death of Zhao Yun, the 5 Tiger generals have nearly all perished. Thus you naturally stand as the foremost general of Shu Han. Therefore, the troops under your command are indeed the finest." At this moment, Jiang Wei sighed and said, "My lord, our army has been besieging the city for over 10 days, suffering nearly 20,000 casualties, yet we have not been able to take Chengsang. I fear that if we continue to stalemate outside its walls, it may prove detrimental to our forces." Just then, a soldier rode up to Zhuge Liang and reported, "I report to the Prime Minister that Wei reinforcements are less than 100 miles from Chengsang." "Who commands them?" Zhuge Liang inquired. "That it is the Grand General Cao Zhen," came the reply. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "Cao Rui is truly a foolish monarch, even in a time of crisis. He still relies on the Cao clan. The it seems Sima he has not gained any importance in Cao Rui's eyes." Zhuge Liang's greatest fear was hearing that Sima he was leading an army to aid Chengsang. For if that were the case, the resistance to our northern expedition would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, it now appeared that Zhuge Liang had been overly concerned. In his eyes, Cao Zhen was merely a defeated general, far easier to deal with than Sima Yi. Wei Yin leaned closer to Zhuge Liang and whispered, "My lord, since Sima he is not leading the forces here, how should we deploy our troops? We must capture Chengsang swiftly. Otherwise, our rear forces cannot advance." Zhuge Liang replied solemnly, "With Hao Zhao commanding the defense of Chengsang, our army will not be able to breach it in the short term. However, with Cao Zhen's arrival, the breach of Chengsang is within reach. Jiang Wei, remember how Zhou Fang deceived Cao Xiu into surrendering. This time, employ a ruse of surrender to defeat Cao Zhen. What do you think?" Chapter 49. The Battle of Chengsang. Jiang Wei sighed and said, "My lord, Cao Wei has already fallen for a ruse of surrender from Eastern Wu once. Surely Cao Zhen will not make the same mistake again." Zhuge Liang replied, "As the saying goes, warfare is a realm of deception. Cao Zhen, having witnessed Cao Xiu's defeat by Eastern Wu's ruse, will undoubtedly believe we would not employ the same tactic against him. Moreover, our last northern expedition allowed Sima Yi to seize Jieting, pushing back our army and earning him fame within the Cao Wei ranks. Now, with Cao Zhen attacking us, he is eager to win a great victory to gain recognition from Cao Rui." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei realized the implications and quickly said, "My lord, if that is the case, I shall proceed with the plan to end the Wei army's camp." Cao Zhen addressed the other generals, saying, "Send word to the troops to bolster their spirits and remain vigilant against a potential attack by the Shu army. Zhuge Liang is cunning, and he may seize the opportunity when our guard is down. Additionally, instruct the soldiers to march only 5 miles a day. We do not seek a hasty victory." The deputy general awkwardly smiled and said, "Grand General, your wisdom is unmatched." Cao Shuang, impatient, interjected, "Father, Chengsang is already surrounded without any escape. Hao Zhao and his men are fighting valiantly atop the walls that I wish to lead 50,000 elite troops to Chengsang and hold the line with Hao Zhao." Cao Zhen chuckled, "There is no need for that. Since Chengsang is already encircled by our forces, sending more troops would be futile. Besides, Zhuge Liang has undoubtedly prepared for our reinforcements. He is merely waiting for us to arrive." The deputy general's face illuminated with admiration. "Grand General, your foresight is commendable. You have seen through Zhuge Liang's scheme." Cao Shuang urged, "But father, Hao Zhao has fought for 10 days. His troops and supplies must be dwindling. If we do not provide assistance, should the Shu forces capture Chengsang, how will we explain it to the emperor?" Cao Zhen replied indifferently, "Do you not understand? Hao Zhao was recommended to the emperor by Sima Yi. If Chengsang falls, the emperor will hold Sima Yi responsible, not me." Chaozhen. Furthermore, Chengsong is a vital stronghold. It will not be easily taken by the Shu army in a short time. Let Hao Zhao delay the Shu forces for a few more days. This will benefit us in our eventual confrontation with them. Just as Chao Zhen was about to turn and enter the tent, a soldier rushed up to him and reported, "I report to the Grand General that we have captured a civilian outside the camp. He claims to have a letter for you." Deputy General Guo Huai stepped forward to take the letter. Reading it from start to finish, his heart trembled, and he hastily approached Chao Zhen, whispering, "Grand General, this is a letter from Jiang Wei. He wishes to surrender to our forces." Chao Zhen was equally astonished and swiftly took the letter to the main tent. Upon reading Jiang Wei's words, a smirk crept onto his face, and he radiated a victorious smile. Guo Huai, still apprehensive, murmured, "Grand General, I suspect this is a ruse by Jiang Wei. Have you forgotten the Battle of Shitting? Grand Commander Chao Xiu was defeated by Lu Sun due to trusting Zhou Feng's surrender." Chao Zhen, casting aside the letter, rose abruptly and declared, "Zhuge Liang is indeed cunning, but do not forget, Jiang Wei is not Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was a general of Eastern Wu, while Jiang Wei hails from Tianhui. He is a warrior of our way. His surrender to Shu Han was out of necessity. This time, I cannot miss this opportunity to achieve great merit." After pondering for a moment, he resolutely stated, "Guo Huai, you must contact Jiang Wei immediately. Inform him that our army is willing to accept his surrender and arrange a date for us to jointly assault the Shu army camp. Ensuring we capture Zhuge Liang alive, that I will comply," Guo Huai replied respectfully. After Guo Huai departed, Chao Zhen laughed heartily. "Heaven is aiding me. I will show the emperor that I, Chao Zhen, am no mere incompetent." Defeating Zhuge Liang is not solely Sima Yi's prerogative. 3 days later, Chao Zhen personally led an army of 100,000 towards the Shu camp. Along the way, a messenger arrived with a letter from Jiang Wei, reporting, "I inform you, Grand General, that General Jiang Wei has personally led 5,000 armored soldiers to encircle the Shu camp. And Zhuge Liang, he is also within the main camp," the messenger replied. Chao Zhen smiled and instructed, "Tell Jiang Wei that in 3 hours, I, Chao Zhen, will personally lead 100,000 troops to assault the Shu camp. Inform him that when our forces arrive, we will coordinate our attack and capture Zhuge Liang alive. If Jiang Wei succeeds, all past grievances will be forgotten, and I can guarantee him a life of wealth and honor." As the sun began to set, Chao Zhen and his army approached the Shu camp. The deputy general, spotting soldiers on the tower waving Jiang Wei's battle flag, exclaimed excitedly, "Grand General, look, that is Jiang Wei's flag." Chao Zhen's face lit up with joy. "All troops, listen. Charge with all your might against the Shu camp. Whoever captures Zhuge Liang will be rewarded with 50,000 taels of silver and promoted 3 ranks." With Chao Zhen's command, the Wei army surged towards the Shu camp, quickly reaching the front of Zhuge Liang's tent. However, at that moment, Jiang Wei led his troops to intercept Chao Zhen, calling out loudly, "Chao Zhen, I am Jiang Buiyue of Shu. You have fallen into my lord's trap. Surrender now to avoid unnecessary slaughter." As Jiang Wei's words echoed, Wei Yin led another contingent to block the Wei army's retreat. Surrounded by Shu forces, Chao Zhen raised his sword and roared, "Soldiers, those who wish to live, follow me into battle." In an instant, the two armies clashed. Jiang Wei and Wei Yin rode forth, cutting down enemy soldiers, while Chao Zhen, though not particularly skilled, managed to hold his own against ordinary troops. When Wei Yin swung his sword at Chao Zhen, the latter desperately defended himself. Yet when their weapons collided, Chao Zhen's weapon was knocked from his grasp. In that moment of distraction, Wei Yin struck, sending Chao Zhen tumbling from his horse. Panicking, Guo Huai rushed to Chao Zhen's side, asking, "Grand General, are you all right? Are you injured?" At that moment, Chao Zhen was engulfed in despair, watching as his soldiers fell one after another. He muttered to himself, "I have been defeated again. I, Chao Zhen, have suffered another defeat. How will I explain this to the emperor?" Chapter 50. The return to court. At this moment, Chao Zhen was too consumed by despair to consider fleeing. He picked up a battle knife from the ground, intending to take his own life, for he was painfully aware that death was inevitable. Rather than face punishment from Chao Rui in front of the court officials, he preferred to die valiantly on the battlefield, leaving behind a reputation as a loyal minister. Seeing this, Guo Huai hurriedly grasped Chao Zhen's hands tightly and urged, "Great General, you must not do this. You cannot simply end your life. The soldiers of the entire army are still waiting for you. Guo Huai understood well that if the supreme commander of the army, Cao Zhen, were to perish, he, as the former general, would not escape responsibility either. However, during their struggle for the sword, a contingent of Wei soldiers suddenly charged in from outside the camp. Led by a general who shouted, "Father, do not panic. Cao Shuang has arrived." Guo Huai, seeing the situation, turned to Cao Zhen with excitement, saying, "Great general, look, our reinforcements have come. Convey my military orders. Spare no effort in pursuing Cao Zhen," commanded Wei Yin, who, after dispatching an enemy soldier, swiftly turned his horse around, pointing his long knife towards the distant Cao Zhen and galloping toward him with fervor. Recognizing the opportunity for glory before him, Wei Yin charged towards Cao Zhen with frenzied determination, swinging his long knife with great force. Just as Cao Zhen's life teetered on the brink, a warrior from the approaching Wei army leapt forth to block Wei Yan's lethal strike. Turning to Cao Zhen and urging, "Great general, quickly mount your horse. I will stay behind to hold them off." With that, this warrior raised a spear and engaged Wei Yin in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, it became evident that the Wei general was gradually gaining the advantage, as Wei Yin found himself on the defensive, unable to counterattack. Thanks to this warrior's valiant efforts, Cao Zhen was able to retreat safely from the Shujun camp under the protection of his guards. In the Shujun tent, Zhuge Liang sat in a high-backed chair, his expression grave as he revised documents. 2 guards entered and reported, "We respectfully inform the Prime Minister that most of the Wei army in the camp has been annihilated, with a total of 40,000 enemy soldiers slain. The retreating Chao army fled in a southwest direction. Additionally, General Zhang Bao has led our forces to capture 3 Wei camps, killing no less than 20,000 enemy soldiers and seizing countless supplies and weapons." They added. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly and continued his revisions. That moment, Wei Yin strode in with a triumphant laugh, his battle robe stained a deep crimson, holding up a severed head. Approaching Zhuge Liang, he dropped the head at his feet, boasting, "I report to the Prime Minister that this is the head of the Wei army's vanguard leader, Fei Yao. Regrettably, a warrior from the Wei army managed to block me, and I nearly let Cao Zhen escape." Hearing this, Zhuge Liang's expression turned solemn. "I devised this plan with the intention of slaying Cao Zhen, but it appears I have not succeeded. All generals, please return to your camps and rest. We shall return to Hanzhong at dawn." These words, the martial generals present were taken aback, for retreating now would imply that their hard-won victory was wasted. Moreover, the Shujun army had advanced 300 miles into the Central Plains. If they were to retreat now, would all their efforts not be in vain? Wei Yin stepped forward, incredulous, and asked softly, "Prime Minister, why is this? We have just dealt a crushing blow to the Chao army, and our forces are at their peak. Why must we retreat?" Zhuge Liang set down his documents and replied calmly, "We cannot afford to remain. Our army has been stalled at Qinsong for over half a month, and our supplies can only sustain us for 3 more days. That if we do not withdraw, when our provisions run out, we will face dire consequences." Qinsong, under the steadfast defense of Wei General Hao Zhao, had successfully held off the Shujun army for a full fortnight. During this time, the Shujun troops, employing every possible strategy, had failed to breach Qinsong's defenses. Wei Yin, unwilling to concede, pleaded, "Prime Minister, it would be a great pity to retreat now. Since we still have supplies for 3 days, I beseech you to allow me to lead 30,000 elite troops to launch a fierce assault on Qinsong that I assure you that we will capture within 3 days." Zhuge Liang stroked his white feather fan and replied nonchalantly, "Qinsong is situated in the Xie Valley region. Even with a large army, we cannot launch a full-scale offensive. A fierce attack will only deplete our living forces. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Prepare to retreat to Hanzhong." Understood at this moment, Cao Zhen had led his defeated troops to a safe location. Dismounting, he staggered a few steps and nearly fell. But with the support of his deputies, he managed to settle onto a stone street, taking several deep breaths before patting Cao Shuang's shoulder and saying, "Today, if it were not for your intervention, I might have perished in the Shujun camp." Cao Shuang smiled and replied, "Father, you flatter me. I was merely following orders to establish a camp in the forest, but upon learning from the scouts that you were planning to attack the Shujun camp, I rushed here with the troops to assist. This is General Wang Shuang, whom you met earlier." Wang Shuang immediately saluted Cao Zhen, who looked at him with gratitude and inquired, Wang Shuang, where are you from? Wang Shuang replied with a bow, Great General, I hail from Shiliang, and my troops are all Shiliang cavalry. Cao Zhen, excited by this revelation, exclaimed, I have long heard of the prowess of the Shiliang cavalry. The cavalry led by Elbu was indeed from Shiliang. Moreover, in today's battle, I observed your valor, which rivals that of Elbu in his prime. Sima Yi has recommended a certain Hao Zhao to the emperor, and now he is displaying great power at Chunsong, having held off the Shujun army for half a month. You must serve diligently on the battlefield, and I promise you will be made a general of cavalry in the future. Upon hearing this, Guo Huai chuckled awkwardly to himself. Though Wang Shuang was indeed valiant, comparing him to Elbu was akin to comparing a common horse to a qilin, or a crow to a phoenix. Elbu was universally recognized as the foremost warrior of his time, in the past, at Hulao Pass. Elbu single-handedly defeated multiple generals in mere rounds, slaying numerous commanders under the banners of various warlords, and effortlessly vanquishing the renowned General Gong Sunzan. Even the combined might of Zhang Fei and Guan Yu could not best Elbu, and during the legendary battle of the three heroes against Elbu, they could barely drive him back without inflicting any significant harm. Chapter 51. The mighty General Wang Shuang in the Battle of Wanqing. Elbu decisively defeated Eugene in 3 rounds and Zhang He in 10. Ultimately, Cao Cao was compelled to send 6 of his most capable generals, including Su Chu, Dian Wei, Cao Hong, Eugene, Lu Jin, and Zhang He, to jointly confront Elbu, resulting in a stalemate. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's martial prowess is well known. They are hailed as the 10,000-man killers. Guan Yu, after joining Liu Bei, distinguished himself in his very first battle by slaying Hua Xiong, earning the admiration of the 18 warlords that he later faced Zhang Liao and Gao Shan alone. And even while in the Chao camp, he remained unyielding, executing Yin Liang and slaying Wen Chou, passing through 5 passes and defeating 6 generals with ease. In the Battle of Changsha, he decisively defeated Huang Zhong. And after Liu Bei ascended to the throne, he was appointed the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. In the Battle of Fan City, he killed Pang De and captured Eugene, flooding 7 armies, thereby instilling fear across Huaxia to the point that Cao Cao considered relocating his capital to avoid confrontation. Zhang Fei, too, was one of the fiercest of the 5 Tiger Generals, wielding his 8-foot snake spear with such prowess that he could slice through enemy ranks with ease. Slaying the top general of Yuan Shu, Ji Ling, during the battle at Changban Slope, he single-handedly guarded Changban Bridge, his thunderous roars striking terror into the hearts of Xiahou Jie, forcing back Cao Cao's massive army of 300,000. Later, when Zhuge Liang led his forces into Hanzhong, he engaged in a fierce contest with the first battle god of Shiliang, the heavenly might General Ma Chao, lasting 300 rounds without a victor. As for Dian Wei, in the Battle of Wanqing, he fought valiantly without any weapons against Zhang Xiu's hundreds of foot soldiers, buying precious time for Cao Cao's escape. Though he ultimately perished, not a single soldier dared to approach his fallen form for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Zhang Liao, once a general under Elbu, surrendered to Cao Cao after the Battle of Xiaopei and became one of his 5 most valued generals. During the Battle of Hefei, he led only 800 iron cavalry to decisively defeat Sun Quan's 100,000 troops, engaging in a fierce contest with the premier general of Eastern Wu, Gan Ning, without yielding. Yet even these valiant warriors trembled at the prospect of facing Elbu, a man who was not easily vanquished. Wang Shuang, filled with gratitude, said, I thank you, great general, I will not disgrace this mission. Just as he finished speaking, Guo Huai rushed over to report, I informed the great general that the urgent signal has been sent. Half an hour ago, Zhuge Liang led the Shujun army southward, including the forces at Chunsong and those near Qishan. Cao Shuang, upon hearing this, questioned with concern, Father, the Shujun army has just achieved a great victory. Logically, Zhuge Liang should pursue the enemy while the iron is hot. Why then would he retreat? Could it be another of Zhuge Liang's cunning schemes, having witnessed the might of the Shujun army in the recent defeat? Cao Shuang had come to a newfound understanding of Zhuge Liang's cleverness to this. Cao Zhen responded with elation, No, the Shujun army must be running low on supplies, which is why Zhuge Liang is forced to retreat. Oh, how do you know this, father? Beside him, Guo Huai promptly remarked, My lord, are you not aware that the provisions for the Shu army must traverse Chunsong, which remains firmly in our hands. The supplies carried by the Shu forces can only sustain them for a little over half a month. And now that time has elapsed, the Shu army must surely be out of provisions and retreat to Hanzhong. Qiao Shuang, upon hearing this, was elated and hastily implored, "Father, I request to lead 30,000 elite troops to pursue them relentlessly. I am certain we can achieve a great victory over the Shu army and capture Zhuge Liang." However, Qiao Jin waved his hand dismissively and said, "No, Zhuge Liang commands 300,000 troops. How can 30,000 elite soldiers suffice? In my estimation, at least 150,000 troops are necessary to inflict a decisive blow against the Shu forces." Qiao Shuang paused, bewildered, and replied, "Father, we currently do not possess 150,000 soldiers." Qiao Jin suddenly rose, his expression stern, and declared, "Send word. Zhuge Liang's retreating army will undoubtedly pass through the direction of Qishan. We shall engage the Shu army there. Qiao Shuang, you will lead 30,000 elite cavalry to launch a surprise attack on the Shu army's flank from the southern side of Qishan, ensuring to pin down their main force. Wang Shuang, heed my command. You shall take the remaining 6,000 troops under my command to pursue the Shu army to Yangping Pass, ensuring none escape unscathed. Additionally, I order you to proceed immediately to Qinsong City and instruct Hao Zhao to launch a surprise attack against the Shu army. Listen, all units must coordinate with one another. Whoever captures Zhuge Liang shall be heavily rewarded by me." Wang Shuang was about to bow in agreement when a sudden thought struck him. He clasped his hands and said, "Great General, one must recognize that Hao Zhao is a subordinate of Sima Yi. If I approach him and he refuses to comply, what then shall I do?" Qiao Jin scoffed, rising to his feet, and said, "Fear not that as he spoke, he retrieved a military token from his bosom and handed it to Wang Shuang. Continuing, Wang Shuang, this is my military token. Holding this grants you the authority to act decisively, that if Hao Zhao refuses to mobilize the troops, you may dismiss him, and all his soldiers will fall under your command." As Qiao Jin finished speaking, Guo Huai chimed in, "General Wang, the combined forces of our two armies will number no less than 100,000 that the great general is providing you with a golden opportunity to achieve merit. You must seize it." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang immediately knelt, his hands trembling as he clutched the military token, and said, "I am grateful for the great general's profound kindness. I shall ensure that I capture Zhuge Liang and present him before the great general." After a lengthy pause, Wang Shuang led a cavalry unit into Qinsong City. Then he entered the command tent and approached Hao Zhao, bowing and saying, "General Wang Shuang greets General Hao." Hao Zhao coldly replied, "What is it?" Wang Shuang disdainfully responded, "I come bearing the great general's military orders, requesting you to unite forces with me to pursue the Shu army in the direction of Qishan." Hao Zhao looked up, disdain evident in his gaze, and asked, "Oh, which great general?" After exchanging glances, Wang Shuang gritted his teeth and replied, "General, are you feigning ignorance? Who else could it be but the great General Qiao Zidong?" Hao Zhao snorted derisively and said, "I am afraid I cannot comply. I have received orders from the court to hold Qinsong City firmly at no time should the defenders abandon their post. I must ask you to return and report." Wang Shuang glared at Hao Zhao, then produced the military token and slapped it onto the table before him, asserting, "General, please see this that it is the military token of General Qiao Jin, bestowed by the emperor prior to our expedition. Do not forget that the one leading our forces is not your Lord Sima Yi, but rather the Grand Tutor Qiao Jin. This token is akin to an audience with the emperor. I implore you to reconsider that if Qiao Jin does not execute you now, he shall assuredly do so upon his return to court." Chapter 52. Pursuit of the Shu army. Hao Zhao surveyed his surroundings before sighing. "In that case, I shall allocate half of my troops to you, but you must leave the token as collateral. How dare you defy the great general's command?" Hao Zhao chuckled lightly. "If not, you have but one alternative. Take my head and present it to Qiao Jin." Wang Shuang, taken aback, instinctively reached for his sword, and the other generals around him drew their weapons, surrounding him. Reluctantly, Wang Shuang sheathed his sword and conceded, "Very well. Please allocate half of your troops to me as you suggested." As they retreated towards Qishan, Wei Yin rode at the front of the column, clutching a wine gourd, and lamented, "It is a great pity that our army is retreating. Qinsong City guards the strategic throat of the Central Plains. If we cannot capture it now, any future northern expedition will be fraught with difficulties." The Chancellor is being overly cautious. We have just dealt a crushing blow to the Wei army and executed their vanguard general. Fei Yao. The defenders of Qinsong must be utterly terrified that if the Chancellor could grant me 30,000 elite troops, I would surely take Qinsong, that a subordinate echoed. Indeed, the position of Qinsong is of utmost importance. It is a grave loss for us to abandon it. It may be many times more difficult to launch another attack in the future. Wei Yin gulped down some wine and retorted. During our first northern expedition, I advised the Chancellor to dispatch a cavalry unit straight through the Qinling to strike at Chang'an. Had he agreed then, the Central Plains would have been pacified long ago. How could we have arrived at our current predicament? Just then, a scout rode in on a swift horse and reported, I report to the general that the Chancellor summons you to meet him at Luoqing. Wei Yin coldly replied, understood. After some time, Wei Yin arrived in Luoqing and made his way to Zhuge Liang's residence, but he hesitated briefly at the entrance, his gaze resting momentarily on Zhuge Liang before stepping inside. At that moment, Zhuge Liang and Jiang Wei were studying maps, strategizing their next advance. Wei Yin scanned the room and, with a slight tightening of his lips, said in a solemn tone, Chancellor, may I inquire why you have summoned me? Zhuge Liang turned slowly, his eyes flashing with anger as he glared at Wei Yin, rebuking, You, Wei Yin, dare to speak ill of me before the army. You clearly do not regard me with any respect. What punishment do you deserve? Wei Yin remained composed, responding, Chancellor, I admit that these words did indeed come from my mouth, and I am willing to accept military punishment. However, I also harbor grievances that I find intolerable. Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow and said, Speak that at that moment. Wei Yin's expression changed. Though he felt a pang of trepidation, he spoke resolutely. Our state has mobilized 400,000 troops to attack the Central Plains. Yet we halt before a mere Qinsong city, that I cannot accept this. Furthermore, while the Chancellor has entrusted me with our elite forces, throughout this northern expedition, I have been relegated to support and supply duties. While the elite troops remain idle, Zhuge Liang regarded Wei Yin with surprise, quickly regaining his composure as he replied, In that case, remain in Luoqing and prepare to confront Qiao Zhen's pursuing forces. Wei Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, Chancellor, is that truly your command? But what if the pursuers do not come? What if the pursuers do arrive, and you fail to achieve victory? Zhuge Liang countered, without a moment's hesitation. Wei Yin clasped his hands and declared, I am willing to sign a military order. If I cannot drive back Qiao's forces, I shall willingly accept military law. Once Wei Yin finished speaking, Zhuge Liang looked at him and said, Wei Yin, Qiao Zhen's son, Qiao Shuang, is leading 30,000 elite troops and is hastening towards the direction of Qishan, that I shall immediately lead my troops to Qishan and capture Qiao Shuang alive. Wei Yin interjected before Zhuge Liang could finish. With that, he stormed out of the command tent. Watching Wei Yin's departing figure, Zhuge Liang let out a heavy sigh, for the current Wei Yin was strikingly similar to the past Guan Yu, arrogant, overconfident, and dismissive of authority, even disregarding the Chancellor himself. This would inevitably become a thorn in Zhuge Liang's side. From the moment Wei Yin surrendered to Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang recognized him as someone who sought personal gain at the expense of loyalty, prompting thoughts of eliminating him in Zhuge Liang's eyes. Since Wei Yin had been able to slay the governor Han Xian and defect to Shu Han, it was only a matter of time before he might also betray Shu Han to join Xiao Wei or Eastern Wu. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang had not acted on this notion, for at that time, Shu Han was in its infancy, lacking in troops, provisions, generals, and weaponry compared to Eastern Wu and Qiao Wei. Yet it was in a perilous phase of growth. Liu Bei desperately needed experienced generals, and although Wei Yin could not compare to the likes of Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, or Huang Zhong, he was still a capable leader on the battlefield. Moreover, during that era, Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, and Guan Yu were all alive, and with their presence, Wei Yin had no courage to rebel. However, now that Liu Bei had passed, and the 5 Tiger generals had largely perished, the likes of Guan Xing, Zhang Bao, Wang Ping, and Gao Xiang were far less experienced than Wei Yin, while Jiang Wei was a former Wei general who had defected to Shu. Thus, among the current Shu Han generals, in terms of both authority and experience, Wei Yin was undoubtedly the foremost. Zhuge Liang turned to Jiang Wei and spoke decisively, Barrio, at present, the Wei troops in Qinsong number no more than 10,000. leaving their defenses alarmingly weak. I command you to lead 30,000 elite troops directly to seize Cheongsong. Understood. Jiang Wei respectfully responded, I in the grand tent of Cheongsong City. Hao Zhao paced back and forth with his head bowed. An ominous feeling gnawing at his heart, as if on cue, a soldier rushed in, panic-stricken, and knelt before Hao Zhao, sorrowfully declaring, General, grave news. The Shu army has breached our southern gate, and our soldiers can no longer hold the line. Hao Zhao's heart quaked, and he coldly inquired, How can this be? The main gate of Cheongsong is securely fastened. No one may enter or exit without my command. How could the Shu army possibly infiltrate? The soldier, equally incredulous, replied, General, the Shu army deceived our guards by donning our uniforms, and then opened the city gates from within. Our troops are currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Shu forces. But I fear we cannot hold out much longer. Hao Zhao could not help but exclaim, What nonsense are you spouting? How could the Shu army possess our uniforms? This is utterly impossible. Suddenly, the soldier recalled. General, did you not send half of our forces with Wang Shuang to ambush the Shu army? Have you forgotten? As Hao Zhao grasped this reality, another soldier, breathless and trembling, rushed in, bowing deeply as he reported. I bring news of a catastrophic defeat, General. Wang Shuang's forces were ambushed by Wei Yin near Qishan, suffering heavy losses. Over 100,000 soldiers have perished, and Shu generals Jiang Wei and Guanxing have already led their troops into Cheongsong City. Our strategic passes have all fallen into Shu hands. Hao Zhao, upon hearing this, swiftly drew his sword and commanded, Relay my orders. All soldiers must ascend the walls and resist the Shu army. The soldier, tears streaming down his face, replied, General, it is too late. The Shu army numbers over 30,000 and has already breached the gates that we lack sufficient forces. Hao Zhao, unable to fathom this grim reality, furiously raised his sword and severed the documents before him, then suddenly knelt and sighed to the heavens. Great commander, I have failed you, we shall meet again in the next life. With that, he took his own life with a single stroke of his sword. At this moment, Cao Shuang, leading the remnants of his troops, had finally returned to the main camp after enduring countless hardships. Covered in wounds, he staggered into Cao Zhen's command tent, summoning every ounce of strength to utter, Father, I have fallen into a trap. Cao Zhen, seated, looked upon Cao Shuang's disheveled state, his heart already resigned. Even without spies, he gazed at Cao Shuang and said, My son, I have wronged you. I have subjected you to suffering. Zhuge Liang is indeed a cunning man, full of deceit. But where is Wang Shuang? Where is he? Suddenly remembering, Cao Zhen anxiously asked. Wang Shuang commanded over 100,000 troops, a significant portion of our military might. Any error on his part could spell disaster for us. Cao Shuang, with tears in his eyes, glanced around helplessly before finally lowering his head, weakly responding, I have received word of a crushing defeat. It appears they too fell victim to a Shu ambush, with nearly all of Wang Shuang's forces annihilated, and Wang Shuang himself was slain by Wei Yin. Cao Zhen slumped in his seat, his eyes hollow and vacant, and he sighed, I never imagined I would suffer another defeat. Before we set out, I assured His Majesty that I would capture Zhuge Liang alive, yet now our troops lie in tatters. How can I face His Majesty? Cao Shuang suddenly spoke, Father, the Shu army is advancing northward, that we should retreat to Cheongsong City, a strategically advantageous position that is easy to defend. Moreover, Hao Zhao is still holding the fort. We can regroup there and engage the Shu forces. Cao Zhen scoffed disdainfully. Cheongsong? Zhuge Liang laid a trap for us precisely to seize Cheongsong City. Do you truly believe we can retreat there? Cao Zhen's question left Cao Shuang at a loss. That moment. Guo Huai entered and paused before declaring, Great Commander, I bring news from scouts. Zhuge Liang deceived the guards of Cheongsong, opening the gates for generals Jiang Wei and Guanxing, who have led 30,000 elite troops into the city. Hao Zhao, unwilling to surrender, took his own life. Cao Zhen's face tightened, and with a heart full of despair, he lamented, I am no match for Zhuge Liang. With Cheongsong lost, the supply lines for the Shu army are wide open. Zhuge Liang will undoubtedly lead his forces further north. Cao Shuang rose and stated plainly, Father, despite our defeat, we still have 200,000 soldiers and provisions for 100 days that we should establish several camps in the mountains, fortifying our defenses to delay the Shu army's advance. Chao Jun shook his head in despair, his voice harsh. It is too late. Too late. Everything is already lost. The Shu army has taken Qinsong, their morale is high, and we have just suffered a devastating defeat. We are no match for them, my son. Do you not understand? The only reason I hold this position as great commander is due to the favor of His Majesty, my royal uncle. I have fought my entire life. Yet it has only been in vain. With Qinsong lost, the Shu army will surely turn its attention to Yongliang, that if Yongliang falls, our way will plunge into irretrievable ruin. Do you think His Majesty will still regard my royal uncle's status at that time? At that moment, Guo Huai interjected, Great Commander, I have a plan that may preserve your life. Chao Jun abruptly straightened in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Guo Huai as he inquired, Oh, do you have a strategy to save me from this dire predicament? Speak swiftly. Guo Huai cleared his throat and said, Great Commander, the only course left is for you to submit a petition to His Majesty, claiming you require a return to court for health reasons, thus relinquishing your position as Great Commander and allowing Sima Yi to lead the campaign against Zhuge Liang. Chao Jun hesitated, knowing that returning to court would mean surrendering his military authority. And worse, handing it over to Sima Yi. Could he bear such a loss of power? No. Chao Jun vehemently rejected the idea. Guo Huai continued, Great Commander, have you not considered that once Zhuge Liang launches an offensive against Yongliang, can we truly defend it? If Yongliang falls to the Shu army, the entire Central Plains will be in jeopardy, and our way will be finished. Moreover, while Sima Yi may be cunning, he is a veteran of 3 generations. Favored by both the founding emperor and the late emperor, he will surely do his utmost to resist the Shu forces. Guo Huai's words plunged Chao Jun in a deep contemplation. He frowned but suddenly exclaimed, Yet I have lost over 100,000 troops and surrendered Qinsong City. Even if I return to court, His Majesty will not spare me. Guo Huai smiled slightly and replied, Great Commander, you worry too much. His Majesty will not execute you. Why not? Chao Jun asked. Guo Huai looked at Chao Shuang and said, Young master, the only way to save the Great Commander lies with you. I implore the Great Commander to allow you to petition His Majesty. You have fought valiantly against the Shu army and lost your left arm in battle. His Majesty will surely be moved and will not hold the Great Commander accountable. Moreover, His Majesty is likely concerned that Sima Yi might seize power after achieving military success. The only person currently in court who is loyal to His Majesty is the Great Commander. Surely His Majesty is aware of this, that I in the city of Luoyang, beneath the Grand Hall, Chao Rui sat high above, while the remaining civil and military officials were filled with trepidation, their expressions a mix of fear and anxiety. For they had already learned that the Shu army had captured Qinsong and was now advancing toward Yongliang, putting the Central Plains in peril. Glancing at Chao Shuang, Chao Rui said, his fury boiling over, Chao Shuang, where is Chao Jun? Why does he not present himself before me to face punishment? The honor of the Chao clan has been tarnished by him, that I appointed Chao Jun as great commander to thwart the Shu forces. Yet this has proven to be the height of folly. In less than a month, over half of the elite forces had been lost, and even the key stronghold of Qinsong was now gone. Now, with Zhuge Liang leading the Shu army straight toward Yongliang, would the entire realm of Wei be destroyed at his hands? I shall not let this go unpunished. Chao Shuang, filled with shame, lowered his head and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang is indeed devious. After the defeat, my father spat blood and has been bedridden several times, even attempting to take his own life, but the generals have restrained him, urging him to rise and defeat Zhuge Liang, to return to court and seek forgiveness for his shortcomings. Chao Rui furrowed his brow, asking, Then where is he? Why has he not come to court to report? Chao Shuang, in tears, replied, Your Majesty, my father received news of the Shu army's advance before he departed. He has now led his troops to Yongliang to confront the Shu forces. Moreover, I beseech Your Majesty to dismiss my father from the position of great commander and allow Sima Yi to take command. My father expressed his willingness to serve under Sima Yi, even if it means becoming a mere soldier. But as he spoke, Chao Shuang suddenly collapsed to the ground, the pain from his grievous left arm injury overwhelming him. 2 ministers in the Grand Hall rushed forward to support him, their expressions filled with shock as they exclaimed, Your Majesty, General Chao's left arm has been severed. Chao Rui sighed deeply, then picked up the memorial written by Chao Jun and read it carefully before stating somberly, Chao Shuang, I commend your valiant efforts in battle, and thus I will not punish you. However, you must return and inform Chao Zhen that I have prepared a prison cell for him, where he may spend his remaining years." Chao Shuang let out a heavy sigh, replying, "Your Majesty, I must inform you that upon my return to court, my father had already fallen gravely ill, coughing blood day and night, that I fear he may have already passed." As soon as Chao Shuang's voice fell, numerous ministers in the court unexpectedly emerged, kneeling on the ground and pleading with Chao Rui to spare Chao Zhen. Undoubtedly, these individuals were either trusted confidants or allies of Chao Zhen. If Chao Zhen were to perish, they would not fare well either. Observing this, Chao Rui hesitated and could only turn to Hua Exine, saying, "Immediately convey my decree and summon Sima Yi to the palace." I wish to see him. 5 days later, Sima Yi was appointed by Chao Rui as the Grand Commander of the Wei State, leading an army of 300,000 to the Yongliang region to confront Zhuge Liang. Upon entering the main tent, Sima Yi approached Guo Huai and quietly remarked, "Chao Zhen is the Grand Commander, and you are the Deputy Commander. Thus, it is your duty to lead the 3 armies in battle against the Shu forces while Chao Zhen recuperates in Yongliang. However, on my way here, I apprehended over 30 deserters, all of whom were your subordinates. From them, I learned that the morale in the camp is disintegrating, with deserters appearing daily. How do you justify your position as Grand Commander?" Guo Huai, feeling uneasy, responded, reporting to the Grand Commander, "Ever since our army's defeat last time, the soldiers have been greatly fearful of the Shu forces, and I find it difficult to manage them all." "I hope for your forgiveness," Sima Yi coldly retorted. "If there are deserters in the camp, why have you not dealt with them according to military law? Do you not understand that when one person deserts, it can lead an entire battalion to flee?" Guo Huai helplessly replied, "Grand Commander, if I execute the deserters, who will dare to fight against the Shu army when they attack in the future?" Sima Yi shot Guo Huai a glare and then leisurely took his seat at the main position, sternly declaring, "If a single deserter escapes, the morale of an entire battalion collapses. What use do I have for you? Guards, take Guo Huai out and execute him. Display his head at the front of the camp for all to see." 2 soldiers immediately rushed in, disarming Guo Huai and preparing to drag him away. However, other military leaders quickly knelt, clasping their hands and saying, reporting to the Grand Commander, "The morale of our soldiers is faltering due to Chao Zhen. Moreover, since Chao Zhen's departure, Wu General has been arranging the defense. Otherwise, Zhuge Liang would have already led his troops to attack. Grand Commander, please spare Wu General, that I assure you that if any more deserters appear, we are willing to share the same punishment as Wu General." Sima Yi raised his gaze to Guo Huai and solemnly stated, "Listen well, all of you. Now that I, Sima Yi, am here, if any deserters dare to appear, the punishment shall be as follows. If a soldier flees, the squad leader shall be executed. If the squad leader flees, the platoon leader shall be executed. If the platoon leader flees, the company commander shall be executed. If the company commander flees, the deputy general shall be executed. If the deputy general flees, I shall behead myself in apology to His Majesty. Understood?" Sima Yi glanced at Guo Huai again, coldly ordering, "Take him away, administer 80 blows with the rod, and demote him 1 rank." After the soldiers led Guo Huai out of the tent, the remaining military leaders gradually rose and returned to their seats. Sima Yi then calmed himself, directing his gaze forward and solemnly stating, "Convey my first military order. Command the quartermaster to bring forth all the wine and meat in the camp to reward the soldiers, allowing them to feast for a few days and indulge in drunken revelry." The military leaders present could not help but smile, excitedly responding, "As you command." However, a flicker of concern crossed Sima Zhao's eyes as he apprehensively remarked, "Grand Commander, if the soldiers become intoxicated, what shall we do if the Shu army seizes the opportunity to attack our camp?" Sima Yi, unfazed, replied, "No need for concern. At once, send someone to raise my banner in the mountains and fields. Even if Zhuge Liang sees it, he will undoubtedly be filled with trepidation that in a few days, not only will the Shu army refrain from making any significant moves, but they will also retreat several miles." The generals nodded in agreement, clasping their hands and saying, "The Grand Commander's authority will surely instill fear in the Shu army, and upon seeing the Grand Commander's banner, they will undoubtedly flee in panic." Sima Yi snorted coldly, secretly praising himself, and continued, My second military order is to present the recent merit list. Anyone who has slain a single Shu soldier in the recent battles will be rewarded with 100 pieces of silver and promoted 1 rank. This applies to all present. Anyone who has not killed a single Shu soldier, regardless of whether they are a general, company commander, or soldier, will be executed immediately. At this moment, Zhuge Liang and Wei Yin arrived at a hillside to observe the movements of the Wei camp. After watching for a long while, Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and sighed. The camp remains the same. The Wei generals are still those generals, and the Wei soldiers are still those soldiers. It is merely that the Grand Commander has surely changed. Wei Yin snorted disdainfully, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Prime Minister, you are perhaps overthinking. What can Sima Yi do? Our army has already captured Qingcang. The supply routes are open, and we can both attack and defend. What is there to fear?" Chapter 55. Forgiveness. Zhuge Liang shook his head in worry. You must not underestimate the enemy. Have you forgotten that our army's first northern expedition failed because Sima Yi anticipated our moves and besieged Jieting, forcing our army to retreat to Hanzhong? Moreover, Sima Yi is a veteran of the Chao Wei dynasty. Even Cao Cao admired his strategies. That he is indeed my most formidable opponent. Wei Yin's expression darkened, yet he unabashedly responded, "Prime Minister, I fail to see what capabilities Sima Yi possesses. Remember when we last faced him at Xiqing? Your empty city ruse frightened away his army of 300,000. Zhuge Liang looked at Wei Yin and said, "Allow me to elucidate Sima Yi's terrifying prowess, that he is exceptionally skilled in defensive warfare. Arguably the finest fortress commander in the world. Our army's long-distance expedition places us at a disadvantage in terms of time. As long as Sima Yi can defend each fortress, our army may not breach Luoyang for 50 years. What appears passive is, in fact, great wisdom." Wei Yin nodded. "Prime Minister, if that is the case, what should our army's next move be?" Zhuge Liang sighed. "As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the ringleader. Until we eliminate Sima Yi, our army cannot advance into the Central Plains. Therefore, we must lure Sima Yi out of the camp and engage him in a decisive battle." Pausing, Zhuge Liang turned to Jiang Wei and asked, "Jiang Wei, how many defenders are stationed in the Wei strongholds near Longxi? What is their supply situation?" Jiang Wei thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Reporting to the Prime Minister, after my investigation, I found that among the various fortresses in Longxi, only Wudu and Yinping have recently weak defenses, with only around 10,000 troops and a month's supply of provisions." Zhuge Liang cast a glance at Wei Yin and inquired, "Wenchang, I shall provide you with 30,000 elite troops. Can you capture Wudu and Yinping within 5 days?" Wei Yin chuckled. "Prime Minister, these 2 small fortresses are no challenge. 5 days is excessive. I guarantee I can capture them within 3 to no. I do not wish for you to assault these 2 fortresses vigorously, but rather to lay siege without engaging, waiting for Sima Yi to come to their aid." The Wei military camp was indeed a gathering of fierce generals. Sima Yi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Are you sure you have investigated thoroughly? The Shu army truly has only 5,000 troops." The guards dared not speak falsely. Quickly responding, reporting to the Grand Commander, "I have observed clearly. The Shu army indeed has only 5,000 troops, all infantry, and no cavalry has been detected. Have any other Shu forces been sighted nearby?" Reporting to the Grand Commander, "I rode nearly 30 miles and have not seen any hidden Shu troops." Dismissed. Yes. Sima Yi slowly rose, clasping his hands behind his back, and sighed. "Generals, do you know? This Grand Commander is eager to achieve merit. Currently, Zhuge Liang has sent troops to besiege Wudu, with 5,000 Shu soldiers outside its gates. Who among you can lead troops to annihilate this Shu force and bring fame to this Grand Commander?" As soon as Sima Yi finished speaking, Sun Li stood up after surveying the surroundings and clasped his hands. Reporting to the Grand Commander, "I am willing to lead an elite force to eliminate the invading enemy." "Very well, as expected of the valiant General Fenwei. Your courage is commendable. I shall grant you 10,000 elite troops, and you must break the siege of Wudu and annihilate the Shu army within 2 days. If not, do not return to see me, that I shall obey. All of you may return to your camps for now. Guohuai, remain." Sima Yi spoke coldly. After the general stood and exited the tent, one person remained inside besides Guohuai. Right General Zhang He. As a veteran general of the Chao Wei dynasty and the only surviving commander under Cao Cao, although his official rank was not as high as Sima Yi's, His prestige in the army was undoubtedly among the highest. Sima Yi turned to Guo Huai's side and softly asked, "Guo Huai, how is your injury?" Guo Huai hurriedly clasped his hands and replied, reporting to the Grand Commander, "I am no longer in serious condition. The soldiers were merciful, and I am grateful for your kindness." Upon hearing this, Sima Yi revealed a smile of relief, but soon his brow furrowed as he sat down heavily on a stone step, solemnly saying, "Guo Huai, now that you have recovered, I have a task for you. However, do not make it known. The soldiers in the camp must not learn of it. Prepare 1,000 coffins for me. San Li will certainly not return from this mission, and I do not wish for them to be left to rot in the wilderness. Additionally, prepare some silver and send someone to deliver it to the families of these soldiers, ensuring they are well comforted." Guo Huai, incredulous, asked, "Grand Commander, could it be that San Li will encounter an ambush from the Shu army?" Sima Yi spoke in a deep voice. "Wudu is but 50 li from our main camp, and yet the Shu army, consisting of 5,000 men, dares to venture into the heart of our territory to attack it. Do you not find this utterly unrealistic? Zhuge Liang's actions are nothing more than a ploy to lure our forces out of the camp, only to ambush us on the road. San Li will undoubtedly fall victim to the Shu army's ambush. Beside him, Zhang He inquired with confusion, "If that is the case, why did the Grand Commander send San Li to lead 10,000 troops to rescue Wudu?" Sima Yi sighed, "I have no choice in the matter. Although Wudu is merely a small town, it harbors 3,000 of our soldiers. Should I fail to send aid, and Wudu falls to the Shu army, the garrisons of the surrounding cities will believe that once encircled by the Shu forces, this commander will not send help to at that point. They will surely succumb to despair without a fight. There are more than 10 cities near our camp. If they were to fall into the hands of the Shu army, how could we continue to contend with them? San Li is indeed a valiant and loyal general." He continued, "Just now, when I was mustering the troops, he showed no hesitation in volunteering for battle. However, I cannot expose the truth in front of all the generals. The thought of such a loyal warrior perishing on the battlefield weighs heavily on my heart." Seeing this, Guo Huai resolutely clasped his hands and said, "Grand Commander, I implore you to grant me 3,000 elite soldiers that I shall follow General San Li, and if he encounters the Shu army's ambush, I will surely be able to rescue him from encirclement." Observing Guo Huai's earnest demeanor, Sima Yi expressed his gratitude. "Guo Huai, do you truly wish to face such peril? I fear that this venture may indeed be a one-way trip." Guo Huai waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, "Grand Commander, I owe a debt of gratitude to you that I cannot repay. If I do not return, you will merely need to prepare 3,000 coffins." Chapter 56. The bait. Sima Yi, filled with gratitude, said, "Do not worry. I will dispatch a contingent to assist you in your assault. Remember, once you have rescued San Li, do not engage the Shu army any further. Return to the main camp by the same route." Meanwhile, San Li and his 10,000 troops arrived at the foot of Wudu, witnessing the Shu soldiers fiercely attacking the city. San Li raised his weapon and proclaimed loudly, "Soldiers, the time has come to display our might. Follow me to annihilate the Shu forces." As San Li's army advanced bravely, they were suddenly blocked by a contingent of the Shu army. Wei Yin rode to the forefront and shouted, "Listen, Wei soldiers, I am Wei Yin, a general of the Shu army. You are now encircled by my forces. If you wish to survive, dismount and surrender." Furious, San Li glared at Wei Yin and retorted, "Wei Yin, I, San Li, specialize in slaying generals. Prepare to meet your end. Fire." At Wei Yin's command, the Shu archers hidden in the hills stood up and unleashed a volley of arrows upon the Wei soldiers. Caught unprepared and at a disadvantage, the Wei army suffered heavy losses. Advance and slay them. Seeing the Wei army falter, Wei Yin charged directly at San Li. Instantly, tens of thousands of troops clashed in fierce combat. The Shu army, bolstered by their numbers and having launched a surprise attack, quickly gained the upper hand. However, at that moment, Guo Huai led a cavalry unit charging from the rear of the Shu forces. Spotting San Li, Guo Huai shouted, "General Sun, the Grand Commander has ordered me to assist you. Quickly, let us break through. Do not linger in battle." With Guo Huai's entrance, a gap was torn in the rear of the Shu army. San Li and his troops joined forces and swiftly broke free from encirclement that in the Shu army's command tent. Wei Yin, head drooping, hesitated for several steps before entering to report to Zhuge Liang. I report to you, Chancellor, that the Wei reinforcements have fled. Initially, Sun Li led 10,000 soldiers to aid Wudu, but after our fierce fighting, he was completely surrounded, just as we were about to annihilate this enemy force. We did not anticipate that General Guohuai would also lead 3,000 troops to their aid. Once their forces joined, they broke through our encirclement. Chancellor, I truly did not foresee this. Please forgive my failure. Zhuge Liang merely scoffed. This is not your fault, but if blame must be assigned, it lies with Sima Yi, that cunning and resourceful man, but he has unraveled my intentions. Wei Yin questioned. Oh, what do you mean? Chancellor? Zhuge Liang explained. I ordered you to lead 5,000 troops to attack Wudu as a means of baiting reinforcements. Given that Wudu houses 3,000 Wei soldiers, we would need at least 15,000 troops to capture it. Such a clumsy scheme could be seen through even by a novice general. How could Sima Yi fail to notice? Sima Yi's decision to send Sun Li was merely to reassure the nearby Wei garrisons. For he knew that if he did not dispatch aid, those stationed in the surrounding cities would be filled with dread and despair, possibly even surrendering to the Shu army. Thus, left with no options, he was compelled to send Sun Li to assist Wudu, followed by Guohuai to aid Sun El. It was clear that Sun Li's mission to rescue Wudu was merely a ruse, while Guohuai's true objective was to save Sun Li. However, Sima Yi would never personally lead a large force to aid Wudu, for without bait, he could not be lured. Wei Yin then inquired, Might I ask, Chancellor, who would be the bait among our forces? Zhuge Liang turned resolutely and declared, Of course, it is I that Sima Yi dreams of obtaining my head to present to Chao Rui as a trophy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Liang commanded, Wenchang, you are to assemble our troops for battle at once. Jiang Wei, you shall take 3,000 armored soldiers from our ranks to accompany me to Wudu tomorrow. At this proclamation, both Jiang Wei and Wei Yin were taken aback. They understood that if Zhuge Liang were ambushed by the Wei army, the consequences would be beyond what either of them could bear. Wei Yin clasped his hands and said, Chancellor, Sima Yi commands hundreds of thousands of troops, but if they all converge upon you, I will not have time to come to your aid. Zhuge Liang waved his hand dismissively. Life and death are determined by fate. I, Zhuge Liang, am not meant to perish yet. You are to return to camp immediately. A decisive battle awaits us tomorrow as you command. Wei Yin replied at that moment. Sun Li had already moved his forces into Xuchang, planning to eliminate Sima Yi the moment he turned against them. The following morning, Zhuge Liang and Jiang Wei set forth with 3,000 troops along the lesser-known path to Wudu, a sight clearly observed by the scouts dispatched by the Wei army. This scout, not daring to delay for a moment, hurried back to the Wei camp. Upon entering the tent, he fell to his knees and reported the intelligence he had gathered. I report to you, Grand Commander, that Zhuge Liang is leading a force towards Wudu at that moment. Sima Yi, Guohuai, and Zhang He were discussing their next military maneuvers over a map. Upon hearing the scout's report, Sima Yi spoke coldly. Take him away and execute him at the gate. The scout, terrified at the prospect of execution, prostrated himself and pleaded, Grand Commander, I do not know what crime I have committed. Why must you kill me? A mere lowly soldier could not comprehend the intricacies at play. Sima Yi turned slightly, his voice grave. The reason I must execute you is that you have misreported military intelligence. Wudu is but a small town. How could Zhuge Liang possibly venture there? The scout, flustered, replied, I assure you, Grand Commander, every word I speak is true. I saw Zhuge Liang with my own eyes heading towards Wudu. Seeing the soldier's terror, Sima Yi inquired, If what you say is true, then tell me, what was Zhuge Liang wearing? How many soldiers accompanied him? Who commanded his troops? Speak without hesitation. The scout promptly responded, I report to you, Grand Commander, that Zhuge Liang wears a feather fan and a silk hat. Standing at 7 feet tall, with approximately 5,000 soldiers accompanying him. The commander of his troops is the Shu General Jiang Wei that I have been following closely behind the Shu army and witnessed Zhuge Liang enter the city. Grand Commander, I assure you, every word I speak is true. I beg for your mercy. The scout continued to bow his head in desperate supplication. After hearing the scout's account, Sima Yi exchanged glances with Zhang He, and they both nodded in silent agreement. Sima Yi then chuckled lightly. Chapter 57. An assault on the Shu army's camp. You have not misreported military intelligence. Instead, you have rendered a service. Listen well. I shall reward you with 10,000 coins and promote you a rank. You may leave now." The scout, relieved to have spared his life, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "I thank you, Grand Commander." "I thank you." Once the scout departed, Guo Huai, with a grave expression, remarked, "Grand Commander, do you believe what he said to be true? Zhuge Liang is the supreme commander of the Shu army. How could he possibly travel towards Wudu with only 5,000 soldiers? Surely, there must be some deception at play." Sima Yi, his expression taut, sighed. "Having interacted with Zhuge Liang for over a decade, I have heard that he possesses a particular habit whenever the Shu army captures a city. Regardless of its size, Zhuge Liang always travels to that location to console the civilians and soldiers within." Zhang He, standing nearby, concurred. "Indeed, Zhuge Liang is known for this habit. He personally attends to significant military affairs." Upon hearing this, Guo Huai's eyes widened in realization, and he smirked slightly, saying, "Great General, if that is the case, then this presents an excellent opportunity for our army to capture Zhuge Liang alive. Wudu is but a small city with merely over 10,000 troops. If our army marches swiftly through the night, we shall surely encircle Wudu by dawn and capture Zhuge Liang before sunset." Sima Yi snorted coldly and replied solemnly, "Do not forget that the vicinity of Wudu is surrounded by mountains. Even if we were to hide tens of thousands of troops, no trace would be left behind. Last time, Wei Yin ambushed Sun Li there. If our forces were to emerge en masse, not only would we fail to capture Zhuge Liang, but we might also fall into an ambush set by the Shu army. What then shall we do?" Zhang Yi shrugged and candidly remarked, "What the great general says is indeed true. Last time, Zhuge Liang used Wudu as bait to lure our army for assistance. Now he is using himself as bait. It seems Zhuge Liang is truly desperate." Sima Yi shook his head with a helpless sigh. Though Zhuge Liang is generally cautious, at times he can be exceedingly bold. It appears that our army must now avoid battle. However, at that moment, as Sima Yi lowered his head, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Zhuge Liang is overly clever. This time his cleverness may backfire. If our army does not take the bait of Zhuge Liang, then has he not brought disaster upon himself?" Zhang He immediately grasped the implication, laughing. "Does the great general mean that we need not ambush Zhuge Liang as he assaults Wudu, but instead lead our forces directly to the Shu army's main camp? If we can capture the main camp, then the Shu army is doomed." Sima Yi chuckled. "What you say is entirely correct. The Shu army's provisions, supplies, and weaponry are all stored in their main camp. That is their lifeblood. If our army can seize that opportunity and burn their provisions and military supplies, the Shu army will crumble in an instant. At that point, no matter how capable Zhuge Liang is, he will be powerless to save himself, and his fate will be inevitable." Upon hearing Sima Yi's words, Zhang Yi felt a surge of confidence and proposed, "I report to the great general that this time, let Zhang He take the lead in achieving merit. I am willing to lead 50,000 elite soldiers to launch a surprise attack on the Shu army's main camp." Sima Yi shook his head with a smile. "General, you are a veteran of 3 generations and a pillar of our Chao Wei forces, renowned throughout the land. There is no need for such an esteemed general to take the field in this battle. Let the younger generation take it instead." Zhang He's expression changed, and he firmly declared, "I, Zhang He, have followed the founding emperor in countless campaigns, never missing a battle, and now, having long been away from the battlefield, I feel an unbearable itch to fight. Therefore, I must go." Zhang He had indeed accompanied Emperor Cao Cao in numerous battles, a valiant warrior and one of the 5 great generals, trusted by Cao Cao, and later appointed as general of chariots and cavalry, that he had fought against Ma Chao at Tongguan, enduring 30 rounds of combat, leaving Ma Chao in fear. Hearing this, Sima Yi rose and instructed, "If that is the case, then please lead 50,000 elite soldiers to launch a surprise attack on the Shu army's main camp. However, I hope you will not engage in direct combat. Simply head straight for their granaries and burn their supplies." "I shall obey," Zhang He replied with a salute. That night, Zhang He led his troops to launch a surprise attack on the Shu army's main camp, but upon entering, he discovered it was utterly deserted. "Retreat, retreat!" Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Zhang He decisively ordered a withdrawal. Suddenly, soldiers from the Shu army surged out from all directions, surrounding the Wei forces. Zhang He remained calm under pressure and commanded his men to engage the enemy. The two sides clashed with tens of thousands of troops, and the scene of battle was one of unspeakable carnage. Generals Wei Yin and Zhang He fought valiantly, each taking on hundreds of enemies, relentlessly claiming the lives of their foes. Yet, Zhang He knew that the Shu army's numbers were overwhelming and could not hold out for long. That he glanced back and saw that the Shu forces were thinly spread, and thus raised his voice, "Soldiers, follow me to break through." After a day and night of fierce fighting, although Zhang He managed to break free from the Shu army's main camp, the Shu forces relentlessly pursued them, and the battle raged on without pause. Zhang He, exceptionally skilled in combat, wielded his long knife with precision, sending the advancing Shu soldiers reeling. That a lieutenant from the Shu army lunged at Zhang He with a spear. Yet he deftly sidestepped the attack and countered, bringing the lieutenant down. As Zhang He and the remnants of his troops attempted to break through the encirclement, Zhang Bao shouted angrily from behind, "Listen, rogue general, I am Zhang Bao of the Shu army. Quickly dismount and surrender." Zhang He, upon hearing this, turned his horse around and laughed boisterously, saying, "Just a mere rat. Do you not know who I am? You are no match for me, and your father, Zhang Fei, is but a defeated foe at my hands." Hearing this, Zhang Bao's fury flared, and with a shake of the reins, his warhorse charged forward. Both riders urged their steeds into a gallop, racing as if flying. Standing atop a slope, Zhuge Liang witnessed Zhang Bao engaged in combat with a Wei general and inquired, "Barrio, who is that Wei general fighting Zhang Bao? He seems quite formidable." Jiang Wei promptly replied, reporting to the chancellor, "That man is Wei General Zhang He." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang could not help but exclaim, "No wonder. This man was a general of Cao Cao 20 years ago. I recall at Tongwan, even Ma Chao took 50 rounds to barely defeat him. Now he appears to be just as valiant as he was back then." After 20 rounds of combat, Zhang Bao, outmatched, was struck down by Zhang He's long knife. Zhang He, not pausing to pursue Zhang Bao, led his remaining troops to flee towards the northwest. Chapter 58. Laying an ambush at Sword Pass. Observing Zhang Bao's defeat, Jiang Wei coldly remarked, "Chancellor, as long as Zhang He remains, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. I will lead 10,000 troops to eliminate him." Saying this, Jiang Wei began to descend the mountain. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang called out to him and said slowly, "This location is not far from Sword Pass. You must quickly lead 5,000 archers to lay an ambush here. That I will instruct Wei Yin to drive Zhang He in a Sword Pass. Remember, do not allow this man to escape alive." "I shall obey." Soon, under the relentless pursuit of Wei Yin, Zhang He had no choice but to charge in a Sword Pass. As Zhang He entered Sword Pass, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, Shu soldiers appeared on both sides of the sheer cliffs, having already readied their bows and arrows, aiming at the enemy. At that moment, Jiang Wei stepped forward, gazing at Zhang He, and shouted, "Zhang He, you are now surrounded by my forces. That if you wish to survive, dismount and surrender." For a seasoned general like Zhang He, surrender was a humiliation he could not endure. He hurled his long knife fiercely at Jiang Wei, who deftly dodged and calmly commanded, "Fire." Instantly, thousands of archers unleashed a volley of arrows at the Wei troops below, due to the narrowness of Sword Pass and the sheer cliffs on both sides. The Wei soldiers found no cover in a short while. Zhang He and the few hundred remaining troops were all slain within Sword Pass, with Zhang He himself struck by dozens of arrows. At that moment, in the Wei army's camp, Sima Yi realized he had miscalculated. He sighed, "I, Sima Yi, have fished for decades. I believe myself to be a master angler, yet I did not expect to be toyed with by Zhuge Liang. Falling into his trap, that I, Sima Yi, am indeed a sinner." Guo Huai, below, wept bitterly. "Great General, General Zhang, he was ambushed by Jiang Wei at Sword Pass and struck by 37 arrows. The remaining troops have all fallen in the valley." All the generals present felt profound sorrow, yet dared not speak. Sima Yi, with vacant eyes, stated, "Though General Zhang He has perished, our army's morale has been revived. Do you not understand? Not a single one of the 50,000 troops he led fled in battle or surrendered to the Shu army. This is our victory in the future. With such iron will among our troops, how can we fear the defeat of the Shu army? Sima Zhao, immediately send someone to retrieve General Zhang's body. Also, Have my warhorse slaughtered, and its hide used to wrap General Zhang's body, that I shall personally lead the soldiers to bid farewell to General Zhang. Meanwhile, on Sun Li's side, he took in several concubines and spent his days indulging in the mountains and rivers. One day, in order to retain the local sage Kaidan, Sun Li summoned Dian Wei. Following Sun Li's orders, he was tasked with overseeing a group of craftsmen to research improvements in white paper production techniques. In fact, papermaking technology had existed since the Eastern Han period, but the quality of the paper at that time was insufficient for writing. Thus, Sun Li resolved to invest significant manpower, financial resources, and materials to repeatedly enhance the paper production techniques. The craftsmen did not disappoint Sun Li's expectations, successfully developing paper suitable for writing within the stipulated time. Sun Li had several boxes of Xian paper brought forth, and as they were opened, he quickly approached and handed the most pristine sheet to Kaidan. "What is this?" Kaidan, utterly astounded, took the pristine white paper from Sun Li's hands, bringing his nose close to greedily inhale the scent lingering upon it. White paper? But why is it so? At this moment, Kaidan was completely taken aback. He had never encountered such exquisitely crafted paper before. He hurriedly fetched the ink and brush, eager for Mr. Kai to showcase his artistry. With a command from Sun Li, the attendants swiftly procured the necessary writing materials. Kaidan rubbed his hands together, ready to unleash his calligraphy. As a renowned calligrapher of his time, Kaidan possessed an exceptional skill in the art of writing. In the blink of an eye, the three characters for Feiyang County elegantly sprang to life upon the page, their strokes both delicate and robust, showcasing a masterful command of the regular script. Such fine paper! Kaidan marveled. That moment, Dian Wei, with his powerful hands, abruptly seized a sheet of white paper and thrust it before Kaidan. Due to the roughness of his actions, the paper was instantly torn in two, causing Kaidan great distress. Observing this, Sun Li quickly interjected, "Mr. Kai, do not concern yourself with the paper. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. The reason I summoned you today is of far greater importance." Sun Li understood that mere sheets of paper could not retain the talented Kaidan within his ranks. To secure his allegiance, a more significant project was required. What is it? Kaidan inquired, now intrigued that I intend to establish an official academy in my territory, yet thus far I have been unable to find a suitable candidate. With your arrival, the solution seems evident. In essence, in the chaotic era of the Three Kingdoms, the great families monopolized power, utilizing their control over language to dominate talent, that if the previously established Hongdu Academy were still in place, it would suffice. Kaidan was quite straightforward, openly expressing his thoughts that it was precisely this forthrightness that had offended the elite class, forcing him into exile for many years in the Shu army camp. Zhuge Liang, accompanied by Wei Yin, surveyed the state of the military encampment. Although Zhuge Liang had orchestrated a significant victory against the Wei army within the camp, the aftermath had left the Shu army's tents and supplies damaged, necessitating replenishment from Hanzhong. Thus, the Shu army found it challenging to launch a subsequent offensive. Wei Yin, have the casualty figures been tallied? Zhuge Liang casually inquired as he strolled through the camp. Wei Yin, cupping his hands in a salute, replied with a smile, reporting to the chancellor, "Our forces annihilated a full 50,000 of the Wei army and eliminated General Zhang He, while our own losses were under 10,000. A resounding victory indeed." At that moment, Zhuge Liang heard a noise behind him. Both men paused and turned to see Jiang Wei galloping in on horseback. Dismounting swiftly, he approached Zhuge Liang and reporting to the chancellor, "I have just conducted reconnaissance on the Wei camp and observed that Sima Yi shows no signs of retreat. Instead, he has bolstered defenses at various passes, maintaining a vigilant posture." Chapter 59. The Return of Chao Jin. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang sighed heavily. As the surrounding sounds seemed to fade, he spoke, "It is evident that Sima Yi is no match for Chao Jin. Had it been Chao Jun who suffered such a defeat, he would have retreated at least 30 miles, with his troops thoroughly demoralized. Yet Sima Yi, despite his loss, remains composed and unperturbed." With that, Zhuge Liang made his way toward the tent, contemplating the next phase of their offensive strategy. In the residence of Chao Jun in Yongliang, he lay on his sickbed, appearing gravely ill. However, this was merely a facade for the eyes of Chao Rui. Should he not feign illness, he would certainly face repercussions from Chao Rui, which could lead to imprisonment. That moment, a servant approached with a battle report, presenting it to Chao Shuang at the door. After reading it, Chao Shuang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Father, splendid news!" "Oh, what news?" Chao Jin inquired, frowning and feigning disinterest. "Father, the report states that Sima Yi fell victim to Zhuge Liang's stratagem, suffering the loss of 50,000 troops. Furthermore, the esteemed General Zhang, he met his end due to Sima Yi's errors. Having been ambushed by Jiang Wei and struck by 37 arrows, a tragic demise indeed." Upon hearing this, Chao Jin sprang up from his bed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you say?" "Zhang He has fallen. And it was Sima Yi's fault," Chao Shuang affirmed. "Yes, father. You have often stated that Sima Yi is a master of military tactics and strategies. However, in my humble opinion, he is not as formidable as you perceive. In this conflict, he has lost a total of 50,000 soldiers, and with the death of General Zhang He, it appears that he has suffered a more devastating defeat than you did at the Battle of Chinsong." Chao Jun, now pacing the room, threw his head back in laughter. "Sima Yi, you are merely a defeated general. It seems this time I shall not spare you. Sima Yi, Chao Shuang, prepare this edict at once. And you shall make haste to Luoyang to present it to His Majesty. Do you intend to impeach Sima?" Chao Shuang inquired uncertainly. Chao Jin retorted, "I am not merely seeking to impeach Sima Yi. I demand that he relinquish the command of the troops. This time, I shall seek to avenge past grievances. 2 days later, Chao Shuang, bearing the edict written by Chao Jin, presented himself before Chao Rui. Following closely behind, he cautiously stated, "Reporting to Your Majesty, based on the intelligence received from the front lines, since Sima Yi assumed command as Grand General, he has been evasive in battle, engaging in merely 2 skirmishes over the course of a month, both of which resulted in defeat at the hands of Zhuge Liang. Furthermore, General Zhang, he perished due to Sima Yi's tactical blunders, reportedly suffering 37 wounds, truly a sight too grim to behold." Chao Rui's anger grew with each word, prompting him to ask, "Since it was Chao Jun who sent you, what does he propose?" Chao Shuang replied, "Reporting to Your Majesty, my father lies bedridden at home. Yet upon hearing of Sima Yi's great defeat and General Zhang He's demise, he is filled with profound sorrow, worrying day and night for the state. Thus, he has dispatched me to beseech Your Majesty's grace, allowing him to lead troops once more to avenge the disgrace of Chinsong and serve Your Majesty loyally." Chao Rui coldly responded, "Last time, Chao Jin suffered a loss of nearly 100,000 soldiers at Chinsong, losing control of 13 commanderies in the Central Plains, that if he were to again lead troops and be defeated by Zhuge Liang, how should I punish him?" Chao Shuang replied earnestly, in response to Your Majesty, "My father has stated that if he were to be defeated by Zhuge Liang this time, he would not await Your Majesty's decree, but would willingly take his own life before the troops in atonement to Your Majesty." Chao Rui paused to gather his thoughts, then halted, turning sharply to declare, "Convey my decree. Restore Chao Jin's official position at once, and grant him 10 days to proceed to Yongliang to assume command as Grand General of the West and confront Zhuge Liang. Should he fail, he shall not be permitted to see me again." Chao Shuang bowed in acknowledgement. "I shall obey the decree. Reporting to Your Majesty, how shall we address Sima Yi?" In Chao Shuang's view, a defeated Grand General was no better than a worthless animal, and the same applied to Sima Yi. Chao Rui's expression shifted, and he replied coolly, "What do you suggest? How should Sima Yi be dealt with?" Chao Shuang responded, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Sima Yi has suffered successive defeats at Wudu and the United Path, losing tens of thousands of troops. General Zhang, he also fell due to Sima Yi's mismanagement. Therefore, I humbly suggest that Your Majesty enforce the law and bring Sima Yi to justice." Chao Rui retorted, "When your father Chao Jin was defeated, was he subjected to the same justice? He lost over 100,000 troops, far exceeding Sima Yi's losses. Do you believe I would punish him? Let it be known, appoint Sima Yi as the Deputy Grand General of the West to assist Chao Jin in resisting Zhuge Liang's northern expedition. They are to work in unison against the common enemy. Any internal strife or division shall be met with punishment." Not long after, Sima Yi, stationed in Yongliang, received the imperial edict. Upon reading it, he did not rise but sighed. "I, Sima Yi, have expended tremendous effort to stabilize the morale of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and safeguard the borders of Wei, preventing the Shu army from advancing a single step. Yet, this has not earned the trust of His Majesty. Sima Zhao, indignant, exclaimed, "Father, do you truly intend to serve as Deputy Grand General under Cao Zhen? How can you maintain your dignity? Furthermore, Cao Zhen has long harbored animosity towards you in the court, that if you serve under him, you will undoubtedly face persecution." Sima Yi coldly replied, "I have already been persecuted by His Majesty. What more could they do to me?" Sima Zhao knelt beside Sima Yi and softly urged, "Father, consider this. Your conflict with Zhuge Liang is overt. But once Cao Zhen becomes Grand General, he will surely strike from the shadows. That would be of no benefit to you, only harm." Sima Yi rolled his eyes and asked, "If that is the case, what do you suggest I do?" Sima Zhao pondered for a moment before anxiously proclaiming, "Father, since His Majesty has dispatched Cao Zhen to manage the military in Yongliang, it would be prudent for you to remain stationed in the camp. Should Cao Zhen arrive here, you can then return to Yongliang. That I surmise that within a month, Cao Zhen will undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat at the hands of Zhuge Liang, that juncture. If Cao Zhen is vanquished, he shall face only severe punishment, while you shall still be favored by His Majesty." Chapter 60. Zhuge Liang's grave illness. Sima Yi said little more, merely turning silently to exit the tent. Unbeknownst to him, all the generals had already gathered outside the camp. Upon seeing Sima Yi, they clasped their hands in salute, exclaiming, "Great Commander, you must not leave. If you depart, who will lead us in resisting the forces of Shu?" Guo Huai stepped forward, raising his voice, "Great Commander, among all in Chao Wei, you alone are the worthy adversary to Zhuge Liang. Should you abandon us, Chao Wei will undoubtedly be in peril." Sun Li, too, spoke passionately. "Great Commander, you have devoted your utmost efforts to solidifying our troops' morale. If you were to leave, our spirits would surely dissipate." Observing the general's fervent appeals, Sima Yi involuntarily responded, "Very well. I, Sima Yi, shall not depart. However, we must go to the main gate to welcome Great Commander Cao Zhen." Before long, Cao Zhen's entourage arrived at the gates of the Wei camp. Sima Yi stood at the forefront, bowing respectfully as he addressed Cao Zhen. "I, Sima Yi, pay my respects to Great Commander Cao Zhen." With that, he bent at the waist in a formal salute, and the generals behind him followed suit. Cao Zhen, seated in his carriage, surveyed the surroundings and then arrogantly remarked, "Brother Zhongda, it has been half a year since we last parted in the capital. How have you been faring?" Replying to the great commander, "I have been well, quite well," Sima Yi replied, his smile stiff and his complexion pale. Cao Zhen, however, scoffed, casting an annoyed glance at Sima, that "I have heard that you would rather retreat into the mountains than serve as another subordinate. Yet, here you are, willingly taking on the role of my deputy." Without a moment's hesitation, Sima Yi clasped his hands and replied, "To speak truthfully, if I were not to serve as the great commander's deputy, there would surely be those in the army who would petition the court to impeach me, and in such a case, my life would be forfeit." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhen could not help but burst into laughter, saying, "Brother Zhongda, whether your head remains upon your shoulders depends on your subsequent conduct. Should you fail to heed my military commands, your head may well be at risk." Sima Yi calmly responded, "Rest assured, Great Commander, I shall fully comply with your orders. All military and political matters shall be determined by you, and I would not dare to interfere. Is this truly the case?" Cao Zhen inquired, his brow furrowing in skepticism. He found it hard to believe Sima Yi's words. For Sima Yi had been in politics for decades, his thoughts exceedingly astute. Even during Cao Cao's lifetime, Sima Yi had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. And now, having been appointed multiple times as the great commander by Cao Rui, he found himself relegated to the position of deputy. That it was inevitable that he would harbor some discontent. Sima Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, "What I say is undeniably true, that if the great commander does not believe me, time shall reveal the truth." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhen exchanged glances with Sima Yi before raising his voice. "Enough. Let us proceed to the camp and discuss matters." As Cao Zhen entered the command tent, he gazed at the impressive command table before him and remarked, "This command table is indeed magnificent. It appears even grander than His Majesty's dragon table." Then, shifting his tone, Cao Zhen sternly declared, "All of you generals are invaluable assets to the court and the backbone of our great way. Yet for several days now, our army has refrained from battle, allowing the Shu forces to gain momentum. Do you not feel ashamed before the court and His Majesty?" He continued, "Henceforth, I shall issue for military orders, which all must adhere to. Failure to comply will result in military law being enforced at the Shu army camp. After Wei Yin and Wang Ping returned from their patrol, they headed towards Zhuge Liang's tent. At that moment, they encountered a guard emerging with medicine from Zhuge Liang's quarters. Seeing this, Wei Yin stopped the guard and inquired, "What has befallen the chancellor? Is he unwell?" The guard hurriedly replied, reporting to the general. The chancellor was devastated upon learning of General Zhang Bao's grave illness and subsequent passing. Now, on his way back to the camp, he has caught a cold and is currently bedridden. After the guard departed, Wei Yin exclaimed in anger, "Now that Cao Zhen has taken over as great commander, the Wei army has shifted from defense to offense, launching continuous attacks against us. Our three armies are awaiting the chancellor's orders to mobilize. How can this be good with him so gravely ill?" Just as Wei Yin finished speaking, Jiang Wei slowly emerged from the tent and addressed the assembled generals. "The chancellor has awakened. You may enter." With that, the Shu generals entered the tent quietly. Seeing Zhuge Liang, pale and lying on the bed, Wei Yin stepped forward and whispered, "Chancellor, Chancellor, we have come." Upon hearing the voices, Zhuge Liang laboriously opened his eyes and weakly replied, "Wenchang, I am gravely ill, suffering from excruciating headaches. Given the ferocity of the Wei army's assaults, I entrust the management of our three armies to you and Wang Ping. Additionally, send word to the soldiers to prepare their belongings. By dawn tomorrow, the army shall gradually withdraw to Hanzhong." That as Zhuge Liang's words fell, Wei Yin, with a heavy heart, asked, "May I inquire, Chancellor, is this retreat a genuine return home or a ploy to lure the enemy deeper?" Zhuge Liang sighed. "This is a true retreat that my health cannot endure much longer. And with winter approaching, heavy snowfall will render our supplies in Hanzhong untransportable. It is better to retreat to Hanzhong now than to risk a futile return later." Wei Yin furrowed his brow, struggling to accept, "But Chancellor, we hold over 10 cities. If we withdraw, how shall we handle their defense?" Zhuge Liang shook his head helplessly. "These cities hold no strategic value for us any longer. Issue an order to the garrisons to return swiftly." Wei Yin added, "But Chancellor, must we abandon Qinsong as well?" Zhuge Liang's expression darkened. "Once we retreat to Hanzhong, Qinsong will be of no use. We must relinquish it." Hearing this, Wei Yin felt a pang of sorrow. Gazing heavily at Zhuge Liang, he solemnly stated, "But Chancellor, do you realize the cost of capturing Qinsong? We sacrificed tens of thousands of soldiers. If we abandon it now, and it falls back into Wei's hands, will we not pay a heavy price for future campaigns?" Wei Yin recalled the arduous battles fought to seize Qinsong, where the Shu army had launched countless assaults over a fortnight. Suffering significant losses, to relinquish it without a fight was a bitter pill to swallow, and he knew that not only he, but the soldiers behind him would find it impossible to accept this fate. Chapter 61. The retreat of the Shu army. Zhuge Liang replied resolutely, "Am I unaware of the hardships endured for Qinsong? But once our main forces retreat to Hanzhong, how can we hold a solitary city? Even if we were to hold it, what would be the significance of sacrificing tens of thousands of soldiers?" After speaking, Zhuge Liang turned his gaze to Wang Ping, instructing, "Wang Ping, after our army's withdrawal, you shall lead 3,000 elite troops to set up defenses around Qishan. Should Cao Zhen send forces to attack, you are to engage the enemy and protect the army's retreat point 3 days hence. You may then withdraw to Hanzhong. That I shall obey." Wang Ping replied that I in the Wei army camp. Cao Shuang returned from reconnaissance and reported. "Reporting to the great commander, I have just returned with news from the camp. The Shu army began preparations for withdrawal from yesterday morning and is now retreating towards Qishan. Judging by their direction, they are indeed returning home." Cao Zhen was taken aback and, astonished, asked, "What? The Shu army is retreating. What prompted this?" Cao Shuang immediately replied, "At first, I too was unaware of the reason for the Shu army's withdrawal. Thus, I led 30,000 cavalry to pursue them to the vicinity of Qinsong, where I captured a few Shu soldiers. Through interrogation, I learned that Zhuge Liang is gravely ill and unable to command the army." Cao Zhen widened his eyes, muttering, "Zhuge Liang is ill. Ill." As he spoke, he glanced at Sima Yi, who sat quietly on a round stool, and inquired, "Zhongda, do you believe that Zhuge Liang is genuinely gravely ill or merely feigning illness?" Just as Sima Yi was about to respond, Cao Shuang interjected, "Father, in my view, whether Zhuge Liang is truly ill is no longer of significance. What we must consider now is whether the Shu army is genuinely retreating to Hanzhong or if Zhuge Liang is attempting to lure us deeper into their trap. Sima Yi could not help but glance at Chao Shuang, asking, in that case, by your assessment, is Zhuge Liang indeed retreating or seeking to draw us in? Chao Shuang pondered for a moment and then remarked, Father, I believe that Zhuge Liang adopts a cautious approach in warfare, that if he is indeed gravely ill and unable to command the troops, forcing our army to retreat to Hanzhong, he would undoubtedly lay ambushes in the Qishan area to prevent our forces from pursuing. However, there is no need for us to chase after the Shu army. We merely need to inspect the number of cooking fires in their encampment to discern whether their retreat is genuine or merely a ruse to lure us in. Oh, how do you propose we verify this? Sima Yi inquired further. The difference between the Shu army's cooking arrangements and ours is that they utilize 10 men per fire, that if there are tens of thousands of cooking fires remaining in their camp, it would indicate that they have set ambushes. Conversely, if there are no fires, it would confirm their genuine retreat to Hanzhong, allowing our forces to advance unimpeded and reclaim the territories lost to the Shu army. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi could not help but express his admiration, stating, Indeed, the young general is remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Subsequently, Chao Jin spoke up, saying, As you all know, I had previously declared that within a fortnight I would drive back the Shu army. Yet here I stand, having failed to uphold my promise. It is now the 20th day, and we are 5 days behind schedule. Hearing this, Guo Huai clasped his hands and replied, Your Excellency speaks too harshly. Your command of the forces has been nothing short of divine, enabling such swift actions against the Shu army. I am in awe. Chao Jin chuckled lightly before issuing his orders. Convey my military command. Let Chao Shuang lead the vanguard, while Guo Huai commands the rear guard, that I shall personally lead the main army towards Qinsong. Within 3 days, we must reclaim the territories in Longxi that the Shu army has seized. There must be no mistakes that as night approached. Sima Yi sat by the hearth, his gaze somewhat unfocused at that moment. Sima Zhao entered, holding a cotton coat and presenting it to Sima Yi with a smile, saying, Father, this is a gift from Jing Shu, who had the grain officials bring it from the capital. She feared you might catch a chill with winter approaching, hence she prepared this coat for you. Sima Yi carefully accepted the coat, reflecting, This girl is truly considerate. It warms my heart to be by the way, has Chao Shuang returned yet? Not yet, came the reply. Sima Yi, holding the coat, turned to Sima Zhao and cautioned. Remember, Sima Zhao, Chao Shuang's talents are on par with you and your brothers. You must exercise caution and never underestimate him. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when an outside scout called out loudly. Victory report! Victory report! General Chao Shuang has achieved a great triumph. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhao stepped outside and soon returned, whispering, Father, it seems that Chao Shuang's forces have made significant gains. They have brought back numerous heads of Shu soldiers tied beneath their horses. It appears Zhuge Liang's retreat is indeed genuine. Meanwhile, outside Zhuge Liang's residence in Chengdu, Wei Yin waited anxiously, hesitant to leave his post without Zhuge Liang's command. To that moment, Wang Ping approached with a troubled expression. Wei Yin, looking at him in disbelief, asked Wang Ping, Why the long face? What has transpired? Wang Ping sighed heavily and replied, Do you not know, General? I was tasked by the Prime Minister to set defenses around Qishan. Yet we lay in ambush for 5 days without sight of the Wei army's pursuers. However, as we began our retreat, we were suddenly ambushed from the south by a Wei force that I had to hastily lead my troops in a battle. Initially, we held the advantage due to the terrain, but unexpectedly, another force surged from the north, leaving us besieged from both sides, that we lost over half of our 30,000 elite soldiers. Had we not retreated in time, we would have faced utter annihilation. Hearing this, Wei Yin turned and walked towards the residence, casually asking, Who commanded the Wei troops? Was it Guo Huai? No, it was Chao Jin's son, Chao Shuang, who led the pursuit. Wang Ping replied. Wei Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, What? I have heard that he is merely a frivolous youth, scarcely 20 years old. Can he truly command in battle? Wang Ping scoffed during our first northern expedition. Chao Shuang was indeed inexperienced, but this time he should not be underestimated. He led 50,000 men to fiercely engage our forces. Had it not been for my archers' relentless fire, we might have been cut off completely. Wei Yin, reflecting on this, remarked, It seems Chao Shuang is indeed formidable. managing to circumvent the prime minister's ambushes and launch a counterattack. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the front of Zhuge Liang's residence. Hearing the sound of a guqin from within, Wang Ping questioned, "General, how is it that the prime minister has recovered so swiftly? Was he not bedridden when our army retreated?" Chapter 62. Zhuge Liang's stratagem. Wei Yin furrowed his brow. Responding with irritation, the prime minister was never truly ill. His ailment was feigned. Did you not notice? With that, the two entered Zhuge Liang's presence and saluted. "We pay our respects to the prime minister." Zhuge Liang ceased playing the guqin and gently said, "You have arrived. Please sit and speak." Once seated, Wang Ping rose and, suppressing his inner humiliation, stated, "I report to the prime minister that due to my inadequate command, we fell victim to an ambush by the Wei forces, resulting in the loss of 10,000 soldiers in the battle at Xishan." Zhuge Liang lifted his gaze slightly, responding with indifference, "This is not your fault. It is I who underestimated Chao Jin. Where are the Wei forces now?" Wang Ping hastily reported, "I informed the prime minister that Chao Jin's son, Chao Shuang, leading the vanguard, has already reached the gates of Qinsong. The cities of Wudu, Xiaoguan, and Yinping have also fallen to the Wei army." As Wang Ping finished speaking, Wei Yin interjected, "I must inform the prime minister that with the Wei army at Qinsong, it is regrettable for us to abandon this city. Qinsong is not only a crucial stronghold in the Central Plains, but also guards the vital supply routes for our army, that if we forsake it, the cost may be too great." Zhuge Liang's expression darkened as he replied, "Wei Yin, I am well aware of Qinsong's significance. The loss of Qinsong falls upon me, and I shall repay you for it in the future." Wei Yin felt a shiver run down his spine and blurted, "I misspoke. I beg the prime minister's forgiveness." Zhuge Liang chose not to dwell on the matter with Wei Yin, turning instead to say, "As we retreated, I had intended to secretly stockpile provisions atop Xishan, as its elevated terrain would make it difficult for the Wei army to detect. However, unexpectedly, this rainy season has arrived 3 or 4 days later than usual. Though the rain came late, it is bound to be substantial, and Qinsong lies within a valley, rendering it relatively low-lying. Once the rain arrives, it will surely result in flooding within Qinsong. This will undoubtedly submerge the provisions and supplies brought by the Wei army, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of their elite Shiliang cavalry. Thus, capturing Qinsong should be a straightforward endeavor for our forces at the foot of Qinsong." Chao Shuang awaited the arrival of Chao Jin. Due to the hasty retreat of the Shu army, not a single soldier remained within Qinsong, allowing Chao Shuang to seize the city with ease. Upon the arrival of Chao Jin's entourage, Chao Shuang stepped forward and saluted, saying, "I report to the Grand Commander that Qinsong has been successfully reclaimed by our forces." Hearing this, Chao Jin laughed heartily and, with a beaming face, declared, "Guohuai, draft an imperial edict post-haste and send it to the capital overnight. Inform them that under my command, we have decisively defeated Zhuge Liang's northern expeditionary army, causing 300,000 troops to flee in panic. The territories of Qinsong, Wudu, and other strongholds previously occupied by the Shu army have been reclaimed. The morale of the Shu army has been severely weakened, and they will surely think twice before launching another assault." Guohuai replied, "As you command, I shall see to it immediately." However, suddenly, Sima Yi's voice interjected, "Wait, we should also add a note that Grand Commander Chao Shuang led 50,000 troops in pursuit of the Shu army, slaying over 10,000 of their soldiers. Furthermore, the young general bravely took the lead to capture the city of Qinsong. I hope the court will grant him commendation and rewards." That in Sima Yi's mind, he could not possibly believe that Zhuge Liang would retreat, for he had engaged in a battle of wits with him for decades. Ever since the Battle of Red Cliffs, Sima Yi had been contemplating Zhuge Liang's military strategies, which often involved retreating to advance, surprising the enemy, that he would never easily assume that Zhuge Liang would abandon Qinsong. Nor would he naively think that Zhuge Liang would refrain from launching another northern expedition. His intention to elevate Chao Jin and Chao Shuang in the eyes of the court was merely to await the day Zhuge Liang would march again, so that their defeat would be even more catastrophic. Chao Jin looked up at Sima Yi, pride radiating from him as he said, "Brother Zhongda, I believe this edict would be better composed by you. Your words would certainly carry more weight. What do you think?" Chao Jin's suggestion was nothing more than an attempt to undermine Sima Yi in the eyes of Chao Rui, while simultaneously elevating his own status. After all, prior to Chao Jin's assumption of the Grand Commandership, Sima Yi had just suffered 2 defeats. losing cities and troops, crimes that would haunt him. Now, with Chao Jin in command, having repelled the Shu army and reclaimed lost territories, the court's perception of the two men would be clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Sima Yi responded, "I shall comply with your wishes." Afterwards, Sima Yi and Sima Zhao entered Qinsong, gazing at their surroundings. Sima Yi could not help but exclaim, "This Qinsong truly deserves its reputation as an excellent stronghold for troops. Had it not been for Chao Jun's mismanagement, the Shu army would not have seized it." In just 3 months of garrisoning here, Hao Zhao has fortified the city walls thicker than those of Luoyang. He is indeed a rare and loyal general. It is a pity that heaven is envious of talent, and he perished too early. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have achieved remarkable military feats in the future. At this moment, Sima Zhao's expression darkened, and he looked at Sima Yi, saying helplessly, "Father, I have heard that you intend to write a memorial for Chao Jin. Are you truly set on seeking merit for him from His Majesty?" Sima Yi replied nonchalantly, "Why not? Besides, I have already promised Chao Jin. Refusing him would certainly lead to trouble." Sima Yi's face became grave as he continued, "But father, have you considered that once your memorial is submitted to His Majesty, it would be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot? The civil and military officials of the court will undoubtedly be in an uproar, and it will only serve to jeopardize your position." Sima Zhao questioned, "Why?" Just after your recent defeat, His Majesty appointed Chao Jun as the Grand Commander. Who would have thought that upon taking office, Chao Jin would encounter the retreat of the Shu army, instantly turning peril into safety, defeat into victory? What will His Majesty think then? And what will the officials of the court make of it? Sima Yi replied immediately, "His Majesty will certainly think that I, Sima Yi, act in concert with the enemy in the face of great issues, uniting against them. They will perceive me as not the cunning and treacherous figure of legend, but rather as someone who is reconciled with Chao Jun, having buried the hatchet." Sima Zhao shook his head, insisting, "Father, I speak the truth. Most officials in the court are followers of Chao Jin. After Chao Jin's defeat, nearly all the officials pleaded for him. This time they will undoubtedly attribute our victory to Chao Jin." Chapter 63. The flaw. Sima Yi, however, resolutely stated, "No, His Majesty will surely think as I do, especially soon after my memorial is submitted. When news of Chao Jun's defeat follows closely behind that moment, His Majesty will wonder how it is that I was just seeking merit for Chao Jun, only for him to be defeated by Zhuge Liang in the blink of an eye. His Majesty will then be even more convinced that Chao Jun is unfit for command, a piece of rotten wood that cannot be propped up." After hearing Sima Yi's words, Sima Zhao was taken aback, questioning, "Father, did you just say Chao Jun was defeated? But did not the Shu army just retreat? The entire army has withdrawn to Shu for defense. How can I not see where Chao Jun has failed? Could it be that you mean Zhuge Liang feigned retreat and will return at the opportune moment?" However, Sima Yi said nothing further, continuing to walk ahead to the general's mansion in Qinsong. Chao Jun, in high spirits, declared, "Generals, my armies will soon arrive at Qinsong. Once hundreds of thousands of troops reach here, the city will surely be unable to accommodate them. Therefore, I propose we deploy these hundreds of thousands across the various counties of Longxi for defense, to guard against a Shu army assault. Zhongda, what do you think of my plan?" Sima Yi sat in his position, responding calmly, "The Grand Commander's arrangements are exceedingly prudent. Zhuge Liang will surely not anticipate this." Chao Jun smiled and commanded, "Send forth the military orders. Sima Yi shall lead 30,000 troops to garrison Wudu. Sun Li shall command 30,000 troops at Yinsheng, and Guo Huai shall marshal his forces at Xiaoguang. Qinsong is a vital strategic location in the Central Plains, and thus I, the Grand Commander, shall lead our forces to steadfastly defend it." He then turned to Sima Yi, asking, "Zhongda, have you completed the memorial I assigned you?" Upon hearing this, Sima Yi took out the memorial he had already written and stepped forward to present it to Chao Jun, saying, "I have completed it. I kindly ask the Grand Commander to review it." Chao Jun accepted it and, after glancing at its contents, expressed his satisfaction, smiling at Sima Yi. "Zhongda, you truly understand me. In the future, I shall not treat you poorly." That a few days later, heavy rain fell, rendering the roads a muddy mess. In Wudu, Sima Zhao, who had been sent by Sima Yi to gather military intelligence, entered the room and removed his raincoat, stating, "Father, I have gathered information. After abandoning the counties of Longxi, the Shu army set fire to the city, leaving no military facilities intact. Sima Yi replied calmly, "The army's retreat will inevitably leave behind ruins. This is unavoidable. What perplexes me is why Zhuge Liang would leave the city of Qinsong intact." Sima Zhao replied uncertainly, "Father, Qinsong is undoubtedly a crucial supply route for the Shu army's northern expedition, a necessary point on the way to Luoyang. Zhuge Liang likely spared Qinsong from destruction for future plans regarding the northern campaign." "Is that all?" Sima Yi inquired. Sima Zhao paused, then said, "Could it be that Zhuge Liang has other intentions? Think carefully." After a moment of contemplation, Sima Zhao suddenly realized, "Father, I understand now. Zhuge Liang did not burn Qinsong because it is meant to accommodate Xiao Zhen's troops. Qinsong lies in the heart of Xia Valley, with low terrain to the north and south, and steep ravines on either side. Once the rainy season arrives, it will surely accumulate several feet of water. At that time, our army's armor, provisions, and supplies will all be ruined by the rain. When Zhuge Liang leads his forces north, he will concentrate his superior strength to assault Qinsong, inevitably capturing Xiao Zhen and slaying the generals." Although Sima Yi remained silent upon hearing this, he poured a cup of hot tea for Sima Zhao, placing it before him. Sima Zhao understood this as Sima Yi's affirmation of his recent deduction. Meanwhile, the envoy sent by the court had arrived in Qinsong to meet with Xiao Zhen. The envoy stood respectfully before Xiao Zhen, stating, "Grand Commander, His Majesty has dispatched me to convey in person that you have been granted an increase in salary of 3,000 stones, along with a yearly gift of 1,000 acres of arable land and 5,000 tenant families. Now that you have repelled the Shu army and reclaimed the 13 counties of Longxi. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased to hear this news, that I asked Xiao Zhen put away the memorial." He sighed, "Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty, stating that my victory over the Shu army was achieved under His Majesty's grace and might. Although His Majesty is young, he is remarkably discerning in rewards and punishments." The envoy continued, "Moreover, His Majesty praised Sima Yi, stating that he has acted with prudence under your leadership, united in shared enmity, and has great respect for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhen could not help but laugh heartily. "While I cannot claim that he has great respect for me, it is true that since Sima Yi became my deputy, he has been far more compliant and earnest. Bring me that memorial. Have it copied 100 times and distributed to all camps, so that all the soldiers can witness the might of our Emperor of Wei, who is just and fair in rewards and punishments." His deputy withdrew. Qiao Shuang entered, holding a piece of armor. However, unlike the usual armor, this one was rusted and worn. Seeing this, Xiao Zhen inquired, "Qiao Shuang, where have you been? You look drenched." Qiao Shuang glanced at the envoy, who understood the subtlety, and then bowed, saying, "Grand Commander, with matters of military importance at hand, I shall take my leave." Once the envoy had departed, Qiao Shuang hurriedly spoke, "Father, I have just returned from inspecting the camp. Look at this armor." He placed the rusted armor on the table before Xiao Zhen and continued, "Father, the heavy rains of late have rendered Qinsong's low terrain unable to drain the water. The warehouses holding armor and weapons are completely soaked. This armor has succumbed to rot, and with the persistent overcast skies, it appears this dreary weather will continue for several more days if the water cannot be drained. Our soldiers' armor and weapons will rust, and should the Shu army attack then, we would be in dire peril." Xiao Zhen sighed, looking at the decayed armor before him, spreading his hands in despair. "What can be done about this? Qiao Shuang, what do you suggest?" Qiao Shuang replied immediately, "Father, in my humble opinion, our army should retreat to Yongliang and abandon Qinsong. At this stage, our armor and weapons are rendered ineffective. The best course of action is to lead the troops back to Yongliang." Chapter 64. The Shu army's northern expedition. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhen slammed the table and declared loudly, "Absolutely not. We cannot abandon Qinsong, which we have just captured. Moreover, Qinsong is a vital supply route for the Shu army. As long as it remains in our hands, Zhuge Liang's northern expedition will be unable to transport provisions, so we must never relinquish it. Qiao Shuang, you must immediately dispatch someone to petition His Majesty to gather military supplies and reinforcements from Chang'an, Xuchang, and Luoyang, ensuring they arrive at Qinsong with the utmost urgency. Once the weather clears, everything will be manageable." Qiao Shuang expressed his concerns. "Father, even the nearest Luoyang is still at least 500 li from Qinsong. The supply convoy will take at least a month to arrive, and time is simply insufficient that I fear the Shu army will seize this opportunity to attack the city. The granaries are filled with grain that has already succumbed to mold. And now the soldiers in our camp are forced to consume this spoiled food. The troops lament their plight, and during my visit to the camp today, I witnessed several soldiers brawling over a mere steamed bun. I now harbor suspicions that Zhuge Liang intentionally left us with Cheongsong City, seeking to use divine intervention to weaken our forces. When our military strength plummets to its nadir, Zhuge Liang will seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack on Cheongsong. Upon hearing Cao Shuang's words, Cao Zhen felt a pang of unease. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Your reasoning is indeed sound. However, the emperor has just dispatched envoys to comfort our soldiers and has issued a decree to reward our army for capturing Cheongsong. How could I possibly relinquish Cheongsong so easily? Inform all camps that the defense of our supplies must be fortified. Additionally, reinforcements must be dispatched to secure both the inner and outer city. More patrols should be sent out to monitor the movements of the Shu army. If Zhuge Liang truly leads an expedition northward, we must be prepared and relay the matter of weaponry to the emperor without delay." As you command at this moment in the Shu army's camp, Zhuge Liang was mobilizing troops for another northern campaign, that he was examining the topographical map of Cheongsong when the main generals arrived and bowed in unison, saying, "We pay our respects to the chancellor." Zhuge Liang calmly took his seat, and upon seeing everyone gathered, addressed the generals. "Have all the weapons, supplies, and provisions been adequately prepared across the camps?" Before Wang Ping could respond, Wei Yin interjected, reporting to the chancellor, "All camps are ready and await your command to march on Cheongsong." Zhuge Liang slowly replied, "The reason I withdrew our forces during the last northern expedition was that I anticipated today's rainfall would be significantly greater than that of the previous year. Hence, I left all the towns in Longxi to Chaojin, including Cheongsong City. However, our army has been withdrawn for over a month now, while the Wei forces have been soaked in rain for the same duration. According to reports from our scouts, the supplies, provisions, and weaponry within Cheongsong City have rotted and molded, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Discontent is brewing among our troops, and morale has waned, especially among Chaojin's forces in Cheongsong, which have suffered considerably. Thus, now is the opportune moment for our army to strike." That as Zhuge Liang finished speaking, Wei Yin eagerly requested, "Chancellor, please issue your orders swiftly. Our soldiers are eager to engage in battle and achieve victory." Zhuge Liang nodded and commanded, "Wei Yin and Wang Ping, you are to lead 30,000 elite troops to advance and capture Cheongsong City, that I shall personally follow with the main force." Following Zhuge Liang's orders for the next 5 days, Wei Yin led the troops toward Cheongsong City with fervor. Despite the heavy rains, he did not wait for the downpour to cease, but instead ordered the entire army to hasten their pace to reach the vicinity of Cheongsong as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, within Xiao Zhen's residence, a multitude of braziers filled the room with warmth, making it almost unbearable at this moment. Xiao Zhen sat in the main seat, enjoying the dancers' performances below and occasionally indulging in a few cups of wine. Thoroughly intoxicated. However, at this time, Cao Shuang rushed in, and upon witnessing his father's state, he could not contain his anger, that he glared at Xiao Zhen and said tersely, "Father, what time is it? How can you still remain so composed?" Seeing Cao Shuang's distressed demeanor, Xiao Zhen, in a drunken stupor, replied, "Ah, Shuanger has returned. Quickly, sit down and have a cup of warm wine to warm yourself. Pour my Shuanger a drink." Cao Shuang turned away and raised his voice, "Father, are you not aware that the Shu army is advancing through the rain? I have just received reports from the border that a contingent of Shu troops has already reached within 10 miles of the city, and Zhuge Liang's main force has also arrived near Qishan." After hearing Cao Shuang's words, Cao Zhen seemed to awaken from his stupor, his expression turning to one of horror as he stared at Cao Shuang and asked, "What? How many troops do the Shu army have?" Cao Shuang sighed. "There are so many that they stretch beyond sight. From the banners of the Shu army, it is evident that General Wei Yin and Wang Ping are leading them. These two are the principal generals of the Shu forces, and their troops must undoubtedly be their main strength." Cao Zhen's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Zhuge Liang is coming! Zhuge Liang is coming! Send orders for all soldiers to take to the walls and prepare to repel the enemy. Quickly, man the walls." Once Cao Zhen regained his senses and reached the city walls, the Shu army was already at their gates. He gazed down at the densely packed ranks of the Shu soldiers, his mind racing. It's over. Zhuge Liang has mobilized the main force of the Shu army to attack Chencang. It seems we cannot hold Chencang. Turning to Cao Shuang, he instructed, Shuanger, immediately send men out of the city to command the nearby garrisons to reinforce Chencang and surround Zhuge Liang. Cao Shuang, equally anxious, replied, reporting to the Grand General, I have already dispatched guards to notify Guo Huai, Sun Li, and Sima Yi to send reinforcements to Chencang. However, they will take at least 2 days to arrive. Seeing the Shu army poised for an assault, Cao Zhen drew his sword and commanded loudly, Soldiers, heed my orders. Fire arrows. As his command echoed, the archers on the walls prepared to shoot. But in that moment of tension, the bows and arrows, having soaked in the rain for too long, became utterly limp and snapped as they attempted to draw back. Cao Shuang seized one of the bows, frowning as he said, Father, these bows are rusted. These arrows cannot possibly harm the Shu army. Chapter 65. The fall of Chencang. No sooner had Cao Shuang spoken than the vanguard of the Shu army launched their assault on Chencang city. The archers, now within mere paces of the city, began unleashing their volleys, and the Wei soldiers on the walls were struck down, while those without bows were forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, Cao Zhen paced anxiously within the room, as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Just then, a guard rushed in, prompting Cao Zhen to ask, Has Sima Yi's reinforcement arrived? Reporting to the Grand General, Not yet, the guard sighed, shaking his head. Cao Zhen, now beside himself with rage, shouted, Sima Yi, you hoard your troops and turn a blind eye to our plight. I shall report you to the court and the emperor. I will have your entire clan punished. Another guard rushed in, breathless, to report. Reporting to the Grand General, it is bad news. The Shu army has breached the southern gate, and Wei Yan's forces are advancing toward the residence. Cao Zhen, terrified, pointed at the guard and ordered, Send men immediately to intercept the Shu army. Do not allow them to approach. In that moment, he crawled beneath the table, resembling a lost dog at that juncture. Cao Shuang entered with a contingent of troops, anxiously declaring, Father, the Shu army has already infiltrated the city. The eastern and western gates have fallen into their hands. Only the southern gate remains. Father, quickly don the attire of the Shu army. I will protect you as we fight our way out. After a long while, Cao Shuang managed to lead Cao Zhen out of Chencang city. However, as they fled into the wilderness, a troop of Shu soldiers suddenly emerged from the mountains ahead, waving their banners and shouting, Capture Cao Zhen alive! Capture Cao Zhen alive! Seeing the Shu soldiers so close, Cao Zhen was struck with terror and fell from his horse. Cao Shuang and the other generals rushed to help him up, and Cao Zhen, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, My son, I can go no further. Quickly retreat with the remaining troops. Do not concern yourself with me. Tears streaming down his face, Cao Shuang shook his head. No, father. I will surely protect you and help you break through the encirclement. As long as we reach Wudu, we will be safe. Cao Zhen gravely replied, No, my waist is broken. I can no longer ride, and if you carry me, none will escape. Quickly, use your sword to end my life, that I am the Grand Marshal of Wei. If I am captured by the Shu army, the entire Cao family will be shamed. Draw your sword and slay me, that I end desperation, as Cao Shuang was about to draw his sword to kill Cao Zhen. A troop of soldiers suddenly appeared behind them, that was Sima Yi and Sima Zhao, arriving with reinforcements. Cao Shuang's sword hesitated in the air as he exclaimed, Father, Sima Yi has arrived with our reinforcements. We are saved. However, as Sima Yi dismounted and sat beside Cao Zhen, he gently patted his back. Cao Zhen's body shook, and with 2 more pats, he coughed up blood and collapsed lifeless. That night, in the Wei army's camp. With Cao Zhen's death, Sima Yi naturally ascended to the position of Grand General of Wei, but he strolled through the camp and remarked to Sima Zhao, Sima Zhao, immediately issue orders for the entire army to rest for a few days. Furthermore, bring out all the food and wine from the camp to fill the soldiers' bellies, and allow them to indulge in revelry, that you command, replied Sima Zhao. Sima Yi then moved to the command platform and spoke solemnly, Guo Huai, I have previously written a memorial on your behalf. Now you must write one for me. Guo Huai clasped his hands and replied, I obey your command, but may I inquire how this memorial should be written? Please guide me, Grand General. Sima Yi, regaining his composure, sat down on the ground with a gaze filled with desolation, and slowly spoke. You must write that the Grand Commandant Xiao Jin disregarded my counsel, rashly advanced, and fell into the ambush set by the Shu army. Under his command at the gates of Qinsong, he faltered, and in a desperate bid for survival, donned the garb of the Shu soldiers. Abandoning his troops to flee for his life, that in the wake of this defeat, our army now lacks a leader, and morale has dissipated. Guo Huai, do you think I have overstated the matter? Guo Huai promptly replied. No, every word from the Grand Commandant rings true. Xiao Jin's defeat is entirely of his own making. He cannot blame others that I shall join forces with all the generals in the army to present this memorial. Once this memorial was submitted, within 3 days, an envoy from the court arrived at the Wei camp, bearing the imperial edict of Qiao Rui, observing Sima kneeling on the ground alongside several commanders. The envoy unfurled the edict and proclaimed loudly, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Vice Commander Sima Yi, your loyalty and bravery are commendable. You have served the court with utmost dedication until your last breath. And I am greatly heartened by this that in response to the pleas of the soldiers, I hereby promote Sima Yi to the position of Grand Marshal of the court, appointing you as the General of Chariots and Cavalry, concurrently overseeing the Grand Command of the West, responsible for the 3 armies that I hope you will not disappoint my expectations, but rather defend our territory and uphold the glory of our great Wei dynasty. Your servant acknowledges the decree. 3 days later, the Wei army confronted the Shu forces at Yongliang today as Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang stepped forward to face each other. Sima Yi dismounted and approached Zhuge Liang, performing a respectful bow, to which Zhuge Liang reciprocated. Zhuge Liang opened the conversation. Zhongda, it has been a long time. How have you been? Sima Yi responded with a smile. Quite well indeed. Zhuge Liang grinned and continued. Zhongda, had it not been for my decisive victory over Qiao Jun at Qinsong, would you have seized the position of Grand Commandant? Sima Yi's expression darkened as he sat down, looking up to say, Zhuge Kongming, you were but a farmer from Nanyang, ignorant of the heavenly will and oblivious to the grand trends. You should have been content to revel in your humble life. Why defy fate by persistently marching northward, causing distress to the people and wasting resources? The Emperor of Shu is already foolish. Do you, too, wish to prove even more so than a doe? Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly and stepped down from his 4-wheeled carriage. Taking a seat opposite Sima Yi, sighing, Zhongda, do you not know that I am entrusted with the legacy of the late emperor? My life is dedicated to combating traitors. Your ancestors served the Han, receiving their salaries, yet you fail to repay the court and instead assist in wrongdoing. Soon, you shall surely face divine retribution. With just a wave of my feather fan, your forces will turn to dust. At this, Sima Yi laughed derisively, saying, A mere commoner dares to speak such grandiose words before 2 armies. Kongming, you and I have been officials for decades. We know each other well. Why not declare peace between us? Return to our respective courts and enjoy a peaceful retirement instead of fighting to the death. Hearing such jarring words, Zhuge Liang replied slowly, Zhongda, since you know I am not your enemy, why not surrender to my forces and accompany me to Luoyang to meet my lord? I shall grant you a 4-wheeled carriage and a grand residence in Chengdu for your peaceful twilight years. Chapter 66. The Wei Army's Defeat and Xiao Jin's Death. Sima Yi scoffed. I see you are merely resorting to tricks and empty rhetoric, devoid of real skill. Do you not know that our Wei territory far exceeds that of Shu in size? In terms of populace, grain, and livestock, we possess absolute superiority. Your attempt to defy Wei is like an ant trying to shake an elephant. It will never succeed. Zhuge Liang sighed and inquired, It seems you are determined to engage me in battle? Sima Yi coldly snorted, disdainfully asserting, A battle is inevitable. Sima Yi, fear no contest of arms, generals, or formations against you. Zhuge Liang nodded and gestured to the Wei troops, saying, You may arrange your formation. I assure you, I will not strike until you are ready. Hearing this, Sima Yi nodded and raised his arm, signaling the Wei army to begin shifting and reconfiguring their formation, observing the unpredictable maneuvers of the Wei troops. Zhuge Liang silently acknowledged Sima Yi's deep understanding of military strategy. Sima Yi then asked, Do you recognize this formation? Zhuge Liang smirked and replied, Not only I, but even one of my subordinate generals can identify it. This formation is known as the Hunyuan Formation. Zhuge Liang's words were merely a pretense. In reality, the Hunyuan Formation was not among the top 10 formations. It was a creation of Jiang Chun. Possessing the power to reverse the cosmos, manipulate yin and yang, and disrupt the three talents while inverting the five elements. The comprehensive capabilities of this formation far surpassed those of the top 10 formations. And thus, one capable of deploying, it was no ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi was internally taken aback, yet maintained an outward calm, responding indifferently. You may also set your formation. I assure you, I will not take advantage of your unpreparedness. Zhuge Liang, shaking his white feather fan, smiled lightly. In that case, allow me to show you my formation as well. With that, Zhuge Liang stood and waved his fan, prompting the infantry, cavalry, and shield bearers behind him to begin a flurry of movements until their battle array was complete. Zhuge Liang then calmly asked Sima Yi, "Zhongda, do you recognize this formation?" Sima Yi observed and confidently replied, "This formation is known as the Qimen Bagua Formation. I have understood it since I was 9 years old. Even a lowly soldier in my army could easily recognize it." Zhuge Liang's heart raced with excitement. And he inquired, "Zhongda, since you recognize this formation, do you think you can break it? To recognize it is not to break it. The Qimen Bagua Formation is hardly worth mentioning." Sima Yi scoffed dismissively. He recalled how Cao Cao had once sent Cao Ren to attack Xinya, where Cao Ren had set up the Qimen Bagua Formation, believing it to be impenetrable, only to be effortlessly countered by Su Shu, who annihilated Cao Ren's forces with just 3,000 light cavalry. As soon as Sima Yi finished speaking, Zhuge Liang firmly declared, "If that is the case, then I invite you to lead your troops to attack this formation. If you can breach it, I shall retreat my army to Hanzhong and will never again march northward to invade the Central Plains." Upon this declaration, Sima Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, calming himself. He stood up and incredulously asked, "Do you truly mean what you say?" Sima Yi found it hard to accept Zhuge Liang's words, for to recognize a formation did not guarantee its breach. The Qimen Bagua Formation was merely an ordinary battle array. Even a soldier with a rudimentary understanding of military strategy could likely articulate its countermeasures. Zhuge Liang nodded, assuring him, "There are no empty words in the military. Let heaven be my witness." Sima Yi mounted his horse and returned to his ranks, pondering for a moment before resolutely commanding, "Zhang Hu, Lu Ping, and Dai Ling, heed my orders." The formation set by Zhuge Liang is known as the Qimen Bagua Formation. Featuring the 8 gates of life, death, and other strategic entrances, each manned by 5,000 soldiers, the do not be misled by its imposing appearance. It is ultimately a facade lacking substance. You need not fear it. Listen well. You 3 shall lead 50,000 armored soldiers to penetrate the life gate at the east, swiftly pivot to the southeast to breach the rest gate, and finally charge out through the death gate to the north. Thus, this formation shall be broken. Understood. The 3 generals assembled their troops and advanced towards the Shu army's formation. However, just as the Wei forces approached the Shu battle array, the latter's formation suddenly transformed from the initial Qimen Bagua formation into the Taiji formation. The Wei soldiers charging in became disoriented, unable to find their way, and in desperation, resorted to fighting individually. Observing the scene, Sima Yi voiced his confusion. This is not the Taiji formation. There are only the 2 instruments giving rise to the 8 trigrams. How can there be 8 trigrams giving rise to the 2 instruments? Sima Zhao looked on and, seeing the dire situation, exclaimed, "Father, this is bad. Zhuge Liang has closed all the gates of the formation. Lu Ping and the others have nowhere to escape." Dai Ling, Lu Ping, and Zhang, who were all capable generals under Sima Yi, adept at combat, and for a time, they managed to fend off the Shu army's attacks. Yet ultimately, even the mightiest fists cannot prevail against a multitude, and though they possess great skill, they could not compare to Zhao Zilong of yore. They ultimately failed to break free from the Shu formation. However, Zhuge Liang did not execute them. Instead, he sent them back to Sima Yi in a horse-drawn carriage. Moments later, several individuals led a carriage covered in white cloth to Sima Yi, one of them calling out loudly, "Sima Yi of the opposing side. Listen, our Prime Minister sends his regards, offering you 3 foolish pigs as a token of our meeting." With that, the 3 Shu soldiers retreated, and several Wei soldiers rushed forward to retrieve the carriage. Upon opening it, they discovered Dai Ling, Lu Ping, and Zhang Hu, who had been stripped of their armor, lying bound and struggling inside. The Wei soldiers hastily untied them, and the three immediately knelt before Sima Yi, trembling as they clasped their hands, saying, "Grand Commandant, what has happened? How were we captured by the Shu army?" Sima Yi, with a face etched in sorrow, inquired, to which Dai Ling promptly responded, "I report to you, esteemed general, that I was originally commanded by you to break into the enemy lines through the south gate. However, as soon as my men and I entered the formation, the Shu army swiftly closed all their gates, causing our forces to be divided. Zhuge Liang has sent a message through me to you, stating that upon your return, you should revisit the art of war and engage in battle again after a year." Chapter 67. Hatred. As Sima Yi felt his anger surging, Sima Zhao quickly interjected, "You must retreat at once." Sima Yi gazed upwards into the heavens and bellowed, "All troops, heed my command. Charge forth and engage the Shu army, and capture Zhuge Liang alive." Sima Zhao hastily interrupted, urging, "Father, do not act in haste. Zhuge Liang's intent is merely to provoke you, tempting our forces into a reckless assault on their camp. Look, the main entrance of the Shu army boasts a formidable 30,000 soldiers. Our forces are outnumbered. Should a battle ensue, we would gain no advantage." With emphasis, Sima Zhao continued, "Father, do you not recall? Prior to our expedition, you specifically instructed me to remain calm and not to succumb to anger, regardless of the circumstances. Why, then, do you exhibit such impatience now?" Sima Yi, his voice laced with a chilling resolve, declared, "Zhuge Liang has humiliated me before our armies. This is intolerable. Regardless of the Shu army's numbers, I shall not cower. Guohuai, relay my command. Order all soldiers to follow my standard and charge into the Shu camp. Any who show cowardice shall be executed on the spot." With that, Sima Yi loosened the reins, and his steed surged forward, followed closely by the Wei generals and soldiers, who charged towards the Shu army's formation. Half an hour later, Zhuge Liang and Wang Ping arrived at a nearby hilltop. Wang Ping, pointing into the distance, exclaimed excitedly, "Prime Minister, look! Sima Yi has suffered defeat. His standard is retreating northwest." Jiang Wei, having observed the Wei soldiers fleeing, urged, "Prime Minister, grant me 30,000 cavalry to pursue Sima Yi. You should lead the main forces northward to expand our victory." However, Zhuge Liang wore a distressed expression, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Enough. It is unnecessary." Perplexed by Zhuge Liang's sudden abandonment of an easily attainable victory, Jiang Wei inquired, "Prime Minister, why is this? Sima Yi has been defeated. Why do we not capitalize on our advantage?" Zhuge Liang turned to Jiang Wei, his tone icy. "Firstly, Sima Yi has already fled far. Moreover, he is accompanied by many capable generals. Secondly, our provisions have been exhausted. We cannot sustain a long-distance campaign." Wang Ping, astonished, remarked, "Prime Minister, our supplies have run out. Yet we have never heard you mention this matter." Zhuge Liang explained slowly, "I refrained from disclosing this to avoid causing panic among the troops. I had anticipated that supplies would arrive 5 days ago, yet it has now been a full fortnight, and the provisions from Shu remain inexplicably delayed." Wei army camp. At this moment, the battered Wei soldiers began returning to their camp, each bearing wounds and silence. Observing their dejected demeanor, Sima Yi and Sima Zhao remained wordless atop the city walls. Finally, consumed by self-reproach, Sima Yi spoke, "Zhao, you were right that we have indeed fallen into Zhuge Liang's trap. I should not have rushed in a battle. Otherwise, our forces would not find themselves in such a dire predicament." Sima Zhao sighed, responding gravely, "Fortunately, the Shu army did not pursue us. Otherwise, our situation would be even more perilous." Recounting their recent humiliation, Sima Yi remarked, "Zhuge Liang is exceedingly prudent. He feared that we might set an ambush during our retreat, which is why he did not order a pursuit. Immediately issue my command. Our forces shall retreat to the rear fortifications, and the troops shall fortify the camp, remaining on standby until I give further orders. No one shall engage without my command." "Understood." Meanwhile, the Shu army's supply convoy finally arrived at their camp. That a man lay sprawled atop a supply cart, clutching a wine gourd, deep in drunken slumber. Jiang Wei approached angrily, seizing the man by his collar and throwing him to the ground. The man, wincing in pain, quickly scrambled to his feet, indignant. "Who are you to strike me?" Jiang Wei retorted, pointing at him. I am General Jiang Wei. Why have you delayed the transport of provisions for so many days? You have jeopardized our military operations. Goen, swaying unsteadily, replied, What concern is it of yours? Where is the Prime Minister? I must see him before anything else. Jiang Wei, indignant, began to strike Goen. What face do you have to meet the Prime Minister? With that, he seized Goen and dragged him into Zhuge Liang's tent. Upon entering, seeing the armed general surrounding him, Goen felt a cold sweat break out and instinctively dropped to his knees. Zhuge Liang, scrutinizing him, furrowed his brow and inquired, Goen, you were tasked with transporting 30,000 stones of provisions for my army. You should have delivered them by the 2nd day of this month. Why have you delayed for a full 20 days? Goen trembled as he replied, Prime Minister, you are unaware of the difficulties I faced. Along the route, I encountered treacherous terrain and multiple landslides, forcing me to take detours that it was only through great effort that I managed to bring the supplies here. Zhuge Liang, unimpressed, coldly remarked, I have traversed the Qishan route countless times. Even if you detoured, it should not have taken you 20 days. Clearly, your negligence and indulgence in drink have caused this delay. Goen, quaking in fear, pleaded, Prime Minister, spare me. I am the nephew of Li Yan. This is my first time overseeing the transport of provisions that I humbly ask for your mercy. Zhuge Liang lowered his head, speaking solemnly. According to military discipline, a delay in transporting provisions exceeding 5 days warrants execution. However, considering this is your first time in this role, I shall grant you a reprieve, but you will still receive a lighter punishment. Guards, take Goen away and administer 80 lashes. Then as 2 guards entered the tent and dragged Goen away. He begged for mercy, but Zhuge Liang remained indifferent. Seeing this, Jiang Wei stepped forward angrily. Prime Minister, provisions are the lifeblood of our army. Goen's delay has not only jeopardized our supplies, but also squandered a golden opportunity for advancement. Why do you let him go? His survival would not appease the entire army. Zhuge Liang, resigned, replied, I understand your frustration, but Goen is, after all, the nephew of Li Yan. Should I execute him, Li Yan may harbor suspicions and might even slander me before the emperor. More importantly, if we kill Goen, no one in Shu will dare to oversee the transport of provisions again. Chapter 68. The misguided supply. After completing the transport of provisions, the supply convoy began its return to Shu. Goen, having received 80 lashes, lay on the cart, barely clinging to life. Yet he continued to curse Zhuge Liang under his breath. At that moment, a detachment of Wei cavalry suddenly charged in from the distance. Upon spotting the Shu soldiers, they hastened their pace and galloped towards them. Given the limited number of Shu troops and the fact that those escorting the supply convoy were mostly inexperienced, they quickly fell into disarray against the rapid advance of the Wei cavalry. In fright, Goen hastily covered himself with some straw, feigning death. However, this ruse did not fool the Wei soldiers, their commander. Sun Li approached and hoisted Goen up, bringing him to the Wei camp, where he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Sun Li then reported, I report to you, esteemed general. While on patrol, I ambushed a Shu supply convoy and captured this Shu official. Upon seeing the battered Goen, Sima Yi inquired, Who are you, and why do you bear the marks of punishment? Goen replied truthfully, My lord, I am Goen, the supply officer for the Shu army. I was punished with 80 lashes by Zhuge Liang for the delay in transporting provisions. How long was the delay? Speak. 20 days. The revelation stunned the Wei generals present. Sima Zhao, connecting the dots, exclaimed, Father. No wonder Zhuge Liang did not pursue us after our defeat. It appears the Shu camp is out of provisions. Sima Yi slammed his palm down on the table, declaring, Goen, you have gravely mismanaged the supplies. As such, I shall reward you with 80 lashes. Goen, feeling the sting of his recent punishment, realized that receiving another 80 lashes could very well be fatal. In a panic, he begged, Esteemed general, spare me. I will obey your commands. Sima Yi coldly replied, Listen well, if you wish to save your life, you must heed my words. Are you acquainted with a minister in Shu named Li Yan? Goen's eyes lit up, and he responded eagerly, I report to you, esteemed general, that Li Yan is my uncle. I am his nephew. After listening to this, Sima Yi's eyes widened in shock, radiating a startling brilliance. He descended from his seat and sat before Goen, declaring, I bestow upon you a monumental achievement. Upon its completion, I shall appoint you as the Minister of War in Chang'an for the Great Way. What say you? Startled, Goen felt a tremor in his heart and quickly replied, I humbly await your command. Great General, I am willing to brave any peril for you. Without hesitation, the residence of Li Yin in Qingdu. Li Feng entered, his face etched with impatience and fury, but he gazed at Li Yin and coldly stated, Father, Goen has returned from the front lines with supplies and is currently awaiting an audience outside. Li Yin, perusing a document in his hands, responded gently, He has returned so swiftly. Let him in. After saying this, Li Yin set the document aside on the table. Soon after, a bruised and limping Goen staggered into the hall and knelt before Li Yin, clasping his hands in respect. Nephew Goen pays his respects to uncle. Observing Goen's disheveled state, Li Yin anxiously inquired, Goen, what has happened to you? How did you end up in such a condition? Goen, indignant, replied, Uncle, I was tasked with transporting supplies to the front lines. However, upon reaching Qishan, I encountered difficult terrain, causing a delay. Had I not invoked your name in time, Zhuge Liang would have had me executed. Nevertheless, he still had me beaten with 80 military rods outside his tent. With a sigh of resignation, Li Yin lamented, What compelled you to delay the supply transport? Even if Zhuge Liang had not punished you, his capable generals would not have shown you leniency. Enough of this. Return and tend to your wounds. Yet Goen suddenly interjected, Uncle, on my way back, I intercepted a letter. Please take a look. With that, he handed the secret missive. His body riddled with injuries. Li Yin took the letter and, upon a mere glance, began to sweat profusely. He stood up abruptly, his hands trembling, exclaiming, This is a personal letter from Sima Yi to Emperor Chao Rui. What does the letter say, Father? Li Feng asked, puzzled. After passing the letter to Li Feng, Li Yin explained, the letter states that Zhuge Liang accepted a substantial bribe from Sima Yi, and the two have agreed to withdraw their forces, establishing Chun Song as a boundary, never to invade each other again. At this point, Li Yin seemed to recall something and turned to Goen, asking, Goen, how did you come by such crucial information? Goen, trembling with anxiety, replied, I report to you, Uncle, that on my way back to the capital, I discovered a Wei soldier in the vicinity of Qishan that I ordered my guards to shoot him down. And this letter was found on his person. Li Yin sighed, his brow furrowing slightly. Goen, you may leave now, that I shall commend you to his majesty. However, you must not speak of this secret to anyone else. Do you understand? Understood, Uncle, Goen replied as he withdrew. Once Go had left, Li Yin hastily said, This matter is of great importance, Fenger. Prepare the horses that I must go to the palace to meet the emperor. But father, Li Feng expressed concern, I fear this is Sima Yi's scheme to sow discord, a deal you not remember. The chancellor once employed such tactics to have Chao Rui dismiss Sima Yi from all his positions, sending him to Yong. Li Yin replied solemnly, If that is the case, we must remain vigilant. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it. I am one of the regents entrusted by the late emperor. With the nation in peril, how can I turn a blind eye? Li Feng, seeing his father's resolve, knelt before him and urged, Father, Zhuge Liang is the current chancellor, a pillar of the state. Even his majesty refers to him as father of the chancellor. Moreover, no one in Shu can match Zhuge Liang's talent, but if you oppose him, it could spell disaster for Shu. Li Yin chuckled lightly. Do not worry if Zhuge Liang falls. I am still here, am I not? I refuse to believe that without Zhuge Liang, our court would lack a capable commander. With that, Li Yin exited the hall to Qingdu. Upon seeing the secret letter, Lu Shan could not help but cry out in astonishment. Rendered speechless. Chapter 69. The scheme of discord. Li Yin bowed and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, Sima Yi has submitted a petition stating that he has bribed Zhuge Liang. Soon, Zhuge Liang will lead his army back to Hanzhong and will never again invade our lands. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang's actions must be viewed with suspicion. You must remain vigilant. Lu Shan wore a contemplative expression and, looking down at Li Yin, reassured himself, My loyal minister, I believe the Chancellor's actions are not without merit. When the Chancellor sought to launch a northern campaign, I advised him against it, for it would only drain our resources and harm our people, that if we cannot conquer Wei, and they do not invade us. Perhaps it is best for both nations to negotiate peace, is it not? Now that the Chancellor and Sima Yi have reached an accord, is it not in line with my desires? Li Yin replied with a light laugh. Your Majesty, this is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is why Zhuge Liang signed this agreement without your authorization. Why did he not report this to you? What undisclosed secrets lie behind this treaty? Is it you who reigns as the sovereign, or is it Zhuge Liang? Lu Shan's countenance darkened. Li Yan's words rang true. Although Zhuge Liang was the chancellor and a trusted minister of the late emperor, Lu Shan was nonetheless the ruler. Zhuge Liang's actions indeed seemed to disregard his authority. Lu Shan took his place on the throne and murmured, "Such a significant matter should have warranted a report to me. Why was I kept in the dark?" Li Yin continued, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, for the past several years, Zhuge Liang has utilized the pretense of a northern campaign to consolidate all the military forces and generals of Shu under his command. Do you not find this unsettling?" At these words, Lu Shan leapt from his seat in shock, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting the Chancellor would attempt a coup?" Li Yin replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, whether or not Zhuge Liang intends to usurp power, the pressing concern is whether you can prevent him from doing, so that if you cannot, you may find yourself in a position akin to that of the Han Xian Emperor, while Zhuge Liang assumes the role of Cao Cao. Are you not aware of the fate that befell the Han Xian Emperor after Cao Cao's usurpation? After Cao Pai ascended to the throne, he forced the Han Xian Emperor to his death. History has shown that whenever a ruler is weak and his ministers too strong, the ruler seldom survives. That I implore you to ponder this carefully." Overwhelmed by Li Yan's words, Lu Shan felt an immense weight upon his heart. He grasped Li Yan's hands and in a state of urgency, asked, "My loyal minister, what should I do?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Yan advised, "Your Majesty, in my view, you should immediately issue an imperial decree summoning Zhuge Liang back to the capital for deliberation. I will confront him with this letter. Should the matter prove true, I urge you to hold Zhuge Liang accountable to the laws of the state. But what if Zhuge Liang disregards the decree?" Lu Shan queried anxiously that if he ignores your summons, it would only further indicate his treachery. 5 days later, upon receiving the imperial decree, Zhuge Liang was filled with confusion. After reading for a while, he solemnly remarked, "The emperor's decree states that Lu Sun has personally led an army of 150,000 from Yiling, advancing towards Hanzhou. Our defenders cannot hold. Having lost 3 cities in succession, I am to return to Shu to repel Lu Sun." Jiang Wei, puzzled, asked, "Chancellor, we have maintained amicable relations with Eastern Wu in previous northern campaigns. They did not deploy a single soldier against us. Why would they attack Shu now? This is indeed suspicious. Moreover, had Eastern Wu intended to mobilize, we would have received word by now." Zhuge Liang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is evident that the mobilization of Eastern Wu is a ruse. The true intent of His Majesty is to summon me back to Chengdu. You shall immediately convey my orders to prepare the chariot, for I must return to Chengdu." Jiang Wei, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily responded, "My lord, our army has just replenished its provisions and armaments, and the morale has been restored. Moreover, we currently hold the initiative on the battlefield that if you were to return to Chengdu at this juncture, it would take at least a month for the round trip, thereby squandering the opportunities we have fought so hard to secure." Zhuge Liang nodded thoughtfully, then rose and said, "You speak wisely that I suspect this is the machination of Sima Yi. In the past, I employed a countermeasure that led Emperor Chao Rui to dismiss Sima Yi from all his posts, nearly costing him his life. Now, Sima Yi seeks to employ a similar stratagem against me." Jiang Wei immediately clasped his hands and urged, "My lord, a general in the field must sometimes disregard the emperor's command. I beseech you not to return to Chengdu, but rather to remain in the camp and continue leading our forces northward to quell the traitors." Zhuge Liang, however, resolutely shook his head, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority, and coldly stated, "I am not like you. I am the prime minister of the realm, positioned just beneath the emperor, above all others. Should I receive an imperial edict and refuse to comply, the civil and military officials will inevitably harbor suspicions towards me. At that point, chaos will ensue in the court, and all will believe that I, Zhuge Liang, have treasonous intentions, precisely what Sima Yi hopes to see that I in the event of turmoil. Our army will surely be compelled to withdraw." Chapter 70. Summoning back Zhuge Liang. Let it be thus. I will appoint Generals Wei Yin and Wang Ping to continue commanding the troops, instructing them to hold fast to the camps and cities, to defend without engaging in battle, simply ensuring the security of the territories we have seized. You shall accompany me back to Chengdu to present yourself before His Majesty. Jiang Wei inquired, as you command. My lord, how many troops shall we bring back to Chengdu? Zhuge Liang smiled and extended 5 fingers, saying, What troops need we bring? Merely 50 iron cavalry will suffice. Half a month later, the northern gate of Luoyang opened, revealing a throng of fully armed soldiers. At this moment, a soldier on horseback approached Li Feng and reported, General, the Prime Minister's chariot has arrived at Anlin, 10 miles away. How many troops does the Prime Minister bring? Fewer than 30 iron cavalry, accompanied by General Jiang Wei. Have any other large forces been spotted? I report to the general that I have scoured a radius of 100 miles and found no other troops. Li Feng commanded loudly, Continue the search. We must ensure there are no errors within a radius of 150 miles. ASU command. Subsequently, Li Feng rode alone to Anlin, 10 miles away, to welcome Zhuge Liang. Dismounting, he approached the Prime Minister's chariot and clasped his hands, saying, I am Li Feng, paying my respects to the Prime Minister. Zhuge Liang appeared weary, replying in a cold voice, Li Feng, why have you come alone? Li Feng hastily replied, My lord, did you not receive the letter I sent you? Zhuge Liang nodded and softly replied, I have received it and read it. Li Feng, perplexed, responded, If the Prime Minister has received my letter, why do you return without a grand army for protection, bringing only a few dozen cavalry? Zhuge Liang replied in a solemn tone, The terrain around Qishan is complex, making it difficult for large forces to maneuver. I left them to guard the central plains and the cities, intending to return and handle state affairs before resuming the northern campaign. Li Feng furrowed his brow, saying, My lord, you are unaware of the dangers within the city. There are tens of thousands of imperial guards lying in ambush. Zhuge Liang, unfazed, smiled and said nonchalantly, I may not know, but I am the Prime Minister, a loyal servant of the late Emperor, but if I were to defy the imperial command, chaos would certainly follow. You may lead me into the city. At this moment, within the Taining Palace, Lu Shan appeared as restless as an ant on a hot pan, hesitatingly saying, My minister, regarding this secret letter. Perhaps I should not pursue the matter further. After all, the Prime Minister has devoted himself tirelessly to our realm, and I truly cannot bear to blame him. Li Yin immediately replied, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is about to enter the palace. At this moment, I implore you not to waver. You must hold Zhuge Liang accountable. Lu Shan, feeling conflicted, said, But my minister, the late emperor instructed me to treat the Prime Minister well, that I have a father-son bond with him. I truly cannot bring myself to do so. Li Yin persisted, Your Majesty, consider this. If Zhuge Liang is capable of secrecy, he has evidently prepared for usurpation. That if you do not decisively eradicate this threat, the late emperor's legacy may fall into the hands of others. Recall how Cao Cao once manipulated the emperor to command the lords. Now Zhuge Liang embodies that same position in Shu. I urge you not to hesitate and to resolve firmly. Li Yin implied that the Prime Minister was akin to Cao Cao. While I may share similarities with him, both being Prime Ministers, our positions are irreconcilable. Though we may be mentioned together, we cannot stand side by side. For I, Zhuge Liang, am a loyal minister, while he, Cao Cao, is a treacherous rebel. The late emperor once stated, the Han and its enemies cannot coexist. The foundation of the dynasty cannot be safely maintained. As a trusted minister of the late emperor, how could I stand alongside a villain? Zhuge Liang spoke these words, yet internally remained remarkably calm. On the platform, Lu Shan smiled kindly, saying, Has the Prime Minister returned? Zhuge Liang turned and clasped his hands towards Lu Shan, speaking in a frail voice, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Lu Shan hastily replied, Prime Minister, please rise. Zhuge Liang stood and immediately said, Your Majesty, I have led our forces to numerous victories, advancing into the heart of Wei territory, while the Wei army has retreated to the vicinity of Luoyang. I am prepared to march northward towards Chang'an. Why then, has your Majesty suddenly ordered me to return to Chengdu? Lu Shan, unsure of how to respond, forced a smile and said, The reason I summoned you back, Prime Minister, is that you have been campaigning in the north for over 3 months, that it has been many days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly, hence my request for your return to reminisce. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang let out a cold laugh, then frowned and said, Your Majesty, do you understand how much money and resources are required for a single campaign through Qishan? How arduous it is. Our soldiers are fighting valiantly at the front lines, that if I return to Chengdu now, all the efforts we have made will be in vain. Lu Shan could not find a response, involuntarily glancing at Li Yin. Li Yin promptly replied, Your Majesty, as the Emperor, you need not fear your ministers. Given the current situation, please do not withhold the truth from Zhuge Liang. Present him with the intercepted secret letter. Reluctantly, Lu Shan picked up the secret letter from the desk and personally handed it to Zhuge Liang. After glancing at it, Zhuge Liang squinted and sighed. Your Majesty, this is indeed in Sima Yi's own handwriting. A clever scheme that I wonder if your Majesty believes the contents of this letter. Lu Shan stammered. Prime Minister, I do not fully believe it, but Zhuge Liang interjected, Your Majesty, you certainly do not believe this to be true. Otherwise, you would not have summoned me back from afar. However, whether the claims in this letter are true or false, you must personally report to His Majesty. After all, it states that you and Sima Yi have privately formed an alliance, delineating territories to govern in the Hanzhong area. Zhuge Liang then approached Li Yin and asked, Li Yin, from whence did this letter originate? Li Yin replied solemnly, This letter was discovered by Captain Go and on his return to Chengdu from a Wei soldier. And what of that Wei envoy? Where is he now? The Wei soldiers fought fiercely and were overwhelmed. Our army's soldiers defeated them. Then what of Goen? Why has he not yet appeared? Zhuge Liang raised his voice in inquiry. Lu Shan suddenly recalled, saying, Indeed, my minister, you mentioned that you had summoned Goen to the palace. Yet it has been 2 full hours, and he has not arrived. Chapter 71. Confrontation. Li Yin, equally perplexed, said, Indeed, I have already sent someone to summon Goen, but why has he not yet come? Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and said, Goen will not come, for he is no longer in Chengdu. If I am not mistaken, he has likely fled to Sima Yi for refuge in order to save his life. Jiang Wei, you must now reveal the truth to His Majesty and ensure he is not kept in the dark. After receiving the order, Jiang Wei clasped his hands and reported, I report to your Majesty, Goen's transport of provisions was delayed by a full 20 days. According to military law, he should be executed as an example. However, the Prime Minister, considering it was his first offense and that he is the nephew of the Minister of Personnel, spared his life but punished him with 80 military lashes. Thereafter, Goen harbored resentment towards the Prime Minister. On his way back to Chengdu, the transport convoy was ambushed by the Wei General Sun Li, and most of the soldiers were slain on the spot. Goen was captured by the Wei army, with only 3 fleeing into the woods, eventually returning to the Qishan camp that asked for the secret letter. It was coerced from Goen in order for him to survive. Your Majesty, the 3 surviving soldiers are currently awaiting your arrival outside the hall. Should you harbor any doubts regarding my words, you may summon them forth to inquire and cross-examine. I am confident that the truth shall emerge. As Jiang Wei finished speaking, Zhuge Liang interjected, Your Majesty, Goen has already surrendered to Sima Yi. Consequently, Sima Yi penned this secret letter, instructing him to return to Chengdu and deliver it to you as part of his scheme to sow discord. Such a clumsy stratagem. Why do you not investigate it thoroughly? Lu Shan, flustered, responded, Prime Minister, I too have been momentarily confused. However, I have not doubted you, for I was misled by Li Yan's slander upon hearing this. Li Yan let out a few mocking laughs and then remarked, Your Majesty, since Jiang Wei claims Goen is lying, does that not imply that the soldiers brought back by Zhuge Liang are also deceiving? Jiang Wei retorted loudly, Li Yan, the 3 surviving soldiers are right outside the hall, while Goen has long since surrendered to Sima Yi to enjoy wealth and honor. Yin disdainfully replied. Regardless, this secret letter is here, in black and white, that I implore you, Your Majesty, do not hesitate any longer. For the sake of our Shu Han's realm, please swiftly strip Zhuge Liang of his military authority, and then conduct a thorough investigation. At that moment, Li Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, I have something to say to Li Yin, however, chided him sharply, Feng, how dare you speak in the presence of His Majesty? Ignoring the admonition, Li Feng stepped forward, knelt, and said, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is one of the rare loyal subjects in this world. When Goen presented the secret letter to my father, I sensed treachery within it. I earnestly advised my father against falling into Sima Yi's trap, yet he would not listen. Thus, in desperation, I dispatched someone to hasten to the Qishan camp to inform the Prime Minister, urging him to return to Chengdu. However, not only did he ignore my warning, but he also returned with fewer than 50 iron cavalry. Your Majesty, consider this. The Prime Minister commands an army of 300,000 that if he harbored ill intentions, he could have swiftly marched back to Chengdu with orders to eliminate the usurpers and claim the throne for himself within half a day. Therefore, I beseech you to see clearly. The Prime Minister has not betrayed the court, nor has he betrayed you. Upon hearing this, Li Yin was furious, turning to strike Li Feng with a heavy hand, sending him sprawling to the ground while gritting his teeth. You wretched beast, it is difficult to guard against family traitors. Lu Shan, equally enraged, pointed at Li Yin. Li Yin, you are the true wretch, a rebel. How dare you deceive me, leading me to slander the Prime Minister? What punishment do you deserve? With that, Lu Shan lowered his head and approached Zhuge Liang. Speaking earnestly, Father Prime Minister, I have wronged you, that I beg you not to hold it against me. The Prime Minister's loyalty shines as bright as the sun and moon. Please do not feel aggrieved. Zhuge Liang turned and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I do not feel aggrieved. The ones who should feel aggrieved are the valiant soldiers fighting on the front lines that my absence would cause the advantages we have gained to vanish. Lu Shan, at a loss for what to do, pointed at Li Yin and declared, Prime Minister, all of this is Li Yan's fault. Were it not for his instigation, I would not have wronged you. Guards, seize Li Yin and bring him to justice. As he spoke, 2 soldiers entered and restrained Li Yin, but with a powerful swing of his arm, Li Yin broke free, angrily stating, Let go, I can walk by myself. Witnessing this, Li Feng knelt before Li Yin, sorrowfully saying, Father, since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist, and I cannot bear to see you make a grave mistake. Please do not blame your son, that L. Yin glanced at Li Feng, feeling despondent, and chose not to say more as he exited the hall. Subsequently, Li Feng knelt before Zhuge Liang, pleading, Prime Minister, though my father has sinned, please, for my sake, grant him a reprieve. Zhuge Liang said little more and left the hall, accompanied by several attendants to the prison where Li Yin was held. Upon entering, they found Li Yin sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, after the attendants placed the prepared meals on the table. They withdrew, leaving Zhuge Liang and Li Yin alone. Zhuge Liang sighed and sat down on a straw pile, looking at Li Yin and saying, Zheng Feng, pleased at this. Li Yin slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, Is this perhaps a farewell drink? Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly. Lord Li, how could this be a farewell drink? This is a heart-to-heart wine I have prepared, as I wish to speak to you sincerely. Sitting opposite each other, Li Yin began, Oh, what is the meaning of this? After pouring a cup of wine for both himself and Li Yin, Zhuge Liang began, In the days when the late emperor entrusted the state to us at Baidi City, we were both esteemed ministers entrusted with the care of the realm. The late emperor entrusted the dream of reviving the Han dynasty and eliminating rebels to us. However, in recent years, we have been preoccupied with our respective duties, leading to this unfortunate situation. L. Yin chuckled softly. In summary, I, Li Yin, have lost, and you, Zhuge Liang, have won. That I have lost with complete resignation. Now I can only await death. Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Zheng Feng, what enmity do you harbor against me? Zhuge Liang, speak freely. Chapter 72. Li Yin is demoted. Li Yin, seeing the situation, replied with righteous indignation. In truth, I do not harbor hatred towards you. My opposition stems from your mobilization of the entire nation to attack Chao Wei. Having served in the Shu region for many years, I am well acquainted with its circumstances. The strength of our Shu state is limited, while Wei occupies the vast majority of the Central Plains. Possessing abundant resources and a well-equipped army, to put it bluntly, Wei's overall national power far exceeds that of our Shu Han by at least threefold. Waging war against Wei is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet you persist in your northern expeditions, heedless of my warnings, exhausting our troops and demoralizing our people, that if this continues, our Shu Han will eventually be drained dry by your actions. Zhuge Liang pondered for a long while before responding. Zheng Feng, I am aware of all you have mentioned. Since I began the northern campaigns, the people of Shu have paid a heavy price. Recalling the late emperor's disastrous campaign against Dongwu, our national strength has already been severely diminished, exceeding half of what it once was. This is why I have been restless. However, our Shu Han is fortified by natural defenses and possesses the legitimacy of the realm. Hence, the late emperor, before his passing, stated, the Han and the usurpers cannot coexist. the imperial enterprise cannot rest easy. You must understand that those who dwell in isolation cannot enjoy lasting peace. Therefore, the late emperor regarded Cao Cao as the primary enemy. Only by eliminating Cao Wei would Sun Quan of Dong Wu be compelled to surrender. Thus, after the late emperor's passing, I disregarded the counsel of your majesty and the ministers and resolutely led the army against Cao Wei. Why can you not grasp this principle? You know that the national strength of our Shu is far inferior to that of Cao Wei. If we do not strike first, then Cao Wei will inevitably attack us. If heaven aids me, I will surely lead the army to reclaim Yongliang and pacify the Central Plains. Conversely, should heaven favor Cao, then Cao Wei will surely march south to annex Hanzhong, and at that time, our Shu Han will ultimately perish. Yet despite Zhuge Liang's lengthy exposition, Li Yin shook his head resolutely and declared, "No, I absolutely will not agree to your continued northern expeditions that I in Luoyang City, within the court." Civil and military officials gathered together dead on the throne. Lu Shan coldly addressed them, "Esteemed ministers, the Prime Minister is currently pursuing the Wei army in the Qishan region. However, at this time, the Minister of Works, Li Yin, reports that the East Wu General Lu Sun has attacked our Hanzhong, that I feared for the safety of our realm, and thus dispatched someone to inform the Prime Minister to return." After learning of this news, I discovered that Li Yan's report was pure fabrication. Upon investigation, it turned out that Li Yan had fabricated this tale due to difficulties in requisitioning supplies in Shu. According to the law, I should punish Li Yan severely, but considering his years of dedication to Shu and the Prime Minister's intercession, I have decided to spare his life, but demote him to commoner status. Never to serve again. Your Majesty's decree is wise. Lu Shan then looked towards Zhuge Liang and respectfully asked, "Father Prime Minister, the position of Minister of Works is now vacant. Who do you think should fill it?" Zhuge Liang contemplated for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, I can assure you with my life that this person is not only capable of serving as Minister of Works, but is also utterly loyal to you and to Shu Han." Lu Shan, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, who is it that you recommend, Father Prime Minister?" "Li Yan's son, Li Feng," Zhuge Liang stated calmly. On that day, Zhuge Liang and Li Feng walked through the streets of Luoyang City, and after some thought, Li Feng finally spoke, "Prime Minister, I truly did not expect that you would not only grant my father a chance at redemption, but also recommend me for the position of Minister of Works. I shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness." Zhuge Liang replied nonchalantly, "Li Feng, my recommendation of you to the court is not to repay you, but rather to find a capable individual who can procure supplies and resources for our northern expedition." Li Feng immediately remarked, "The Chancellor possesses a humility as deep as the valleys. I truly find myself at a loss to repay such kindness." Zhuge Liang continued, "Li Feng, has your father departed from Chengdu?" Li Feng promptly replied, in response to the Chancellor, "My father has already taken a carriage and left Chengdu for our hometown, Fengyang. It is rather peculiar. Ever since my father was appointed as the Minister of Personnel, he has been burdened with worries. However, upon being relegated to a commoner, he appears quite liberated, and he departed with great joy." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang could not help but pause, reflecting, "Li Feng, I truly envy your father. I have long desired to lay down my armor and return to Nanyang. In earlier years, Liu Bei had visited Zhuge Liang thrice at his thatched cottage, where Zhuge Liang had presented a map of the Han territory, assuring Liu Bei that within 20 years he would unify the realm. After Zhuge Liang emerged from retirement, he aided Liu Bei in establishing the Shu Han regime, bravely overcoming numerous challenges and securing vital strongholds such as Jingzhou and Hanzhou, allowing Liu Bei to command a significant portion of the world. Yet none could have anticipated that at this moment, Guan Yu would lead his troops northward to strike at Fancheng, ultimately suffering a dual assault from Eastern Wu and Cao Wei, leading to his defeat at Maicheng, the loss of Jingzhou, and the demise of 100,000 elite troops of Shu Han. The loss of Jingzhou severely weakened Shu Han's strength, prompting Liu Bei to avenge his brother Guan Yu. Disregarding the counsel of his ministers and generals, and resolutely mobilizing a naval force of 70,000 to wage war against Eastern Wu. However, who could have foreseen that despite the passing of Zhou Yu, Lu Meng and Lu Su, the youthful and talented El Sun would lead an expedition, soundly defeating Liu Bei at the Battle of Yiling, leaving the Shu army of 70,000 utterly vanquished, causing the once formidable Shu Han to plummet to the depths of despair. Now, as Zhuge Liang continuously mobilizes troops for the northern expeditions, he encounters his most formidable adversary, Sima Yi.it. Is precisely due to Sima Yi's presence that Zhuge Liang's 5 northern campaigns have yielded no success, resulting in the current atmosphere of suspicion surrounding him. Shortly thereafter, Li Feng guided Zhuge Liang to the entrance of a grand residence. Upon disembarking, Zhuge Liang gazed at the opulent estate and inquired, "Li Feng, what is this place?" "This is not my residence." Li Feng smiled and responded, "Your Excellency, this residence was specially commissioned by His Majesty through the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Construction during your northern campaign." His Majesty remarked that with the new year approaching, this new abode would serve as a gift for you. Zhuge Liang looked up at the lavish estate and sighed. To construct such a grand residence, how much wealth and resources must have been expended? "Li Feng, why did you not dissuade His Majesty?" Li Feng bowed and replied, "Your Excellency, I have previously advised against it, but His Majesty would not hear of it, stating that as you lead the troops into distant campaigns, a mere residence is of little consequence." Zhuge Liang could not help but lament. Another year has swiftly passed, yet the grand undertaking of the northern campaign remains incomplete. "I feel I have let the late emperor down. What merit or virtue do I possess to reside in such luxury?" As he spoke, Zhuge Liang's gaze turned to Li Feng, filled with self-reproach. "Li Feng, you must immediately dispatch someone to seal the gates of this residence, that if the northern campaign cannot be accomplished, I shall not set foot in this abode, that as you command." Zhuge Liang continued, "Jiang Wei, you too must promptly relay orders to the accompanying personnel to prepare for departure. 3 days hence, we shall return to the Qishan camp." Jiang Wei slightly bowed, affirming, "The subordinate obeys." 3 days later, outside the main gate of Chengdu, Lu Shan personally emerged from the palace, leading a multitude of civil and military officials to bid farewell to Zhuge Liang. That as they walked, Lu Shan sorrowfully remarked, "Father Xiang, after 10 years, you have led troops out of Qishan 5 times. Your health is evidently not what it once was, and I am deeply concerned for your well-being." Supported by Lu Shan, Zhuge Liang walked slowly, a hint of melancholy evident in his eyes as he sighed. "I thank your Majesty. This time, I shall surely succeed in the northern campaign." Soon, they arrived at Zhuge Liang's carriage. Just as Zhuge Liang was about to board, Lu Shan interjected, "Father Xiang, allow me to assist you onto the carriage." Zhuge Liang was taken aback and quickly declined. "Your Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven. I cannot impose such a burden upon you." Lu Shan, however, insisted resolutely, "Father Xiang, though I am the Son of Heaven, I am also your adopted son. Please, allow me to help you." Tears welled in Zhuge Liang's eyes as he glanced at Lu Shan, then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Your Majesty, I take my leave." With that, Zhuge Liang ascended the carriage, but before entering, he turned one last time to gaze at Chengdu, furrowing his brow as he absorbed the scene around him. And then he led his troops out of Chengdu, to the Qishan camp of the Shu army. Ma Dai marched at the forefront, flanked by 2 guards escorting a Wei general into Wei Yan's tent. Ma Dai then cupped his hands and reported, "I respectfully informed the general. While on patrol, I discovered this man seeking to defect, that I dared not make a unilateral decision, so I brought him to present to the general." Wei Yan set down his bowl and chopsticks, leaning on one hand as he asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my camp?" Hearing this, the man bowed and replied, "I humbly report, General, my name is Zhongwen. I was a minor general under Sima Yi, stationed alongside Qin Lang at Wudu. After failing to repel the Shu army's advance, I faced punishment upon returning to the camp. However, Qin Lang conspired with other generals, placing the blame for the lost city entirely upon me. Sima Yi immediately sought to execute me, but thanks to my comrades' intercession, I was spared. Yet, soon after, Sima Yi ordered me to lead my troops to seize Wudu." Wei Yan closed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Humph. Wudu is currently in my possession. What makes you think you can take it?" Zhongwen boldly declared, "I am fully aware of the general's formidable reputation. Moreover, Sima Yi has only given me 3,000 soldiers. I would never dare challenge the general directly. If I returned to Wudu, it would be akin to seeking my own demise. What is more infuriating is that Sima Yi, as the Grand Commander, fails to administer rewards and punishments fairly. That I fought valiantly at Wudu, yet was branded a traitor. He is forcing me into a corner. Thus, after careful consideration, I prefer to align with the general rather than be looked down upon in Wei's camp. I wish to serve the general with utmost loyalty, even at the cost of my life, so I earnestly request that the general accepts me. After drinking a cup of wine, Wei Yin smashed the cup onto the ground, fixing his gaze upon Zheng Wen, and furiously exclaimed, "Zheng Wen, you dare to come before me. I admire your courage. However, to think you would attempt to deceive me with a feigned defection. What do you take me for? Do you believe I would keep you? Guards, take this man away and execute him as an example." Seeing this, Zheng Wen hurriedly bowed and said, "General, every word I speak is the truth. Should I be lying? May I be struck down by divine retribution. I implore you to see my sincerity. I genuinely seek to defect to your side if you slay me, who would dare to surrender to you in the future. Would you not be forcing us to fight to the death?" Just then, as Wei Yin hesitated, a commotion erupted outside the camp, and a guard rushed in, reporting, "I respectfully inform the general, a Wei army has arrived outside the city, led by General Qin Lang, who demands Zheng Wen surrender." Leaning back in his chair, Wei Yin calmly responded, "Zheng Wen, since you claim Qin Lang is your superior, he is now outside the city challenging you. What will you do?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Wen's fighting spirit surged, and he immediately bowed, passionately proclaiming, "I request the general to issue the command. I shall immediately venture out to confront Qin Lang, sever his head, and present it to you as a token of my loyalty." Wei Yin contemplated for a moment, and then said, "Zheng Wen, if you can slay Qin Lang, I shall promote you to the position of general." Zheng Wen promptly replied, "I accept the command. The general may await my return." With that, he exited the tent. After a few rounds of combat, Zheng Wen returned, holding Qin Lang's severed head, and upon entering the tent, he casually tossed it before Wei Yin, stating, "General, this is the head of the treacherous Qin Lang. Please verify." Wei Yin could not help but laugh heartily. "Excellent. Well done. Take a seat." After bowing, Zheng Wen sat down in a vacant spot, and Wei Yin, looking at Zheng Wen with delight, said, "Zheng Wen, now that you have come under my command, we shall be brothers in life and death." That I, Wei Yin, pride myself on making friends and gathering righteous men from across the land. Zheng Wen smiled in response. "I have long heard that the general is the mightiest warrior of Shu Han, unmatched in valor. The Wei army trembles at your name, and none dare confront you. I am truly in awe." Wei Yin chuckled arrogantly, then casually remarked, "Zheng Wen, as you have been a general in the Wei army, you must be well versed in their troop deployments. How many soldiers are currently stationed in Sima Yi's camp at Longxi?" Chapter 74. The surrender of Zheng Wen. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Wen addressed, "I humbly report, General, that Sima Yi has divided the Longxi camp into 3 sections: the left, the center, and the right military encampments. The left camp is under the command of the formidable General Sun Li of the Wei army, while the right camp is led by Deputy Commander Guo Huai. The central camp is personally overseen by Sima Yi himself. In total, these 3 encampments house an impressive force of 150,000 elite Wei troops." Upon hearing this, Wei Yin sighed. 150,000 soldiers. That is indeed a considerable number. It is no wonder Sima Yi has been able to hold his ground for such an extended period without retreating. At that moment, Zheng Wen's eyes darted, and he softly remarked, "General, you may not yet be aware, but Sima Yi has long since departed from the Longxi camp." This revelation left the assembled Shu generals in shock. Wei Yin furrowed his brow and questioned incredulously, "What do you mean? Sima Yi is not at the Longxi camp. Where is he now?" Zheng Wen clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I report to you, General, that Sima Yi and his son, Sima Zhao, are currently stationed at the southwest camp." "Why is that?" Zheng Wen continued. "Upon learning of Zhuge Liang's return to Chengdu, Sima Yi anticipated that Zhuge Liang would inevitably pass through the Longxi road on his way back to the Longxi camp. Thus, he has set up his forces at the southwest camp, lying in wait to ambush Zhuge Liang." Wei Yin, filled with urgency, inquired, "How many troops does the Wei army currently have at the southwest camp?" "There are merely 5,000 cavalry, all under the command of Sima Zhao," Zheng Wen responded. Hearing this, Wei Yin's excitement surged as he declared, "Have you all heard? There are only 5,000 Wei troops at the southwest camp, while our forces comprise 30,000 cavalry, over 6 times their number. If our entire army assaults the southwest camp, I am confident we can eliminate Sima Yi. Should Sima Yi fall, the Wei forces would surely falter. And who would then be able to command them? The Central Plains would swiftly be pacified. From the audience, Ma Dai interjected calmly. If this is true, then Sima Yi and Sima Zhao will undoubtedly find themselves with no avenue of escape. However, General, you must know that the Chancellor left strict orders that until his return, the army is not permitted to advance lightly. Wei Yin waved his hand dismissively. Opportunities are fleeting by the time the Chancellor returns. Sima Yi may have already vacated the southwest camp. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Ma Dai continued. But General, the southwest camp is a full 180 li from Wudu City. Not to mention the long march. If our forces are detected by the Wei army while traversing the Longxi hinterland, we would find ourselves ensnared in a perilous situation, placing our soldiers in grave danger. Wei Yin scoffed. One must take risks to reap rewards. Surely, Sima, you would not anticipate that a bold force would dare to traverse Longxi directly towards a southwest camp. Zhengwen, I command you to lead the way. Circumventing the Wei military camps and make a direct assault on Sima Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhengwen rose and clasped his fists. I accept the command. Seeing this, Ma Dai quickly approached and urged, General, this matter is of utmost importance. In my humble opinion, we should await the Chancellor's return to deliberate further. After all, the 30,000 cavalry constitute our entire available force. Should we be encircled by the Wei army, we would find ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. Wei Yin coldly retorted, the Chancellor is inherently cautious. Do you believe he would approve of our course of action upon his return? The time for action is now. If you fear the Wei army so greatly, then remain behind to defend, that I shall personally lead the troops. Ma Dai, incensed, declared, I fear not the Wei army. This battle is one I must partake in. Wei Yin laughed heartily. Issue a command to the entire army. Prepare meals at the 3rd watch and set out at the 4th watch. After we march, we shall circumvent Longxi and make a direct strike at Sima Yi. 5 days later, Zhuge Liang hastened back to the Longxi camp from Chengdu. Upon his arrival, a throng of Shu generals gathered at the camp's entrance to welcome him. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang, the generals were filled with excitement and bowed, saying, We humbly pay our respects to the Chancellor. Zhuge Liang gestured for them to rise and then pulled a man to his side, saying, Stand at ease. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is my esteemed advisor, Yang, that I have specifically brought him from Chengdu to serve as a military advisor. Assisting me in our northern campaign. As Zhuge Liang finished speaking, the generals replied in unison, We welcome the advisor. Yang hastily returned the gesture. I have long admired your esteemed reputations, and I look forward to collaborating with you all on our great endeavor. At that moment, Zhuge Liang suddenly inquired, Where is Wei Yin? Why has he not come to greet me? Wang Ping, anxious, replied, I report to you, Chancellor, that I have just learned that 2 nights ago, Wei Yin led his contingent of 30,000 cavalry to launch a surprise attack on the Wei army's southwest camp. Zhuge Liang was astounded, exclaiming, The southwest camp is a full 180 li from here, and the route passes through the Longxi hinterland, where Sima Yi's forces are stationed. Did Wei Yin take all of our cavalry with him? Indeed, Wang Ping confirmed. What has transpired? Why would Wei Yin personally lead an assault on the southwest camp? A martial officer behind Wang Ping interjected. I report to you, Chancellor, that 3 days prior, Wei army officer Zhengwen, nearly captured and executed by Sima Yi for the loss of Wudu City, was forced to surrender to Wei Yin. The general feared that Zhengwen was sent by Sima Yi to deceive us, and thus ordered his execution. However, at that moment, a warrior named Qin Lang arrived outside the city to challenge Zhengwen. Consequently, General Wei Yin allowed Zhengwen to engage Qin Lang in battle. In less than 3 exchanges, Zhengwen killed Qin Lang. Seeing the head of Qin Lang, the general believed Zhengwen's allegiance. Yet after Zhengwen informed the general that Sima Yi was no longer at the Longxi camp, but instead had only 5,000 cavalry stationed at the southwest camp, the general took all his troops to assault the southwest camp. Upon hearing this account, Zhuge Liang was beside himself with rage, saying, That Wei Yin, does he not realize that Zhengwen is merely an unknown soldier? His superior, Qin Lang, was a valiant warrior, and they fought for only 3 exchanges before Zhengwen claimed victory. Do you truly believe that Sima Yi would employ such individuals? I suspect that not only is Zhengwen's surrender a ruse, but that even Qin Lang was merely a substitute sent by Sima Yi. Yang Yi added, I believe that even the news of Sima Yi being at the southwest camp is fabricated. Chapter 75. The rescue Wang Ping, astonished, remarked, had it not been for the Chancellor's insight, we would have remained in the dark. If what you say is true, then Wei Yin is in grave danger. Nearby, Jiang Wei added anxiously, Chancellor, Wei Yan's surprise assault on the southwest camp has stripped us of all our cavalry. That 30,000-strong force constitutes our entire mobile strength, essential for any future advances on Chang'an or Luoyang, that if they are annihilated, our northern campaign will come to a halt. The economy of Shuhan was already fragile. And with Zhuge Liang's repeated northern campaigns, the populace had grown weary, lamenting their plight that in recent years, devastating floods further compounded the hardships, making it exceedingly difficult for the people of Shu to sustain themselves, let alone provide for the war horses. Consequently, the cost of assembling a cavalry of 30,000 nearly depleted half of Shu's military budget. Zhuge Liang, filled with urgency, glanced at the terrain map of Longxi and pointed to a location, stating, Wei Yan's route to the southwest camp must pass through Zisher Valley, where Sima Yi will undoubtedly lay in ambush. Jiang Wei, Wang Ping, heed my orders. You two must lead all available troops to Zisher Valley. Given that Sima Yi will likely oversee the battle personally, he will surely be heavily fortified to not engage in prolonged combat. Your objective is to create a breach and rescue Wei Yin. Understood to at that moment. Wei Yin had already reached Zisher Valley. Calmly seated on his steed, he inquired, Zhengwen, how far is it from here to the Wei Army's southwest camp? Zhengwen promptly replied, I report to you, General, that after passing through Zisher Valley, we will be approximately another 15 li away. Suddenly, Wei Yin reined in his horse and addressed Ma Dai. Look ahead. The terrain here is treacherous, low in the middle and high on the sides, making it ideal for concealing troops. You must immediately command the soldiers of each camp to accelerate their passage. Understood. With that, Ma Dai detached from the formation and ascended a small hill, shouting, Attention! All camps. Quicken your pace and swiftly traverse the valley ahead. Once through, take a moment to rest. At Ma Dai's command, the previously slow-moving column surged forward, the horses galloping with vigor. However, as Zhuge Liang had anticipated, Sima Yi had indeed set an ambush in this location. As the majority of the Shu troops entered Zisher Valley, Wei archers suddenly emerged from the hills on either side, their arrows aimed at the advancing Shu forces. In a moment of urgency, Wei Yin pulled on the reins, halting his steed, and turned to the cavalry behind him, shouting, All soldiers, be cautious. There are ambushers. However, as Wei Yan's words fell, the archers of the Wei army on the hillside began to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. The unprepared Shu soldiers fell one after another, struck down by arrows, and even the Deputy General Ma Dai was hit. Seeing this, Wei Yin anxiously inquired, Ma Dai, are you unharmed? Ma Dai, true to his reputation as a valiant general of the Shu army, gritted his teeth and, disregarding the pain, pulled the arrow from his wounded arm. His expression was a tumult of emotions, but after a long moment of composure, he replied, General, I am fine to at that moment. Ma Dai's gaze sharpened, pointing into the distance as he exclaimed, General, look! Zhengwen is attempting to flee. Following Ma Dai's gesture, they saw Zhengwen galloping away on a swift steed down a narrow path. Yet, Wei Yin would not let him escape. Amidst the chaos, he seized his eagle bow, drew it taut, and with a release of pent-up strength, the arrow flew straight through Zhengwen's body, causing him to tumble heavily from his mount. After eliminating Zhengwen and surveying the now disordered ranks, Wei Yin commanded in a loud voice, Listen, all soldiers, we must not succumb to chaos. More ambushers await us behind, and we must follow me and break out of this valley. With unflinching resolve, Wei Yin led the remaining troops toward the valley's exit. At this moment, Sima Yi and his son Sima Zhao observed the unfolding events from the mountaintop. Among the myriad emotions crossing Sima Zhao's face, a flicker of excitement appeared as he coldly remarked, Father, the 30,000 iron cavalry that Wei Yin commands are the elite of the Shu army, that if they are annihilated by our forces, not only will the morale of the Shu army waver, but Zhuge Liang's ambitions to advance into the Central Plains will also be dashed. Sima Yi replied coolly, Sima Zhao, is that not Wei Yin riding the black horse ahead, the general of the Shu army? Sima Zhao glanced over and nodded. Indeed, father, that is General Wei Yin, and the man beside him is also Zhuge Liang's favorite general, Ma Dai. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi solemnly stated, 3 years ago, Zhuge Liang set an ambush at Jian Gudao, slaying the old general Zhang He. Now, I shall lay a trap in Zisher Valley to cut down the Shu general Wei Yin, thus avenging Zhang He. However, Wei Yin and Ma Dai remained composed, leading the remaining cavalry as they broke free from the encirclement of the Wei army, which was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the Shu forces. That in response, Sima Yi coldly commanded, Sima Zhao, immediately take our troops to the valley's entrance and block Wei Yin. He must not escape. Yet, as Sima Zhao turned, a thunderous battle cry echoed from afar. He immediately looked to Sima Yi, halting his steps as he said, Great General, look, the reinforcements of the Shu army have arrived, led by Generals Jiang Wei and Wang Ping. They are both principal commanders of the Shu army, and they are fiercely attacking our flanks. Sima Yi glanced briefly and said, Without Zhuge Liang present, these men must be here to rescue Wei Yin, and they pose no threat. Relay the order to raise my standard. Let us confront the enemy. After several hours of fierce combat, Jiang Wei, Wang Ping, and Wei Yin's forces joined together, ultimately breaking through the encirclement of the Wei army. In the Shu army's camp, Zhuge Liang, observing Wei Yin and Ma Dai from below, set down his white feather fan, breathing slightly heavier. Yet his expression suddenly darkened as he furiously exclaimed, Wei Yin, you have disregarded my military orders and recklessly led your troops in a battle, falling into the ambush of the Wei army and costing us 5,000 or 6,000 elite cavalry. What punishment do you think you deserve? Wei Yin, having indeed suffered a defeat, dared not raise his head. Instead, he lowered it and clasped his hands, saying, Chancellor, I have failed in my command. I hope for your strict judgment. Ma Dai, kneeling beside him, immediately echoed, I report to the Chancellor that this matter should not be solely blamed on General W. It was my eagerness for merit that led me to support the general's assault on Sima Yi's camp. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang turned his gaze to Ma Dai, scrutinizing him as he asked, What? Do you wish to receive the 80 military lashes? As Wei Yan's deputy, not only did you fail to prevent his rash actions, but you also assisted him in plunging into the tiger's den. You are equally culpable. This moment, Wang Ping stepped forward and spoke earnestly. I report to the Chancellor, although Wei Yin and Ma Dai were eager for achievements, they did not lose their composure in the face of danger. Instead, they joined forces with our army in an orderly manner, successfully cutting off Sima Yi's retreat and slaying nearly 10,000 enemy troops. Hearing Wang Ping's words, Zhuge Liang fell into contemplation. Observing his hesitation, Yang Yi also stepped forward and calmly suggested, Chancellor, since Wei Yin and Ma Dai managed to turn the tide, perhaps we should forgive them this time. In the future, they can earn their merits on the battlefield. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhuge Liang finally spoke slowly, You too, heed my words. Were it not for the plea of your comrades on your behalf, I would not be inclined to show leniency. You will each receive a record of 80 lashes, and in the future, you must earn your merits on the battlefield. Remember this day's lesson well. Thank you, Chancellor. Wei Yin and Ma Dai both bowed deeply. Zhuge Liang sighed and turned to Jiang Wei, asking, Bury you. How did the situation unfold after the Wei army retreated? Jiang Wei promptly replied, I report to the Chancellor. After Sima Yi's plans fell through, he led all his troops back to the Longxi camp, where he has meticulously constructed 3 military strongholds. It appears Sima Yi intends to engage in a protracted battle with our forces. Zhuge Liang's expression darkened as he said, Sima Yi is exceptionally skilled in defensive warfare, that if he avoids confrontation, our army cannot afford to exhaust itself here. Zhuge Liang's head drooped as he pondered for a long time before finally saying, Wei Yin, Ma Dai, I command you both to challenge daily before the Wei army's camp, but if you can lure Sima Yi out, I shall forgive your transgressions that we obey. The following day, Wei Yin sent several young soldiers with wine and meat to sit before the Wei army's camp. Jeering and cursing, Sima the old thief, you cowardly turtle, why don't you come out and bow before us? Sima the old thief, come out quickly, come out and meet your death, as the Shu soldiers taunted. Wei Yin and his army waited anxiously in the rear. Ma Dai, observing that the Wei soldier showed no reaction to the insults, grew frustrated and drank deeply from his wine gourd. After finishing, he angrily proclaimed, General, we have been challenging them here for a full 10 days, yet Sima Yi still does not emerge. Wei Yin, seated on his horse, slowly closed his eyes and replied, I anticipated this. Sima Yi is cunning and adept at patience. Moreover, he is likely deduced that this is the Chancellor's scheme, that he will not come out. So even if we waited 10 days, 50 days, or 100 days, he would probably not engage us, that I may die. Anxious. Asked, what shall we do then? Are we to continue wasting time here with the Wei army? Wei Yin, equally helpless, responded, there is no choice. The Chancellor, knowing Sima Yi would not emerge, still ordered us to challenge him, simply to hone our skills. Upon hearing this, Ma Dai threw his wine gourd to the ground and, in frustration, said, if that is the case, then let the general lead the challenge. I shall return to camp. With that, Ma Dai stood and departed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, sent by Zhuge Liang, arrived at the main tent at that moment. Zhuge Liang was seated, engrossed in drafting documents. Upon Yang Yi's entrance, Zhuge Liang slowly said, Brother, I must trouble you to deliver this challenge letter to Sima Yi, along with this box of gifts. After taking the challenge letter and the gifts, Yang Yi pondered and asked, Chancellor, if Sima Yi receives the letter and the gifts yet still refuses to fight, what shall we do? Zhuge Liang smiled and replied, Brother, rest assured, once this package reaches Sima Yi, he will undoubtedly lead his troops in a battle, eager to confront our army in the Wei army's camp. Sun Li, Guo Huai, and several generals entered Sima Yi's main tent, chattering incessantly. Sun Li, in particular, was infuriated as he exclaimed, Great General, the Shu army has been cursing us day and night outside our camp. They have been shouting from dawn until dusk. I can no longer bear it. Please give the order, and I shall go out and slay those enemy soldiers. Sima Yi, however, remained unfazed, leaning back in his chair, casually reading the document in his hands, and nonchalantly asked, Oh, what exactly are the Shu army saying? Tell me, Great General. Sun Li turned with a sigh, saying, The Shu army has uttered all manner of foul words. I cannot even repeat them. Thus, I implore the Great General to give the command swiftly. Sima Yi remained indifferent, responding, No need. Let them continue their taunts outside the camp. The more they rant, the more it reflects Zhuge Liang's eagerness for battle, which only pleases me further to that moment. A guard approached from outside, reporting, I report to the Great General that Zhuge Liang has sent an envoy to pay his respects at our camp. Sima Yi scoffed dismissively, saying, Zhuge Liang is bold, coming directly to confront me. Allow him to enter. Before long, Yang Yi strode in, holding a large brocade box. Stopping 10 paces from Sima Yi, he announced, I am Yang Yi, a military advisor, sent by my chancellor to pay respects to the Great General of Wei. Sima Yi cast a glance at him and inquired, Yang Yi, what brings you here on behalf of Zhuge Liang? Yang Yi promptly responded, I come at the behest of my esteemed Prime Minister to deliver a letter of challenge to the Grand Commander, along with a token of goodwill that I hope the Grand Commander will graciously accept it. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi could not help but slam the document he held onto the table, his voice stern as he questioned, Yang Yi, are you not afraid that I shall execute you, that I shall display your severed head for all to see? In response, Yang Yi, far from being intimidated, let out a light chuckle and said, My Prime Minister has informed me, stating that the Grand Commander is a man of great stature and valor, impervious to fire and water, and of unpredictable temperament. Thus, my Prime Minister believes you would not hold me accountable. Sima Yi, with a sardonic smile, remarked, None knows me better than Zhuge Liang. Very well, present the gift. Sima Zhao, his face flushed with anger, accepted the brocade box from Yang Yi's hands and placed it upon Sima Yi's desk. Sima Yi lifted the letter of challenge and read aloud, I hold immense admiration for your bravery, Zhongda, who commands hundreds of thousands in the Central Plains, yet you cower like a rat fleeing the street, hiding in your burrow, akin to a woman. Hence, I present you, dear Zhongda, with a splendid gown. Should you fail to emerge from your camp to engage in battle, I implore you to graciously accept it. Chapter 77. Humiliation. As Sima Yi finished reading, his expression darkened abruptly. He set down the letter and opened the brocade box, revealing an exceptionally bright red gown within. Slowly, he extracted the garment, then chuckled silently. Zhuge Liang considers me a woman. Witnessing this, Sun Li could no longer contain himself and drew his weapon, ready to slay Yang Yi. Fortunately, Sima Yi intervened just in time that he then approached the stage. Holding the garment, to which Yang Yi remarked with a smile, Grand Commander, this gown is indeed vibrant. I wonder if it will fit you well. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi's gaze became vacant, and after blinking a few times, he handed the garment to Yang Yi. He then turned his back, indicating for Yang Yi to assist him in donning the dress. Thus, before the other generals, Sima Yi put on the gown, while they all turned away in disgust, leaving only Sima Yi and Yang Yi to share a laugh over the attired. As Sima Yi walked, he asked, "Yang, do you think this gown suits me?" Yang Yi nodded, replying, "Grand Commander, it fits you perfectly, as if it were tailored just for you." Sima Yi continued, "Yang Yi, I would appreciate it if you could convey my gratitude to Zhuge Liang upon your return, informing him that I, Sima Yi, have accepted this gown to it is of fine quality and thoughtful intent." Yang Yi, astonished, did not anticipate such restraint from Sima, yet he instinctively replied, "I shall obey your command and ensure my Prime Minister hears your words." Then Sima Yi smiled and said, "Yang Yi, you are a great sage of Shu, that it is a rare pleasure to meet you today. Generals, you may withdraw for now. I wish to share a few cups with Lord Yang." Following his command, the aggrieved generals exited the tent, leaving only a soldier who entered bearing a cup of wine. Sima Yi took the cup and offered it to Yang Yi, saying, "Lord Yang, pleased at that moment." Yang Yi's smile froze, and he replied softly, "Grand Commander, you truly are a man of extraordinary caliber. I am utterly in awe." With that, Yang Yi accepted the cup from Sima Yi's hand, and both of them drank deeply. Though Sima Yi appeared calm on the surface, internally he clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, as Yang Yi's words felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Even as the other generals bore the humiliation, Sima Yi glanced at Yang Yi and calmly asked, "Yang Yi, how is Kongming's health lately? Is he well? Does he suffer any discomfort?" Yang Yi replied honestly, "My Prime Minister is in good health and high spirits." Sima Yi continued, "And how is his diet? What of his sleep? Is he overwhelmed with affairs of state?" Yang Yi shook his head with a sigh. "My Prime Minister has been sleeping poorly, retiring late each night. As for his duties, he is burdened with countless matters daily, scarcely finding a moment's respite." Sima Yi coldly responded, "I hope you will tell Kongming that one cannot thrive by sacrificing sleep for work. It is unsustainable to live longer. One must cultivate a tranquil mind and desires, ensuring a peaceful existence at the Shu army camp." Upon returning, Yang Yi reported to Zhuge Liang, "I humbly inform you, Prime Minister, that Sima Yi, after donning the gown, not only did not erupt in rage but remained remarkably composed, even sharing wine with me. He inquired about your sleep and diet, and I answered truthfully. Finally, he instructed me to convey a message. One must maintain a tranquil mind and desires to live peacefully." Zhuge Liang sighed. "Only Sima Yi understands me. He has seen through my intentions, which is why he wore a woman's gown before the Wei generals." Suddenly, Yang Yi interjected, "Prime Minister, our army's provisions have dwindled to less than 3,000 dan. Sufficient for but 5 days. Should reinforcements not arrive soon, unrest may inevitably ensue. With Sima Yi holding his ground, we may have to withdraw gradually." However, as soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, and the flap was thrown open to reveal a hurried figure. Jiang Wei entered and, clasping his hands, urgently reported, "I report to the Prime Minister that I have ridden 30 li at full speed and have reached the foot of Qishan. Yet I have seen no sign of the supply convoy." Zhuge Liang, perplexed, remarked solemnly, "According to correspondence from the court, a substantial supply of provisions was dispatched from Shu. This transport was entrusted to the Minister of Works, Li Feng, whom I personally recommended, that he is known for his diligence and has never erred in his duties." Yang Yi, however, wore a worried expression, "But Prime Minister, the supplies have been delayed by a full 5 days, and Li Feng has yet to arrive at the camp, nor has even a single soldier appeared." Zhuge Liang placed his feather fan on the desk and sighed. "Every time my 300,000 troops march north, I am plagued by concerns over supplies that if only Jingzhou were still under our control, we would not worry about such transport issues. Whenever provisions run low, I cannot help but recall Jingzhou. The loss of Jingzhou is a profound sorrow that haunts Zhuge Liang throughout his life. The disintegration of the Shu Han and the subsequent loss of Jingzhou mark a significant turning point. Had it not been for Liu Bei falling victim to Zhang Ren's stratagem in the western regions, Zhuge Liang would not have been compelled to lead his troops into Sichuan. If Zhuge Liang had not marched into Sichuan, Jingzhou would not have been entrusted to Guan Yu for defense. From the very moment Zhuge Liang joined Liu Bei's faction, he discerned Guan Yu's arrogance and hubris. Despite the multitude of heroes in the realm, the cunning Cao Cao, the fierce Sun Jian, and the valiant El Bu, Guan Yu regarded them as mere trifles, choosing only to submit to his elder brother, Liu Bei. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang still entrusted Jingzhou to Guan Yu, while he himself led Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei into Sichuan. Following Liu Bei's resounding victory over Cao Cao and Hanzhong, the overall strength of the Cao Wei faction suffered a grievous blow, emboldening Guan Yu to march northward to attack the city of Fan. Fully aware that the formidable General Cao Run was stationed there with an army of 100,000, Guan Yu nonetheless dismissed the counsel of his strategist, Ma Liang, and resolutely advanced. At the height of the conflict, Guan Yu sought to forge an alliance with Eastern Wu, yet his arrogance led him to insult Sun Quan, the ruler of Wu. This provoked Sun Quan to decisively ally with Cao Cao to encircle Guan Yu at Fan. In Chapter 78, we observe the chaos as Cao Cao dispatches one of his 5 tiger generals, Su Huang, to assault the western encampment of the Shu forces, while the esteemed General El Ming leads the naval forces of Jiangdong in a surprise attack on the rear of the Shu army in Jingzhou. Thus, Guan Yu found himself besieged on 2 fronts, and in a desperate bid to safeguard Jingzhou, he was compelled to abandon his assault on Fan and return to defend Jingzhou, only to find it too late. By that time, El Ming had already captured Jingzhou and its surrounding territories. However, El Ming did not come merely to conquer Jingzhou. His ultimate objective was to assassinate Guan Yu. To this end, he set an ambush within the city of Jingzhou, resulting in the annihilation of nearly all of Guan Yu's remaining 50,000 troops. Guan Yu, with only a few hundred elite cavalry, managed to escape, believing he could seek refuge in Shangyong, where the commander was Liu Bei's nephew, Liu Feng. Guan Yu thought he would be welcomed. Yet, to his surprise, Liu Feng deemed Guan Yu's forces to be a lost cause, fearing that harboring him would invite the wrath of Cao Wei and Eastern Wu. Consequently, not only did he refuse Guan Yu entry, but he also led 10,000 Shu soldiers to surrender to Eastern Wu. Meanwhile, the Shu generals Mi Fang and Fu Shiren, stationed in Changsha and Guiyang, respectively, harbored animosity towards Guan Yu, ultimately betraying him. With no alternatives available, Guan Yu retreated to Maicheng. Upon learning of this, Eastern Wu's deputy commander, Lu Sun, hurried to advise Sun Quan to instruct El Ming to secure Jingzhou and refrain from pursuing Guan Yu. For if they pursued him, they would incur Liu Bei's eternal enmity, and when Liu Bei assembled his forces for revenge, they would abandon Cao Cao and march against Eastern Wu, creating an insurmountable conflict. Upon hearing Lu Sun's counsel, Sun Quan promptly dispatched orders to El Ming to remain in Jingzhou and avoid pursuing Guan Yu. However, El Ming, harboring a long-standing grudge against Guan Yu, was resolute in his intent to kill him. Disregarding Sun Quan's orders, he devised a ruse to lure Lu Sun while personally leading tens of thousands of troops to ambush Guan Yu at Maicheng. Guan Yu's arm had previously been struck by a poisoned arrow from Pangda. Although the renowned physician Hua Tu managed to save the limb, it was rendered immobile for 100 days. After enduring a long march, the injury had reactivated, and Guan Yu's son, Guan Ping, urged him to mount his steed, red hair, and retreat while he and Zhou Cong held off the pursuing Wu troops. Yet, the ever-arrogant Guan Yu could not bear to retreat, particularly as the loss of Jingzhou was solely his fault, leaving him with no face to present to Liu Bei and Qingdu. Thus, Guan Yu resolved to atone for his transgressions with his life. While he rested his troops in Maicheng, El Ming had already encircled the city. In response, Guan Ping and Zhou Cong led the remaining Shu soldiers into a valiant battle, yet the disparity in forces proved overwhelming. Within less than half an hour, Guan Ping, Zhou Cong, and over 100 Shu soldiers fell in battle, leaving Guan Yu surrounded by Wu troops. However, none dared to engage him, for they were well aware of his formidable reputation, having vanquished heroes such as Hua Xiong, Yin Liang, and Wen Chou, all of whom were feats unmatched by any of Wu's warriors that to confront him would be to court death. Unbeknownst to them, Guan Yu plunged his green dragon crescent blade into the ground, drew his sword from his waist, and took his own life. At that moment, El Ming dismounted and approached Guan Yu's lifeless body, bowing respectfully before drawing his own sword to sever Guan Yu's throat. Ultimately claiming his head, El Ming had long awaited this day. driven by his animosity toward Guan Yu, not merely as an adversary, but as a figure who regarded the talents of Jiang Dong as beneath him, even dismissing the likes of the astute Zhou Yu. Little did he expect to witness such an outcome. With Guan Yu's demise, Jingzhou fell entirely into Eastern Wu's hands, resulting in the death of 100,000 Shu soldiers. When the news reached Chengdu, Liu Bei could scarcely believe it, for in his eyes, his brother Guan Yu was invincible. How could he be slain by the enemy? It was only through Zhuge Liang's personal revelation that Liu Bei accepted this grim reality. Thereafter, Liu Bei commanded an expedition against Wu. Yet Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and all the ministers vehemently opposed this course of action, arguing that the Shu Han was at its peak strength and should concentrate its efforts against the northern Chao Wei. Once Chao Wei was vanquished, Eastern Wu would undoubtedly surrender. Thus, under the relentless persuasion of Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun, Liu Bei temporarily relinquished his plans to attack Eastern Wu. Nevertheless, he ordered an increase in taxes throughout Shu Han. The recruitment of soldiers, the gathering of provisions, and the forging of weapons, preparing for a future campaign against Wu when their strength would be greater. Yet, none could have anticipated that Cao Cao would succumb to a debilitating headache, resulting in his death. His son, Cao Pai, ascended the throne, and with the support of Hua Xian and Cao Hong, declared himself emperor in Luoyang, while the Han Xian emperor Liu Xie was reduced to a mere title. The once mighty Han dynasty, which had ruled for centuries, was utterly extinguished to fulfill the mandate of heaven and heed the will of the people. Liu Bei proclaimed himself emperor in Chengdu. His first decree was to wage war against Wu. However, during this campaign, his brother Zhang Fei fell victim to the treachery of his subordinates, with his head sent to Jiangdong. This only solidified Liu Bei's resolve to eradicate Eastern Wu. Subsequently, Liu Bei devoted 6 months to military preparations, amassing an army of 700,000 from Shu and joining forces with the armies of Du Lu and Lu Ning, launching a coordinated assault by land and water against Eastern Wu. Yang Yi lamented, "Prime Minister, your humble servant comprehends your sentiments. Yet Jingzhou remains firmly in Eastern Wu's grasp that I end the Wei army camp." Generals such as Sun Li, Sima Zhao, Guo Huai, and Qin Lang approached Sima Yi's command tent. Upon hearing their arrival, Sima Yi emerged and inquired, "Oh, what brings you here?" "I have not summoned you." As Sima Yi finished speaking, Sun Li stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and implored, "I request the esteemed commander to issue orders for us to march forth and slay the enemy." Chapter 79. A call to arms. Let the esteemed commander grant us the order to charge into battle. The assembled generals echoed in unison. Sima Yi, however, raised a hand to stop them. "Hold on. Tell me, why are you all so agitated?" Sun Li replied, "I report to the esteemed commander that yesterday, Zhuge Liang sent a garment meant for women to humiliate you before the troops, bringing shame upon our soldiers. Yet you remain unfazed, while the army cannot tolerate such insolence from the Shu forces." Sima Yi chuckled and said, "I thought it was something of significance. This is but a trifling matter, hardly worth our concern." Indignant, Sun Li retorted, "The esteemed commander can endure such a humiliation, but I cannot. Please, grant me the order. I am willing to fight to the death that I vow not to return until I have slain Zhuge Liang." Sima Yi contemplated for a moment, but resolutely replied, "I have already issued orders that regardless of the circumstances, all defending troops must hold their positions and are strictly forbidden from engaging in battle outside the camp." Yet Sun Li declared, "If that is the case, then I must disobey orders that I shall lead my troops out to confront the Shu forces." With that, he unsheathed his sword and departed without looking back. Sima Yi called out, "Sun Li, there are Shu archers everywhere outside. Do you wish to perish?" Frustrated, Sun Li retorted, "I would rather die before the camp than endure this disgrace." Sima Yi finally turned around, pointing an accusing finger at Sun Li, and exclaimed with fury, "Sun Li, listen carefully that if you venture outside the city to slay the enemy, upon your demise, not only will you receive no accolades, but I, as the commanding officer, will also report you to the court for treason. The court will undoubtedly strip you of all your titles and allowances. Consequently, your wife and children will suffer disgrace due to your disloyalty, and they will be exiled to the frontier, reduced to slaves, never to return to the capital again." Sima Yi's words instantly quelled the reckless thoughts of Sun Li. He could disregard his own fate, but he had to consider the well-being of his family back in the capital, comprising hundreds of souls. Sima Yi ascended the platform and knelt down, prompting the martial generals below to do the same. Sima Yi clasped his hands and implored, "I beseech you, generals, trust in your commander. Our strategy of steadfastly holding our ground without engaging in battle is the path to victory. Therefore, I ask you all to return to your camps." Seeing Sima Yi's unwavering resolve, the Wei generals below ceased their insistence. Meanwhile, the grain convoy led by Li Feng had arrived at the foot of Qishan, yet the procession suddenly came to a halt. Upon dismounting from his vehicle, Li Feng inquired, "What has happened ahead? Why has the convoy stopped?" The deputy commander hurriedly replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, 5 days ago a torrential rain fell here, causing stones and trees from the mountains to be swept down, blocking the road. Our carts cannot pass." After pondering for a moment, Li Feng commanded, "Leave 300 soldiers to guard the provisions. The rest shall accompany me to repair the road." However, the deputy commander obstructed him, saying, "Reporting to you, my lord, our troops are already few in number, and we have not brought tools for road construction." Li Feng frowned, hesitating as he replied, "In that case, relay the order for the entire army to immediately turn back and take the Jian Gate route." The deputy commander quickly interjected, "General, the Jian Gate path is rugged and treacherous, particularly at Baizhang Mountain, where the obstacles are severe. Our grain carts cannot possibly traverse it unless we resort to manpower." Without a moment's thought, Li Feng declared, "Then we shall carry it by hand. We will transport as much as we can. The front lines are in urgent need of supplies, and we cannot afford to delay here." 3 nights later, Yang Yi hurried into Zhuge Liang's tent, visibly excited, and exclaimed, "Prime Minister, Lord Li Feng has arrived." Just as Yang Yi's words faded, Li Feng entered behind him. Zhuge Liang felt a surge of energy and asked, "Li Feng, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. How goes it? Have the supplies been delivered?" Li Feng promptly replied, "Reporting to you, Prime Minister, the grain route near Qishan was blocked by a sudden downpour a few days ago. In desperation, I had to abandon the carts and rely on the soldiers' strength to carry the supplies. After enduring great hardships, we have finally managed to transport 10,000 dan of grain, though 13 soldiers tragically fell from cliffs along the way." Zhuge Liang anxiously inquired, "How severe is the damage to the grain route?" Li Feng sighed helplessly, furrowing his brow as he responded, "Reporting to you, Prime Minister, I have dispatched scouts who discovered that the grain route is completely destroyed for 15 li. To repair would take no less than a year or more." Yang Yi added, "Prime Minister, with the Qishan grain route severed, our supply carts cannot pass at all, that if we wish to transport grain. The soldiers must carry it over Wuzhang Mountain, which is over 100 li round trip. Not only does this consume time, but the amount of grain delivered each trip is only a few thousand dan. This is insufficient for our 300,000 troops." Zhuge Liang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Heaven does not aid the Han. Our previous northern campaigns were interrupted for various reasons, and now we are to return empty-handed due to a lack of supplies. Yang Yi, feeling disheartened, suggested, "Prime Minister, while the Wei army remains unaware of the severed grain route, it may be prudent to order a gradual retreat to Hanzhou. Otherwise, once our supplies are exhausted, we will face dire troubles." Zhuge Liang sternly replied, "We must not retreat. It is exceedingly difficult for our 300,000 troops to enter and exit Qishan, that if we withdraw now, who knows how long we would have to wait for another northern expedition?" Li Feng, "How much grain can you transport in 3 days?" Li Feng contemplated before responding, "Reporting to you, Prime Minister, even if the soldiers exert themselves to the utmost, they can only bring back a maximum of 10,000 dan of grain per round trip. Even if we deploy more men, it would be futile, as the roads around Wuzhang Mountain are exceedingly perilous, barely a foot wide. Gathering more men would yield no benefit." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "You need not say more. I have a solution." That he then picked up a map from a pile of documents and handed it to Yang Yi, instructing, "You must immediately deliver this map to the craftsmen in the camp and have them construct 300 vehicles for transporting grain as depicted." Yang Yi opened the map and was taken aback. It featured a design personally drafted by Zhuge Liang, unlike anything he had ever seen, prompting him to ask, "May I inquire, Prime Minister, what is this?" It resembles a vehicle, yet also appears akin to cattle or horses. Chapter 80. Damage to the grain route. Zhuge Liang chuckled softly and replied, "This is an invention known as the wooden ox and flowing horse. capable of traversing rugged terrains that I designed it during my time deep in the mountains. But at the time, while following the late emperor in the Central Plains, it was never needed that I never anticipated it would prove so useful on the Jian Gate route. Both Yang Yi and Li Feng were filled with joy upon hearing this. Yang Yi exclaimed excitedly, "Prime Minister, I shall attend to this immediately." Meanwhile, in the Wei army camp, Sima Zhao looked at Sima Yi, seated in the main position, and said with a relaxed expression, "Reporting to you, Great Commander. I have dispatched scouts to infiltrate the Qishan area for reconnaissance, and they have observed quite clearly that the grain route of the Shu army has been severely damaged by the downpour. Blocked for no less than 15 li, rendering it impossible to transport supplies from Qishan. As a result, the Shu soldiers are forced to carry the grain and take the Jian Gate route, crossing Wuzhong Mountain. However, the Jian Gate path is complex and treacherous. The Shu army can only transport a mere 10,000 dan of grain per round trip, not to mention the frequent accidents where soldiers fall into the valleys.